aspect is community. The third aspect, sorry, something just popped up.
No
The
worries.
third aspect is actually our community governance effort. So as projects like ours continue to be further and further into the decentralization's realm, how do we actually put that into action? How do we actually execute on that vision in the most transparent and fair manner as well? So those are the three things that we focused on at the Alpine Foundation. And if you think about what we do on the ecosystem development side, over the last year and a half, we've really drive a lot of very, very successful, rapidly growing programs across the board, starting with a grant program that we announced last April. So far in the calendar year of 2021, we've had over 200 applications coming through, ranging from your DeFi and NFT, stablecoin, token bridges, and a lot of various different social and educational initiatives as well. And that gives us a sense in terms of where the community is going and what are some of the interests in terms of projects that want to be building on Algorand and why they want to be coming into our ecosystem. And that's very important to us because the more adoptions that we get, the more real activities that we're able to drive on chain, and more importantly, the more economic value that we can drive together with our partners within the ecosystem. That's really what a vibrant, blockchain project like ours is really meant to do. So we've been very focused on bringing on board the interesting use cases and innovative projects, and then also working with various different institutions, ranging from your kind of conventional institutions and as well as some of the NGOs. That becomes quite important for us to really drive towards.
All right, so then, I mean, you mentioned institutions there, and I think that's a good point to sort of get into some of the wider picture. And I think where, the blockchain world and crypto world touches, the mainstream financial and legacy financial worlds. So, there's so many sort of interesting elements, I think, that we can draw on over the course of 2020, 2021 of, this merging of financial worlds in a way that we hadn't seen before. It felt like we were hitting a new echelon, a new step in the blockchain development, crypto development to bring it on board with the mainstream financial world. But, here we are at this juncture in, late July, we're filming this of 2021, and the future path, I guess, I won't say it seems unclear, but it seems less focused than it was potentially at the beginning of 2021, or at least, from a certain perspective. But I would be interested to know your view on how you think that sort of integration of blockchain and crypto into the mainstream world is going, and whether you think in the current moment there has been a pullback, a delay, or this is merely a blip on a growing radar.
I think that's an excellent question. I think actually we are progressing even faster than we were even a year ago. The way I look at a lot of the industries in terms of evolution, very often you hit this notion of crossing the chasm, right? When a certain technology or certain innovation needs to take on the mainstream, it needs to cross that chasm. Now, last year, I would have said we probably still haven't seen where the chasm is yet. This year, I would say we could see the chasm now. We haven't crossed it, but at least we can see where it is. So it is really up to projects like ours and other partners and other ecosystem, projects within the industry to really all drive towards it so that we can cross the chasm and then mainstream will take hold. Now, what are some of those things that we need to really focus on? I think there are probably two main aspects that we need to think about. One is really have real-world use cases that touches on the users, touching on the people, that actually makes a difference in terms of what they do today using this new technology versus the old. That is very important, right? I think the last couple of years with the bull market, there were a lot of speculative projects that have been driving the momentum, but more from a token perspective rather than actual usage. And I think with the breather that we're now seeing in the markets, that's actually driving through. A lot of the projects that have real use cases are starting to shine through. And that is very healthy as far as I'm concerned. And the more we have those, the more people would look at this not as this kind of mythical digital world that some of us are living in and the rest of the world is sitting over here, but rather this is becoming mainstream, becoming more adopted across the board. And whether that has to do with in the payment space or in some of the digital asset tokenization space or somewhere in between, I think all of that is healthy. And the more we see that, the better it will be. So that's the first part. The second part I also think is if you follow the kind of the regulatory news out there across the world, right? Not just from the US, but also across from the world. There are the crypto industry increasingly are getting more regulatory visibility, right? Let me just kind of put it at that. And I also think it is actually very healthy. I love regulation. The more there are regulation, the more protection this technology and this whole industry is actually placing to the general public. And for more to be adopting into this space, I think that the healthy sense of regulating and understanding where things are, and then crafting some set of policies that guides where this industry needs to go is an extremely healthy thing. So I actually don't look at it from a concern perspective. I look at it as, hey, this industry is growing up. This industry is maturing. Companies like ours have the responsibility to actually put our foot forth and communicate and work with the regulators so that we can then come to a space where that actually makes sense for us to continue to grow. I mean, honestly, I've seen it, 10, 15 years ago when I first got into the cloud computing space, and it was the same thing. I along with the companies I was working for, had to take the regulators into the data center and show them, hey, this is cloud computing. It's not up there, right? There's nothing up there, right? It is actually down here in the data center. This is how protection happens. This is how securities are actually being defined. And I think the same thing is happening right now within blockchain, within the cryptocurrency space, and it's healthy. And I'm just hoping that it doesn't take 10, 15 years before it matures. I'm hoping in a shorter amount of time, with some of the more leading voices speaking out in terms of the benefit that it can bring, but also some of the areas where they do need to watch out, and bring that together, bring some additional clarity towards the industry. That's going to be healthy for all of us to move forward and continue to drive through these innovation use cases.
You bring to mind a comparative in the crypto industry, mentioning they're having to explain cloud computing isn't in the cloud. I imagine someone having to hold up a couple of blocks and say, this isn't actually what a blockchain is. It's not actually held in these blocks. Anyway, it is good. And it's, as you say, I think if I were to sum up, some of the notions you put forward, it's sort of that idea, and I come across this a lot in conversations I have with people throughout the space, that so many say that, once you break away from these mad hype cycles where you have, massive run-ups in the market and everyone gets fixated on price and all these projects come to bear that, really realistically have no business being in the market and being valued the way they are, that at those points, whether it be a crypto winter or at least just a pullback or a breather in the market, those are the points where real innovation occurs. That's the point at which, regulators can pause and take a breath. That's the point at which developers can say, hey, let's actually do some good development work without fixating on, well, will this, yield me the sort of returns that I'm expecting or et cetera, et cetera. Would that be a fair analysis?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we're human beings after all, right? We get excited very easily when there's a hype cycle going on, and then we get demoralized when the hype cycle disappears. But that is the evolution of a lot of different things that we've gone through, throughout our history. And if you look at technology specifically, remember the .com, right? There were many hype cycles that are happening, but we don't think twice today on using any internet applications as long as we're comfortable with it and we believe in the privacy and the security aspect of it. We don't think about it as internet applications anymore. We just think about it as applications that we're using on our mobile phone and on our computer. So at some point, portfolio management, digital assets, and technologies that are being built on blockchain, no one's really going to, in a few years' time, no one's going to think, oh, that is built on the blockchain. I mean, it's going to be part of the fabric of everything that's moving forward. We just need to get to that point. And to get to that point will take some time, will take some efforts. But I think it's the responsibility for those of us that are in the industry to drive so.
And, I think at the end of the day, and this is sort of touching on the other point that you came across, we come back to that notion of what regulators are going to do. What are we going to do with, regulation in the space? And it's not, perhaps the sexiest topic to talk about, but I think it's obviously so important. It's so critical to the crypto and blockchain space to understand how this technology is going to be fundamentally received. And although, as you say, it may end up being the ultimate plumbing and architecture we don't even think about in the space, how it's going to integrate and the way it's going to be able to integrate is ultimately going to be up in many ways to regulators' action or inaction on their part. So I suppose I wonder how you see the current regulatory landscape. I mean, there has been some pushback, and some would argue that, now we're at the, they'll fight a stage of the, they laugh, fight, the saying, we're at they fight a stage of blockchain deployment and crypto development in a lot of regulatory landscapes. What's your take on it? As Algorand is so involved in many ways, with a lot of regulators, and you've been known for your partnerships with governments on various projects.
I think both sides are kind of trying to see where the line is, right? And the line isn't exactly drawn yet. Now, depending on the country, let me clarify that, right? Right. In countries like China, cryptocurrency that's the line, right? No cryptocurrency at all within from a domestic country perspective. They look at launching their own CBDC. The ECNY in very short manner. That's the line they have drawn. So that is, in some sense, there is some level of clarity in regards to what that is. Many may not like it, but at least they've drawn a line. Now, many of the other regulators, the lines are not as clear. And it is for all the right reasons, because every region, every country's got very different market dynamics. So where that line really needs to be, whether you're in Europe or Latin America or in North America, it makes a very big difference. Now, what we have seen, though, is that I wouldn't call it fighting. I would call it just kind of probing each other, right? Where does things need to be? So project will push a little bit forward, be a little bit more into kind of the gray zone, and then the regulators push back and said, well, that's not how we have been handling things for the last 30, 40, 50 years, right? So now with this new alternative assets coming in, and now you're saying it needs to be living in that space, well, that doesn't make sense to me. So they push back. So there's this level of both sides pushing a little bit, and eventually, if you really think about it, that line will be drawn automatically, right? Organically, that line would be there, and people will start to have a comfort level in terms of, from a project perspective, what can be done, what should be done, and what are still in the realm of innovation that can continue to push the boundaries in the right direction, and then also where the regulators feel comfortable enough that, okay, this is going to have enough protection being put in place where that innovation can still continue to happen, right? So I think I definitely wouldn't call it fighting. I mean, there are some cases being fought in court on special projects, but I think as a whole, in terms of the industry, it's just kind of feeling each other out, and that's very normal. And that process, again, like I said, is very healthy, because without feeling each other out, regulators are not technologists. Technologists are not regulators. And then you have economists stuck in between, and they're trying to look at both sides of the world and trying to figure out exactly where all of that fits. So if you have all three of these parties coming together, it takes time to feel each other out. But once that process is done, I strongly believe we're going to come out on the other side in much better shape than where we are, because we would have now moved forward in a big step in a way where we now look at the next 10, 20, 30 years in terms of where all of this can really bring. And it's going to look very different than the last 20 years.
So, I mean, all right, then moving from the sort of the broad abstract, perhaps, to a little more tangible example, or at least a more specific example, like to think about, let's say, the US as a regulatory space, for example. Now, there's been that's a jurisdiction that's been accused of, considerable sort of lack of clarity. I mean, certainly at the federal level, certain states, obviously, Wyoming is held up as this, place of blockchain sandboxes and regulatory, relative blockchain regulatory freedom. But then on the other hand, you've got states like New York, which are actively prosecuting various projects and have their bit license requirements and all sorts of elements. I mean, in a space like the US, for example, do you think that that's going to be still a problem for developers wanting to develop in that space? Will they just move to other jurisdictions, or do you think they will eventually reach an equilibrium, where blockchains projects and crypto projects will be able to develop in such a space?
Well, yeah, in a sense, that's the beauty of the way how the United States is being put together, right? You have legislation at the state level and you have legislation at the federal level, and it creates a lot of flexibility, but also areas where you can try things. So rather than trying to have a single set of policies across all the states that you want to operate in as a project, you may be able to try things out in different parts and then see if it expands and see where the regulatory kind of environments evolve and continue to transition into. I think that's quite interesting, and the same thing could be said also in the European Union. We're having many different countries, but all kind of falling under the same economic zone in terms of development. That's also an interesting area where you can projects can really try things out. So I honestly think over the next few years, as cases starts to come to light, as different projects and different policies are being written, different, maybe the digital asset framework will continue to evolve and continue to be adjusted and amended. You're going to get more and more clarity around where things are going to be. And honestly, I also think that some of the, maybe, this is just my personal opinion. I think the regulators may also want to leave a bit of an open kind of for interpretation area, right? The whole thing cannot be open for interpretation. I think everybody realizes that and agrees that. But some part of it can be, because that's really the part where, maybe there's not all the answers had to figure it out yet. And you do need each other to feel each other out, like I talked about before. So I think you're going to see some states moving a little bit forward, some moving back or holding the line, I would say. Same thing in countries in Europe and elsewhere here in Asia as well. I think everybody's watching each other. The thing is, it's not like New York State watching Wyoming and Wyoming watching, Miami, right? It is all of them kind of watching, hey, what's the UK doing? What's Estonia doing? What's some of the island countries doing in terms of crypto, right? And then they're also looking at China, Japan, Korea, Singapore, being a very hotbed now in the whole crypto space here in Asia. You're starting to see a lot of these things develop, and everybody's watching each other, right? And soon enough, there's going to be a common denominator, a common understanding across the board, and you're going to see regulation, I believe, getting closer and closer towards that equilibrium, but it takes time to get to that point. So it's not state to state, country to country. I think it's all of them, and it's fascinating to see.
It certainly is fascinating to see, and I guess, as you say, it is a debate we'll have to see play out. Maybe over the next few cycles, of sort of crypto run ups and downs, and we'll see how the regulators play that out. But all right, I want to change tack a little bit here, move from the sort of the governmental and the regulatory space, and start to think more about inside the crypto space. Now, there's been a distinct, I don't know if some would argue it's a maturation, some would call it just an organic development, but changes, nuances, developments that have occurred over the last 18 months, 2 years of the crypto space, where we've started to see new whole sectors come online. DeFi has begun to mature to the point where people are using it en masse, and we've seen those numbers grow from inside the DeFi space. Obviously, we've got the NFT space as a huge burgeoning growth industry. And as well, I mean, we've seen a lot of new crypto projects come online, new protocols come online, for better or for worse. Some bringing new elements into the space, some, let's say, not so contributory. But ultimately, people are starting to think about, okay, what does a mature crypto market look like? Is it a multi-protocol sort of world? Is there one protocol that will reign supreme? Will we end up with 10? What will they do? What will they offer? I'd be really interested, to hear your take on what you think the sort of nuance and development of a mature crypto and blockchain space looks like.
Okay, so maybe I'll talk maybe in kind of 3 points here. The first thing is, it's not going to be a one chain to rule them all, kind of using the Lord of the Rings analogy, right? It's going to be a multi-chain world. I strongly believe that's a foregone conclusion, right? No one chain can take them all. Just think about the conventional world, right? You don't only have Visa, you have Visa and MasterCard and American Express and many other payment methods that are being used around the world. Not just one, right? So there's a reason for that, because one, you've got competition, you have price competitiveness, you also have technology innovation, you also have partnership ecosystem that are built somewhat differently. So I think in the blockchain world, it is going to be a multi-chain world. I strongly believe that's a foregone conclusion. Now, what does that mean? So that's the second point. The second point then becomes, how do you interoperate between them? That becomes very important, right? When you have assets that are being created on one chain, one ecosystem, can it be leveraged? Can it be used in other ecosystems, thereby creating this, driving this economic activity and economic value that are being generated, but not locked in a particular ecosystem, but it's transferable from one to the other. That's where it needs to go. So far, that really still haven't happened yet. I think many folks, many projects, many partners are trying to create these token bridges and other creative ways of trying to bring value from one ecosystem to the other. And it is happening. It is just in the infancy of where this transition and this this advancement is happening. So I don't think we're there yet, but people absolutely realize interoperability becomes very important, both from a tech perspective, but also from an asset that are being created on chain. How does that transfer from one to the another and still respect all the securities, respect all of the integrity of what that asset brings? That becomes very important. Whether you're talking about DeFi or NFT, I think that's that interoperability aspect is very, very critical. So I think that's those are probably the 2 points. The third point I also like to mention, though, is if you follow mainstream media, you ask someone on the street and you ask them about blockchain, and you tell them, ask them about Bitcoin, right? The first thing they're going to say is, oh, it is energy consumption, and the energy consumption is terrible. It's terrible for the environment. And so on and so forth, right? So they've already built up this image that blockchain is energy consuming, right? And token assets kills the world, right? It's bad for the environment, which is absolutely not true, right? You and I both know that there are many types of blockchain out there, and proof of work networks tend to consume more energy, and proof of stake network tend to consume less. As a protocol for Algorand, we are carbon neutral. We're actually moving towards carbon negative. There's a lot of efforts that we're doing along with some of our environmental sustainable partners in regards to driving towards that goal. So that there's a level of education that really needs to happen. But I think, for chains to be usable, the speed and feeds is important, the interoperability is important, but also absolutely respecting the fact that this new technology cannot just drive towards some aspect of tech, but it also have to do good for the environment. That is important, right? So for all of us to drive towards those goals and work on projects that actually encapsulate this notion of carbon neutrality or carbon negative kind of a sentiment, I think that's very, very important. So if you're able to have multiple chains focusing on potentially different categories, different areas within the markets, having interoperability across them, but also together consistently focus on the environmental aspect, the sustainability aspect. I think all three of those things are equally important, and we are seeing that. Obviously, we're driving towards that ourselves as a protocol, but we're also seeing other projects doing the same thing, and it's again, it's a great thing to see, as part of the industry participants here.
And it's a nuanced picture you put out there just then. But I suppose I'd be interested to know, from the Algorand Foundation CEO himself, where do you see Algorand's position in this sort of interoperable, multi-chain world? What do you see as the primary role as that develops? And in saying that, against the other major chains, perhaps that look to take dominance, although obviously we can't know which will end up reigning supreme.
Yeah, so we actually have a number of projects that we're working with other blockchain protocols as well, right? Creating a common kind of smart contract language, and also obviously creating various different token bridges and development tools that allows for interoperability between between one chain to another. We also have a number of projects that are in the space of looking at how do we look at the blockchain, not only in the public network sense, but also potentially in the private permission sense as well. There are only use cases, especially around the institutional and/or CBDC use cases, that really encourage and maybe have the requirements for more private network rather than public. So how does the interoperability work between those is something that we're also spending a lot of time in. One of the capabilities that we're looking to roll out in the near future is this notion of a co-chain. So that's a private permission chain that's actually working directly with the public chain. So thereby allowing interoperability and asset transfers from a private environment through the public network into yet another private network. Think about bank transactions. Think about some of the assets that are being transferred from a private collection house into another, but using the public chain as a public ledger to record that transactions, but still have the information captured in the smart contracts being embedded on the private side. That becomes important. So these are some of the things that we are working on, from ourselves. But we also work with various different call them blockchain as a service, blockchain ecosystem, blockchain kind of consortium type of environment, both from a association perspective, but also from an actual network perspective. One of those examples is the blockchain services network that we work very closely with. And that's been probably taking shape a little bit more in the Asia side, along with some of the Belt and Road initiatives that we're seeing, working together, with the various different countries that are part of the trade route, and using the BSN network as one of those ways to actually facilitate economic value being transacted on chain. But the BSN network by nature isn't a chain by itself. It is a conglomerate of chains that are being tied together, Algorand being one of them. So that is also an example of a project that we're participating in, where there are kind of industry bodies and consortiums looking at bringing different chains together, creating that layer on top that allows for interoperability to happen, asset exchanges to happen, then also obviously mapping on top of that actual industry use cases like trade finance, like supply chain sustainability, and so on and so forth. So we do see those, and we're actively involved in those projects. But I would say, though, they are early, right? These are, a lot of the chains are creating those facilities to be able to even tap into that kind of a facility, that kind of an environment. Algorand is probably one of the more forthcoming ones. That's why we're involved in those projects. But the game is not over, right? We're barely in the first inning. If you were to ask me to use a baseball analogy.
Certainly so. I mean, and the picture you described, it seems to be a case of practicing what you preach. That idea of creating that sort of fundamental architecture that puts blockchain at the core of many projects, but with, at the end of the day, it being a part of the plumbing, the architecture, the thing you don't even think about as you're, operating a more smooth, nuanced, clear, capable system into the future. Sean, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with us and really explain out some of these images, some of these, sort of perspectives you have. It's so fascinating to hear that, from a leader in the blockchain space such as yourself. I always like to leave our guests with the last word. So anything you'd like to say about upcoming projects, thoughts, advice to people in the community, anything that takes your fancy.
Oh, thank you. Well, I first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you and also to your audience as well. So this is certainly something that I take a lot of pride in, and take a lot of pleasure in as well. I'm learning as much as all of us are, right? This is a space that are moving so fast. And to understand it, you almost have to keep up with it almost every day. And sometimes you feel overwhelmed because there's so much activities that are happening. Very often, I tell my team and I talk to some of our partners, take a step back, right? You don't have to be running in front and trying to capture that bleeding edge right off the bat. Take a step back and really try to see where the market is going, where the movement is going, where some of the interest areas. If you're a developer, what do you actually want to develop? Is it in the DeFi space? Is it in the NFT space because of the buzz, or do you actually have interest in building projects that actually do some good for humanity, do some good for the social world and the social impact side? Decide where you want to go. Just because the buzz is over there doesn't mean you have to go there. You can still use the technology. You can still use a lot of the new innovations that are being created every day, but use it for an area that feels something for you, that drives you. And very often when we work with our partners, one of the first things we ask them is, one, of course, why you want to build on Algorand? Is it the technical capability, or is it because of the direction that we are all trying to drive towards, right? And what exactly do you want to drive on, and how can we actually leverage our ecosystem and the synergy that we've created between our partners to be able to help various different participants drive towards what they need to do? And I think taking a step back, don't get overwhelmed with this 24/7 market is moving, left, right, and center. There's over 100 exchanges around the world, all doing different things. don't focus on that, right? If you're a crypto trader, obviously that's the area that you live in. If you're an application developer, you are a startup, you are institutions looking to use this technology and create new business models, don't try to jump into it and try to do something right off the bat. Take a step back. Take a look at where the developments are. Set a goal, set an idea, set a direction where you want to be, and then work with the network, work with the ecosystem. Leverage as much as you can so you don't have to build from scratch all the time. That's something that we talk to a lot of our ecosystem partners about, and I think that's certainly helped us as an organization as well in terms of where we're driving towards, how we mature, how we set our strategies and our plans over the next 12, 18, 24 months.
It sounds like exciting developments. I'll be fascinated to see how Algorand manages to continue to develop and grow its ecosystem, as you say, over that time period and potentially well beyond. Sean-Lee, thank you so much for taking time to speak with us. And for all those watching, make sure you stick with this Reimagine conference. So much more amazing content still to come.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Multi-signature, multi-sig. A crypto asset wallet that requires multiple keys to access. Typically, a specified number of individuals are required to approve or sign a transaction before they're able to access the wallet. This is different from most wallets, which only require one signature to approve a transaction. You know, the missus and I once went to a party that required multiple keys to access. Ooh, crazy times.
to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith from Mousebelt, and today we're bringing you a very special edition of our series. It's our 10th anniversary event, so we have brought you community and education 10 times over the last year, and we're just so grateful that we were able to build this community and bring these conversations to you over the last year while many of us have been stuck at home. And today I'm pleased to introduce our next guest, Eric Voorhees, who's the CEO and founder of the decentralized crypto platform Shapeshift. Welcome, Eric. How are you doing today?
Hey, Ashley. I'm doing great. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming on again. So for anyone who's just tuning in, we were lucky enough to speak with Eric back for our DeFi event. So head on over to our Reimagine 2021 YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, check out all the awesome interviews we have there and catch up on some of the stuff Eric was talking about last year. And we'll update you all on what's happened since then. So Eric, as you know, we have a robust university program. We reach out to students at 100 universities in 24 different countries, just encouraging them to educate themselves about the space and get involved. So I always like to ask my interviewees, how did you get started in crypto, and do you have any advice for students looking to do the same?
Yeah, so I got started when it was pretty much just Bitcoin back in 2011, and just fell into it as a passion. I read about it, and once I understood the main concepts and why it was, amazing, I just got addicted. And it's one of those things that when your mind is really interested in something, you tend to learn it quickly. And for any of your listeners, they will know if they have that feeling with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. If they feel that like enthusiasm and excitement, it's a good sign. So my advice is just to learn as much as you can and try. And the best way to learn is through using it. So use Bitcoin, use DeFi protocols, learn about some of the newer exchange models and just try them out. And you'll start to uncover the various projects, who's important in the industry, which projects are doing what. And with time, you'll build relationships, go to in-person events like the conferences, and things will just happen organically if you're really passionate about it.
Absolutely. So passion, but follow that with action, right? Get out there, get your hands dirty.
Yeah, like no one's going to reach out to you and just like pull you into the crypto world. You have to walk into that world yourself. That means a lot of investment of your time into learning and into building relationships with people.
Yeah, and I think actually just trying out different products and actually using them is really helpful. Like even when, I'm trying, even us here, right? We're always learning. I'm trying to learn how to mint an NFT, and Ethereum is too expensive when I was trying it. So then I had to go look into other platforms that might work. And then I'm learning about all of these other, protocols that are out there that allow you to mint NFTs. So it's all, and it ends up being pretty fun, right? But I've heard you say in the past that you got started just writing about crypto. So, did you have a blog or how was that working?
Yeah, back in 2011, I started a blog called Money and State. And basically it was me trying to make the arguments from a philosophical and ideological and economic perspective about why Bitcoin was great money and why it was a better form of money than anything else, specifically fiat, and why over time Bitcoin would become, the world's dominant money system. And this was back at a time when almost no one had heard about Bitcoin. Those who had mostly just laughed at it and thought it was stupid. And so it was really like an appeal to other people to say, hey, like take this seriously. It's a real thing. Certainly Bitcoin has demonstrated itself to be very powerful at this point. So writing about that, I feel like it would be a little superfluous at this point. But yeah, I mean, one of the best ways to understand something is to teach it and to express it. And so writing is a great way to do it.
Yeah, I always encourage students, and students are doing this all over the world, like teaching is the best way to learn something or to codify your learning. So many of them are, teaching each other classes on Solidity in their blockchain clubs or whatever it is. Yeah, take all this time that you're investing in learning something and teach it to someone else, especially if you're passionate about it and you think this is the future, then you want to bring along as many people as you can. So thank you so much for that advice. Before we get into, the most recent news at Shapeshift, so for anyone who, follows crypto will know that you recently made some announcements about going decentralized. In October, when you came on for our DeFi event, we were talking a lot about the amazing innovations in decentralized exchanges that happened in the last 6 to 12 months. Well, now here we are another 6 to 12 months later. So what do you think the growth has been since then?
Yeah, well, one of the biggest events is that Thorchain launched. So I probably told you guys about Thorchain in October of last year, but at that point it was not live. So as excited as I was for it, one could be very skeptical that it would actually ever work. So it launched in April of this past year, April 2021, and is the only way that you can trade at scale between different chains. So native unwrapped Bitcoin into native unwrapped Ethereum, for example. So that was a huge milestone for the industry. Certainly the other DEXs that are built on Ethereum, like Uniswap, have gotten massive. They have demonstrated that they were not just a fad last summer in DeFi summer, like they've continued to show huge volumes. And there are other decentralized exchanges on other chains, like Binance Smart Chain or Solana or Cosmos. So the concept of decentralized exchanges is, I think, spilling out past just the walls of Ethereum. That's probably the biggest advancement that's been made, since last October.
Absolutely. And you tweeted recently that people in 2012 were worried that Bitcoin was going to be crushed by regulations, and now in 2021, people are worried that DeFi is going to get crushed by regulations. Why do you still hold the idea that DeFi will not be crushed like regulations?
Yeah, so crypto is absolutely in a perpetual battle with regulators because these are systems which cannot be controlled by men. They can only be controlled by code. So you have these machines which cannot be turned off. And then you have a whole industry of regulators that like to turn things off or manipulate them or change how they work. So this is a clash that's going to continue for a while. Bitcoin can't ever be turned off for reasons your audience should generally know. But fundamentally, it is decentralized. There's no person in charge of it, no company in charge of it, no organization in charge of it. Because there isn't any central party that can be manipulated or shut down or imprisoned, the system cannot be shut down. DeFi is the same model. And the complexity with DeFi is that lots of things call themselves DeFi or are referred to as DeFi, and they're not. DeFi stands for decentralized finance, and the keyword here is decentralized. So if you have a financial application that is truly decentralized, it can't be turned off, right? So like the Uniswap DEX is truly decentralized. It runs as an Ethereum smart contract. And even though the Uniswap company could be shut down, they can't even turn off the Uniswap protocol. So that's what true DeFi is. And I think it will be resilient for all the same reasons that Bitcoin is.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of, the key word there in DeFi, decentralized, let's talk a bit about, the big news at Shapeshift. You recently spoke with Helen Braun at CoinDesk. You said that you wish there were more brave people out there instead of many just trying to make a profit about your decision to turn Shapeshift into a DAO.
Yeah, we announced this on July 14th, that Shapeshift was basically going to dismantle its entire corporate structure, open source all of its software, and become a decentralized autonomous organization, or AKA a DAO. This was big news both for us because it's a wild transformation to attempt, and I think on a larger scale, it demonstrates a new way for companies to have an exit. It's not just like an IPO or to be acquired, but you can actually decentralize yourself and turn into this global community that's oriented around the token of that platform. So we have just started this process. Shapeshift today is not decentralized, but we are decentralizing. And over the next 3 to 9 months, every central part of the entity, the corporate entity, the bank accounts, the business contracts, the employees, like all of that corporate stuff gets dismantled. And in its place is Shapeshift as a software application that is open source, and the governance of which accrues to the token holders, the Fox token in our case. So that's the idea. And we're doing this largely for competitive reasons. We think that open source, composable DeFi applications are absolutely dominating right now. And Shapeshift wants to align with that world. We're doing it for ideological reasons, because the entire purpose of Bitcoin and good cryptocurrencies is that they are open, borderless, decentralized, and immutable. And if we as a company are the opposite of those things, that we are always at odds with the essence of what makes Bitcoin great. And we're also doing it for regulatory reasons. We think that regulations are going to be imposed increasingly wherever they can be. And it's not that decentralized things are immune to regulation, but we think that that's a much better ground to stand on, to be a decentralized organization rather than a centralized entity. So just from a defensive position, we believe that will be the winning strategy over the next 5 years.
Yeah, because otherwise, from a regulatory standpoint, they would, if you were more centralized, they would treat you like a bank. And with those kinds of stringent requirements, there's regulations that you don't want to have any part of.
Yeah, I mean, so when Shapeshift was an exchange, up until April of this past year, when we integrated Thorchain and we're no longer an exchange, Shapeshift was treated basically like a financial institution. And so we were regulated under the normal financial institution rules, and had to spy on our users against our will and all this horrible stuff. We had to do that because of our model. And by no longer being an exchange, we get out of that business, and thus the regulations don't apply because we're not doing that activity anymore. So if you take that logic further, you remove all the things that you're doing that are regulated. If you can just stop doing regulated services, then by definition, you are not regulated. Now, in practice, that's very difficult to figure out where all the regulations apply. But as a principle, you can go the furthest with that if you aren't a company at all. If you remove the entire corporate structure, you remove much of the locus of where regulations apply and to whom. So that's what we are moving forward with.
Awesome. And yeah, just for people who might be just learning about crypto, we just had an NFT event a couple conferences ago. So there's a lot of people flooding into the space who are excited about using blockchain applications, but maybe don't know how exactly all of this works. Maybe they have a Coinbase account. Can you explain to them the difference between using like Coinbase or Shapeshift, maybe know your customer, things like that?
Yeah, so anyone who's into cryptocurrency, whether you're new or a veteran, you have to understand a very important concept about who's controlling the keys or who has custody of the funds. In the traditional financial world, there's always a custodian of assets, right? Your bank holds your money, or a financial firm is holding your stocks. You're always holding something with someone else, a third party. In crypto, you can still do that. You can always have someone hold your funds for you. So Coinbase is holding your Bitcoin if you have a Coinbase account. But what's unique about crypto is that you can, and largely should, hold your own keys, hold your own assets in your own possession. What that means is that you're not trusting any other third party with your funds. So it requires a little bit of personal responsibility. You need to know some basics of how to do that responsibly, but it's not that hard. And what it gives you is complete sovereignty over your financial future. And I think that that's a very valuable thing. And hopefully, as people learn about this stuff, they will start realizing the power that is in their hands when they fully control their assets. which is something that is completely impossible in the traditional world. So Coinbase is absolutely a great company, but they are custodial, meaning they hold your funds. Shapeshift is non-custodial, meaning Shapeshift doesn't hold your funds. You plug in a wallet to Shapeshift where you're controlling your own keys, you're controlling your own funds, and that gives you the power over your assets. Shapeshift never holds them. It can never take them from you or block your account, whereas Coinbase could do those things.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for that. And so for people who understand Bitcoin and the power of decentralization and borderless, permissionless technologies, what's a decentralized autonomous organization, and what does becoming a DAO mean for Shapeshift? For example, you'll be going from 30% ownership in the company to 5%.
Yeah, and to be more accurate, I'll be going from 30% ownership of Shapeshift to 5% ownership of the tokens, and the company won't exist anymore. Yeah, so a DAO is a very fringe new thing. And even a year ago, I was only a little bit familiar with what these were. They're developing very fast. They're very experimental, and it's not one size fits all. Essentially, it's a way of organizing people around a project with economic incentives of a token and using the token for governance of that project instead of a traditional company. So let's say there's a website, and in a traditional company, you have shareholders. They elect a board of directors who elect a CEO who appoints everyone else at the company. All of them have formal employment relationships with that company, and the value accrual of that website ultimately goes to the shareholders. That's a traditional structure in company. In a DAO, you can still have a website, a service, but instead of shareholders, there are token holders. And instead of a CEO, there is no person in charge. So anyone can kind of propose things to the group, and you generally have on-chain voting systems where someone might say, hey, I'm an awesome marketer. Give me $100,000 and I'll do all the marketing for this website over the next year. And the DAO, the group of token holders, can vote on that proposal. Like, yes, this guy is credible, or no, I don't know who he is and I don't trust him. And a vote happens. And if the vote is successful, then $100,000 of the DAO's treasury goes out to that person and they do their work. So a lot of the best parts about corporate organization are in a DAO, but you get rid of all sorts of bureaucratic constraints, including the jurisdiction you're in, including the ease with which someone can enter the project and exit. Someone can participate an hour a month or 60 hours a week. It's up to them. And it's just a much more fluid kind of economic organization than a corporation is. So I think, it's not something where like every company in the world is going to become decentralized, but I think over the next 10 years, this is going to become seen as a new way for humans to organize around economic initiatives. And we're super glad to help pioneer that.
Absolutely. I know the whole concept is super interesting to me as a political philosopher, just, how governance works and how to incentivize good actors and de-incentivize bad actors and how people can come to consensus over things. And you can code all sorts of rules, or you can have all sorts of previous agreements going in to the DAO of like what kinds of proposals we're going to allow, who is allowed to vote, those kinds of things.
Yep.
How do you see that working for Shapeshift?
Yeah, so these are all the variables that DAOs can select differently. When it comes to Shapeshift, we use a tool called Snapshot, which takes a look at a certain Ethereum block height and says, okay, who are all the Fox token holders at that height? That is your power for voting on this specific issue. We generally are building a structure of what we call work streams, where we, instead of voting on every decision that the organization needs to make, which would obviously be impractical, you vote on someone who wants to create a work stream, like, hey, I want to be the marketing guy and I'll handle all marketing for Shapeshift. Give me this much money over this time period and I'll handle everything below me. So that person gets elected, then they can make their own decisions about who they pay and what decisions they make underneath them. And ultimately they're held accountable to the DAO. And if they don't perform, they won't be reelected or brought back in for further work. So that's the model that we're using. We have, our Discord channel where people are chatting about this stuff. We have a forum where it's more structured. And then when ideas sort of get enough support, they go into a formal proposal process where they have to specify very specific things, and that gets ultimately voted up or down over like a 7-day period once it starts. So that's kind of the basic way that this works. And Shapeshift as a DAO holds about 250 million Fox tokens. So that is where it gets its economic resources from.
And so the Fox tokens are also a governance token?
Correct. Yeah, the Fox tokens are what govern where Shapeshift will go and what we spend that 250 million tokens on.
Right. And you just did what was billed as, or you're in the middle of doing what's been billed as the largest airdrop in history. An airdrop of these Fox tokens, correct?
Yeah. So as part of our process of going from a centralized corporation to a decentralized DAO structure, part of that was that we airdropped 340 million tokens out to over 1 million people. So this was the largest airdrop in all of history in terms of the number of recipients. It was all Shapeshift customers in the past. It was the holders of tokens in other DeFi protocols that have been inspiration to us, like Thorchain, like Uniswap, like Gitcoin. And so all those people received, anywhere from 200 tokens up to a few thousand tokens based on certain criteria. And so any of your listeners should probably go check shapeshift.com and see if they're eligible for that airdrop, because it's quite a few people.
Absolutely. Well, that's awesome. Congratulations on making that move. I know that this is like you said, ideological decision as well as a potentially competitive advantage. And I think that people who have been following Shapeshift or following your journey are really impassioned and appreciative of, this commitment to the founding principles of cryptocurrency, what was originally laid out in the Bitcoin white paper, this importance of decentralization, borderless, permissionless money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, I don't think every crypto company needs to do this. Not all of them can, but a number can. And so if you're out there listening to this, you should learn about DAOs and see if that might be an interesting model for your group.
Absolutely. So I had the pleasure of meeting you back in March in person. Mousebelt, for anyone who's not aware, once this goes live, we will be announcing our documentary series, Coins, on the history of money and cryptocurrency. And you flew out to San Francisco to film in the old Treasury building, the Mint, where they actually used to make money, on your birthday. Why was it so important for you to participate in that, in our documentary?
Yeah, I love documentaries. I think they're a great format for teaching things more in depth than a 2-minute article that someone might read. You guys had a lot of good speakers for that, and the production values seemed to be really good. So I was happy to participate and appreciate being invited. I think it was amazing that the whole thing was shot in the Mint. The symbolism there is fantastic. So that was really fun to see that. And I think it's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used is changed, the technology around it has changed, and Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before. So yeah, I'm very appreciative that you guys are putting that all together, and frankly, I'm quite excited to watch it.
Yes, absolutely. Everyone go check out the trailer. Eric is featured in many of the episodes, so excited to be launching that soon. Just to bring a little teaser for some of the things that viewers can expect to hear from this documentary, you brought up a concept that I don't think is discussed enough outside of finance and cryptocurrency, but it's something that I've been bringing into like my day-to-day conversations with people, and we got to talk about it in the Coins documentary, which we've kind of been describing as the war, this debasement of our currency and how crypto might be the solution. Yeah, what can some viewers expect to hear about that from the show?
Yeah, so currency debasement is, in my opinion, like the largest and most long-standing scam that is perpetuated against humans around the world. I think if every year people looked at their bank account and they saw that like 2 to 5% of the money just disappeared, right? They had $1,000 and then the next, at the end of the year, they had like, $980 or something. They would all be rightly confused and angry that that money just disappeared. But when you debase currency, that's not what happens. Instead, the money units stay the same, but they buy less. So the $1,000 will not buy $1,000 worth of stuff at the end of the year that it would at the beginning of the year. So the reason that happens is because of currency debasement, because of inflation. When the government prints money, that is the inflation of the money supply, and all else equal, the value of each unit in circulation goes down over time. The reason governments do this is because they want to spend more than they can take in taxes. And so they print some portion of what they spend. Almost no one understands that much of the government's funding is just by printing money. And when they print that money, they get to use the newly printed money before prices around the economy have risen. And by the time the money circulates around the economy, prices have risen and everyone holding dollars pays for that. So it's a very hidden, insidious form of taxation. It's not honest, it's not transparent. And most people don't really recognize that it's happening. They think the price of milk just goes up every year because of market forces. They don't realize it's because their money is being destroyed. So I think it's a horrible scam. I think over time, people will wake up to it, especially now that there is an alternative form of money that cannot be debased, which is Bitcoin. And as people get used to that, I think they will start to realize that dollars and other fiat currencies like the euro or yen are close to sinister forms of money. And it'll be looked at as like a very sick period in human history when people were subjected to that kind of theft.
Absolutely. I like that phrasing of it. It's like a different way of taxing us without us knowing that it's happening, right? But that's essentially what it is, some sort of way to extract the capital needed from the citizenry.
And it's illegal for you or I to print dollars. But the bank, any bank, prints dollars when you get a mortgage. And this is like another thing people don't realize. When you go get a mortgage or you borrow money from the bank, people have this picture that like the bank has $500,000 and they loan that to you to go buy your house. What actually happens when you borrow $500,000 from a bank is they create it on the spot at the bank in their computer. They just create $500,000 new dollars and give that to you to buy the house. And then you're paying them back $500,000 with interest. And you don't get to like print that at home and pay it back. You have to work and actually get $500,000 plus all the interest and pay that back to the bank. So it's quite an awesome arrangement for the bank to be able to have this license to print money and have to be paid back with real dollars that the borrower worked for. It's ridiculous, and very few people even know that that's the mechanisms of how a bank works.
Absolutely. So anybody who's interested in hearing more of these kinds of conversations and learning more about how money works, the history of money, and how cryptocurrency might provide a solution to some of these problems, as well as all of the tales of, the hacks, Mt. Gox, Silk Road, Ethereum. Check out Coins documentary launching on August 19th, exclusively on YouTube, and then subsequently all other places that you can find podcasts and content. And thank you so much, Eric, for being a part of it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So just to round out the segment, we've been doing this for a little over a year, came out of this desire to continue to support our community that we had built around Mousebelt during COVID and lockdowns and being stuck inside. And through all these conversations, had the opportunity to talk to some of the brightest minds in the space, get them all together for a documentary. Maybe just some backwards looking statements like, how was the last year for you at Shapeshift? And what do you see for the future for Shapeshift or the crypto in general?
Yeah, I mean, the last year for me was really about the journey of decentralization, which sort of culminated with our announcement on July 14th. COVID, for its part, Shapeshift closed its offices back in March of 2020, as did many people. And so we became a completely remote company with about 70 employees. And I think everyone who did that was a little nervous, will this work as well? Will we be as productive can we work together fully remotely? And what we found, along with many companies, is that, yeah, actually, in some ways it's more effective. In other ways, it's less effective, but on net, it's at least as good as being in an office, at least for us. So that helped us, remove one more obstacle in the idea of decentralizing the whole company. Because if we had to have an office, none of that could happen. You can't have a physical office and be a decentralized organization. So yeah, that was an interesting outcome. I think, COVID generally has thrown a bomb into people's patterns of behavior. And some people are realizing that like changing those patterns of behavior can actually be more effective. And so that's a silver lining that's come out of this whole crisis.
Absolutely. For 2021, what do you think some of the biggest things have been in the crypto space that you've seen, besides Shapeshift, of course, going decentralized? What are some of the biggest innovations you've seen this year?
I think the whole development in the Cosmos ecosystem is really exciting. Cosmos is a proof of work chain that is very decentralized, very fast, complete finality on transactions. And a lot of interesting projects are getting built using that ecosystem, including like Terra and Thorchain itself. Thorchain I have to mention again because I think it's one of the most important pieces of infrastructure in all of crypto's history. The ability to trade one asset for another across chains without wrapping is huge. And then certainly as we're talking, there's this whole infrastructure bill in Washington and this huge swell of organic political action on behalf of people in crypto to prevent onerous regulations from being imposed on the industry. That's certainly going to go down this year as like one of the defining moments. Whichever way this vote goes, people really showed up and demonstrated that like crypto is punching way above its weight in terms of political influence. So certainly as prices rise and you get like, 50 million people getting increasingly wealthy and who care passionately about this technology, that's going to be a base of political power that it's going to be increasingly meaningful.
Absolutely. I just had the chance to speak with Brock Pierce, who, as you know, ran for president last year for this event. So for anyone just tuning in, check out some of our other interviews for this special 10th anniversary edition. And we talked a lot about, with freedom, with wealth comes responsibility. And like everyone can kind of understand in crypto now, the freedom of this kind of money becomes the responsibility of like taking control of your own security, managing your own keys. And with this freedom, we live in a participatory democracy. So comes that responsibility to participate. And I'm really excited to see more and more people in crypto getting involved at the local level, at the national level, in the whatever politics in their jurisdictions are.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting to see how much support there has been for that initiative. I mean, my personal opinion is that people don't have an obligation to participate in systems that they don't find ethically okay. Like, for example, I don't vote for president because I don't find that system to be ethically permissible. At the same time, people need to realize that government is everywhere. And there are sometimes certain issues which are just yes, no decisions on something that's either good or bad ethically. And so I don't have any problem with people taking action when they feel like ethically it's the right thing to do. But it's, crypto's gone from this little niche thing that no one cared about to an important force in the world. And it is just one stop in the trajectory of Bitcoin taking over the entire global financial system. So that's where this goes. And we're just kind of like at the halfway point.
Yes, very exciting. Looking forward to what the rest of the year holds. And again, so grateful that everyone has been tuning in for the last year, our 10th special 10th anniversary event here, and that Eric, you came to join us again. So before I let you go, just let us know, how can people find you? How can people find more about Shapeshift, and who do you most want to hear from?
Yeah, shapeshift.com. Check to see if you're eligible for the airdrop, everyone, because many of you might be from actions you took years ago. I'm on Twitter all the time at Eric Voorhees, ERIK, and I'm happy to hear from anyone. For those who are listening and new to this stuff, the main message, people are always trying to think like, should I invest in this or not? Learn about it, buy a little bit of it so that your brain will be open to understanding it, and really understand how to use this stuff responsibly before you just buy something that you don't understand. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And for anyone just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and we've been speaking with Eric Voorhees, the CEO and founder of Shapeshift. Thank you so much for joining us, Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Ashley.
Stay tuned for more, everybody.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver, Lynn Ulbricht, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project, and this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. This is our 10th edition anniversary event. So we've been doing this for a whole year now, and we're bringing you the latest news on founders, innovators in the space, as well as the latest news. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'll be your host for this event. And I'm super excited to bring you someone who's pretty much been with us since the beginning, many times on the show, always active in the crypto space and kind of pushing the bounds. So with me here today, I have Mark Yusko, who's the founder and CEO at Morgan Creek Capital. Mark, welcome back to the show. And how has the past couple of months been for you as we've kind of rebalanced from a lot of the liquidations and things have been on the uptrend?
Yeah, so great to be back and great to be with you today. And always fun to be part of Reimagine and really admire what you guys have put together in the past year. It has been amazing. It feels like a decade sometimes since the first time we sat down and chatted. But the last couple of months have been interesting. That's in probably air quotes. The good news for us is, we've been super, super busy on the venture capital side. And that's, where we actually spend the bulk of our time at Morgan Creek Digital. We certainly invest in liquid protocols and cryptocurrencies, but by and large, most of what we invest in are the picks and shovels, the infrastructure companies around the ecosystem. And while we own Bitcoin and Ethereum and a few other things in the funds themselves, we view them as venture capital investments, right? We buy and hodl. We don't trade. We don't try to speculate on short-term price. I say all the time, price is a liar, right? The day-to-day price of the Bitcoin network doesn't matter at all. I mean, the fact that people still look at it minute by minute, tick by tick, boggles my mind. All the price of any asset is what two people agree to exchange a small amount of that. I use the example all the time, take Microsoft stock, right? If you own 100 shares and I trade with you, that price we see on NASDAQ, that's the price. But if I had 1 million shares, that's not the price. I would never get that price. If I had 10 million shares or 100 million shares, if I were a big owner like Gates or Ballmer, no chance I get that price. So the price that things trade for in the markets have to do with greed and fear and liquidity or lack thereof. And so that's a long-winded way of saying I've been pretty calm and sanguine about the price movements. I've been talking for a while, and people get a little mad at me for talking about this, that perhaps this cycle, right? We're on this 4-year cycle around the halvings, and that this cycle might, and I kept using the word might, have been truncated because everybody was looking at the same model. And when everybody's looking at the same model, when everybody's looking at stock to flow, and everybody's focused on the same day or time when BTC was going to hit 100,000, and we've got the laser eyes till 100K and all that garbage. It's easy to front run, and so I think, unfortunately, and whether it was not Michael Saylor, whether it was Michael Burry or somebody else, someone got on the other side and triggered just a vast wave of liquidations of leveraged accounts, leverage that had no business being in the system. The amount of leverage. I mean, some leverage is fine, but the amount of leverage that was being used, particularly in some of the Far East markets, was insane, just irresponsible. I actually think it should be regulated away, but crazy. So that happened. Then you had the whole Elon tweet ESG thing, which is just nonsense. The FUD around ESG is, same as it ever was, and stupid 8 years ago, stupid 4 years ago, stupid today. And, I think this too shall pass. We made a nice V bottom here, just under 30,000. Maybe that washed out all of the weak hands and the over leveraged accounts. There's probably still a little bit left. So I don't think we're out of the woods completely, but we have been busy and not really stressing too much. We accumulate on the dips, right? We continue to be buyers of our ownership position in the network. Our goal is a certain percentage ownership of the network. And that would apply to other networks. I mean, we own some Ethereum, we own some other protocols. I'm a pretty big fan of things like Polkadot and Cosmos, and we have a nice position in something called the Graph. So there are other things that we're involved in, but by and large, I think you got to separate the day trading versus the investing, and that's a big challenge in the markets in which we operate.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of your guys' portfolio companies are doing great and really doing a lot for consumer adoption as well, whether it's through different credit cards or just more exposure to Bitcoin. But while we're on the topic of, I guess, just ownership, how much do you think custody will affect the crypto space as a whole? As more of these hedge funds and institutions look to buy up more of the Bitcoin and just hold it.
It's 100% the gating factor. Look, ever since we started going down this road, as institutional investors and advisors and fiduciaries, we had to make sure that if we were going to ask our clients to participate in these networks, there had to be institutional quality custody. There had to be institutional quality service providers. It couldn't be, two guys and a dog over in Japan, stealing people's crypto, or now the latest one over in Africa. I mean, the idea that people gave crypto keys to kids, literally kids, who posted numbers that when you look at them, they are unbelievable, right? I mean, no one makes the same return every month after month. I mean, didn't we learn that with Madoff? But, people gave them a lot of money. So I think we've said since really 2018 that the biggest impediment for institutional adoption was this institutional grade custody, and whether that meant people like Fidelity coming and getting involved, or whether it meant upgrades at some of the other organizations that were early. And we've seen that. And I think you've seen more hedge funds. I love the story John Burbank tells of, he wanted to buy Bitcoin in his hedge fund in Passport back in 2016, 17. And, his general counsel like, no, you can't, right? We're fiduciaries and there's no chance. We couldn't get comfortable of where it's being held. And even if it was in cold storage, but it was just a challenge. And today there are lots and lots of hedge funds and other institutions that are putting it directly on their balance sheets, as well as corporations, as well as high net worth individuals. And so, look, custody and and when I say custody, I mean all forms of custody: self-custody, institutional custody, retail custody. This whole idea of centralized finance, and the maxis will say, "Oh, if it's not your keys, not your coins." Fine. For someone who's tech savvy, I totally agree with you. But I'm here to tell you, my dad and people like him are never, ever going to hold their keys. Never. It's just not going to happen. So CFI, centralized finance, is going to exist. We've made a bunch of investments in it, so I'm happy about that. But it's going to exist, just like banks, right? I could, if I wanted to, hold all my money, and I would know I have it. Like I have this recurring nightmare, Roshan, where I wake up and I'm at the ATM and I punch in and it says zero. Like, oh my God, how would I prove that it's not zero? I don't have any statements. I don't have any proof. It's their word against mine. They just, oh, I'm sorry, you have no money. And it's like that South Park episode, and it's gone. So I could take all my money out of the bank and I could put it in my house. And then my house could burn down and the money could burn up, or someone could rob my house. Or, by the way, I don't have any money in my house, so don't come rob my house. But I don't, right? And why don't I do it? Because I trust the bank, at least at this point, to hold my fiat assets. Now, I trust people like Coinbase and others and BlockFi to hold my crypto assets. And then, I have some in cold storage myself, but I always say, look, all the Bitcoin in the world fits right here. Now, I don't have all the Bitcoin in the world right here. In fact, I don't have any on my phone because I've been SIM swapped twice. And thankfully, I didn't have it in a wallet where it could have been stolen, but it could have been. And, by the way, if anyone on this watching this video still uses your cell phone number for two-factor authentication, please stop. Please stop. Always use a second email. Never, ever use your phone number. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it. Two-factor authentication. Never, ever, ever use a mobile phone number. So that's a lot of rambling for a simple question, but custody is a really big deal. Hedge funds, by and large, have solved it. They've gotten comfortable. They're here. They're not going away. Trading firms like Susquehanna and Jump, they've been here a long time. They're not going away. Big institutions, the Harvards and the Princetons and the Stanfords and the foundations and the pension funds, they're not here in size. There are a few, but they're not here in size yet, but they're coming. And the reason they're coming is they have gotten to the point of trusting some of the brands that will help them custody their assets. And I think there are more and more people who are figuring out that centralized custody is okay. Look, it's not ideal, right? And if you want to be in a decentralized world, you need decentralized custody. But there will have to be improvements in those products and services just to make it easier, right? I mean, the idea that most people put their seed phrase on a piece of paper, which is flammable and could get, waterlogged or literally you could forget where you put it. That's just a bad structure. And I'm guilty, right? My original seed phrase is on a piece of paper, and one of these days I'll put it on metal and then it'll be a little better. But there's dumb stuff out there that still happens.
Definitely, there's still a lot of work to do, but hopefully a lot of that institutional adoption of custody also will drip down and make it easy for consumers to just purchase it through their existing accounts, right? We've heard a lot of news about maybe Bitcoin being accessible just through your banks receiving more regulatory green light to hold things like stable coins, which I think really will be a vortex, just stable coins in the future. But kind of talking about valuations, when you think of things like Bitcoin and let's say Ethereum or other assets, is it more about like Metcalfe's law for you, kind of the theory about the growth of the network, or is it about the scarcity element of it?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, right? It's maybe the $64 trillion question. And I think the answer is yes. And I don't mean that to be flippant. I mean that both are important. The Metcalfe's law model is absolutely sound. Networks are valuable because of the participants in the network. Amazon is a network. Apple is a network. Facebook is a network. They're not companies the way we think about companies. They don't control property, plant, and equipment the way the old companies did, right? They're not GE or ExxonMobil. It's not about that. It's about controlling members of the network and getting more connectivity, and exponential growth is why these are the most valuable companies in the world now. I mean, the companies themselves, they're valuable because their networks don't grow linearly. Their expenses grow linearly, but their profits grow exponentially based on this Metcalfe's law formula. And when you think about that, I always use a simple example, right? I take 10 linear steps across the office here, and I get to the other side. If I take 10 exponential steps, I get to high five people in London twice because I go around the world twice. And it was, it's not true. I'm like, just do the math. It is true. That's my, my favorite hashtag is math is hard, and exponential math is really, really hard. But Metcalfe's law is real. And for me, the opportunity in Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other liquid protocol is about how big that network gets and how much the Lindy effect takes over. The longer you survive, the longer you will survive. And the law of increasing returns, right? The more people that use something, the more people will use it. And it doesn't mean that there won't be competitors. Or says, oh, what if somebody invents something better than Bitcoin? Sure, but they have to get the network effect. That's the first problem. Second problem, in an open source world, if there's something better, I can just copy paste and put it on the Bitcoin blockchain, and now my Bitcoin blockchain is even better. And we've seen that twice, right, with things like Taproot and I always forget the other one. But when we add features to the network, we can make it better. But one of the beautiful things about particularly the Bitcoin network is it doesn't want to get better. It likes what it is. It doesn't want to be faster. It's very, very secure. It's the most secure computing platform on the planet, bar none. And that has advantages. Now we can build an entire ecosystem on top of it around second layer and third layer protocols and things like Lightning. And that's what's going to happen. And the same way that you and I are conversing now using TCP/IP, because we are using an app that was built on top of TCP/IP to use it, we don't have to improve TCP/IP. It just is what it is. Now, I personally don't understand how it takes my image in real time, chops it up into a gazillion pieces, sends it through the internet, and it shows up and you can see me and I look normal. Maybe not good, but normal. But it's just amazing, right? And so I think the Bitcoin blockchain becomes that same type of operating system. And on top of that, we got Filecoin to do what FTP does, and maybe we got Polkadot and Cosmos to do what HTTP and SMTP do, and then we got Ethereum kind of as the www dot, the toolkit, and there'll be other things that compete. And I don't know if those are going to be the 5 protocols, like we have 5 protocols in the internet, but ultimately, the growth of the network matters. Metcalfe's law wins. Now, conversely, stock to flow model, very elegant, very simple. For Bitcoin, it works just about perfectly. Why? Because stock to flow really is about commodities. It's about things. And if you think about the things that stock to flow applies to, gold, silver, diamonds, real estate, things where there is some amount of new supply relative to the stock, and the scarcity value, meaning if you think about gold, the amount that is produced every year is roughly equivalent to what's lost or stolen. So the change year to year just isn't that big. So for 5,000 years, gold has been a pretty perfect store of value. Now, Bitcoin is better than gold because I said all the Bitcoin in the world fits right here. All the gold in the world fits in 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools, and it's really heavy and really hard to divide and carry around. And I can send you, one 100 millionth of a Bitcoin instantaneously, 1 Satoshi, using code. A lot easier than trying to break a gold bar in half, and I couldn't send it through the internet. So I do think that stock to flow matters. I think the one problem with stock to flow is correlation and causation are different. And the fact that the model worked really nicely in the 2013 cycle and 2017 cycle, it's nice, it's good. But the fact that it's now breaking down in the 2021 cycle, like I said, is that because we had some players come into the market using futures and other derivative instruments that kind of supersede the spot market itself? That's what people talk about gold. They say, oh, gold price has been manipulated for a long time because people can create paper bars of gold. I actually think that's true. And people have been fined, millions of dollars because of it for spoofing gold prices. And so again, I think it's a long-winded way of saying, I personally look at both models. I think the Metcalfe's law model, and the guy I think who has the best Metcalfe's law model, I mean, I've been following the one that was built, the Parabolic Trav used in 2014. I don't think he built it, but I can't remember the guy's name who built it. That one has been a little bit aggressive. I like Tim Peterson's from N Squared Cryptos. His a little more sanguine. He has a higher decay rate, I think, or whatever the term is. And so somewhere between those two, which is, we were supposed to be at 100,000 based on the 2014 model, middle of this month. Didn't happen. Tim says we're supposed to be somewhere, around 28, 30,000 as the bottom for end of this year. And you could be 20, 30, 40% higher than that because of, the speculative nature of the price on top of the core value. So I think somewhere in between those two numbers is probably the right number as we hover right around 40 now. I think that's somewhere close to fair value. So again, I do look at both. I do think that the stock to flow, again, I don't think it will be invalidated. I just think it will turn out to be a little bit aggressive in its timing, because I think things, the markets are very different. I would say like the first 6 years of Bitcoin, to me, they almost don't count. Now, I don't mean to diminish the people who bought it early and have become very wealthy because of that. Great for them. But it wasn't tradable. It wasn't liquid. I mean, to meet people in the back alley, no institution was ever going to do that, to do a local Bitcoin transaction. It just wasn't going to happen. In the last 5 years, you could put $6 billion to work 5 years ago. You could put $16 billion to work today. You couldn't put 60, but you could put 16 if you were an institution. So I think as we grow and as we migrate down that curve and become more tradable for the larger pools of capital, maybe the stock to flow will come back in favor. But I admire the work. I don't think there's anything. I think inherently it's beautifully, elegantly correct. I just think maybe the extrapolation from that early data the angle of ascent may have been just a little bit too high.
Yeah, for sure. I think those are all excellent points. And the data set for something like Bitcoin, it's not like we have 20 or 30 years plus. However, the interesting part is every single second, or I guess you could say every 10 minutes, the amount of data that's being added on is awesome. And I also think you're totally right with the valuations. Like it's not the same demographic that's getting involved, and it's not the same regulatory environment. Multiple factors. I think in the past month or so, a lot of people have been talking about inflation again. And so one of my questions for you is, if inflation does, come to the point it did when the last financial crisis happened, do you think it will be Bitcoin or stable coins that will sort of save the day, so to speak, like for retail users?
Great question. So a couple things. One, I'm not an inflationista. I'm actually a deflationista. I think what we're going to see is the opposite of inflation. I think this recent bump up in CPI that people are so worried about, 70% of it is used car prices. And that was just an anomaly because of the lockdowns related to COVID. The lockdowns were stupid. The supply chain disruption is real. And, we can't fix it quite yet. And if you tried to buy a bike or a chip or a storage device or, anything, a computer game, right? Right? It's July, almost August, and I still haven't been able to get my son a PS5. He wanted one for Christmas, couldn't get it, and have been trying ever since. Now, I haven't tried that hard. Like I haven't said, I'll pay any price to get one. No, I just want to buy one, and I can't buy one. So that supply chain disruption caused that blip in CPI. I think that goes away. It's transitory completely. What I think isn't transitory is the deflationary pressure caused by the killer Ds, bad demographics. Every day, 10,000 people in the United States and another 10,000 people in Europe turn 65. 65 to 85-year-old people do not spend a lot of money. They're perfectly nice people, and but they don't spend a lot of money the way 45 to 65-year-old people do, and they're not productive. And again, I don't mean they're not nice people, right? And I'm getting closer to that age all the time. But the reality is, the way we measure productivity, 25 to 45-year-old people, not productive. They're learning their craft. 65 to 85-year-old people, not productive. They're done. 45 to 65-year-old, if you look at the population of any country around the world, if you got lots of 25-year-olds, you have high inflation. Because you have to borrow from your customers in the form of higher prices to train your workers. If you have a lot of 65 to 85-year-old people like Japan, you have low productivity, low growth, low interest rates. Europe, US are on that glide plane, and Japan leads us by 11 and 9 years respectively. And that's just where we're headed. So we're going to have low interest rates. We're going to have devaluation of currencies, and we're going to race to the bottom. Now, all of that is good for any asset that is denominated against those assets. So when people talk about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin in the last couple of years, it's up, 250%. Kinda. I mean, Bitcoin itself isn't up all that. It's that the dollar went down against it, because if you look at, any asset denominated in dollars, people are excited. Real estate, real estate's going crazy. Well, is it? I mean, the real estate didn't grow. It didn't appreciate. It didn't get better. It actually wore out. It actually is less valuable. It's just that the amount of money you have to spend to buy it, because there's all this exodus of people from California and New York with high prices coming to states like mine with lower prices and bidding whatever it takes to win a prize. The house didn't get more valuable. Or stocks, right? Stocks prices are up at all-time highs, but are they? If you denominate in dollars, they are. But if you denominate in the Fed balance sheet, they're dead flat since 2009. If you denominate in gold, they're dead flat since 1996. No, Mark, that's ridiculous. No, that's just math. Again, if you focus on what drives any price to rise or fall, you have to think about what it's denominated in. Because if I quote you 1 Bitcoin, what's it worth? It's worth 1 Bitcoin, right? It's worth 1 Bitcoin. No, I want to know the price. 1 Bitcoin. Well, I mean the price in dollars. You want the price. Well, the price in dollars fluctuates not just because Bitcoin becomes more scarce or there's more demand than supply. It's because the currency that you're denominating it in goes down. Think about this. In the bear market in 2018, Bitcoin prices fell a lot, right? In dollars. They never went down in Venezuelan, what's the Venezuelan currency? I don't even remember. So why can't I think of their name?
I think it's bolivars.
Bolivars, yeah. So the price of Bitcoin didn't go down in bolivars or Argentinian pesos. Both of those local markets had such high demand for Bitcoins because their currencies weren't devaluing at 5, 8, 10, 15%. They were devaluing at that much every day, thousands of percent a year. So people were desperate to buy those other stores of value. So I'm in the camp that devaluation of the currency is going to continue for a very long time. Interest rates are going to be low for a very long time. Nominal prices of stuff, right, that is scarce, collectible cars, fine wine, art, cool NFTs, all that's going to go crazy. Well-placed houses, apartments. Now, if you happen to be in a place where there's a mass exodus, like San Francisco or New York, good luck selling your house because prices are going to go down. But if you're in a place like Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, where I live, where Apple's coming, Google's coming, and all the people are leaving. I mean, we had a couple down the hall. A friend of mine is selling his house. Couple from California, sight unseen, moved to North Carolina, right? Had sold their house for like 2.3, bought his for 1.7. He paid $1 million 3 years ago. Didn't negotiate, didn't haggle, done. And that has an impact on the local real estate market. And they don't even work for Google or Apple, who are bringing jobs here. They just wanted to live in a different place than California. So that, again, long-winded way of saying, I think Bitcoin will have a tailwind for a very long time. And that tailwind will come from the erosion of the value of the base currency, in which most of the, well, you guys are global. So this is about dollars, right? If you're, if you live in a place that has yen, it'll be a little bit different. If you live in a place with euro, it'll be a little different, maybe a little worse. Yen is probably further along in the path and probably won't have as much downside. If you live in China, actually your currency is going to go the other way. It's going to appreciate. So that'll actually be a headwind to Bitcoin prices, although you're not supposed to hold it there, I guess, right now. So.
Yeah, apparently, and there's been a mass exodus of Bitcoin miners and people in the community leaving that region. I think all of the things that you covered are really, great points. People should really listen to this when you're thinking about the valuation. It's so true. Like even ever since I grew up, everything's been denominated in dollars, obviously, but no one's ever, I think, taught us like the structure of the dollar, who creates it, how it can be manipulated.
Think about this. We've been bamboozled since 1913 to believe that inflation is good for us. Why is inflation good for us? Who decided that? Well, the people at the top decided that. Why? Because the people at the top, if you own an asset, then inflation is awesome. Right? If I own real estate, and particularly if I own levered real estate, inflation makes me richer. If I don't own assets and I have a fixed income, right? If I'm retired and I have a fixed income, or if I'm on a minimum wage job, oh my God, inflation's horrible. And that's why we have the highest wealth and income inequality in the history of mankind. But that was the plan, right? Everybody's like, oh, isn't that unfortunate? Like, no, it's not unfortunate. It's the plan. The guys at the top, and it is guys, it's not just guys. I mean, there are a few gals, but it's mostly guys. They want to use inflation, which is a wealth tax. It is a theft of your and my wealth to give to the elites at the top. And the idea that that is the goal of the Federal Reserve is comical. And the fact that we applaud, a polite golf clap when they try to reach their 2% inflation goal. Make a 2% inflation goal over 30 years steals half your money. Why is that good? It's not. But we've been schnookered, and that's why Bitcoin is opt-out. It's an opt-out function, and it allows us to buy a little, as I call it, schmuck insurance, right? The schmucks are going to steal our money. We're not going to stop them. That's what they do, and they've been doing it for. It's not just not just the governments now, right? Go back to the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Mongol. I mean, every empire steals your money, right? And then they eventually fall, and a new empire takes over. And they, so right now we live in the American empire, and we've got American exceptionalism and all that good stuff. But it's on its way down. And I'm not a Weimar Republic hyperinflation guy. I don't think that's how it ends. I think it ends very differently. I think it ends more like Japan, where you just fade away into less relevance, and the others ascend. And that's what happened. That's what's happening in China. That's what's happening with crypto. People are realizing that I can opt out for a portion, not for all my wealth, but for a portion of my wealth, because I haven't made the decision yet to totally opt out, right? To leave. Like, I like living here. I have to pay my bills in fiat. I have to buy my food in fiat. And that's going to be that way for a long time. And eventually it might be a central bank digital version of fiat, but it's still fiat. But I'm going to have a meaningful and significant portion of my wealth outside that system, in a place that I think is a deflationary currency instead of an inflationary currency.
100%. And I think a lot more, different types of assets, like your identity, your income, all those things, I think it will also abstract to a different layer where, hopefully the Web 2.0 companies are not owning everything you post and different things like that.
Oh, amen. Look, Web 3 is truly extraordinary in its potential. Now, it's a fur piece from here to there, in the sense that in a truly decentralized world, what is a nation state? Right? It has less meaning in a world where there is a currency, where there is a.
Are you talking about the metaverse now, Mark?
I'm getting there. And it doesn't have to be fully the metaverse. I'm just at the intersection of the metaverse and the universe, in that if I can have an asset that is money, okay? Gold is the only money in the world. And money is something that has no liability associated with it. There are tons of currencies, the dollar, the yen, the euro, the renminbi. All of those are created by governments through fiat using a liability, debt. That's a currency. That is not money. Money is something that exists and has value without an associated liability. Gold has been that. Now you could say silver, platinum, but basically it's gold. Now, what Bitcoin is and why it is digital gold, it's a digital form of money with no associated liability. Everybody says, well, there's nothing backing it. There's nothing backing any money, right? I have little green pieces of paper. I actually don't carry anymore. But if I had a green piece of paper here, everybody say, oh, well, that has the full faith and credit of the government. Like, no, it doesn't. If I hand that to the government, do they give me something? Do they give me a piece of a tank? Do they give me a share of their revenues? No. Do they give me gold or silver? No. There is nothing backing that piece of paper. And in fact, if I go to Israel, they use yellow pieces of paper. If I go to China, they use red pieces of paper. They are simply symbols of faith and trust and custom. And custom is why money has value, is you and I agree to exchange it for a good or a service or your time. And that's why Bitcoin has won, I believe, in this transition to the digital form of money. Now, it doesn't mean there won't be other forms of digital money. There will. But the ultimate digital money is the first one. And that's the law of increasing returns. Paul Romer won the Nobel Prize for this. And it wasn't that Bitcoin had to be the one. I say this all the time. The miracle of Bitcoin is not that it went from $10,000 a year ago to $40,000 today. Not even close. The miracle is it went from 0.0003 cents to $1. That is the miracle, because it never should have happened. It should have been squashed. It should have been killed. It should have died. It should have been competed away, but it didn't. Today, the idea that something's going to come and squash that and replace it, very, very hard. And so, not impossible. I actually think it's impossible, but I think the idea that Peter Schiff, Keith Klimtu, or Nassim Taleb, it has zero. It's going to zero. No, it's not. It's just never going to zero. Now, will it go to 400,000 or 500,000? Like I think, maybe, probably, but it's not going to zero. And so, getting off zero is critically important for all of us, right? We need to take a portion of our wealth, put it in this asset that is deflationary, that protects us against the central banks, or the central banksters, as I like to call them, because they're going to do what they do best, right? They're gonna slowly boil us like frogs, and we're going to take it. And I ask people all the time, what's the lowest price you remember paying for a gallon of gas? And for someone my age, it's like 30 cents, 31 cents, right? Bought a gallon of gas the other day, it cost me $4.31. It's the same gallon of gas, does the exact same thing. In fact, it's a little less good because now there's ethanol in it. Why does it cost $4.31 instead of 31 cents? Well, it's not that it costs more, it's the dollar's worth less. And so that aha moment for people is where you say, yep, I got to have a portion of my wealth in things, and they can be hard assets, gold, silver, platinum, real estate, things that appreciate art, NFTs. Take the Beeple thing. Now look, full disclosure, and I don't mean him any offense, I'm not a fan of his art. Now, I admire the guy, right? I joke, it's not a joke, I haven't brushed my teeth every day for 13 years. I'm fairly certain that is a true statement. He made a piece of art every day for 13 years. That is awesome. That is mind-boggling. And the fact that he put that together in one thing and sold it, awesome. And he deserves every penny, and it's awesome. Will that be worth $1 billion like the guy who bought it said? I don't know. I'll bet you anything it's worth more than 50 million that the guy paid for it. So things that are truly scarce, that are truly not replicable, that can be preserved digitally in a unique form. Eric Schmidt said that best, said what Satoshi Nakamoto did, whoever he, she, they are, isn't that they created Bitcoin. I mean, that's cool and it's amazing and world changing, but what's really cool is the technology to create a unique asset in the digital world, that's going to be used by a lot of companies. It's going to create lots and lots and lots of wealth. This is the greatest wealth creation opportunity I'll ever see in my lifetime. Now, you might see something bigger, you'll live longer, but this is big. I mean, it's big, and it's only getting started. That's the other thing. If people say, oh, I missed it. Are you kidding me? The national anthem just finished. The game hadn't even really started. So I don't know. I just answered a whole bunch of questions you didn't ask.
No, I love those answers. I think definitely Bitcoin kind of stands for resiliency. And yeah, even in my generation, I always talk about it with my peers. We're probably not going to even be alive for the last Bitcoin block to be mined. So it's amazing. It's going to be a whole like century project and even further. And who knows, with people like Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey, someone's bound to take it to space is what I'm hearing. But
I'll take the under on that one. I don't think that's important at all. What matters is the next billion people. And look, to plug Patrick and the project, and it was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project, and this is big, right? Getting the next billion people. That's what matters. And the first 100 million, it's awesome. It's great. Everybody listening to this is, part of that cadre, but the next billion, right? The people like, my cousins and my friends who have been skeptical. My dad at 83, he owns some, and it's awesome. But I know plenty of people who don't, and there are plenty of countries that don't, and there are plenty of people in countries that don't. So, but it's coming, and is it going to be used by every single person in the world? I don't know. I can't handicap that. But the next billion, guaranteed the next billion are going to use it. And how fast it happens depends on a lot of things. People like Jack Dorsey and others who are making it easier. So I like to say we, play a small part in that by backing companies, like BlockFi and like Coinbase and like Figure and others. It's going to come out here shortly that we're back in Gemini, which is pretty cool. So really exciting times, really just mind numbing when you stop and think about the transition that's happening, but no less mind numbing than the transition to computers the first time in the 1950s, or to personal computers in the 1980s, or to the internet in the 1990s, or to the mobile net in the 2000s. The idea that we would carry around handheld supercomputers. When this was created and released in 2007, the first iPhone in 2007, stock price of Apple went down because we were like, no one will pay that much money for a phone. Flip phone's fine. What do I need a smartphone for? Yeah, $3, went from $4 to $3. Today it's $146 split adjusted. Maybe that network's pretty valuable. Maybe the fact that there are 10 billion of these things connected around the world is pretty valuable. So all of that vision and ability to innovate the next big thing, and that's why I talk about the trust net, right? So we had the internet, and that was big, and what it did to media and commerce is pretty profound. And the mobile net accelerated that, right? It's I can buy a plane ticket while I'm sitting in a traffic light. I mean, mind numbing, or order my dinner on the way home, and not when I'm driving, but when I'm at traffic light. And if you think about the next level, which is everything of value, every stock, every bond, every currency, every commodity, every piece of art, every piece of real estate, every private business, everything digitized, trading 24/7, fractional ownership across blockchains. And blockchains are simply a better form of accounting. They're superior to dual entry accounting, which has had a pretty good run for 700 years. And we are on the verge of the next epoch, which is a major epoch. It's the 6th technological epoch in the last 200 years. It's a pretty big deal. And we're not putting that genie back in the bottle, right? This is inevitable. And the thing I love about it is, like Newton said, right? It's not that I'm so brilliant, it's that I stand on the shoulders of giants. He was pretty brilliant, by the way, but he was humble enough to say, no, I I have some good ideas, but they're built on the ideas that came before. And everything that's being built today is being built on systems that have exponential growth. That's why I've entered this exponential age that Raoul Pal talks about. And it's hard for the average person to comprehend it because of this whole thing of, look, exponential growth is hard to comprehend. You know, if I say what's 2 times 2, people say 4, right? Pretty easy. If I tell you, so it's 17 times 23, I'll wait. The average person can't do that in their head. They need a calculator. That's actually been proven to be the limit of human intelligence. If I say, how are you at nonlinear regression? How about log normal linear regression? Probably not so good. And yet that is what Metcalfe's law does. And so this idea that we're at the end is silly. The idea that you can stop this trend is silly. The idea that we should look at every tick in the price of these networks is silly. The idea that we shouldn't be stacking sats, okay, is silly. We should. That's why we should use a credit card and don't get, airline miles, get sats. Now, the one thing I would do is I would change the nomenclature from Bitcoin to Satoshis. And that's why my Twitter name now is hashtag 2.1 quadrillion. There are 2.1 quadrillion Satoshis. So 100 million times the 21 million. And a Satoshi would be at a valuation level that people could wrap their head around. Like, people get scared off by a $40,000 price. Remember, you don't have to buy a full Bitcoin, right? You can buy a piece. But the average person just is freaked out by that price. And if it goes to 100,000 or 500,000, they're going to freak out even more. But if we go down to a penny for a Satoshi or a penny and a half for a Satoshi, now I can buy 100 Satoshis or 1,000 Satoshis or 10,000 Satoshis and feel good about it. So I hope that we get to that point. Plus, it'd be a nice way to honor Satoshi for he, she, their, incredible contribution to this. So again, answered a bunch of questions you didn't ask, but I had some fun.
No, I think it's very important for people to get educated on things like Satoshis. And I think a lot of that will also come with improvements in UX and UI, where people can actually see the breakdown. It's definitely easier to understand, like, versus 0.0001. It scares some people, the decimals and cost bias there.
Yep.
But we've been kind of rewinding. We've had you on the show multiple times, even when we were just starting this project, Reimagine, and it was a pleasure having you be a part of the story of coins. It's really about everyone together, what we can do, how we can drive things. But I think when we had you earlier on, none of the things existed as they do now, things like DeFi and NFTs. Is there anything that you've seen, like DeFi, that has changed your mind about, how that can protect us in the face of all these things for retail and investors, things like inflation and stuff like that?
Look, DeFi is extraordinary. And whether DeFi happens on Ethereum at its root or on Bitcoin as its root, we can debate that, and we can have a discussion another time. There's been a lot of things developed on the Ethereum blockchain around DeFi that are extraordinary. Aave, Compound Maker, synthetics. I mean, incredible. I've invested in something called Barnbridge, the bond token, that, look, it could replace derivatives. I mean, we could do all of derivatives on chain, which makes sense, right? If you get lost, you don't ask people for directions. You look at Google Maps. You trust code. And so why should I trust Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan is giving me a square deal on a derivative product when I can trust code? Code is better. So I do think it's all going to go to DeFi. Now, whether, again, that is on top of Bitcoin as a base layer and Lightning on top of that and something else on top of that, and then, DeFi on top of that, I think that's an interesting argument. I think there's some very compelling people working on some very compelling projects. I happen to like what has already been created in the Ethereum space, and there are those that don't like Ethereum and think it's a Ponzi scheme, and all that. We can agree to disagree, but I don't think you have to love one at the expense of the other, right? I don't think you have to choose amongst your children. I think you can like them all. And I think you can use Bitcoin for what it's good at. And I think you can use the new things that get built on top of Bitcoin. I think you can support those. And I think you can be supportive of what's happening in DeFi. But to your specific question about, have I seen anything that I think will protect individuals? Absolutely, right? The idea that you can now borrow and lend peer-to-peer directly on chain, fully transparent, 24/7, borderlessly, and in fractional decimals, fractional units. Awesome. Truly awesome. You don't have to fill out an application, wait to be approved by some big stuffy banker. True story. Went to get my first mortgage, right? Newly married, bought a house, go to get a mortgage. Back then, house was relatively cheap. It was $130,000. I want a $100,000 mortgage. And the guy said, well, if you deposit $50,000, we'll loan you $100,000. If I had $50,000, you idiot, I wouldn't need a $100,000 mortgage. I don't have $50,000. So I didn't get it at the bank. I got it from, Countrywide. And it was still a heinous process. I think it took like 2.5 months and it was horrible. But Figure Technologies, one of our portfolio companies, can give you a home equity line of credit, get you approved in 5 minutes using AI, get your money in 5 days on chain. Incredible, right? No paper certificate, no paper application, no 90 days to go back and forth with the bank and prove your income and do this and get references. Nope, 5 minutes, 5 days. And those types of evolutions are profound. They increase trust, right? People trust things that are more transparent and less opaque. They trust things that are more equal, right? Everyone has a chance to prove that they're creditworthy as opposed to hoping the bank says yes in this dark chamber of secrets where they're voting thumbs up or thumbs down because they don't like the way you look. And there was that documentary, right, where they had different couples go in and apply for a loan, and they had straight couples and gay couples, and the gay couples got discriminated against. It's like, are you kidding me? In 2020, that's happening? Yeah, it happened. And so this idea that democratizing access through code is, anyone who thinks that's not extraordinary, just is missing the forest for the trees. It's absolutely extraordinary. So I think there's so many things about decentralized finance that are far superior. Now, do I think centralized finance goes away tomorrow? No way. I said, my dad, 83 years old, 0 chance he's going to DeFi. 0 chance. It's fine. He wants Coinbase to hold his keys. He feels good about that. He trusts them like he trusts the bank. And people say, oh, well, that defeats the whole purpose. For you, young, tech-savvy anarchist, and don't have to be an anarchist, but there are a lot of libertarian anarchists out there too. It's like why it took so long for this to come around, right? Tim May wrote the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto in 1988. It took 20 years for Bitcoin to come around. Why? Because when you're an anarchist and you sit up in the mountains by yourself with your guns, you don't have any influence. You don't have any friends, right? I mean, you got to embrace society too. And so you can't be all about, libertarian anarchy and screw the man and burn it down. You got to integrate. And we haven't even talked about the metaverse, which is coming, and the idea that, scarce assets created in the digital world are going to be real. It reminds me, one of my favorite stories is how Tim Draper became a Bitcoin billionaire, right? His friend's son wanted a sword, and the dad said, "You can't have a sword. Your mom's not going to let you have a sword." It's like, no, not a real sword, Dad, a sword for my game. It's like, you want me to give you real money to buy a sword in your game? You're out of your mind. And Tim was like, what? You're going to take money and buy something? Oh, I got to look at this. And he looked at it and he's like, oh, yeah, virtual currency. Oh, Bitcoin just got seized in Silk Road. All right, I'm going to buy it all. Great buy. So it's those aha moments where you realize that it's not the total replacement. It's the incremental. That's why I call it evolution instead of revolution. It's the evolution of technology, the evolution of systems. It's the evolution. And look, I want to capture as much as I can of the $7 trillion, and trillion is a lot. Remember, 1 trillion is a dollar every second for 31,710 years. I want to capture a big portion of that $7 trillion of wasted middleman, middle person, middleman, middle woman, middle person, excessive waste that is enriching the powerful that exists in the current banking system. I want to blow that up. I do. I don't want to blow up the banking system, but I want to blow up that excess wastage, and I want to capture it through companies in DeFi, companies in CeFi. And I think we've done a pretty good job investing in some companies that are doing that.
Yeah, if more things were on chain, it would be more visible, and not to say all the problems would go away, but at least things could be more transparent and we could figure it out. Right now,
Sunshine is the best disinfectant in the world. Harder.
And let me get your quick let me get your quick thoughts on right now this infrastructure bill. Everyone's talking about it. What do you think are more productive ways they could capture something like that rather than just trying to impose more taxes on us?
Yeah. How about we, instead of greasing, the skids of lobbyists and corrupt politicians and corrupt companies that are feeding the lobbyists so they get, pork projects. How about we do this? How about we set up a innovation fund funded by the central government, and like a venture fund, and where the government venture fund would actually own pieces of these innovative companies trying to create the future. Government of Singapore does it. Temasek, they've crushed it, absolutely crushed it. And look, investing in innovation, it's the best thing in the world, right? My pinned tweet: the greatest wealth is created by investing in something you believe in before others even understand. And rather than, throwing money to, buy $400 toilet seats, which is exactly what's going to happen in the infrastructure bill, because people cheat and steal, you'd be much better off investing in businesses that have to prove that they do something good. So don't, put it in pork barrel projects like Solyndra, which doesn't actually have technology that works, but put it in real businesses that are innovating and making things better every day. So the incentive of profits and the incentive of ownership are proven business models. This whole anti-capitalism thing is bogus and stupid. Capitalism works. Cronyism doesn't. And what we have that's wrong is cronyism. Capitalism is awesome.
Yeah, thanks for your quick thoughts there. Hopefully, that sounds like a much more productive way. At least some innovation will come out of it rather than just pointing fingers.
I tell you what, we would get all the potholes filled. We would get all the bridges fixed if we incentivized people to build companies to address those needs rather than feed, we call it lobbying. That's just a fancy word for graft and corruption. At least in other countries around the world, they don't hide it with a fancy word. They just call it corruption.
Yeah, they just label it. And I think these play to earn models have been changing a lot of things like Axie and other blockchain games, around the world. So I'm looking forward to that. And you already answered one of my other questions. I was going to ask you any interesting stories you have. So I think to end things off, I think you have to give us the Mark Yusko special, which in my view is your advice. You always have some good pieces of advice. So maybe give me 3 pieces of advice, to our viewers out there, people that are watching that are maybe still kind of skeptical, or they're wondering how they can contribute to the space and be a part of this.
Yeah. So, first, spend the time, right? Go down the rabbit hole, read as much as you possibly can on the technology, on the people in the technology. Lop.net has great resources already laid out for you. You can read all the interesting stuff and just spend the time, right? As I said, sunshine is the best disinfectant, but information is power and knowledge is power, and it's all out there. It's all readily accessible and easy to get to, but you got to spend the time. And it's like exercising. It's like eating right. If you don't do it, if you talk about it, it doesn't help. You actually have to do it. So that's one piece of advice. Second, most important thing in investing is to follow the talent, right? People build great stuff. And this is the second time in my career where I've seen a massive exodus of talent leaving lots of industries and coming into one. First time was in the internet, tons of people leaving banking and consulting and finance and manufacturing and everything in between, and going into the internet, and people calling them stupid and crazy, and they changed the world. The same thing's happening now. And I had a guy come, I gave a talk in New York before the lockdown happened. And a guy comes up to me after and says, would you call my mom? I'm like, what? He's like, my mom thinks I'm an idiot because I left a big law firm. I'm working for this crypto company. And you said that's a good thing to do. I was like, yeah, I'll call your mom. So we called his mom and said, your son is really smart. He's working for a great company. It's going to be good. And it was fun, right? Because it's all about talent, right? The world is built on talent. So follow talent. Then the last piece of advice would be what I say every time I go on CNBC and they ask me about Bitcoin. Just buy it, right? Buy it today, buy it tomorrow, buy it next week. Don't buy it all at once. Don't try to market time. Just keep buying it. Right? Zach Prince does this all the time. CEO of BlockFi. He'll actually post pictures where he bought 0.25. He just buys it, right? And what you need to stop doing is worrying about the price of the asset and start worrying about what's your ownership position in the most valuable network on the planet. This is the most valuable network on the planet. It will be the most valuable network on the planet. It will be, I think, the most valuable asset on the planet someday. You need to own a piece of it. You don't need to own the whole thing. You can't, but you need to own a piece. And you just need to keep increasing that piece, and you need to stop looking at it and tuck it in a drawer. I tweeted this out the other day, right? Drawer equals edge. Buy assets that are going to appreciate over time, put them in a drawer, and don't look at them. So that's probably 4 pieces rather than 3, but.
Hey, we'll take more advice than less, and love your ideas of always being on the edge. How can people, get in touch with you and really follow all the happenings of your portfolio companies as well?
Yeah, so I'm easy to find. So I'm on Twitter at Mark Yusko, MarkYusko. Our website is morgancreekcap.com. I stink at email, so never email me. But I actually I'm decent, although some would say not great, but I'm decent at DM on Twitter. I'm actually pretty good at text. So if you eventually track me down and we exchange phone numbers, then that's the easiest way to get me. But I'm pretty accessible. I've written a lot. I've done a lot of podcasts. There's a lot of stuff out there if you're interested in kind of background and history and stories. Watch all the Reimagines. That's the easiest way, because we've talked about just about everything under the sun together, and was fun to do it again today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark, for being here, always sharing your stories, your advice. We always learn something new from you as well. So I would love to have you on again, as always.
Awesome. Thanks. Enjoy.
And to the rest of you that are still tuned in, we're bringing you more episodes here at Reimagine. And please check out our YouTube library for all of our interviews. We've done over 500 interviews now. So check that out. And thanks for being a part of our community. Take care.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Pell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbricht. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Oh, hi there! Frederick the Yeti here, and it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Cold wallet or cold storage. An offline wallet that is never connected to the internet. These wallets protect cryptocurrencies from getting hacked online. Of course, where I come from, up in Saskatchewan, every wallet is a cold wallet, eh?
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary event. We've been doing virtual conference events for the past year now, bringing you the latest in latest founders out there, latest leaders, and of course, the latest industry news. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'll be your host for this event, and I'm very excited to bring you a new guest. With me here today, I have David Schwartz, who's the CTO at Ripple. David, welcome to the show. And I think, of course, a lot of people know you in the industry, know you in the space, even outside the crypto world. But, tell us a little bit about how you actually first got into crypto before we do a deep dive on other things.
Thanks, Roshan. It's great to be here. I first found out about Bitcoin in mid-2011, and it came at a really good time for me. I had kind of finished the projects that I've been working on, and I was looking for something new and interesting. And when I found Bitcoin, it was just instantly I realized that there was something different, something special, something with the potential to make a big difference here. I'd been interested in cryptography. I've been working in secure messaging and cloud storage. So the technical stuff, I'd worked in distributed systems, Cloud storage involves, the same type of distributed systems, reliability, and so on, and spreading information over multiple locations. So these were technologies that I was very familiar with. But the thing that really was made it resonate with me so much was that I was very interested in control over the way people spend money as a tool of oppression. I lived through the spread of the internet, and I saw how control over information was used as a tool of oppression. For example, like repressive governments like North Korea, Kim Jong-il at the time was believed by many in North Korea to be, perceived as an intellectual in the West and, as a serious figure. And really that, of course, is not the way that he was portrayed or thought about in the West. And people in North Korea didn't know that. And the internet and similar technologies, even people handing USB flash drives from person to person, like pierce that wall. And it's harder to repress people when they know the truth, when they know that, because they were told that people in the United States, didn't have health care and were starving in the streets. And all that's true. It's not that that's not true. It's that it's a distorted picture. When you can control the flow of information, you can use truths to tell untruths, right? We see that today with misinformation. It doesn't consist of exclusively false statements. It can paint a false picture with true statements. And the internet has, I watched the internet open that dialogue up, and actually, it's kind of sad to me that we've seen the reemergence of new gatekeepers. Who the internet has backslid on that. But what happened to me is that I thought of the control over money as a tool of oppression as well. If you can force people to use a currency that you can debase, if you can know how people are spending money and control how they spend money, that's a tool of oppression. And Bitcoin struck me as a way to sort of knock those barriers down and be a tool of liberation financially, just as the internet was a tool of liberation, in the information space. And so I just read everything about Bitcoin I could possibly find, learned everything I could about it, and I said, I want to do whatever I do next. I want it to be something in this. I had this feeling like that the space was just super exciting, and I had to work in that space. And then, I found out about the project that became the XRP ledger, and, the rest is history.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Bitcoin is, gives you a lot of freedom, and it's really empowering. And, just with the state of things in the world with COVID and all of the macro money printing that they're doing, how has this impacted, Ripple in general? Do you see more people doing remittances and things like that?
Yeah, when COVID first happened, we were like, oh my God, we just have no idea. Like, this could change everything in unimaginable ways. And we kind of had a bit of a pause at first. Like, let's just take a breath for a minute, and see what's going on in the world. And it seems like, at least, until a couple of weeks ago with the emergence of the Delta variant, that things were largely returning to normal. But some things will never have been impacted in ways that won't change. One of them is the integration of technology into our daily lives as being perceived more broadly as an essential tool. And what's interesting about that is you could say that that's sort of been a negative because it's created a big backlash against tech. But I'll take people interested in what you're doing over people not caring and not seeing it as an important part of the world. Even if they vehemently hate everything you do, as long as they agree that it's important, I'll take that as a victory. Remittances are obviously critical to some of the poorest people in the world, and they're very, very badly served. One thing that you might hear from me a lot is that if you have to convince people that they have a problem, that's like strikes against you. Like people in the United States sort of on some intellectual level know that credit cards are terrible. But if you have a solution that makes them better, people are not interested because let's be honest, Americans love credit cards. They work perfect. They don't see the problems. Even if you're right that something is terrible, if you have to convince people that they have a problem, that's like two strikes against you. So focus on the areas where people know they need help and they have problems. And you say, look, I know that when you make an international payment, you have a bad experience. I can make that better. Like, focus on the problems people actually have. And that's kind of how I personally, and Ripple the company as well, in the in the 2012 to 2015 timeframe, really focused on payments, and particularly international payments, because people know that's broken.
Definitely. I think a lot of people know that these things aren't the future, but I think a lot of people are skeptical to change. So even when we're talking about the future of commerce, how much do you see it happening on chain versus kind of a mixture of TradeFi and DeFi?
I think there's scaling problems with keeping a chain decentralized. I don't think that we can break that. One fundamental thing, sometimes people will talk about how many transactions per second their public blockchain will do, and they'll say, oh, well, your blockchain can do 1,200, and there's this new blockchain that can do 10,000, so you're obsolete. If I could flip a switch and make every public blockchain do 10,000 transactions per second, and I just want to make the world better, I wouldn't flip it. Because the problem is everybody has to receive those transactions and process them and store them. And so there's a pain point on public blockchains in that it's just expensive to do things in this decentralized way. What I'm hoping will happen is those lowest layers, whether it's the Bitcoin blockchain, whether it's Ethereum's main chain, whether it's the XRP Ledger main chain, those main chains will always be open to people. And because of that, if you're in a situation where you absolutely must have that decentralization, it will be available to you. But what I'm hoping is that most people won't need to sort of resort to that level. It'll act as the safety net that forces the businesses to be competitive. And I'll give you like a very tangible example of that. I can log into my Coinbase account. I have a Coinbase account, and I can say I want to withdraw 1 Bitcoin, and they'll ask me for the address I want to withdraw the Bitcoin to. And Coinbase has no idea who owns or controls that address right now. Like, it could be a terrorist. It could be on someone on the list of denied persons. But that's just how Bitcoin works. Like, the fact that now I'm using Coinbase. Like, I don't have to run if I only used Coinbase, I don't have to run a Bitcoin node. I don't get all of the benefits of decentralization, but I get a lot of them because Coinbase has to pass them through to me in order to be competitive. And so what I'm hoping is that as long as those lowest levels remain accessible to people, we won't actually need to use them. The fact that they're there will be sufficient. It's kind of like the legal system. If you had a super efficient legal system, it would probably hear 0 cases because I wouldn't rip you off if I knew the legal system was going to punish me for it, right? I would have no incentive. So what I'm hoping is we can find ways to use those base layers like the legal system as the last resort that we don't need to resort to because it's so good, it's so efficient and so fair that people don't feel the need to resort to it because they pass through those benefits. But that's my hope anyway. If we have to do all of these transactions right on the decentralized chain, that's going to be a lot more painful. I think there's some fundamental scalability issues that we just don't know how to solve yet.
Definitely, and as we're even speaking today, Ethereum is supposed to go through, E 2.0 supposed to launch. Ethereum's going to start burning, things like that. But even going back and talking more about Ripple and the XRP Ledger, what do you see? Like explain how the infrastructure is better than a lot of what the banks are using nowadays, especially in COVID. People are seeing it takes them a really long time to move money in between countries.
Well, what's happening today is you see these very glitzy systems. Swift recently made some significant upgrades, and you'll see like you log into a bank user interface and it's really slick. They have a nice app and it all works really well. But if you go just a couple of layers beneath the surface, you're back in time. If you're lucky, you're in the late 70s, and you might, the way the actual money is moved is ancient. It's based on, reel-to-reel tape-based machines. What we're trying to do is reimagine the way those very lowest layers work. And in fact, like when I first found out about Bitcoin, the message that resonated me with Bitcoin is like, don't build on the existing system that enriches like the big banks, build on like the best technology and the most interesting, newest stuff. And it's funny that you now see Bitcoin maximalists basically saying, build on Bitcoin, come on, be honest, because it enriches the people, the maximalists who hold it. And it's funny that I've kind of seen that backslide of like, don't use these newer technologies. Like we'll innovate on the second level. We'll patch all of the problems with, with the existing system, and we'll make the system work for you. But I'm still of the opinion that building the better technology is the way to go. And the funny thing is you might think that banks would like prefer a system that they can own and control. But what happens is when you think that through mentally, what happens is you sort of put yourself in the role of like a very big bank, like one of the 20 biggest banks in the world, the Deutsche Banks, the HSBCs, the Credit Suisses. Sure, they would love a system that big banks owned and control, but there's there's thousands of small banks. They are not happy with the big banks controlling the way money flows, and they would prefer a system that nobody can control to one controlled by the big banks. Because if you're a small, challenger bank, mid-range bank, the big banks are your biggest and most powerful competitors, Why would you prefer a system like if you're one of those typical one of the thousands of typical banks in this country, you're not going to own and control the plumbing that other people use. That's just not, and look, that's not realistic. You're not big enough to target that. And you might easily prefer a system that nobody can control to a system that in fact is controlled by your biggest and most powerful competitors, the people who really would like to push pause on the world, right? The people who say that they're all about innovation, but really they're about innovation only insofar as it allows them to hold their position. Like, that's what you would do if you were at the top of the heap, right? You would try to stop time if you could, and you would obviously say that you're pro-innovation, but what that means is pro-innovation if it allows you to grab on to any technology that might jeopardize your position at the top. And so that's the dynamic that I think we can leverage for change.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, it's kind of jeopardizing, the legacy companies, their entire business model. So, like, going forward, what do you think will be the competitive advantages, for things like the XRP ledger and even other banks, if it's not going to be custody or it's not going to be, complete control of the network, so to speak?
I think there are a lot of little things, but the biggest one, like if you want the one thing that I think is the biggest thing here, what's happening today is if you look at any means of international payment, whether it's the way you do remittances or the way big banks do the plumbing between them, what's happening is the provision of the liquidity, like if I'm going from dollars to euros or Mexican pesos or whatever, the provision of the liquidity is sort of bundled with the payment. They're intimately tied to each other. So if I use Western Union to send money to Mexico, Western Union does everything. They take my dollars, they deliver the Mexican pesos, and they provide the liquidity somehow. So it's a bundled service. And that has a lot of disadvantages. There may be a better way for me to get money into the system than Western Union, but I can't use it. There may be a better way to deliver the Mexican pesos. Maybe I want to go to a country that Western Union doesn't, have a presence in, or maybe I want to use some other source of liquidity. The biggest thing I think is the unbundling, and where I think that's the most dramatic is in the provision of liquidity. There are people and businesses that have money in the wrong place. Apple has a huge amount of dollars in Ireland for it just wound up there. They don't need it there for any particular reason. They could provide liquidity to people who needed to deliver dollars into Ireland very cheaply, like cheaper than someone who wanted to do it as a business because they just happen to have the money sitting there. And there are people who, want to, there's probably some guy who owns a chain of restaurants or grocery stores in Mexico who lives in the United States. And he's probably paying 5% to get money from Mexico to the United States, which is, of course, ridiculous. I think the biggest thing, and I articulated in the very, very early days of Ripple, what I said is what we need is public pools of liquidity that anybody can contribute to and draw off, so that when I need to convert between one asset to another, and that could be anything, it could be a remittance, it could be a payment, it could be an investment. When I want to move from one asset to another, I want to be able to draw on everybody who needs to go in the other direction in some sense. Everybody, maybe I want to go from dollars to euros, maybe someone wants to go from dollar to Bitcoin, and someone wants to go from, Bitcoin to euros, and I can draw on all of that. We built that into the XRP ledger in 2012. And I think Ripple has been trying to build something akin to that as an enterprise, the on-demand liquidity and similar technologies that Ripple has been working on as an enterprise solution are in that same vein. So I think that's the biggest one, the unbundling of the provision of liquidity from the rest of the payment, and then that idea that I should be able to draw on the cheapest liquidity in the world for the payment that I'm making. And I should be able to contribute to it too, right? Why should I pay a spread? I should be able to provide liquidity. If I'm not in a hurry, or if I don't care where my money is, as long as I get more of it, I should be able to provide liquidity to people and let my money, bounce around different assets, different countries, and I make a spread each time. That's great.
Hey, it's exactly what banks and other authorities above us do with the regular people's money. It's just that they never knew about it, and I think that's what DeFi aims to solve, right? With a lot of liquidity pools, lending, and so on. What is the future of DeFi on the XRP ledger? I don't think a lot of people can visualize, how that looks right now.
Yeah, I mean, DeFi is a key focus for Ripple. I mean, our RippleX team is looking at DeFi very, very closely. The XRP ledger has a decentralized exchange. The decentralized exchange allows you to provide liquidity. It allows you to draw on liquidity. It allows you to move between tokens. I think those are the biggest proven use cases for DeFi. The XRP ledger doesn't currently have a sort of generalized DeFi capability. And it's funny, a lot of people tell us, like, the XRP ledger doesn't have a generalized DeFi capability, so I can't do so-and-so. It's like, no, we have a specific feature for that. Like, if you want a decentralized exchange, we have one. You want to issue tokens with a finite supply, like, we have token issuance. We have a lot of the most interesting DeFi features. We don't have general purpose DeFi. And that's one of the reasons that I've proposed federated sidechains, and other people have proposed hooks, which is an XRP ledger native DeFi solution. I think both of those projects are going to go forward, and other projects may go forward as well. The trick, though, is to figure out, like, what are the interesting things in DeFi? Like, what do people really want to do, and what's the best way to let them do it? I'm a little skeptical on this point. Like, I'll just give you an example. Like, you mentioned loans. I'll tell you why I'm a little skeptical of loans. Loans can either be collateralized or not collateralized. There are very few people who need collateralized loans. Like, it's maybe as a speculative tool, like I want to hold XRP or ETH or Bitcoin, and I also want to be able to spend money, but like that's a speculative tool. It's not really, there isn't really a huge demand for ways to speculate more. I mean, cryptocurrencies are pretty volatile already, like ways to speculate in them, ways to make them more volatile, there isn't much demand for. And loans that like aren't collateralized are very difficult to do in a DeFi space because people can default on those loans. Like, there's no collateral. So like, how does a DeFi system like evaluate someone's credit worthiness? Like, it just, I'm very skeptical of I don't think we know today what the big applications in DeFi are going to be. I think DEXs are proved. Decentralized exchanges and tokenization, I think, are pretty clear winners. The further away from that you get, the more skeptical I get that we know what those applications are going to be and how useful they're going to be. It's funny, I'm walking a fine line because I'm both saying that we're really excited about it, which we are, and also that we're not fully convinced. I would make a similar argument with NFTs. Like, we're really excited about the potential for NFTs, but if you tell me if you ask me how are NFTs going to change the world, what are people going to be using NFTs for in a couple of years? I don't. If you asked me about the internet, I'd be excited, but I would never have told you that people would use it to watch videos of cats or to argue with each other about whether vaccines are effective. Like, you can know a technology is amazing and powerful and still be skeptical of almost every hypothesis people give you for how people will use it.
Yeah, I mean, the valuations are insane with some of these things right now. And I think the communities are fairly strong too, but yeah, it's interesting how a lot of the value, doesn't come from anything related to the traditional finance system. It's all coming from really new value abstracts. But what are some of the use cases you think that either XRP or just crypto in general, does better than the traditional system?
I think the big one is payments. I think payments is huge, and it's funny. Here's one of the things that I sort of struggle with intellectually. Payments is a massive market. I mean, the dollar amount of all payments is enormous, and the friction is enormous. Like, if you look at the cost of payments, and if you look at, the efficiency of payments and the cost of companies that have to leave money pre-positioned in different places because they don't know where they're going to need it and they can't move it on a weekend, like, it's enormous. And for a long time, what I said is, let's fix payments. Like, let's do that. Let's build a better payment system. And I think we really did that. I think Ripple built RippleNet, which is a better enterprise payment system, and the XRP ledger has matured into, I genuinely believe that it is the best decentralized ledger for payments. That is a huge problem, and I would have thought that if we got to where we were, where we had solved it both as an enterprise and as a sort of open source, public, decentralized system, like, we win, right? Like, that's it, game over, right? Like, we solved a multi-trillion-dollar problem. Where's our prize? And the reality is that it's still very difficult to draw people into the space. And I think, like, one of the reasons I'm so excited about NFTs is because NFTs appeals to a completely different group of people who have a completely different problem that they're trying to solve. I still think we need to figure out what is the road to take cryptocurrency to mass adoption. The fact that it can make payments and remittances better for so many people should be enough. But the reality is, I can't tell you why. I'm baffled by this. It isn't good enough. It hasn't done it. We've built the best mousetrap, and people are still surrounded by mice, or whatever metaphor you want to use. And I think part of the problem is two things. So one of them is usability. It's just very difficult to use most crypto solutions. And I think the other one too is there's sort of a kind of, an analogy is an impedance mismatch. Like, the way you use crypto, like, the advantage of crypto is that there isn't somebody who controls your access to crypto. that's like like if the advantage in a nutshell. Like if you look at why NFTs are popular, it's because you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Most people may not even know that they're NFT. Like they may know in theory that an NFT is on a blockchain, but they don't know what any of that means. It doesn't matter. They have this cool NFT and they can look at it and they can play with it. They get this great user experience, right? They're isolated from the technology. And if we don't know, if all of the real advantages are very tied to the details of the technology, it's much, much harder to get mass adoption. Like if I'm trying to sell you a car and I tell you this has 12 cylinders, it's super powerful, you're like, I just want to know, can I get to work or not? You know, and it's like, you're not necessarily, if the appeal is deeply rooted in the guts of the technology, if it's rooted in security, every company will tell you they're secure. And most consumers don't think about the security of, like, if I tell you this really is secure, everybody else is lying to you. Like, I have to, again, I'm back to having to convince you that you have a problem so that I can solve it. So I think we have a challenge like the whole crypto industry has a challenge to face of figuring out how do we bring this like to mass adoption. And one of the reasons I'm more excited about NFTs than I probably would be otherwise, because it is still unproven and we don't know how people are going to use them, but that they provide a slick user experience and they're interesting to a completely different group of people for completely different reasons. And I do think digital rights is a big market that is still unsolved. Like every single one of us owns lots and lots of digital rights, and they're spread out everywhere, and we have no way to manage them. And like the way we manage digital rights is terrible. So you know, I'm excited about those things that can drive to mass adoption, but I think we still don't know what that path is. Maybe it's NFTs, maybe it's DeFi, but then with DeFi, we have to solve problems people really have. You know, here you have to, like, for people in the United States, you have to pretend you're not in the United States, because in the United States, we're overbanked. Like, we have great choice. You know, you can open a brokerage account, you can move your money around very easily. You have to put yourself in the position of someone who doesn't have those options and think, like, what do they need to be able to do? And in some cases, it's just have a secure place to store their money. And like, there's you know, millions of people that don't have that. So we need to figure out what, like, if we want to grow the space, we need to figure out what that path to mass adoption is. Maybe NFTs.
Yeah, I love how honest you are as well. I mean, as far as we've come, there's a lot of work to still be done, and it's surprising too, right? Nobody thought NFTs would drive this much, you know, new people coming in who didn't care about all of the other important aspects as much. But I think the hope is, over time, they start to get more educated and start to understand the importance of these different frameworks and infrastructure. But one thing I find interesting, you know, you seem very focused on specific things. So tell me why, you know, the XRP ledger hasn't really integrated smart contracts as much, and how does, you know, what's the real value of federated side chains? Is it going to drip down to retail users in the end, or is it for municipal banks and stuff like that? I'm not too sure.
Well, it's challenging to add smart contract capability, which is needed for many DeFi applications, directly to the XRP ledger without compromising its utility for payments. That's a technical, it feeds back into this. Like, you know, Ethereum is terrible for payments because if CryptoKitties Part 4 hits when you want to make a payment, like, it's going to be slow and expensive. But you can't build anything like CryptoKitties on the XRP ledger. If that's what you want to do, the XRP ledger just has nothing for you today. It's just like, no, go to Ethereum or go to Binance Smart Chain or something that has that. And what we want to do is we want to sort of ease that pain. We want to give people access to fantastic payments and fantastic liquidity, but not tell them we have no answer to you if you want DeFi. What I proposed is federated sidechains, which is this idea that you have a bunch of side chains, that is chains that literally like run alongside another blockchain. And each of those ledgers has their own transactions, it has their own accounts, it can have their own tokens, but tokens can easily move between side chains. Sidechains can have their own fee system, their own reserves, they have their own transaction capacity. Each sidechain will have however many transactions per second it's designed to have. It could be 1,000. And someone who wants to create a system with, you know, thousands of users and thousands of transactions per second can build a system, and they can know that they have that capacity because they purpose-built that system. That also allows them to innovate. Like, if you want to build a blockchain that's different at the low, like if you build on Ethereum, you're stuck with Ethereum's fee structure, you're stuck with the Ethereum virtual machine's capabilities. If you built your own blockchain, you wouldn't have that limitation, but you wouldn't have any like ERC20 assets, like you wouldn't have any cool tokens on there. And so why would people want this fantastic chain if there's no assets on it? For that, like for DeFi, you need good tokens. So what I propose to crack that nut is this idea of federated sidechains with assets that can move from sidechain to sidechain. So you can put DeFi on a sidechain, and you can have one that's an Ethereum clone for people who want that. You can have one that has some different, you know, thing. And if you want to do DeFi some other way, you can build your own chain that has it and have it running real money very, very quickly. The other thing that's been going on in the community, and Ripple has had basically zero to do with this, is this thing called hooks, which is an XRP Ledger native capability for some types of smart contracts. It's a trade-off. It doesn't provide as much capability as Ethereum does, but it could potentially coexist on the native XRP Ledger without degrading its ability to be used for payments. So it's kind of like staking a position that's intermediary sort of between the XRP Ledger and Ethereum. You do have some DeFi uses that you couldn't do on XRP today, things like loans and smart payments and so on, but you don't degrade the payment experience. And those things will all going to be developed, and we'll see how they play out in the market. Ripple's going to continue working on federated sidechains, as other people will. Wietse and Richard have been working on hooks, and they're going to continue moving forward with that. And we'll see what capabilities these provide, and which proves to provide the best capabilities to the community.
Yeah, I think it's kind of admiring how you're very focused on a specific set of use cases, or even which technologies to implement. There's a lot of projects now that they're just building and branching to any chain they really can. But from a technologist view, if it's not really about the intellectual property per se, like a lot of people are forking different blockchain, what is some of the what's the competitive advantages, and what's the real moats for these crypto projects, you think?
There may not be very many, and I think in general that's a good thing. I mean, unless you're a person who's like, all I care about is crypto as an investment vehicle, then moats are not good things. One of the things that I've said throughout this whole thing is we don't want to pressure people to use the solutions that are not the best solutions for them. Like, one of the questions we got asked in the early days of RippleNet is, why don't you just force everybody using RippleNet to use XRP? Well, we probably wouldn't have any customers if we did that. You can't tell your customers to use something that benefits you that doesn't benefit them. The strategy, I think, has to be to give people a vast array of choices and let them pick the choice that's the best. And if you are engineering ideas for a project, you don't have to be working at Ripple, you're working on ideas for the XRP Ledger, it's on you to make the XRP Ledger the best at something. Really good for some use case. And then the people who have that use case, as long as they have the ability to use it, why wouldn't they if it provides the best solution? I think what we need to do is we need to combat lock-in, and we need to combat maximalism. We need to tell people, use the solutions that are the best for whatever problem you have. Use the tokens that are the best for whatever you're doing, and don't try to lock people in. Don't try to tell people, oh, you want the Ethereum virtual machine, you have to use ETH. That was true at one time, and Binance Smart Chain, among other things, sort of changed that. If we don't give people great choices, we won't have customers. And an analogy that I sometimes use is like Twitter. Twitter benefits from having strong competition, because if Twitter was the only thing to do, if Twitter was the only social network or the only thing to do on the internet, would I have home internet access? Would I have a smartphone? Would Twitter have a market? Twitter's market is people who like to use the internet for stuff. And the reason there exist people who like to use the internet for stuff is because of companies like Samsung and AT&T, and even Twitter's earlier competitors, companies like MySpace and Friendster, GeoCities, the companies that created the market that Twitter sells to. If you joined Twitter as a marketing intern and you're like, hey boss, I have this great idea how to get more people to want home internet access and smartphones, they would say you're crazy. Our target market is people who have home internet access and smartphones, right? The target market for the types of crypto products that I'm talking about doesn't really exist yet. The people who have access to multiple blockchains and have these tools that allow them to easily interoperate, and so they can pick the technologies that best solve their problems. Today you go to a browser and you can go to whatever website or whatever search engine, but best solves your problem. And that's great for everybody. So I think that's the thing that we need to get to. We need to get to an interoperable world where people can easily choose the technologies that solve whatever whatever problem they have best. And then it's on the people who are working for the projects to say, okay, we're going to be the best at something. We're going to be the best at remittances to China. We're going to be the best at low value NFTs. We're going to be the best at high dollar value, automated market making. And then the people who have that problem will go to your platform if there's nothing that stops them and you're the best. Why wouldn't they, right? You have to make people want the product. You can't. It's never going to work where you try to sort of trap people in, where you try to lock them in with some kind of moat. I say knock the moats down, because the problem right now is we don't have enough customers. The problem isn't we have all these customers and we can't get money from them, right? The problem is we don't have enough people using the technology. So we don't want to lock people in. We want to enable them.
Okay, so bring the moats down. I like
Yes.
that. I hope you start a new theme actually and get more blockchains and crypto companies working with each other because it's the
Oh,
same.
I do have to do one thing though. So a lot of times when I say this, people think that I don't mean it. So people have told me, like, there's this old joke that, like, in the Bill of Rights, on the first, second, fourth, and fifth amendments, they forgot to put "and I really mean it" at the end. Like, if only they had done that, right? So I'm just going to put an "and I really mean it" on the end of that.
We'll make it a hashtag. That'd be great if you started that hashtag. But while we're on the topic of user choice, which I really like, I think it's a good balance. How does the interest of CBDCs with all these countries impact that? Do you see a world where a lot of nation states will launch their own CBDCs and it won't really be federated? There won't be enough checks and balances. Like, does that worry you?
A little bit, but not too much. A lot of things that you'll hear people worry about is that CBDCs will become like a tool of oppression. That the man is going to embrace the technology in some sort of a shallow way, that actually increases like oppression and control. I'm both worried and not worried about that in slightly different ways. I'm not worried about it in the sense that I don't get worried when I see people like moving on CBDCs or something. But I am worried about it in the sense that, although to some extent I think the technology inherently pushes against that, the walls just hurt you, right? When you build an internet with walls, like China discovered this, you build an internet with walls, you try to build your own domestic internet or something, the walls just hurt you, and eventually you realize, God, this is just stupid, and you take the walls down. Like, if you look at what the internet has done, I can move information across, international boundaries super easy. And there's a lot of people who would say that that's bad, like espionage and attacks on infrastructure, and they've just like had to accept the fact that, oh well, like in this world, because of the tremendous benefits that we get out of the internet, people can move information in the internet. We can't search information at the border anymore. We once could do that, and now we can't. Modern technology has eliminated that choke point, and regulators adapt. I mean, regulators have legitimate things that they want to prevent people to do. We don't want people like attacking our electricity infrastructure or people using malware to blackmail people and demand money from them or whatever. Like, there are legitimate regulatory concerns, and regulators find ways to deal with those legitimate concerns in a freer, more open world. And I think inherently it's going to move in that direction. I think we do have to be vigilant, but we shouldn't be paranoid. I do want to make one other point about CBDCs, which is, people ask me, like, well, why would they use blockchain technology? Like, well, why would a central bank want to use a blockchain? Why wouldn't they just use a central database or conventional technologies? And the answer is, believe it or not, the way existing enterprise financial systems work, they provide their security by limiting who can access them, because they rely on a secure boundary. And so every endpoint is like an additional vulnerability. They rely on edge security to protect systems. If you want to connect to Swift, or if you want to connect to Fedwire, there's certain requirements you have to make. Like, you have to do penetration testing. You have to have a response team. And like, if you're going to open it up to everyone, the rule can't be that you have to have a response team. You have to meet cybersecurity and penetration testing. Anybody who wants to could connect to Bitcoin, Ethereum, or XRP, submit transactions, monitor the ledger for years and years and years now. These systems are not secure because their edges are secure. They're secure because they're structurally secure. And we can build systems that are structurally secure, which will enable us to eliminate the way, what happens if someone like abuses Swift? Like, regulators come down on them. If someone abuses, the Fed system, regulators come down and say, hey, you need to fix this. Like, and we have regulatory capital. We're going to put you out of business. You have funds on deposit. We have control. We have a throat to choke. Like, if your security model is that you have a throat to choke, that's very unscalable, right? You can't go around the world, policing people who use your system. Bitcoin, the beauty of blockchain systems is they don't have to do that. They don't rely on endpoint security or being able to pressure the endpoints to keep the system secure. They're secure by design in ways that no previous systems really ever were. Blockchains handle billions of dollars of value every day in a completely hostile environment. They have no central secure data store. They have no administrators or administrative functions, and their reliability exceeds the most carefully curated private systems. That's world changing. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think if we can build a new paradigm and make people feel comfortable, I don't even think people know, how secure that their current emails are and current banks that they're using, right? We're still getting people to use 2FA and different things like that. However, I think the regulators are certainly looking at everything. And what in general, what is kind of do you think is Ripple's responsibility when people like Gary Gensler, lays down all these new laws that he's trying to impose? Like, do you actually think, that the regulations can keep up with the technology?
I hope so. I really, really hope so. The United States was a big leader in the early days of the internet. And it is not a coincidence that companies like Microsoft and Google and Amazon, Oracle, are US companies. I mean, of course, there are certainly companies in other countries, but the United States has historically been incredibly friendly to internet regulation. And that's not only produced that dramatic economic benefit, but it's produced huge intangible benefits. You could imagine an internet that originated in other parts of the world that had identity fundamentally built into every packet, where anonymity was structurally impossible. We don't have that internet. You can imagine an internet that's much more restricted, much more centralized, much more oppressive. That's not the internet we have. And that's because of the influence of people who had different values. Those weren't their values. This is happening again in the financial space. I can't stress enough how much financial freedom and finance as a tool of liberation or oppression matters to me, and I think should matter to everyone in the space. And if the United States is incredibly regulatory unfriendly for two reasons. One, we have 50 different states and DC and Puerto Rico that can have their own rules, and so sometimes you have to do things state by state, which is incredibly painful and difficult. And then the other problem we have is that we have numerous overlapping federal regulators. There's nobody who can tell you that what you're doing is okay, because you don't, we have the CFTC, we have the SEC, we have the OCC, we have FinCEN, we have all of these different regulators that regulate all of these different things, and it just makes it a very challenging regulatory environment to work in. And the biggest problem is not bad laws. Like, if there's a bad law, that's fine. We can talk about changing it. The problem is when you don't know how a law is going to be applied to something new. And so you can't determine and what you get is a legal opinion that says, well, people might say blah, 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 but other people might say blah, blah, blah. And we think that you can argue blah, blah, blah. You get all these, and you don't know what it is you're supposed to be doing. And I'm encouraged when I see regulators and people in Washington D.C. who say, we need to fix this. The United States is out of step with the rest of the world, partly for structural reasons, because the 50 states and the different there's no one entity that and there's just little leadership coming out of the United States. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity that's being lost here. Already projects started moving to Asia and Europe, years ago. And a lot of people at Ripple are like, why would we in the United, why did we leave the United States a long time ago? Why don't we leave now? The regulatory environment is just so unfriendly here. The United States is a great place to do business. I mean, the Silicon Valley is unmatched in the world. The Bay Area is incredible, and other parts. I mean, I could go on for a long time about how wonderful the United States is, but ultimately, if you don't know what the regulatory requirements are, and if you don't have clarity, and you have multiple regulators that are asserting conflict. I don't know if you saw just recently on Twitter, the head someone from the CFTC basically said the SEC has no power to regulate pure commodities like cryptocurrencies.
I think that was this morning, right? Yeah, I saw that this morning.
And it's like, yeah, that's a position someone could take, but it's certainly not unanimous position inside. You're not going to get yeah. So I just hope that the United States understands, U.S. regulators have a seat at the table right now. But if they leave the table, there's no guarantee they can come back. The innovation will move elsewhere. If we had faced a take it or leave it proposition with an internet built in Europe, or even Russia or China or India or anywhere, we would have taken it. We wouldn't say, no, we're not going to have an internet in the United States. We're going to say, no, we're going to build our own internet when the rest of the world has one. Like that, those are all untenable propositions. So I just wish the industry could work more cooperatively on. It's just very, very difficult to get the industry to work cooperatively on. Part of it is if you're a Bitcoin maximalist, you want to some extent, like, you have a financial incentive to see regulation be very uncertain for other things, and it's hard to get people to work together. But I hope that they can put their differences, especially people who care about the values, who care about making the world a better place. I hope that those people can come together to some extent, but I don't know. I try to stay positive, but it's the one. There's so little I can do about it, and it's so it's a little frustrating for me, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, it makes sense that you are frustrated because there isn't a clear path, and there's all different types of businesses, and you have people just spinning things up really just with their laptop. It's never been seen before in history. But although crypto is decentralized, how much do you think the regional implementation or laws matter? Like, we saw what happened in China. We're seeing an influx of, for example, a lot of miners coming into the US. So, yeah, have you seen any regional impacts anywhere?
I think the system is reasonably resilient to those types of impacts. You will see short-term shocks, particularly, Bitcoin has a lot of mining focused in China. And these shocks might help to reduce that focus, and so that could be a good thing. I think these systems are generally resilient to that type because of their decentralization and because of their distribution. But where it is a problem is it's a problem for people who are in those particular jurisdictions that have invested in building projects. And if the overall perception is you can't build a business around cryptocurrency because the regulations will change out from under you and destroy your business, that's going to have a big negative effect. I think it's going to be primarily on those jurisdictions more than it would be, on the system as a whole. I think the internet is an interesting analogy to look at. It's very similar to in the early days of the internet, the United States tried to prevent encryption from being used, and so the United States started to lose its lead in encryption. Encryption products started to be made overseas. And wait a minute, this isn't working. So I'm hoping that what's going to happen is that regulators will realize that if they sort of push things away without really thinking about it, those things will just move somewhere else. But I mean, there are legitimate problems that regulators have to solve. I mean, money laundering, blackmail and extortion type things. There is bad stuff happening in the cryptocurrency space, and regulators have a legitimate interest in stopping that bad stuff. And there are some people in the space who are we want to make it impossible for regulators to stop people from moving stolen money. But most people understand that regulators have a legitimate interest, and they want to work constructively with them to help them to solve that. But regulators are going to have to be they're going to have to be amenable to understand that the rules are going to change. It's kind of funny. In the early days of Bitcoin, I had a lot of Bitcoin skeptics, and it's funny. Half of them would be Bitcoin is a tool of the NSA because every transaction is public and it just makes everything completely transparent. Nobody will ever be able to keep any money secret again. And the other half of them were Bitcoin is just for drug dealers and thieves because all of the transactions are completely opaque. And obviously the truth is not, those things cannot both be true, right? The truth is somewhere in the middle. And regulators, can regulate the endpoints that are in their jurisdiction, and they can solve the legitimate problems they have through those regulations. And another thing is that I am not averse to technological changes that make it easier for people who want to comply with regulations to comply with them. If you are in some jurisdiction that has some rule, and there's some change in the XRP ledger or Bitcoin or Ethereum that can help you comply with that rule, as long as it doesn't force other people to comply with the rule who aren't in your jurisdiction, I'm fine with giving people compliance tools. I'm fine. Regulators, if you want to comply with the regulations, you should be able to. It's very difficult today. And there's been an effort in Bitcoin to figure out which addresses are associated with exchanges, because there's certain jurisdictions we have something called the travel rule, which means that they have to do certain things when there's a transaction that goes to another business versus when it goes to an individual. And currently there's no way to tell if a Bitcoin address belongs to a business or an individual. And so they're building technologies to solve that regulatory problem that they have so that they can comply with those regulations. And that's a good thing. People should be able to comply with the law, so long as they can't force people who are not subject to that law. So long as there isn't extraterritorial, the United States should not be able to force the travel rule on someone in Iran if Iran doesn't have a travel rule. They shouldn't be able to. They should be able to press on endpoints in the U.S., but they should not be able to directly press on extraterritorial jurisdictions. And one of the things that's pushing cryptocurrency is that extraterritoriality. So, for example, Saudi Arabia right now tends to use systems like SWIFT, and the United States and the EU can push on SWIFT and affect Saudi Arabia's payments directly. And they've had it with that. They're if you want to regulate if the United States wants to regulate Saudi Arabian payments by pushing on American companies so that they can't do business with Saudi Arabian companies, that's fair. The United States can regulate Saudi Arabia by regulating U.S. businesses' ability to interact with them, and that can put pressure on them. But they shouldn't have a veto on payments that are entirely within that, a direct veto on payments that are entirely in another region. And countries are they're done with it. They're finished with having the EU and the U.S. have veto power and direct control over their financial systems, and I think that's going to drive a lot of countries to build these systems that are independent of the conventional financial system. And then now I might be dating myself here, but everybody used the GPS system until the United States invaded Kuwait. And a lot of people are like, well, wait a minute, the United States could shut the GPS system off, and we're not totally happy. We don't trust them. They're our ally, sure, but we don't completely trust them. We shouldn't be relying on a system that the United States can turn off. And so the EU worked on Galileo, and Russia worked on GLONASS, and they developed these competing systems because they didn't want the United States to have an on-off switch on global navigation. And there's a reaction that the U.S. and the EU shouldn't have an on-off switch in global finance now too. So those regulatory forces are pushing both pro and are pushing in all directions. There's a lot of forces at play here.
I absolutely love that example that you just gave. It made me think of so many things about how, yeah, you're totally right. The forces at play, you can kind of manipulate, however you want, depending on the level of power and, your jurisdictions. But so basically it matters a lot. And, I think what you're saying, a more modular approach is maybe better suited for crypto, where you can add and subtract things as you wish. Another thing I was thinking about as you were talking, we're kind of in the open source war, so to speak, with crypto and a lot of the technology. I mean, it's just open source technology. What effect do you think it will have on traditional finance and even payments if the people don't need those companies? And can you give us any metrics on how large do you think these either decentralized systems or even exchanges can really get compared to TradeFi?
I think it's possible that these systems could essentially eat traditional finance. I mean, they could massively, take huge chunks of them. But what's probably going to happen is that TradFi is going to adjust in ways like traditional finance will get better. I'll give you an analogy because I've lived through all of these things before. One of the advantages of being old is that I can come up with analogies pretty easily. And so one interesting analogy is the way Apple sort of ate the music industry. Sony could have made the iPod, but they didn't. Apple did. Apple was a clever company. They understood the technology better. Sony was super happy selling CDs and records. That's a great business model for them. They understand physical objects. They were super happy to do it. And Apple was like, no, consumers want digital downloads. You can't keep shoving CDs down consumers' throats because that's not what they want. They don't want to have a stack of little plastic discs that they carry around everywhere they go. That's not what they want. And Apple ate the music industry. And you might say, wow, the computer industry took over music, but really no. I mean, Apple's the music industry. Apple's part of the music industry, and they're not much different. Apple's music industry is not much different than Sony's music industry was, right? When Sony was the big guy. Sure, it's digital downloads and not CDs, but it's if you're an artist, it doesn't look that different. Where it looks different is at the margins. So if you're the top artist in the world, it's still the same. You're still doing the same stuff with the same big companies. It's just Apple is one of the big players, right? But if you're one of the smaller players, this is different. There's an ecosystem that you have access to that you didn't have access to before. Things like YouTube and more direct access to fans. You can build a relationship with Twitter. So what I think is going to happen is the big finance is going to be different, but probably in many ways still let's be is the music industry really different because it was disrupted by Apple, a young company that was clever and they were going to make this all cool and everything? Is the music industry really all that cool? It's pretty much the same big industry it was before, but the margins are different. It's not as impenetrable at the bottom. It's more open, and if we can do that, I mean, that's a pretty big success. So if what I was talking about before about uncoupling the liquidity from the payment, that's a pretty big change. And if we can have these low-level blockchains like Bitcoin, and Ethereum, or whatever, and XRP, or whatever there is in the future, and people can still have direct access to them, so they don't have to go through intermediaries, and that way an intermediary will have to compete. An intermediary will have to be a better experience than using the blockchain directly, or you won't use the intermediary. So I think we can produce a better result, but I do think in many ways, it's going to the broad strokes are going to look the same. It'll be better at the margins, but the broad strokes. I wish I could tell you that it's going to be super, But actually, hopefully that's more comforting to regulators, that really, like, when all is said and done, the biggest difference will be that the system will be fundamentally more open and that people will have access to the lowest layers in ways they didn't before. But by and large, the big strokes will not be all that different.
Yeah, and maybe it's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's good. All technology advancements start at the fringe, and then you slowly have this adoption curve. And I think it's excellent that your view of being able to decouple just the payments and kind of I know you have a huge focus on that. So even looking forward in the next couple of years, like, what makes you the most optimistic for crypto right now?
I think the thing that makes me the most optimistic is is just the level of interest and excitement in the space. I think that's the biggest thing that I look at. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I can look at to get depressed. Remittances are still awful. They're still expensive. Institutions are still using systems run by the most powerful competitors. And this sort of indirect regulation, like you go to a bank and you try to open an account as a business, and the bank's like, we can't open an account for you because we're worried that regulators will push on us if we do. Like, well, how do you respond to that? Like, there's no evidence, there's no argument, there's no day in court. It's like you just, So there's a lot still to be done, but there's tremendous interest and excitement in the space. New technologies are coming out. NFTs are came out of nowhere. The growth of decentralized exchanges is tremendously encouraging. The regulatory environment in most of the world is pretty. I know there's a lot of focus on the issue, bad things in China and bad things in the United States, but there's in most of Asia and Europe, there's regulatory clarity on most of the key issues, and there's people who are building there. And I think to some extent the technology is inevitable. I think once the internet reached a certain point, it was kind of, downhill. I think there's a certain inevitability that people are starting to see. The biggest thing that keeps me optimistic is that there are a lot of people inside the traditional system, even people who are doing very, very well, but who are not doing as well as they think they should do. And they're not happy about it. Challenger banks, I mentioned before, are a good example. Like these may be companies that have, they may be billion-dollar companies, but they think they should be much, much larger. They think they should be $50 billion companies. They're not happy, and they're going to drive change. The internet started out with military and universities, and then the next place it went was existing information service providers who were like, wow, I don't have to gather the information that I can present to people. I can just get it for free from the internet. Like, I have a service that I can offer that doesn't cost me as much. Like, that's like big information providers embraced the internet. And I think that same pattern, there was a bank robber who was asked why he robbed banks, and he said, well, that's where the money is. Right, like the money is in these traditional systems, and there are people inside these traditional systems who aren't happy. Governments governments like Saudi Arabia that are not happy with the U.S. and the EU having a veto over them, and small banks who are not happy with the way big banks can exert pressure over them. Banks have started actually reducing the number of correspondent relationships they have now, which is, it used to be like you would want to have as many correspondent relationships as you could have because it would give you better choice, you could be more competitive in your fee negotiations. Say, hey, if I'm not going to use you, I'm going to use someone else. But what's happening is these relationships are so expensive to maintain, and a slave worse than being a slave is being a slave with 2 masters or 3 masters, right? What they realize is, like, each one of these correspondent relationships is coming with obligations, and it's just impossible to satisfy. Like, we're seeing banks reducing their connectivity because the disadvantages of that connectivity are becoming significant. So those kinds of those sort of like big forces, I think there's a combination of the time being right. I think even if not for blockchain, payments would get better. Payments suck right now. If you're, companies like Uber, Amazon, Airbnb that have to make payments around the world, large numbers of small payments to thousands and thousands of endpoints, they have hundreds of payment engineers to keep their payment systems working. If I want to start a small competitor, if I want to be the, Airbnb of Portland, and I have to hire 100 payment engineers just to be able to take money all over, like, it's a non-starter. So right place, right time. Like, people want payments to work better, and blockchain technology came right about the time. There was already regulatory pressure to say, hey, if a customer's making an international payment, they should know how much it's going to cost them. And they should know how much money they're going to deliver, and they should know how long it's going to take. And there was already this pressure to make payments better, coming largely from the inability of payments companies to satisfy the demands of new corporates. So right place, right time. I think the industry is moving in that direction anyway, and we have a new technology that's here, like right in there. So I'm very optimistic, or I wouldn't be here. But it also sometimes feels like we're trying to run uphill. To be honest, like we are trying to change things that have been the way they are for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the people like yourselves and the other builders out there, you got to always focus on, the optimistic parts. The rest of the things some of them they're going to figure out, it's going to be figured out by themselves, and others it's going to require a collective effort. My last question for you is, for the entrepreneurs and the new founders out there, what are some of your key pieces of advice for them?
I remember back in the late 90s, one of the things about being through all this, the early days of search, what gave birth to Google, which is, obviously what company would not want to be Google. Everyone in the space was just super excited, and they would all tell you about how search would be the next best big thing. They would talk your ear off, and they were right. Search gave us Google. But nobody knew what the right revenue model was. Nobody knew which company would ultimately win. Google didn't seem any different than InfoSeek or AltaVista or Ask Jeeves or any of those others. That's where we are in the crypto space now. There's a tremendous amount of excitement. There's a rapid pace of technological development, but also there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty about how the space will change as it matures. Like, are NFTs a flash in the pan, or are they going to be the way that crypto goes mainstream? Is DeFi going to be limited to decentralized exchanges and maybe crypto collateralized stablecoins, or is it going to open up thousands of use cases that none of us can imagine now? That's where we are. One big thing I would say is, don't think that you can predict the future. Like, always make a predict. You have to make a prediction of where you think, like, for example, Ripple made certain bets about the regulatory environment. Ripple made certain bets about the way the technology and cryptocurrency would evolve. Like, if we thought we were going to be the only company in the space, we would have not have done it, because just like Twitter can't exist if it's the only thing on the internet. So make those general predictions because you have to, but then show some humility in analyzing to see, are you going in the right place, and understand that nothing can succeed by itself. The internet, you can't have one website. You can't have an internet with one website. Like, we have to be able to solve a broad swath of problems. We really are all in this together. And the last thing I would say is focus on solving problems that people actually have. If you have to convince people that they have a problem before you can solve their problem, you're going to have and one last point, which is user experience is super important. If you look at what's been successful in the NFT space, which is like where you've seen that sort of penetration into a more of a mass market, it's because the user experience has been really good. There was a time when you had to be a mechanic to own a car, or you had to be able to put a computer together to have a computer. You couldn't. The internet wasn't graphical, and the user experience was not great, but people loved it because it could allow them to do something they could never do before. But then it was basically just people who had the patience to learn a complex and sophisticated skill because they really, really, really needed to share information. Your grandmother and grandfather wouldn't have been able to use the technology. You have to provide customers great experiences, otherwise you won't have them.
Yeah, those are all great. Thanks, David, for your great advice and your unique perspectives. And lastly, how can people reach you and learn more about Ripple if you have any links?
Well, you can certainly find Ripple at ripple.com. I should say we're always hiring. We have so many open roles; it's absurd. So if you want to do anything in the blockchain space, we're always hiring. You can find out more about the XRP ledger at xrpl.org. It has a decentralized exchange, low cost payments. It really is fantastic for moving value. That's about it.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for your time here, David. And for the rest of you who are still tuned in, we're bringing you many more interviews at Reimagine 2021 version 10. And check out our full YouTube library. We've done over 500 interviews now. And I appreciate our community who's been with us and all of our speakers. I'll let you all tune back in. Thank you.
Thanks, Roshan.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean. And I will be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Veyer. Lynn Ulbricht. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, young pups. Greytail the old and wise here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Block height. The number of blocks connected together in the blockchain. For example, height 0 would be the very first block, which is also called the Genesis block. You must seek out the Genesis block if we are to stop the dark wizards.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special anniversary event. This is our 10th edition of the virtual blockchain conference series. We've been putting this on since May of last year, With COVID lockdowns, everyone's stuck at home. We really wanted to bring community and education to you virtually. And we're just so grateful that we've been able to do that for this long, and that all of you are tuning in, and all the followers that we have accrued over this time. And so for this anniversary event, we want to check in with some of our guests that have been with us since the beginning, get some more updates, and look to the future as well. So without any further ado, I'm pleased to introduce our next guest, Paul Brody. He's the Principal and Global Blockchain Leader at Ernst & Young. Hi, how are you today, Paul?
I am great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. It's a wonderful kind of full circle to have you back again. You were gracious enough to join us at our very first event, and I believe you were also here for our second event. And, that kind of led to you being able to participate in the long form documentary style podcast that we are working on, which we'll get into a bit later. But for now, let's kind of look at, what you talked about almost a little over a year ago and kind of updates since then. You did a really exciting survey back then of 230 blockchain companies, finding that not a lot of people were using private blockchains, but that 75% of them were going to be looking at public blockchains. So have you completed another survey like that? What's the word as far as enterprise blockchain and what companies are thinking these days?
Wow, Ashley, you have an amazing memory. Yes, that is, in fact, we talked to 230 companies, and indeed what we found over and over again was, everybody wants to rule the world, right? They all want to have their own blockchain network, and they want to invite their partners. And what we found was that for every one company that was willing to join somebody else's blockchain, 2 companies wanted to start their own. And that just doesn't scale, right? You don't end up having any users on your network. So as you mentioned, right, 75% of the people who went through that experience basically said, we need to move to public. And since then, the question we've been asking is, okay, that does seem to be the case. All of our clients are in the same direction. One of the things that's really noticeable is kind of demand for lots of new private blockchain solutions has largely evaporated. But the question then becomes, what is it that you need? What is it that the enterprise users need in order to get over to public? And that was the subject of a joint survey we did with Forrester of the same group of companies earlier this year. And we kind of learned 2 really important things. First of all, they are really maturing their approach to blockchain based on that experience. So they're shifting their focus from which network or which technology do I use to how do I implement securely? How do I think about kind of structure and infrastructure and security on a public blockchain? And very importantly, they're starting to ask this question, what does the broader ecosystem look like? It's one thing if you're a big buyer to ask all of your suppliers, hey, come join my private blockchain. But if you're going on a public blockchain, okay, so you want your suppliers, but you also need other services for them. If you're buying stuff from them, you want to know what kind of shipping companies are on this blockchain. Can I get insurance? And the reality is that outside of DeFi, outside of financial services, the blockchain ecosystem for enterprises is still lightweight. It's not mature enough. It doesn't provide a lot of value-added services, and the potential is really large for lots of service providers, lots of competition, a better deal, but it's not realized yet. And that's what we found in this survey that we did in cooperation with Dell and Forrester Research.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that update. I think a lot of the conversation has focused on this kind of debate between public and private blockchains, and just educating people out there, especially people new to crypto. What's a public blockchain? What's a private blockchain? Maybe just in a couple of sentences explaining that, and where is that debate now?
So the debate really got started back in the early days of blockchains. There was just blockchains, right? There was Bitcoin, and shortly after that, there was Ethereum. And what you realized very quickly, if you worked in enterprise software, as I did, was Ethereum is awesome. It's this incredible computing environment where we can have shared business logic and shared information. But it has one really big problem for enterprises, which is they believe that the content of their business agreements are really important competitive advantages. So if I want to do a digital contract with you to buy stuff and pay for it and have a volume discount, if every one of my competitors can read that information, I've given away too much important stuff. So then people said, okay, I need privacy. How do I do it? And it turns out that if you make data private on a blockchain, on a public blockchain, you break what's called the consensus algorithm, the mechanism that allows everybody to check each other's data. Now, there are two ways of fixing this. There's an easy way and a hard way. The easy way is to create a private blockchain, right? And that the problem with that is it undoes the one thing that's really attractive about a blockchain, which is that there's no powerful central authority. Instead, a central authority checks, instead of everybody else being able to check each other's data, right, in what's called a proof of work or a proof of stake consensus, you use something called proof of authority, which is basically I'm authorized and somebody is checking, but not everybody can see the data. That sounds nice in theory, but in practice, it means you have to pick a central authority to manage the network. And now you're back in this problem, which is, hey, if I wanted a private network, I could have built one. I didn't need to build a blockchain. There's a harder way to do this, which is to use some very fancy math called a zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proofs are really, really tough math, but the idea is kind of simple. I'm going to give you a proof that says that what I'm telling you is true, but I'm not going to show you the actual data. I'm just going to show you an equation that allows you to test that what I'm saying is true. That's really hard. I used to think I was good at math. It turns out even I can't really wrap my head around it, but it works. It works really well. But it was harder to implement, and it took a little bit longer. So really what happened was there was this easy path. A bunch of people took it. It solved the short-term problem of privacy, but by breaking the whole point of the blockchain. And where we have focused on and where we've worked with other open source providers on is building open source, zero knowledge proof-based math tools that let you have privacy, but do it on a public blockchain. And so now that these are available and they're starting to work at scale, we believe kind of the debate's over. If you want a blockchain, if you want this ecosystem with no central authority, the only way that's worth doing is doing on a public blockchain.
Absolutely. So speaking of this open source solution that you're building, you've talked before about how maybe the core community at first in crypto, that it took some time for them to trust you, but as you were actually contributing to the ecosystem, that has changed. And where would you see that it's at today that, people in crypto maybe had suspicions about legacy institutions buying in or getting involved, or enterprises, and where do you think it's at today?
Well, I can't speak for all sort of big institutions, but I can say that certainly at EY, we feel like we are a part of this community, and it's been really fantastic. There was actually it was an Ethereum anniversary event the other day. Vitalik Buterin actually gave us a bit of a shout out about our work on privacy technology. So we're contributors to the ecosystem. We feel like we are well integrated and respected. We feel like we know what our value prop is in terms of helping large enterprises feel comfortable and contributing to the community. So I'm actually, I felt at times like a rough start, but now I feel like all of this investment we made in building those relationships and investing in the community have started to pay off nicely.
Absolutely. And that's a good lesson for anyone else who might be in a similar position, that this is such a community-oriented industry, and making investments in community has a great return on investment. So for this zero knowledge proof project and scaling Ethereum, saw the news a couple of weeks ago that you've just released your third iteration of this project. Last time we talked, you've been working on it for about 2 years, so it's been another year now. Any updates on that project?
Yes, so two big updates in terms of the big push in privacy, and one of them is around this technology called Nightfall 3 that we've released into the public domain. If you think about all business agreements, they kind of boil down to something very simple. One party has money, the other party has stuff, and they're going to exchange money for stuff under the terms of some agreement, right? Some kind of contract, right? So that's how it goes. Well, we've been working on two things for the last few years. The first is, how do we make this transfer private? So we feel like we've gotten the transfer to a very, very mature state. Nightfall 3 is what's called a ZK, a zero knowledge optimistic rollup infrastructure. And what it allows you to do is roll up a whole bunch of zero knowledge transactions and then use something called an optimistic rollup to deploy them on chain. And the reason why optimistic rollups are important and useful is they shift how you verify transactions. In the traditional blockchain transaction, you have everybody verify every transaction. In what's called an optimistic rollup, you take the optimistic view that everybody's being honest, and it deploys the transactions automatically without asking everybody to verify everything. But you have a week to verify your own transactions. You have a week to verify your own transactions. And if you find any problems, not only can you have the transactions reversed, but you can also penalize the other party for having put in a dishonest output. So ZK optimistic rollups allow us to have privacy with very low transaction costs. So that's the third version. And we have some exciting improvements coming to that one, but we were already at a price of transactions that's in the pennies category. The second big thing that we made progress on over the last 6 to 9 months is a second project that we're calling Starlight. And Nightfall is all about a really private transfer, right? No visibility, right? Under dark. The second issue, though, is how do I do the business logic, right? It's not just that I'm giving you this and you're giving me that. It's if we had some kind of agreement. Like if I buy 1,000 widgets, starting from 1,001, my price gets lower. So the other thing that we wanted to do is to make sure that we could write business rules as secret logic as well. And so that's now in its kind of alpha version. It's out and also a public domain asset. And that's the other half of the equation, which is private transfers and private business rules. And when you can combine those two, you can pretty much build any kind of business agreement and implement it on a blockchain.
So this would be the actual conditions of the smart contract, for example. It would also be private.
Exactly. The if this, then that, when you pay this much, you get that much back. Those rules, right? If you imagine a contract where it says, I'm going to buy 1,000 widgets for $10 each. If you pay the 1,000 times $10 and you receive the widgets, if those transfers are done secretly, that's great. But if everybody can read the contract that has those terms in it, you haven't saved yourself a lot. So it's important not just to have the transfer be done, but also the business logic of the contract be private. And so now that we have those two things, we can really start sort of cooking with very sophisticated business transactions on the blockchain.
That's amazing. And for people who are concerned about scaling Ethereum and have seen, the big problems with transaction costs, can you explain how you've been able to reduce transaction costs in this instance?
Yes. So transaction costs is one of the biggest issues that we come across when we talk to like big enterprise clients. We hear a lot of similar issues. They're worried about the carbon footprint, right? Especially with regard to Bitcoin, less so with Ethereum, and especially with the transition to proof of stake. But the second thing that they're worried about is, what about my transaction costs, right? And it's funny. I don't know how much they realized it was a perfect analogy, but when they started talking about gas prices, right? In Ethereum, the cost of a transaction, the amount of energy you need to put into a transaction is called gas. And when the price of gas goes up, the cost of your transaction can go up enormously. And when you talk to clients and they say, I'm worried about transaction costs, it's a perfect analogy, right? What happened was the price of gas went way up, and we all had to start thinking much, much more clearly about how efficient we were going to be. And there are kind of 2 or 3 big things that people have been doing. One is optimistic rollups, like I talked about. This allows you to reduce the amount of work on everybody and therefore reduce around the gas fees, right? And those are called layer 2 rollups. The second thing is to create entire layer 2 networks. And a good example of this is Polygon, right? It's a layer 2 network that's built on proof of stake. You can do all of your high frequency trading and transactions in that side chain and then push them in a batch onto the mainnet, or push the results back onto the mainnet. So that is a way of moving some of the more expensive business logic and other transactions off the chain and then bringing them back. So between layer 2s, roll-ups, and then soon to be kind of the transition to Ethereum 2.0, I feel more and more comfortable that the risks of high transaction costs are gradually getting behind us.
Awesome. Good news for the blockchain space. So
Yes.
Speaking of good news, how has EY been doing as far as business? I think there's, you've had a blockbuster year.
We have. I mean, I think every sort of crypto and blockchain company has had a blockbuster year, but it certainly felt like, if I go back to February or March of 2019 or 2020, a year ago, it certainly felt like we were just starting to maybe come out of this like painful crypto winter. And what I didn't realize was that the year ahead was not just going to be a modest year of gains. I had predicted, modest gains for the coming year. It was going to be this blockbuster year. And in the end, it turned out that we performed so well that I think our 4 or 5 year compound annual growth rate is something like over 100% now. And the last year was a blockbuster in terms of key revenue milestones, sales milestones. I can remember when the largest deals that we did, the first deals we did like $50,000, $100,000 deals. In the fourth quarter of the fiscal last year, we did 4 deals over $5 million. It was suddenly, it just feels like a different world. And what was really exciting is by crossing all of these key thresholds in terms of customers, volume, revenue, headcount, profitability, the rest of EY started to look at us in a very different light. And you saw that most prominently back in May when the firm committed $100 million in incremental investment over the next 3 years. So I feel like, I don't want to say I feel like we're all grown up now, but I don't feel like I have to apologize for being the blockchain guy anymore.
That's always nice. I know it's amazing to finally have people in my real life, not my blockchain life, actually talking about blockchain at all. So for the $100 million investment, what kind of stuff is EY investing in?
So I think to me, what's really exciting is we have commitment at the top of our firm to keep doing what we have been doing, which is product engineering and true mathematical research. One of the things I'm really proud of is these Ethereum community contributions like Nightfall and Starlight. We have a commitment to keep those going. Secondly, we are doing something a little bit different from a lot of other consulting firms, which are very sort of like people times hours. We have expertise, and we have a lot of that, and we're getting more. But what is fun and exciting and makes me really happy is we're building product, right? And if you go to blockchain.ey.com, you can see real product that's available as a SaaS application. And I'll just give you a couple of examples of stuff that we're building that's really specific and interesting and useful. And the first is something that we created called Bitcoin Visualizer. Now, over the years, there have been lots and lots of big Bitcoin frauds, money disappearing, and frequently, very frequently, you get invited by a company. They call you up and they say, hey, we're missing some money and we kind of need to know where it is. In fact, we've even been brought in as court-appointed administrators for companies. By the way, I definitely recommend you want to hear a great story of that, go listen to the Exit Scam podcast. But after a couple of these, we sat down and said, what is it that we do when we get asked these things by our forensics team? And we created something called Bitcoin Visualizer, which allows you to see the actual flow of money into and out of addresses and through transactions in a visual way. You can literally follow the money. And it's really cool. It's incredibly visual. And it's nice because not only does it work for Bitcoin, but our goal is that over time, it will also be deployed for supply chain, for operations. You'll be able to see where your pint of your donated blood went. It came blood products and went to donors and things like that. So it's a really cool visualization tool that came right at that work. Another really good example that we're working on and have built and is available is something called smart contract testing. And what's really cool about this is, we are headed to a future where every company, every individual is going to buy stuff using smart contracts, but most of us are not coders. So how do we evaluate whether that smart contract is going to do what we think it's going to do? Our smart contract testing system does a couple of things. Number one, it lets you set up tests, right? So let's say somebody says, in this NFT smart contract, we're never going to issue more than 1,000 collectible tokens. You can test that, right? You can actually test the code and make sure that it's not going to do that. And you can even run simulated transactions. So you can test a transaction before you do it. So I think, although it's still relatively early stage, I believe it's the kind of thing that everybody's going to want to use eventually as it matures. So it's really exciting to make product. I have to admit, like for me, this is a big deal. It's a great step forward for us to be really investing in product. And you can actually, even a lot of this stuff, you can go and you can try at our website, which is blockchain.ey.com.
Yeah, actually sounds like a really good educational tool, especially for any of our students tuning in. You know, we have our university program. We mentor and connect with students from 100 universities in 24 different countries. So definitely recommend people, any students tuning in, to check out mouthspell.university and all of our amazing interviews at Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel. To smash that subscribe button, check out Paul's previous interviews, and a lot of educational content there as well. But we've had, we have our own open source block explorer, and I know students have used that to kind of teach people, having that visual way of looking at the blockchain. It sounds like a really good educational tool. So I'll have to recommend that to some of our student teachers. You're also working on a project with Microsoft. Have any updates for us about that?
I do. The Microsoft project is a great project. It's all about the Xbox video game system. And it's really cool for so many reasons. One of my favorite things is I love doing this. I love reminding my fellow UI partners that we are building software for Microsoft. And it's hilarious. They're like, no, I'm sure you must mean we're making PowerPoint for them. No, right? We're not making charts. We're not doing process design. We are building solutions in software for Microsoft. And that's really cool. It's the highest form of flattery. And we established this incredible partnership with Microsoft. We are working on the smart contracts that support all the purchasing of Xbox video games. And we have taken those and we are putting them on, and we are transitioning them all to a private Ethereum blockchain. And Microsoft is building the infrastructure and the technology with us to manage the scalability. And this is really cool for a number of reasons. Number one, Microsoft's transaction flow is enormous, right? The Xbox video game system does somewhere between 1 and 3 million transactions a day. So you're talking about a real fire hose of transaction volume. Secondly, Microsoft has something on the order of 30,000 different contracts with their suppliers, almost 3,000 different suppliers. So it is a hugely complex system. It's not like, hey, pay $1, get 70 cents. It's like, after $100 million, you get a 2.2% rebate for the next $400 million in revenue, but then it goes up to 5%, except for, in months that end in Y. Like, the terms are complicated and it's really challenging. And what's cool is a couple of things. Number one, we've built a smart contract technology. Number two, we have had huge ROI from Microsoft. It's like our test ground to prove to clients that you can do work at scale with big return on investment. And I'll give you a good data point. It used to take 45 days after the end of the month for Microsoft to go through all of their transactional data and apply all the contract terms. And now, 4 minutes after you make a transaction, the completed process transaction with the right royalty amount and rate and everything is done. So went 45 days down to 4 minutes, which is, I think, pretty good. And we also went from, we cut basically the cost structure about in half. So, high ROI, much faster, and we're pioneering a whole bunch of cool technologies like using Microsoft's Azure machine learning tools to scan contracts and extract the key business terms. So they're really pushing the envelope for us. We now have more than 500 different suppliers on the network, and we're growing it all the time. So it's Microsoft is a great partner because they're willing to go first. They push the envelope. Our most advanced stuff is done for Microsoft, and then after we really get beat up by the maturity of Microsoft's process because they are really, really industrial and scalable. Then we can take that stuff, we generalize it, we make it more widely available.
Absolutely. Well, that is so exciting to be building software for Microsoft.
It's very flattering. Once we have this stuff done for Microsoft, we've actually built a more public version, which does a similar thing, but runs on the public Ethereum blockchain. It's called off-chain network procurement. And it actually takes a lot of the lessons we learned at Microsoft and makes them generally available into the public. And we just now have our first couple of clients who are starting to prepare to do enterprise procurement, business transactions with private logic on the public Ethereum blockchain. And I'm really, really excited about that.
Well, yes, awesome. Thanks for sharing all the updates from EY. Now, you and I got to meet in person a couple months ago in San Francisco. We were filming a long-form documentary-style podcast series called Coins, which we'll be releasing at the end of this month when this interview airs. So kind of wanted to tease some of our viewers and let them know some of the things that you were talking about. One thing that I thought was really interesting that maybe you can speak a little bit to here is you said that nothing has woken up your financial clients like DeFi, even more so than the price of Bitcoin, which of course, when we were speaking was up to 60. It's gonna settle back a little bit down now, but could you say more about that?
Yeah, the Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. And at the time, we were just seeing the ramp up in DeFi, and it has not stopped. And this is the thing that people underestimate. When crypto prices go up to 60,000, when they go back down to 30, for Bitcoin, when it goes back down to 30, people they stop thinking about it. But DeFi has changed how banks and institutional investors think. They used to look at crypto and they say, oh, this is something I can sell to my clients. It's like another stock, another bond. DeFi is different because now what they see is a competitive ecosystem. It's not just that I can sell digital assets, it's that this digital ecosystem is capable of recreating the same functions I have in my bank, in my asset management service, in my lending service, and it's capable of doing it with a tiny fraction of the cost and complexity. And this has been transformational. And we are seeing kind of three really, really big things going on that we're working on with our banking clients. Number one, and this is just widespread, it's almost a commodity now. Every single bank, institution, savings investor, brokerage, you will be able to buy Bitcoin, you'll be able to buy Ether from them by the end of this year, right? If not now already, right? That's commoditized, it's going to be everywhere, right? They're going to do that. Secondly, more importantly, those existing banks and institutions have looked at DeFi and said, wow, this is an incredible opportunity for us to put our assets to work. And so the second big thing you're seeing is you're going to see the tokenization of real estate, bonds, stocks, and not just so I can have a version of the stock market on the blockchain. That's not the point. The point is I can take those assets and I can plug them into collateralized lending, deposit services, liquidity pools. So they're going to put those assets to work in a way that they have not been in the past, right? And part of it is a fear of DeFi, and part of it is a search for yield. And then the third thing that's happening, and this is perhaps the most interesting and exciting, is it's the seamless convergence of DeFi and CeFi. And what I mean by that is we're headed towards a future where if you have a bank account, you'll be able to tell the bank, hey, I have $5,000 in my bank account. I want to pay this bill through my electronic bill pay service. I want to pay this bill through my Circle USDC blockchain Ethereum wallet, right? I want to pay this Ethereum address, right? And when somebody wants to send you money, you're going to give them, you're going to go to the bank and say, hey, what's my Ethereum address? Can I give my friend my Ethereum address? And they're going to send you USDC, and it's going to show up in your bank account, right? They're going to send you MakerDAO, it's going to show up in your bank account. And it's going to feel almost like this, especially with stablecoins, it's going to feel like this seamless kind of back and forth. And if you want a loan, you'll be able to get it from your bank and it'll show up in your Ethereum wallet, but it'll be this seamless experience. And you're seeing this because the banks are busy building their crypto capabilities and the crypto natives are busy getting banking licenses. So we are headed over the next year or two for what I think is going to be an epic competitive battle.
Absolutely, because there's been this whole almost parallel financial system being built with DeFi and crypto, especially for people who are unbanked. There's almost like an entirely other system with all of the services that traditional finance offers. And you see that they're going to start reaching across the aisle and kind of bridging that gap.
I think that's mostly true. I want to take issue with one thing, which I think is one of the most persistent myths in the world of crypto and blockchain, which is this idea that crypto and blockchain are somehow essential for banking the unbanked, right? And by the way, I believe banking on the unbanked is extremely important, but I don't think it's crypto that's going to do that. The unbanked aren't unbanked because the banks don't want to provide services to them. The unbanked are mostly unbanked because the regulatory environment makes it difficult for them to get bank accounts. I've been to countries where you need 2 utility bills and a passport to open a bank account. And that's really hard to do if you don't own a home or even have a fixed address. And so, and where we've seen tremendous progress in parts of Europe or East Africa, right? That hasn't been because of crypto. It's been because the regulators have significantly simplified the rules for banking the unbanked. India, East Africa, parts of Europe, it's challenger banks, it's digital banks, it's financial inclusion, it's lots of tools, but it's not being fueled by central bank digital currencies, and it's not being fueled by crypto. Those could be useful elements, and they could add to the competitive ecosystem. But I think some people are guilty of ESG washing their messaging by talking about banking the unbanked when they know perfectly well that crypto isn't the key. It's regulatory issues that are blocking the unbanked.
Absolutely, a great point. Yeah, and something I think people don't think about enough. So more conversations like this on our Coins podcast. Anything else you'd like to say to people about why they should tune in?
You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching more than just one of these.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paul, for joining us. And for anyone who's just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021 Virtual Blockchain Conference Series, and we've been speaking with Paul Brody from Ernst & Young. Thanks for tuning in, and stick around for more.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Pell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbricht. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, hey there, baby. Meowlvis Presley here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Distributed Denial of Service Attack, DDoS. A type of cyber attack in which the perpetrator continuously overwhelms the system, with requests in order to prevent service of legitimate requests. Speaking of overwhelming the system, I really shouldn't have had that extra peanut butter and banana sandwich after lunch. Whoa, mama.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Hey, I'm Tomer Weller, Director of Partner Engineering at the Stellar Development Foundation. Super happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. So super stoked. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments to our accelerator or providing development support to a growing number of projects, as well as education within the Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications across all of our platforms, including Reimagine. So we seek to educate our audience, as much as we can on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So I'll go ahead and stop talking here. I have an exciting guest, Tomer Weller, Director of Partner Engineering from the Stellar Development Foundation. They are one of our partners and have been for a few years now, and they've always had a speaker attend. So very fortunate. Tomer, how you doing, man?
I'm great, Adam. Glad to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Awesome. You and I are both here in the Bay. How has your experience been so far? We're coming out of COVID. You survived, I survived, or how's it looking for you?
Yeah, I'm actually just visiting San Francisco. I've been living in an RV for the past 8 months. So I've been living COVID to the max. And yeah, I'm thrilled to be here in the office for a visit. But I think it's gonna take a few more months until things go back to normal.
Nice. And for those of you tuning in, that is not a virtual background. That is actually physical.
Oh, yeah.
That is not metaverse. That is the physical, super nice office, which I've been to. Cool, man. So let's get into it. Reimagine was born out of COVID. Everything got shut down over a year ago. We decided, let's do some video content. Let's bring in our partners. You guys have been big supporters. We've had some events with you guys for a few years now here in the city. Tech talks, panel discussions, which has been great. And so Reimagine is just kind of an extension of all of us being stuck at home, crypto taking off, people wanting to learn more. There's so much content, which this is all free on YouTube as well. So first things first, give us a little bit of your background. And then not only that, how did you fall into crypto?
Sure. So, hey, I'm Tomer. I've been Director of Partner Engineering at Stellar. Been here since 2017. Before that, I was at the MIT Media Lab, which some of you know through the Digital Currency Initiative. I actually didn't work on any cryptocurrency technology at the time. The latest project I worked on was 3D glass printing, very different from crypto. Before that, some startups in Israel, where I'm originally from. And in my very distant past, I actually owned a food truck in Berlin.
That's great. My dad actually does some catering, has a food truck as of recent, the last maybe like 7-8 years. It's been going great. So that's cool. What were your thoughts? You were kind of, talking before we went live here, like, how did you end up at Stellar and what did you think of getting into crypto? I think at first you're like, what is this? And now you're like deep in it.
Yeah, so in 2017, I was wrapping up my my grad school. I was wrapping up my thesis. I was here in San Francisco thinking about next steps. I was actually almost about to take a position in Lyft, and I talked to Jeremy Rubin, a friend from MIT and a core Bitcoin contributor. He said you should go talk to Jed because he was advising the SDF at the time. And I said, look, I don't actually do crypto, so this makes no sense. And what he told me is, saying you don't do crypto in 2017 is like saying you don't do the web in the 90s. So I listened. I came, met Jed the following day, who I've never heard of him before that. But when I asked him, what have you done? I had no idea what Stellar is, what Ripple is, or even what Mt. Gox was at the time. But I did know what eDonkey 2000 was, which is a project that Jed built. I think it was 99 or 2000. Big hit outside of the States. This was like the post-Napster era, and file sharing was like on fire. So I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So I met Jed, met David, and I fell in love with the project. And I, flew down to San Francisco the week later and joined.
That's crazy because Jed's an OG too, right? Like he started going to these meetups here. I'm based in San Francisco, and like that's kind of the name of the game is networking, getting out and meeting cool people, especially in crypto blockchain. But yeah, he was going to some of those early events back in the day. So what are your thoughts then on crypto and blockchain in general? Like, what do you think its like impact is? Before we get into Stellar and all that, it's always good for our audience that's tuning in. We have students, we have industry professionals, we have investors, we have content for everybody, and everybody has their own kind of perception of what blockchain is, or only Bitcoin or altcoins, whatever the case may be. But ultimately, crypto like touches a lot of various applications, use cases. So, what is it to you personally that like that excites you, or you think it's cool?
Yeah, if you'd ask me what's the single most important thing that the blockchain and crypto wave has brought, is it made money cool again, right? You have all these people that are thinking about finance and like rethinking about first principles of finance, which is amazing. I'm an example. I've never worked in a fintech before Stellar, and to be honest, for the first few months in Stellar, I had a bit of a hard time admitting that I'm working at fintech. But I think it's super exciting. I think especially look at what's going on in DeFi right now. A lot of people are just like rethinking how money works, democratizing access to things like market making, and it's just amazing.
No, totally. I mean, I come from banking, so when I came across Bitcoin in 2013, I didn't quite catch on. But it was interesting, and then obviously fell down that rabbit hole. And then once getting into the space a few years later, the accessibility, like you kind of underestimate, like you said, money isn't fun. It's old. It is what it is. There's half of the world still doesn't have access to certain financial services and instruments, and like just even geography and regions, right, that have hyperinflation, and some and crypto like can come in and really help them out. So, which is a great segue. Like for those that may not be familiar with Stellar, talk about Stellar a little bit and like what it is that Stellar is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, sure. So Stellar is an open payments network. It's in its core a blockchain ledger. Been around since 2014. Really focused on financial inclusion as the big story, and specifically cross-border payments. It's very fast, so transactions settle within seconds, and it's really cheap. So a transaction usually costs a fraction of a cent. And I'm really glad that you brought up the whole issue with with the underbanked or the unbanked of the world, because if you look at a country like the Philippines, you have more than 50% of the population without a bank account, but close to 100% penetration of smartphones, right? Which is really setting markets like the Philippines up for disruption. So, so a lot of the work that we do is cross-border payments, and specifically to regions like that, you don't necessarily have a bank account, but you do have a lot of technology.
And what's the difference? So we're talking about Stellar, the technology. What about SDF? What do you guys try to accomplish, and what are the goals there? I guess to integrate and implement the technology elsewhere.
Sure. So SDF is a nonprofit foundation, and we support the development of the protocol. You can think of it like other open source foundations like Linux, for example. And some things that we do include, we contribute to various open source projects, including but not limited to Stellar Core, which is the main Stellar node implementation. We also support the ecosystem and strategic partnerships through various grant programs and collaborations. We work with the regulators to educate them about the opportunities in blockchain. And yeah, generally anything that we can do to promote the use of the Stellar network.
Yeah, no, that's great. And we do kind of underestimate, coming from, developed countries, the states, various parts of the world that have a solid infrastructure. But there are many other geographic regions that, like you said, don't have the fundamental services of financial accessibility. But the iPhone is or not the iPhone, but the technology is there, smartphones and all that to provide that accessibility. So we've had you guys on, and you guys have always talked about kind of the tech. I think last time your team was on was maybe end of the year to close out, a couple of our conferences. And what's kind of new, I guess, with Stellar that maybe you can update us on?
So we've seen a lot of activity this year. I think one of the big ones is that USDC launched on Stellar, which is a very reputable stable coin, and a lot of companies are already using it as their prime asset, because you have this reputable asset coming from Center, which is Coinbase and Circle. And so it's a very reputable home, and you combine that with the properties of Stellar, which is super fast, super cheap transactions, and you've got a powerhouse. So we're seeing a lot of adoption of USDC. Wire, which is one of our portfolio companies, has incorporated Stellar assets into their APIs. So currently both XLM and USDC, and they're looking into other assets. One of the things that is I find most exciting about this is the savings API, because if you look traditionally at application developers in our space, monetization is definitely one of the hardest problems to solve.
Totally.
Now, when you have companies like Wire providing savings API, you're actually allowing wallets to monetize on the balances that users hold there. So it's both good. It's good for the users, it's good for the wallets, and it's really good for everyone. So I'm super excited about that.
And what I've noticed too, my team and a couple of my colleagues, including myself, do work with some of the projects that are within kind of the most recent initiatives and programs to support startups, entrepreneurs that are developing on Stellar. And what I've noticed is that, which I'm going to circle back on this payments thing, but I've noticed that a lot of the projects we're actually exploring outside of payments too, leveraging Stellar technology for like supply chain, for other various kind of record handling, keeping. Can you maybe share some of the projects that are developing within your ecosystem? And again, I want to bring this back to payments, but it's also pretty cool that you guys do, or the innovation kind of within your guys' community is exploring other applications outside of just kind of transfer value.
Yeah, so I think community is the key word here, right? Because and this shows you the beauty of an open ecosystem and open standards, because we have developers thinking about things like NFTs. We have developers thinking about things like gaming. We have developers thinking about supply chains, and these are things that are not really, if you look at the SDF mission, they're not necessarily core to what we do. But Stellar is an open network. Anyone can innovate, and that's the beauty of that.
Definitely.
And sometimes we also see cases where people start innovating, and at one point we at the SDF look at it and we figure out, hey, this actually is really core to our mission. One example of that is all the activity we see around regulated assets, so STOs. We've seen, I think, you were there at the beginning of 2018 when the craziness with ICOs happened. But an interesting thing that evolved from these early ICOs was that you could sense this. There's actually something to this, right? There's something to issuing regulated assets in these highly liquid markets with all these great properties, but the technology wasn't necessarily there. The compliance and the regulatory environment wasn't really there. And what we've seen are a lot of companies that are starting to figuring out the regulatory requirements and how to actually build regulated assets. One company is Securency, who is one of our partners. We love working with them, and they've built this amazing platform that allows you to issue regulated assets on multi-chains, not just Stellar.
Yeah.
And it was so successful that eventually we went back to the protocol and introduced a few changes that make it easier to issue these type of regulated assets.
And what are some of those? Just out of curiosity, like what makes it different from utility token, or like that's not STO related, or just in general? Is there a standard? Is it a standard in place? Is that what would be the tweaks internally on the protocol to allow for this type of development?
Sure. So if you look at the actual assets, we're talking about things like Reg D assets. We're talking about things like equity tokens.
Yeah.
So these are things that if you actually read the SEC rule book, it's a very thick rule book. Okay?
Yeah.
You have a long tail of requirements there. So the question is, how do we combine the good things that we have in blockchains, the ability to use DeFi instruments to actually, to bring liquidity into these assets, but, still comply with the regulation. Eventually, we came up with this hybrid model. It's an interoperability standard we call SEP8. And SEP8 allows you to basically have this off-chain service that examines transactions. And then whenever you want to submit a transaction, instead of submitting it directly to the network, you submit it to this approval server. And if the approval server thinks it's compliant, it will sign the transaction, and then the transaction is valid. So the changes we added to the protocol were changes that allow this type of interoperability between an off-chain signer and on-chain, all the goodness that we have on-chain.
Yeah. And one thing that I'm catching from kind of this initial discussion is like innovation, community, various types of projects being developed on Stellar. And my next question is, what are you guys doing? You're doing something successful in terms of allowing developers to come in to Stellar and start developing. Which means like documentation, right? Support, resources. What's kind of the backing to bring more developers into Stellar that you guys try to do or try to accommodate for them to come in, whether they're native to blockchain or Web 2.0 devs, right? Because it's cumbersome. Things are more mature now, but you guys have always tried to focus on like a developer experience and growth and listening kind of back to feedback. Can you talk a little bit of how you guys strategize to have this growth of development, and it stems from like your core team?
Sure. So you were talking about docs. It's crazy the effect that good documentation has on an ecosystem. And one of the first things we hear from partners joining the Stellar ecosystem is wow, like your dev docs are one of the finest we've seen in the ecosystem. And I was actually at the MIT Bitcoin Expo a couple of years ago, and I think every developer that I talked with that I said, hey, I'm from the SDF, immediately responded with, oh, you've got great dev docs. So yeah, dev docs are really important. And I think they're good, and I think we can they can also be better, and we're working on that.
Always, yeah,
for sure. And it's really about identifying the personas of the different people who will be using the docs, because especially in Stellar, you have this dichotomy where we have the generalists, the developers coming from the wider ecosystem community. They want to build wallets, they want to learn about Stellar. Then we have the enterprise companies that are very use case driven. They want to drive cross-border payments. They want to facilitate access into their existing rails. They want to take their existing ACH rail and allow you to get USDC on the other side, or they want to facilitate Reai on-ramp in Brazil, right? They're very focused. So the secret is to really cater the experience, and these are very different developers, different programming languages, different, knowledge base, and you really need to cater for all these different personas.
Yeah, no, great for clarifying that, and that's what I've heard too, and those are important. You could have the best tech and have no like users or people leveraging it. And then you could have like tech that gets the job done, maybe not superior to others, but the resources are available, the education's available, and kind of the onboarding experience is more pleasant to start not focusing on the nuts and bolts, but being able to actually like program and code and build, right? Which is kind of cool. So I also want to talk about kind of like how Stellar works, kind of going back to the payments and just kind of the rails and all that, which really leads me to like anchors, right? There's people that are probably like, what is Stellar? Like, I don't know, is it Bitcoin? Is it like Ethereum? And it's its own chain. It's its own world. And so you guys operate globally. There's anchors all over the world. Also delivering like interoperability within kind of the ecosystem of efficiency, like stable coins, UI, UX, and applications. Can you touch a little bit of kind of the anchor experience, what they do, and how they facilitate? People are probably thinking like, okay, cool. There's anchors or stellars in these regions. How does that even work, right? How do you convert a local fiat currency into the Stellar, the Stellar protocol?
Sure, happy to talk about that. So 4 years ago, this was really hard to explain because no one understood what what these assets actually mean. Today, it's fairly easy. You say, hey, Stellar is a network of stable coins, and suddenly people understand what you're talking about.
For sure.
So in its core, Stellar is it's a blockchain that is super specific. So unlike some other blockchains that try to be everything for everyone, Stellar really focuses on financial inclusion and cross-border payments, and it allows it gives you the ability to do all these really important operations for cross-border payments in a very simple way and very cost-efficient and very fast. So one of these things is issuing a stable coin. So let's go through a cross-border payment flow. For example, you can go to an anchor in Paris. Tempo is one of the companies we work with in Europe. They issue a Euro T asset. Euro T is pegged to the Euro fiat currency. That means that you can send them a SEPA transfer, which usually settles within a few hours, and then they will issue the equivalent amount of Euro T for you on the chain. And now you can take that Euro T, go to the DEX, which is the decentralized exchange baked into the Stellar protocol, and swap that for, let's say, a Naira token, a Nigerian Naira token. Then you can go to a Nigeria anchor and swap that NGNT token or Nigerian Naira token for actual Naira in your bank account. So basically, you've moved all the way from Euro to Naira by going through the blockchain. Super efficient. The actual conversion happens on chain, so it's super fast. The lengthy operations are local, so they're still relatively short in the time duration, and you've got a cross-border payment. Now, you're in the industry, you know that it's not that simple. And actually, taking money means that you need to do compliance checks, you need to do KYC. And so the Stellar ecosystem is bigger than just the Stellar protocol itself, the Stellar ledger. You need standards to actually move between different payments network. How do I actually move from a SEPA transfer to a EuroT on chain? And that's a very special thing about Stellar, that all of these things are coordinated through a set of interoperability standards. We call these SEPs, Stellar Ecosystem Proposals. And SEPs are kind of like RFCs, if you're familiar with on the web. They're these open source standards that are constantly evolving, and they give you a standard way for doing something. So if I'm a wallet and I want to integrate with an anchor, instead of having like this bespoke integration with every anchor, I can have this reusable integration. So I integrate with an anchor once, and now I can use the same standards to integrate with multiple anchors, and that gives you the network effect that we really look for.
Yeah, and I think that's important. That kind of goes to the developer experience. That goes to people wanting to integrate and implement Stellar in some capacity. What makes Stellar so quick and efficient and cheaper, as everybody kind of talks about cost of transferring? We know some of these other protocols are having issues on congestion, gas prices and things of that sort. How does Stellar, because I feel when you do payments, and this is kind of one of the challenges in general, is we're so used to, automatic or as quick as it can be at the moment. Blockchain does provide a much more efficient way to settle. Yeah. But you guys are pretty, compared to other protocols, or, everybody's kind of catching up a little bit, but you guys have been in development for a long time. So what kind of makes you guys quicker, faster, efficient?
So I think the focus is the most important thing here. Because Stellar is so focused on cross-border payments, we are super optimized to do a simple subset of operations. Whereas in other networks, you need, you have things like smart contracts and general scripting, and Stellar, you can build smart contracts on Stellar. They're very focused on the world of cross-border payments. From a consensus perspective, we use a special flavor of consensus called the Stellar Consensus Protocol, SCP. This was developed by Professor David Mazieres in Stanford, who works with us. And you can think of it more as like a traditional Byzantine agreement, but in a federated fashion. So it's just much more efficient than things like proof of work. You can get finality within like 3 to 6 seconds, which is pretty impressive compared to like obviously a Bitcoin, where you usually need to wait to like 3-6 confirmations. But even other networks take some time. So I think focus really helps us out here in the consensus protocol for sure.
Yeah, and I think those are crucial, critical points. How about like the infrastructure growth? You mentioned DEXs, wallets, stable coins. Is there anything still missing? And how has the last few years been able to produce some of these applications that allow, the facilitation of transferring, of transactions, of payments, of whatever the case is? You guys have the infrastructure to enable, a user to, have it all at the fingertips.
Yeah, so I think everything, all the components are pretty much in place right now. And I think, we've seen things like Wire add support for Stellar this year. We've seen BitGo add support for non-XLM assets, which is really important, because when you go to an enterprise and you tell them, hey, you should self-custody this asset, a lot of these old-time financial institutions will look at you weird. What does it mean self-custodying an asset, right? They're used to paying for these things, and they need the service providers there, right? So we have service providers. We have more service providers coming on board. I think in the engineering org in Stellar, we're really focused on the future and the day after tomorrow. So one of the big projects that we're working on right now is payment channels. And Stellar is a very capable network as is right now, but we all know and understand that in a few years, we're probably going to be beyond capacity, right? The way that the network is growing right now. So, having 1,000 operations per second is great. But if you look at the Visa network, MasterCard, if you look at the, Square, if you're looking at the TPS numbers there, you understand that at the end of the day, there's got to be a second layer, eventually, no matter what. So we're working on a payment channels project. We actually released, or Interstellar released a couple of years ago, a beta called Starlight, which was an initial attempt at this. We're now working on some protocol changes to make it much simpler, much more efficient. So I'm really excited about this project, and it's moving super fast these days. I think this is a long-term project. One thing that's happening in the near term is liquidity pools and automatic market makers.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited about that. We've seen the success of retail market making in various platforms, and Uniswap have done a great job in leading the bunch there. And we finally have a protocol, a Stellar protocol that has been accepted just a couple of months ago. It's called CAP38, and it introduces liquidity pools to Stellar. So you get all the great things that you get with automatic market making tools that we already know about, the accessibility of retail market making, but you also get the great things in Stellar. So you get the super fast, the super cheap transactions. Because if you go to Uniswap right now and try to submit a transaction for a simple swap, it's gonna take some time.
Good luck. Yeah. Wait, sorry. So are you saying kind of the DeFi landscape and infrastructure is available for the tools, or are you guys building some of this stuff, or are these grant proposals out to kind of, or are you working with like Uniswaps of the world and these other lending, AMMs and lending protocols and borrowing protocols to integrate Stellar, or is this kind of going to be native to Stellar?
So we're talking about a native implementation on the Stellar protocol.
Yeah.
So probably the next protocol upgrade is going to introduce this feature. So similarly to how you have a decentralized exchange baked right into the protocol, you will have liquidity pools. Obviously, the validators still need to vote, and the ecosystem needs to agree, and it's a process. But just agreeing on in open source land, even just reaching an agreement on a protocol is already a major milestone. So we're there. The core team is already working on this implementation.
Nice.
And super excited about this and what this will look like on Stellar. There are other projects that are happening outside the SDF that deal with what I call Stellar Next. You have Satoshi Pay, which is a partner of ours in Germany. They're working on a sidechain project called Pendulum. Yeah. And Pendulum is basically a way to add smart contracting capabilities on Stellar, but without changing the protocol itself. Yeah. So the idea is that you will, the chain will escrow a certain amount of funds on the main Stellar network, and then on the side network, you will be able to run smart contracts and such.
Nice. And is Stellar interoperable with other chains? Is that on the roadmap? I don't even know if that's even a priority in general. I think nobody's maxed out in terms of needing to like swap assets, but it being interoperable is a key component in general in the blockchain space to free flow. How are you guys compatible or not yet?
Sure. So we definitely are full on interoperability, and the network was built. The Stellar network was built as a network of networks, right? As a means to move value between networks. The anchor model, it was based on this. So the idea is that you take value in one network and you anchor it to another network. And you actually have ERC20 tokens anchored into Stellar. You actually have, especially with multi-chain assets like USDC, you can actually go online and you have service providers that will just like swap your USDC between the different networks. If we're looking at trust minimized solutions for moving between networks, one of the first features of the Stellar network was atomic cross-chain swaps. So you can actually do atomic cross-chain swaps with Ethereum. To be honest, it's something that the general ecosystem hasn't seen a lot of adoption, not just Stellar, but the greater cryptocurrency ecosystem. The user experience around cross-chain swaps is really not quite there yet. We are looking and talking with several of the cross-chain layers, and there are some projects that have already announced support for For Stellar Flare, for example, have announced support for XLM. So we're super excited about this. I think there's still a long way to go in the world of cross-chain interoperability,
for sure,
and we haven't seen the last word on that.
Definitely, and I think it maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I misunderstood. Regarding like payment channels, and not only that, but like layer 2 solutions, scaling stuff. Is that do you see like a Stellar needing these types of solutions to scale in the long run, or how do you vision that? Everybody else is trying to figure out scalability. Ethereum has a bunch of like issues and challenges, and there's all these other like layer 2 scaling solutions for them. Where does Stellar fit in terms of like capacity, bandwidth, and like, is that part of the roadmap or not really required for Stellar?
It's definitely on our minds, scalability and layer 2 in general. Like you said, it's the ecosystem, the greater cryptocurrency ecosystem is still trying to figure it out. We've actually seen some interesting progress in Lightning this past year, so I'm super excited about that. And there's a lot of the payment channels project on Stellar that we're working on right now that's inspired by Lightning. Will that be the ultimate scalability solution? It's really hard to tell. It might be that side chains are what is eventually going to be the solution. We've got a lot of room for growth even within the network right now.
Totally.
So it's not like we're rushing, and when we don't want to rush this, we want to get it right. And we've got a lot of room to grow. And the core team is, some of the best engineers I've met in my life work at the core team in Stellar, and really making a lot of performance improvements from version to version. So right now, so just in terms of numbers, right now, we're talking about the public network being capped at 200 ops per second. And as performance improves, we're going to see the validators voting to increase that number, because this is an artificial number that the network decides on.
For sure. Yeah. There's no need right now. Nobody's maxed out on throughput and stuff like that. Not yet, at least. But we all understand, like, to get to where we're, for everybody watching, like how we operate now in our legacy systems is pretty quick and efficient and effective. And it's been like this for, blockchain in general is just a buzzword, right? Distributed systems, decentralized nodes, and infrastructure protocols have been around for decades, right? And now this is kind of just a snowball effect. But one thing that I wanted to ask too is, at one point in the past, it was like blockchain and enterprise. Everybody was thinking like that they were going to adopt first. And I haven't really talked about blockchain and enterprise in quite a bit, but I know you guys work with a lot of institutions, entities. What's the sentiment there over the past, year or two? Because at one point it was a big push, right? I mean, we have partners too, like, ING Bank, Rolls-Royce, Anheuser-Busch, that are exploring the technology. And then, we brought on like a utility company, which was kind of cool, as one of our partners, which you guys are part of as well, the Education Alliance. But in general, from, the Stellar side, what are enterprises looking to do? And you touched on it a little bit in terms of payments and rails and, stable coins. But what are they are they still looking at the technologies? Is it premature? Do they know they got to maybe have this as a, an alternate option of some kind of solution?
Yeah, enterprises are an interesting part of this ecosystem. It's definitely the long game with a lot of these companies, especially if you look at banks. It takes some time for them to start thinking about change. We've worked in the past with a lot of innovation departments in various banks. Truth of the matter is that a lot of these innovation departments sometimes are a dead end. And you've been in the industry for a while. You've lived through all the announcements of like various companies and various banks. We're doing this and that, and that's why Stellar is a bit, we're a bit more modest in terms of making these announcements. We're working with banks. We actually have, European bank, one of the oldest in Germany, issuing a euro stable coin. We're super excited about that.
And how do they use that? Like, I think people think of banks as deposits, loans, but you're also talking, well, I don't know exactly, I'm assuming, but, and I'll let you elaborate, but like, there's also a lot of interbank settlements, right? That they were exploring the technology for, not so much maybe like, holding, crypto in your bank account quite yet, but internally, when banks transfer money and settle and loan, record keeping, is that kind of what you were seeing? Well, I mean, on the Stellar side, it would be like transfer value, but being able to efficiently like move money around within banks and, I don't know, allowing, transparency and maybe security, right? Encryption processes like to align how they operate now.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there, especially because if you look at institutional prices for something like becoming a Swift operator, then the prices are pretty crazy there. So there's definitely an opportunity there. I think what we've learned throughout the years is that the way to start change or to initiate change is really at the edges. The closer you get to the actual consumer, it's easier to institute change. You have more startups operating in that space. Startups and fintechs move a lot faster than traditional financial institutions. So, we have like these various level of engagements with different companies. There's an ongoing discussion with banks. We did this great project with the World Bank. We did a bunch of demos with larger banks and larger remittance agents, and it's moving, but definitely in terms of kind of like at least for the short term, I think that most of the innovation we're going to see from the small players, from the fintechs that can move fast.
Yeah, for sure. And we don't have to go into it anymore, but yeah, I was just curious because, we were having a lot of these discussions on the enterprise front, and the announcements and everybody, and they were trying, it was cool. But yeah, a lot of dead ends and like, how does it affect the bottom line? Like a lot of this other like, concerns or questions, but we all understand, how the technology can improve some of the operations internally, but we can move on. So I was I went to Meridian in Mexico City a couple of years ago. COVID hit. I know you guys had it virtual, but at that time, and in general, Stellar's pretty modest, like you said, and pretty low key, but a big name. Like everybody knows Stellar, in the space, and even extended, outside the community of the crypto community. But one of the things that's kind of cool with Stellar is like you guys don't do too much marketing. And I think during that conference, there's going to be a change. Stellar just kind of delivers, builds, and has this like robust like community, and they've had it for a long time. How have you guys been able to market yourselves in general to these regions, right? Is it through meetups? Is it through, content distribution? And we could talk high level, but Stellar is, like I said, it's kind of low key, but like, but they're massive, and like you have people building and people know about it. How do you guys like balance that out and stay at the forefront of like one of the leading, crypto companies projects, right? And that's been born.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I was there in Mexico City as well, and it was pretty awesome to have the big Stellar family all in one place. And it's amazing how everyone knows each other, and I've, because I deal a lot with partners, then it's like a family reunion.
Yeah.
So that was really great. I think our marketing folks would probably argue with you, and we'll say that we're actually doing a great marketing job. But yeah, you're right. I think we're just really focused on delivering results rather than just these announcements. I think a lot of these companies that make announcements that lead to nowhere, at the end of the day, they're hurting mostly themselves. So we really try hard to to only bring something to the public attention after we've gone through an integration process. And we can share that a lot of times. You start an integration process with a company, and nothing comes out of it, and that's okay. It's part of the business, right? So we're really focused on, just putting a spotlight on the things, that work, when they work, when you actually have money moving on the network. And I think we have a lot of, people give us a lot of credit because of that. And our partners really, are excited about it and are putting in the legwork to make it happen.
No, for sure. And it goes back kind of that community feel. People understand, what you're building, how you're building it. For some reason, you guys have like impeccable timing, or just kind of like you go with the market, forecasting, like truly understanding. I mean, Jed, is he still involved with Stellar? Like,
yeah,
right.
Yeah. We were just working together yesterday. Yeah, he's still involved.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are visionaries over there and like understand the lay of the land from all angles, really. And you guys just target, execute, and deliver, and people see that. And that's kind of what keeps Stellar always on the radar, like regardless, like you're always there, in some capacity. So we got a couple minutes here. Like, what do you still see as some of the challenges, just to kind of go high level in crypto and the industry? I mean, we've chatted about, it's kind of crazy because I feel you guys have built so much, and in general crypto, like you would think it'd be mainstream, right? But we're not there yet at all. But we're maturing. People understand it now. It's kind of mainstream a little bit in terms of the news, and it's more getting out there. Although the technology's been around, the foundational concepts of what blockchain is has been around for decades. Blockchain has now come in light through Bitcoin, through these other things. But what do you still see as some of the challenges? Is it education? Is it like teaching the masses what crypto is and like what its impact is? Is it I feel like the technology, we're trying to apply it a little bit to Web 2.0 and kind of past work, which that's a good transition, but we still don't know what blockchain is going to do moving forward. Nobody thought of the Ubers and your Airbnbs, right, and these other fintechs in the 90s. And it took some iterations. It took various projects to get where we're at. But what do you still see as some of the challenges that we need to tackle to get us, to continue moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I'd say, obviously there are the technical challenges,
yeah.
But, I'm an engineer and we can solve the technical things, right? Yeah. We can get the scale there. We can get, the protocol in place. Obviously I think you nailed it, like the educational aspect is probably the most important one. Cause, it's very hard for people to tell apart, kind of like the crypto nonsense, so to speak, from from things that make sense. So you have things like, with all due respect, if a tweet from Elon Musk sends the entire ecosystem like on a craze, then we have a problem, right?
I was like, that was the first thing I thought. I'm like, what's going on here? Why is this even being affecting the price? We should actually be buying more. No, but in general, I thought that too. Like, I'm like, why is this correlated like whatsoever? But
yeah, so
I understand.
Yeah, so I think obviously, like the wild speculation on cryptocurrencies needs to end, right? Because it's really not doing well for our ecosystem. But the other thing is that you also need to, to separate between the value of blockchain, things like cross-border payments on Stellar, from crypto first asset, like native cryptocurrency assets, which are kind of like a different financial beast. And as long as you can understand the difference between these things, then we can make progress. But a lot of time it's really difficult, especially with what's going on in the media. So I think we're making good progress. I think from obviously from a regulatory perspective, there's still a lot of we need more clarity, especially in the US, but also in other regions around the world that we work with. So we work with that. We have folks in Washington that are talking to representatives and explaining that technology, and it's super important. So I think these are the really important things.
One last question. Just thought of it right now. Like talking about kind of advancing the space. Do you have a hard cutoff or you're good?
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Education, understanding crypto, understanding blockchain, all of these applications coming out. How do you determine, and I'm sure you see a lot of projects coming and going, how do you determine like innovation on a project with just some kind of fork or just some minor like tweak, and it's kind of not a copycat, but everybody's iterating off of everybody. Like, you don't want to be the first one, you don't want to be the last one. How do you view, you're an engineer too, so I mean, this question can be answered in a variety of ways. The team really understanding the tech, the market that it's targeting, but at a high level, you've had your sushi swaps and your Uniswaps, right? You've had like these other like various applications being built that tweak some things, and then you have some that are similar that just don't make it. But how do you view, or your due diligence? And again, you see projects coming and going to diversify, but pick and choose what may or may not work. And it is a risk. Nobody knows everything. But how do you determine like what a good project is or not, or if it's a copycat?
Yeah. It's a full-time job, Adam, trying to figure that out,
For sure.
Yeah, because it's really hard to tell. At first, some of these projects look like a joke, and suddenly, you see that there's merit to it. Yeah. And sometimes you have fairly respectable team with advisors that are professors from wherever, and it's a money grab, right? Yeah. So it's hard to tell these things apart. Obviously the first thing I look at is the team. I go deep into a white paper, try to understand if there's actual technology in this thing. See where the money comes from, because if you can sense that something is a money grab sometimes. Yeah.
No, that's cool. Yeah. I was just thinking about that, and us too, right? We run an accelerator. We used to do investments in the past. It's just kind of interesting. And I've been interviewing other investors in the community, and how do they like determine? And it's an art, it's a skill, it's experience. But one thing that everybody does say, and you just brought it up, was the team, and kind of, not to say that makes it guaranteed successful, but you're off to a good start if the team understands like what they're trying to build, and then how do they differentiate, leveraging technology to, apply it one way or another. It's kind of
I've seen amazing projects that I was really into the technology go nowhere. Which also happens a lot in space, and it's kind of sad.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, I think we're up on time here. We've gone quite a bit. It's been a pleasure, man. It was good talking with you.
It's great, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, definitely. So where can our audience and our viewers, which this is going to be shown internationally, people are tuning in different time zones, but where can people learn more about Stellar, learn more about the programs that you guys are putting out, and just to kind of get updated?
Sure. Go to stellar.org. We've got everything. If you're a developer, if you're in a fintech and you're interested in figuring out how Stellar can work for you, if you just want to learn about it, even if you're not any of the above, just go to stellar.org. We've got really great educational material.
Awesome. So all of you tuning in, hopefully you enjoyed this discussion. Tomer Weller, Director of Partner Engineering at the Stellar Development Foundation. It was a pleasure having you. We obviously hope to have you back. If not you, somebody from your team to give us updates. We do this every month. And going back to, education, really, this is kind of our effort to highlight, teams and individuals like yourself that have been in the space, that are building stuff, that understand the landscape. And we're here to just showcase and highlight that to everybody that's watching. So we thank you for your time, and we hope to have you back.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good one. For every you watching Reimagine 2021, you can catch this during the conference. If you happen to miss it, feel free to visit our YouTube channel, where you can catch all of our discussions. Stellar's been on a few times. They also did a workshop for us, so super stoked about that. And that's it. Enjoy.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees,
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Oh, hi! Felix the Phoenix here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Air gapping, a method for securing computers in which the device does not connect to the internet or any other open networks. Ooh, that sounds fancy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebell. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special edition of our virtual blockchain conference series. This is the 10th anniversary event. We've been bringing you content and community virtually almost every month since May 2020, and we're just super grateful for the following that we've built over the last year and all of the wins in the crypto space and the opportunity to interview such interesting people and hear what they're working on. So today I'm pleased to introduce our next guest, Bradley Miles. He's the co-founder and CEO of Roll, a blockchain infrastructure for the social economy. Welcome. How are you doing today?
Hey, Ashley, happy to be here.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. So before we get into what Roll is doing in the blockchain space, as you know, we have a robust university program. We've been interacting with students from over 100 universities in 24 countries. Really recommend any students tuning in to check out mousebelt.university. But I always like to ask my guests, kind of tell us about your journey getting into blockchain. What were you doing before? How did you make that leap? And do you have any advice for students who are looking to do the same?
Yeah, I've been pretty fascinated with the blockchain space for around 6 years. I became so passionate about it that I started just looking up where all the news came from. And most roads led to a site called CoinDesk. And I reached out to the editor at the time when it was around 5 people and said, I have to work here. And annoyed them a little bit, and eventually became the head of research at CoinDesk in 2015 or 16. There were around, I think maybe less than 10 known researchers in the space at the time. And my big task was to formalize a product called the State of Blockchain Report, which was a 100-page report that came out every 90 days. So wow. I need to know just about everything in the space, from Bitcoin mining market share to GitHub commits for blockchain, any metric you could think of or fathom. I need to sort of have all the information for. Around 2016, we started really thinking about Ethereum and how to include that in reports, and really never looked back at that time, and had this idea that Ethereum could maybe change the future of digital communities. What would a digital community look like with its own monetary system? Can that exist independent of platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, etc.? And I thought Ethereum could be a really good tool to do that. And this could be a really good end state for platforms. And so around that time, I independently wrote a book on venture capital. I was working at a few venture capital firms as well, called Break Into VC, and the book did really well. And someone I met along the way happened to be the managing director of Techstars New York, and I was talking about some ideas like this, and he wrote me a check on the spot at a restaurant, and
wow.
I became a blockchain EIR, entrepreneur in residence at Techstars in 2017-18, and just sat down in a corner for a while and found my co-founder Sid Kella, who also is in the blockchain space for over 8 years, and started Roll. Yeah.
Wow, what a great story. So what was it like? Did you have a background in journalism or media? What was it like kind of getting your start at a media company like CoinDesk?
No, yeah, I was just super hungry. Generally everyone was, really figuring things out at that time. Yeah, you can achieve such an alpha by just literally being early and showing up. And just kind of knowing what we were talking about a little bit, or just having an idea or thesis that's interesting. And as we move forward, I just I got to have a front row seat for everything. Everyone coming into CoinDesk, all the founders and everything, and then eventually just got the itch to become a founder after hearing so many interesting stories.
Yeah, well, that's great advice for people who want to get involved in blockchain. I think it's still early enough that be hungry, get in early, even just bug people till they give you a job. People in the blockchain space are friendly enough that you can really reach out to a lot of the CEOs of these companies. People like the team at Mousebell, we always like to hire interns, and many of them have been able to get full-time positions with us. It's still early, and so just being hungry and getting in early and getting that domain expertise in blockchain, knowing what you're talking about a little bit opens a lot of doors, and then you can really take it in the direction that speaks to your passions. So in doing all this research and learning more about Ethereum, you applied that to what like a digital world would look like with its own economy, specifically in like social platforms. Were you always kind of interested in redefining the way we engage online socially? Did you want to start your own social media platform? What was the thinking there?
Yeah, I just think digital communities are just one of the most fascinating things on the internet. I've always admired people that have built for digital communities. I remember when Patreon came out, just thinking it was like the coolest idea in the world, but I was thinking this probably isn't it. It's probably something after this that like happens. You saw things like YouTube creating a donate button and Twitch and things like that. And I was like, this isn't it. There has to be something else here that's more important. And really just that passion and, blockchain as a concept in my life kind of collided and helped me and my co-founder form Roll.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have you like plug your book a bit, because I think it's something that people tuning in might be interested in. Where can they find it, and what are some of the top things or tips or advice you would give as far as breaking into VC?
Yeah, so the book's called #Break Into VC, and it is a collection of everything you need to know to become a venture capitalist. It became a bestseller on Amazon, right up there with Brad Feld's Venture Deals and a few other venture capital books. And literally, I've been kind of blown away. I went on like a mini book tour after it came out in like 2016, 17, and was really just blown away by the response, because I wrote it for kind of students that were just kind of looking to get in. But I have investors that have read the book and started funds and invested in my company, which is very interesting. There's CEOs that have read it and raised. I get pings every day from people across the world that have just read it, and they're like, hey, thanks for breaking this down. So yeah, it just talks through all the terms you'd need to be familiar with if you want to be on the other side of the table as an investor, how to analyze companies. I break down case studies of how to do that, and then interview some people towards the end of the book that just were VCs. And turns out no one created a book like that on like just how to formally get into the industry, not how to like raise a Series A or deal, just literally how to break into the industry. So it just became like a classic for the kids to read. So yeah, it was really, really fun book to write, super easy, soft skills book. You read it, you feel like you know what's going on and could go out and get a gig or raise a fund or do anything like that.
Yeah, that's so important. Even just like knowing the terminology, helps you feel less like an outsider, right? And break into these industries. Well, we love resources like that. The next time I have a student I'm advising who is interested in that, I might recommend that to them. Also, we have, breaking into blockchain. We had a great panel with some of the students that have gone through our university program. Anyone just tuning in to Reimagine, check out our YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button. We've got a Breaking into Blockchain panel with students who've all gotten jobs in the industry, one of which is now the CEO of a media company. It's all really exciting to see. Yeah, I love being in the space for many years and watching people kind of grow their careers. So check out that interview. Well, let's dive in then to Roll, exactly what it is, built on Ethereum, I assume. And what's the thesis? What's the vision for monetizing digital communities, and how does it work exactly?
Yeah, so me and my co-founder are very lucky to have just been researchers in the space for a while. So we've been thinking about this category, why it should exist, why it's important. And, you can really tell the story of what's happening right now over the past 20 years. So over the past 20 years, you could largely consider, the most important things that have happened on the internet as sort of user-generated content, tools for likes, posts, videos, streams. These tools collectively for user-generated content have generated billions of dollars for platforms, and creators kind of get the leftovers after that. Once you plug in sort of a decentralized backend or blockchain, new piece of infrastructure there, you realize this opens up an entirely new feature set for creators, so much so that it warrants its own new version of this concept. It's almost upgrading the social internet. And so at a thesis level, really see this as a transition on the internet from user-generated content to what we kind of started calling user-generated capital. So creators can now not only create their own posts and videos, but now they now have the option through Roll and other tools to create their own capital. And we see this capital existing in two ways. So largely that can be, sort of content, which is sort of taking the form of NFTs, and that's going to have its own life. And what we're most interested in is community. So communities can have their own capital and their own money. And Roll, quite simply, is an infrastructure play for this sort of concept. So we allow anyone, anywhere, anytime to create their own social money, or is more known in the space as social tokens, or starting to become known as. And we allow anyone to create it, buy it, sell it, trade it, and send it anywhere on the web, very similar to PayPal or Stripe. Roll is a sort of technology that can plug natively into other apps and also has its own ecosystem. And so there's around 350 creators on the platform right now that use social money, constantly. So maybe the most well-known is the actor Terry Crews, and another one is huge in the NFT world, Whale Shark, who created Whale with us. Terry created Power, and there's hundreds of others. So similar to like the journey of the first 10,000 YouTubers doing really exciting things, starting things like maker studios and a bunch of other things. I think the first 10,000 people that start create their own currency are going to do really interesting things as well. So we're just super excited to be telling this story and helping creators have their own currency and own their own social capital on the internet.
So Terry Crews is using Roll. That's awesome.
Yeah, he created Power. TechCrunch wrote about it a little bit. He's fascinated with artists and just engaging in the art world. He has his own animation studio as well. And one thing Terry, Whale Shark, and a few other creators do is this fascinating concept. So Roll we really consider as a piece of infrastructure. But on top of that, of course, what makes infrastructure important is applications. And so this is what people are doing with their currency. It's fascinating. So we really thought of Roll in the beginning in like 2019 as a way to transactionally spend social money. So, you'd have, opportunities and you could spend Ashleys, 10 Ashleys and you get this or that. And people want Ashleys. But in reality, people, would want to hold Ashleys and then spend it. But no one would really maybe like want to invest in Ashleys, because as soon as you get it, you just kind of want to spend it on this opportunity. And so a lot of Roll creators had this idea to gate access to their community. So this is largely happening on Discord and sometimes Telegram as well, in their own currency. So Terry is the powerhouse on Discord. And in order to get into the powerhouse, you need to hold 50 power. The reason why that's fascinating is because, similar to Bitcoin, Roll creates a finite amount of power or social money that exists, in the space. And you don't have to take our word for it, of course. You could check all this out on Ethereum. And so if I'm holding, let's say 100,000 power, I literally hold 1% of Terry Crews's, monetary supply, which is fascinating. And so that's impossible to do on Patreon or OnlyFans or Twitch or YouTube, because there's not a finite amount of this thing. And so these are unique features that communities can have, a stake in the success of what they're a part of very early on. And, we really see this as like a new form of self-expression. almost like folks wearing, a jacket from Supreme or something like this. You'll soon start to see people, kind of show off the different types of currencies that they have, and it'll be able to access different things, maybe even things where the creator is not even there. I may want to start someone may have an audio chat application, and in order to, I may create a room where, you need 10 power to get in, and we may talk about, Idiocracy or White Chicks or something like that, like a movie Terry was in, and Terry doesn't even need to be there. We're just expressing ourselves through this new form of money. And so that's fascinating. And very soon, our APIs will be farther along so that we'll have an interface where thousands of developers can plug in and they can make these things a reality. So Roll is not effectively going to create the next Twitch or, audio chat app or streaming. Many other entrepreneurs will have the opportunity to do that. We'll just be the infrastructure that allows that to make sense.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I love the idea of, and I think that the most exciting applications of things like an NFT are this smart contract that you have now that you hold that could then maybe unlock certain experiences or that make that thing hold value over time because of what you can get access to certain airdrops or enter a chat. If you have so many of them, that's great. I think that's very creative and super interesting. So how do you see, so you're building the infrastructure, it's not actually a social platform. I'm thinking of, kind of maybe failed experiments or slow to start experiments like Steam or Hive or different types of Twitter applications that are on the blockchain, which all is great for censorship resistance. But what do you think makes you different? And what do you think it's going to take to crack the code on this idea of incentivizing creators and putting more of the ownership and money back into people's hands, as opposed to Facebook, which is making all this money off of our data and advertising to us, et cetera?
Yeah. So when we first started building Roll, there was a concept that was around that is now, extraordinarily popular in our world. So decentralized finance. And what we can now do is, there's this established, concept of the creator economy, and there's decentralized finance. And what Roll is actually doing is sort of converging until these two are kind of the same thing. And they form sort of a, DeFi creator economy. And in this DeFi creator economy, if you will, the people that we're talking about, so the creators that are on Roll, can have their own liquidity. They could have their own trading volume. And these are sort of new versions of monetary freedom that are possible. These are folks that hold millions of units of their own currency. If you're early, you can, get a bunch of someone else's currency, buy it, sell it, trade it, create other experiences in it. And these are very new, sort of realities for people. So we're super excited about how that's developing and the future of that. So these new types of creators, will sort of come to the internet with their own currency, their own liquidity, their own trading volume, which we could then, plug into all of these existing applications, exchanges, social platforms, and other ways to engage.
Awesome. So where are you all at in your roadmap? You mentioned some things coming down the line, more robust APIs, so more developers can plug into the infrastructure that you're building. Give us a little story of your journey, where you've been and where you are, where you're headed the next few quarters.
Yeah. So we're very early in this idea. And so right now people are onboarding directly onto Roll, right? So there we have a little button, create social money. You fill out an application and name your currency, upload an image, and we pay the gas fees, and your currency is live on Ethereum. And you could use our tools to plug it into Twitter and send it, and sort of all these things. Similar to PayPal, not seeing a world in which the concept of online cash only exists on PayPal, but instead being a piece of infrastructure that allows e-commerce as a category to just be the most enormous thing in the world. Roll quite simply sees the same thing with social money or social tokens. So I think it'd be naive for us to say, like, in order to create social money, you'd need to go, everyone in the world needs to go to tryroll.com. So instead, everything we've built, we are basically going to give to other platforms. So in the future, you may see a reinvention of Spotify or a reinvention of OnlyFans or a chat or an app for beauty influencers or babysitters, and you may see the option for them to create their own tokens. And the entrepreneurs that are creating those platforms won't necessarily be Web3 entrepreneurs. They'll be entrepreneurs that are very passionate about the beauty space or babysitting or gamers or any of these things. But Roll will sort of serve as a backend. So we'll allow other platforms to mint these types of tokens on behalf of their users very easily. And this is where we see like a Cambrian explosion of this idea happening. And so the journey of Roll is to gather every piece of financial infrastructure we can together, whether that's exploring relationships with other fintech companies like Visa, or plugging directly into decentralized exchanges like Uniswap and others, and then effectively giving that opportunity to platforms that will help, some that are already mass social like Twitter, and others that could emerge specifically to be the primary gateway for a specific type of application in this universe. So someone may want to create a polling app where you can vote on the poll, but instead of just clicking and voting, you could vote in Ashley's. And so in order to do that, you would need Roll APIs to verify that amount and send it. And that person may just want to create a polling app, but we'll have the APIs to like involve these communities. Another thing that's fascinating is this world of like spatial audio and video. So folks sort of like recreating Zoom and new metaverses and all these things. And so, imagine having your own planet. In order to be a citizen or like have access to that planet, you need to hold one Ashley. So the person building that application would be fascinated with, metaverses, and we'd be the APIs that allow, folks to verify that you have a certain amount of someone's currency and, exist in these spaces.
Very cool. So just very broad digital community, social economy. Any brand or person or project could have a token and create unique experiences for their community based on their investment into that community.
Yeah, we've literally seen concepts like e-commerce or online video just explode once, infrastructure changes. 40 years ago, there were 3 channels, ABC, CBS, and NBC. It's how you got content. 40 years later, there's 30 million channels with things like YouTube, et cetera. All that really happened is the infrastructure for content and video changed. And, Roll is, our vision is to change the infrastructure of money. And as many YouTube channels as there are, we feel there will be that amount of currencies. And, we want to bring that world into fruition, very soon.
Absolutely. And the easier that you make it for people, like the sooner that's going to happen. And this mass adoption that we need to really see some of the innovation, that's kind of like pie in the sky dreams we have for decentralization, freedom, privacy, all of those things. Got to make it really simple and easy for people. So, well, that's also exciting. Any big partnerships that you have secured lately? Are you working with any of these traditional finance companies, or any exciting announcements, or you can tease some announcements for what's coming up for Roll?
I could definitely say that we're going to announce some stuff later this year. Yeah, so we have a lot of global partners that are very close to the company that, we'll announce like later this quarter and next quarter.
Well, that's exciting. Where can people find more information so that they can receive these updates?
Yeah, so you can go to tryroll.com, which is our website, and kind of read about us. You can click this creator hand in the corner if you're interested in creating your own social money on Roll. You can check out our Twitter at TryRollHQ. And yeah, you just email me. People email me all the time, be like, what is this? Can I create meme coins? It's Bradley at tryroll.com.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, and who are you most hoping to hear from? I know that you guys are hiring right now?
Yeah. I'm very excited about aside from like the APIs and Web3 infrastructure, concepts of staking and like plugging into platforms. I'm really excited just about like the media side of this, like the informational side. So I know it's a weird, strange world, but basically if folks are interested in like writing about this topic or just learning more and maybe publishing about it, or just curious to talk to creators, we have sort of a massive influx of people wanting to do this, and just because of how we want to do this, we have to like talk to everyone first before they create their own currency. Yeah, if you're just interested in talking to creators or learning more, yeah, I would love to talk to you.
Excellent. Well, we'll have to check back in with Reimagine, and we're making a big play in media as well, and trying to bring all of this information to a wider audience. So we'll definitely keep in touch on that. And just to round out the segment, like we said, this is our 10th anniversary event. We've been doing this for over a year. Anyone who's just tuning in, if you're just getting into the blockchain space, tons of education available on our Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel. Head over there, hit subscribe, watch some of our past interviews. But it seems like a good time anytime you have, an anniversary to think about, where you've been, where you're going, maybe some backwards looking statements as to like how the last year was for you, and what do you see as far as the future of crypto, maybe the next year.
Yeah. This last year was really interesting for us. We met a lot of people globally that we'll kind of like announce soon. We realized the importance of just securing these types of digital assets. This was a very playful company. We had these playful coins for creators, and now the market's over $100 million. So having the same security as an exchange and the other things, like, and just kind of growing up, upgrading the company a bit, was really important for us this year, and meeting people that have formed incredibly huge companies that were interested in helping out. So we're super grateful to have those partners. And then looking forward, is that
yeah, what do you see happening in the crypto sphere the next year?
Yeah, so I think what we really do is turn communities into a digital asset. And then so once communities become a digital asset, and let's say have a spot market, so let's say Ashley's are very liquid, and it's $10 in Ashley, there's $6 million of liquidity. You have your own cool room on Clubhouse, and it's 100 Ashley to get in, but 100 Ashley is $1,000. And so someone may want to create a lending market for Ashley's. So we may supply Ashley's and get 8.9% APR back in Ashley's for supplying this and having this decentralized lending market. Or you may do something silly. I mean, we may want to go short Ashley or long. So I think our job is to really get digital communities to that point where there's a fairly liquid spot market, and then from then DeFi can really take hold, and you could have social money derivatives markets, social money lending, like all these new concepts that emerge. But we do see a world in which digital communities, and it's happening already with some, Whale Shark and a few others, are have a higher market value than some protocols. So this is something that I think we'll see a lot more of in the next few years.
Absolutely. I love this combination of digital communities and DeFi, and I definitely see that coming in the future in crypto. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and everyone who's just tuning in. This is Reimagine 2021 Virtual Blockchain Conference Series. It's our 10th anniversary event, and we've been talking with Bradley Miles, the co-founder and CEO of Roll. And head over to tryroll.com to learn more.
Thanks, guys.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji. My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Nelson Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Multi-signature, multi-sig. A crypto asset wallet that requires multiple keys to access. Typically, a specified number of individuals are required to approve or sign a transaction before they're able to access the wallet. This is different from most wallets, which only require one signature to approve a transaction. You know, the missus and I once went to a party that required multiple keys to access. Ooh, crazy times.
to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is actually our 10th edition anniversary. We've been doing this for a whole year now, bringing you monthly virtual conferences, bringing you the latest innovation and really finding founders and leaders out there who are breaking the bounds of what's being built next in this industry. I'm your host, Roshan Marachkar from the Mousebelt team. And I'm very excited to bring you here a returning guest at Reimagine. So with me here today, I have Alex Mashinsky, who's the CEO and founder at Celsius Network. Alex, welcome back to the show. Really glad to have you here today. And I think a lot of people know a lot of things about you, but you continue to push the bounds and do new things. So, just to start off with, how is the last mini bear market and time of liquidations? How's that process been going for you and your team?
Hey, Roshan, great to be back. And yeah, thanks for continuing to create content and educate people. I mean, obviously, without that, we wouldn't be growing the community. So we had a phenomenal year. Last year, January, we were at about 550 million in assets. Before this crash, we were at 22 billion. And after the crash, we were over 15 billion, right? So we're definitely continuing to grow very, very rapidly. Almost 1 million users worldwide, 170 countries. And, we've done a phenomenal job for our community, distributed over $700 million worth of interest to all of these customers. We've now grown to 42 different assets. So we earn yield on 13 different stable coins, 3 different gold-based denominated or gold tokenized gold assets, and 14 different blockchains. So that's more than anyone else, right? There isn't anyone in crypto that can recite these numbers. And again, the most important thing that we've done a great job for the community. We announced publicly several times that we had no liquidations or counterparty problems with our institutional investors, zero liquidation, thousands of margin calls, but no liquidations. And while it's unfortunate to hear that just on Binance, I think 1.5 million customers got liquidated, over $11 billion worth of value lost. At Celsius, in total, we had 102 retail margin calls on which the customer did not respond, and we had to do a partial liquidation. So that's less than $200,000 out of a book of 15 billion. So I don't think there's a bank in the world that can give you numbers like that either, right? I mean, today, most banks have a credit card loss, average loss of 4 to 6% of their portfolio. And we're talking about a fraction of 1%. At Celsius.
Yeah, definitely. The variety that you guys offer your customers and your stakeholders, you guys have been doing it before kind of DeFi even existed. So I think that's a great point. And you guys are kind of like pioneers in this industry, right? So what I find interesting is a lot of people maybe don't understand the different options out there for yield. Everyone thinks of yield the same. Can you kind of break down like the Celsius token and kind of your corporate structure so that people can understand why you guys are different?
Sure. So, like you said, we invented the whole category, right? So before Compound paid you in comp or Aave paid you in their own token, Celsius was the first one to offer yield. No one has ever offered yield. And then offer you two options. One, get paid in kind, Bitcoin on Bitcoin or Ethereum on Ethereum. And or you could be earning more with the Cell token, right? That was a Celsius innovation. Now almost everybody's offering that. Every pool gives you sushi swap, sushi coins or pancake coins or whatever. But really, we invented this whole idea of enabling yield and then creating an incentive for people to earn. And in 2020, the Cell token was the best performing, according to Masari, the best performing asset in all of crypto was Cell token. So we created tremendous value for our community. And it's not just that we benefited, but also our community, all of our users benefited from hodling with Celsius. And I'm super excited that that we managed to deliver most of that value to our community. So the main difference between Celsius, which is a CeFi company or centralized finance, which means that we have one leg in traditional finance and one leg in DeFi, and people who are pure DeFi, is that DeFi, while it's great for some people, if you're really a maven and you're a geek and you know you can code in your sleep, it still only runs on one or two blockchains, right? So you either run on Ethereum or you're running on Solana or you're running on something else, but you don't have the breadth that Celsius can offer. And the average yield, like right now, the average yield on DeFi is 2 to 3%, and Celsius continues to pay 6 to 15% on the same assets, right? So how can Celsius pay 2, 3, 4 times more compared to DeFi, or 50 times more compared to your bank, right? That's really the big question. And the answer is that what the bank pays you is not fair value. It's not what it costs to borrow money. You want to know what the real cost for $1? Take USDC, put it on a platform and see what people are willing to pay you to borrow it. Right now, you can earn 8.8% on USDC all day long, right? That rate, you get paid every Monday. It compounds. And if you take the same dollar, put it in a bank, you'll earn 0.5%, right? So it's 15 times more than your average bank. So that's really the difference between kind of traditional finance and DeFi and what Celsius can do. We have 6 sources of yield. So we lend to institutions, right? There are counterparties that pay us interest for the fact that we aggregated Bitcoin from almost 1 million users. We collect that interest. We give most of that back to the community. So the equivalent to that on Wall Street is called SEC lending or securities lending. And Robinhood does it, and Charles Schwab does it, and Fidelity does it. They just don't pay you any of that, right? When they lend your Tesla stock or your Facebook stock, they earn yield on that. They just don't share it with their customers. Celsius decided to share most of that with their customers, and that's how yield on crypto was invented, right? We created that category from scratch. We also lend to exchanges. So that 15 billion that we have came mostly off exchanges. Now exchanges have to pay to have liquidity. They have to pay to be able to do market making and so on. And who are they paying? The community, right? Which is a great outcome. We also do DeFi. So we are the largest user of DeFi. We are probably the largest user of Aave or Maker or Compound and so on, because we have the most deployed on these platforms. And the beauty of Celsius is that one day we're a lender and the next day we're a borrower. So we're actually creating the yield that you, as a user of Maker, are earning on the other side. Celsius is the one paying that interest because it's cheaper for us to borrow on Maker sometimes than it is from some other counterparty. So we also lend retail to our retail users. If you need a margin loan in dollars against your Bitcoin, that helps the price of Bitcoin. Why? You don't have to sell it. You can take a loan, pay off your credit card, pay your student loan, or invest in a different asset. And that's a beautiful thing for people who also defer their taxes, right? Because you don't have to pay tax on what you sold. And the last piece is mining. We invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the mining business, mostly in North America, in renewable resources. And for us, mining is a source of yield, source of Bitcoin. I have to pay more than 6,000 Bitcoins every year to my community. If I can get it from a Bitcoin factory, then I'm going to build a Bitcoin factory and get it from there instead of getting it from an institution or an exchange.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. And in my mind, I'm kind of, you guys are almost kind of building this like crypto ETF internally because you have so much diversification. So I think it's really exciting. And I think, going back to the concept of DeFi, everyone always talks about TVL, total value locked, and this overbearing metric. And you all have had a higher TVL than like all of the top DeFi projects, for a very long time. So can you tell me, like, how do you see the future of DeFi converging for retail users with CeFi? Like, do you see people learning about DeFi first, maybe through CeFi, or do you think that there'll always be a gap of education for retail?
Right. So first, what matters is not the TVL, the total value locked, but rather the ratio between the TVL and how much is lent out. Like right now, the problem that most DeFi platforms have is that the TVL is still high, but the amount of loans being issued is very, very low. That's why you're only making 2 or 3% on your DAI, because no one really needs it. Celsius is probably the largest borrower of DAI right now on all these platforms. So at Celsius, because we have 6 different sources of yield, we don't have to rely just on DeFi or rely on a GBTC arbitrage like some of our competitors do, right? And we go where the yield is highest, and we move assets between all the different players to make sure that we maximize the yield. Now, we have a much higher barrier than DeFi, so it's much harder for Celsius to have 15 billion than it is for Compound, for example. The reason is that Compound does not have KYC, does not have AML. Anyone can go to Compound, open an account, download a wallet, connect, and transact, right? So at Celsius, we have very strict policies. We have to make sure that no bad apple comes and taints the whole Celsius network. And we've done an excellent job with that over the last 4 years. So I think for users, you really have to choose. Like I said before, if you audited every line of code of every project in DeFi, and you know exactly when the landmines are and what to use and what not to use, and you know how to farm and how to hop from one side to another, and you know exactly when to switch and how to avoid gas fees and all kind of other stuff, even then you will not earn 8.8% on your stablecoin. Even if you put leverage on it, you will not earn it unless you're taking excessive risk. I mean, the beauty at Celsius is that you're not taking risk. There's no leverage at Celsius. It's not like we're levering 4-to-1, and that's how we're delivering 8.8%. So we are delivering the highest yield with less risk, not more risk, because we only approved the 9 platforms on DeFi. And there's over 200 or 300 platforms, over 200 or 300 pools. And most of those are not approved on Celsius. No Celsius employee is allowed to put assets, community assets, on those platforms. Do you know which are those 9? No one does, right? So that's again, tremendous amount of work from our security team, from our risk team and others to identify and figure out what is safe and what is not safe. And we stayed out of trouble. When Mark Cuban got bailed out or blown out, Celsius did not have $1 or 1 coin on any of those pools, right? And we continuously update our community almost every week. We tell them, hey, this hack just happened. We had nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, right? So these are public statements. It's not like, we're not telling you where we're getting hurt or whatever. So we also launched proof of community. So to supplement the fact that people are saying, well, I can see everything on DeFi, I cannot see it on CeFi. Well, now you can. You can see everything on CeFi and understand even better if you're getting paid pro rata. Are you getting paid exactly what is owed to you, which is not really possible on almost any other platform. So all those things together, I think, are raising the bar. But altogether, it's CeFi plus DeFi, right? For for a lot of projects, for a lot of programmatic yield creation, you might need DeFi and you might want to use a smart contract. But if you want to just earn yield and get paid every week and not worry about it, not having to change anything or move everything, you just transfer your coins and the platform earns yield every Monday. You get a notification of how much you earned. You don't have to do anything, right? You don't have to check it. You don't have to water it. You don't have to farm it. So that's really the beauty of Celsius.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I think it's a great gateway into crypto, Celsius, and all these other people, you know, in traditional finance. They're wondering, what are people talking about farming and so on. It gets quite complicated. But I think I think it's great that you're putting so much emphasis on transparency and keeping the same values of like how crypto started. So tell me a little bit more about, I know recently you guys did a thing with Horizon Labs. I think it's called ZK Audit. So first privacy preserving audit blockchain. So tell me about why even do this, and what do you see with the future of things like audits and transparency for the industry?
Sure. So for 700 years of banking, we relied on, I think, either the Venetians or the who invented double entry system? I think it was the Venetians, right? So the same system is still being used, right? When in 2008, when Lehman Brothers went bankrupt in, I think it was June of 2008, sorry. 3 months earlier, their auditor published a report saying that they're great. Nothing is wrong with Lehman Brothers. Everything is wonderful, right? And that they gave them, I think, a AAA credit or AA credit, right? And they were bankrupt 3 months later. So we cannot rely on double entry accounting anymore, right? It's just not, it's too slow. By the time you get that data, it's completely irrelevant. And that's part of why we have to bail out our banking system every 10 or 15 years, right? Look at it, right? I mean, who pays for that bailout? We, the people. It's not the government. It's not the central bank. We're always printing more money for that, which means it's coming out of our pocket in the form of debasement. So we decided to do something about it and create what we call a triple entry system. And we're using ZK rollups or zero knowledge proofs to verify what is hard to verify that we have the assets, to verify that these assets were deployed, verify that yield was created, that payments were made by a counterparty, by an institution, verify that you got the percentage of the, if you are 1% of the pool, of the Bitcoin pool, did you get 1% of the yield, right? And you can prove all of that without actually revealing all of the counterparties, all the institutions and everybody's transactions and so on. And that's really the innovation. So we are taking all the blockchain data on Bitcoin, on the Bitcoin network that we create, right? Because we have over 110,000 Bitcoins moving around, being lent out and creating yield and all that stuff. We're taking all those transactions, using a Horizon sidechain to basically encapsulate that, create proofs, and then give you what's called a reward explorer and other tools to verify that everything Celsius tells you on the double entry system is also verified on the blockchain. And that's what this triple entry is all about. No one has ever done this before, right? It's elevating the standards dramatically. And we think that anyone who wants to come to crypto and take old bad habits from Wall Street and bring them over here, we're going to force them to adhere to a whole new set of standards. So we don't need a bailout. We don't need a handout. We don't need to basically be regulated or have the same type of enforcement that's happening on Wall Street, because the only way they can, basically dictate the rules is by basically putting 60,000 pages of regulation, right, Sarbanes-Oxley, on everybody, just because there's one bad apple. So here you can find out exactly who is the bad apple by just doing this triple entry and checking the records every minute, every day.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. And, that was kind of the main innovation, looking back at Bitcoin too, right? Like preventing double spend. So I think you guys are trying to enable that for for this next wave of maturity. And you know, one thing that I was going to ask you is, you know, many people are concerned about the concept of leverage. So I think people have this misunderstanding of what leverage means in crypto, with like collateralized loans, it being over collateralized, and the traditional finance system where not a lot of things, the collateral is not on chain, so to speak, right? You don't pay, you go to court. So can you talk a little bit more about, in the coming years or even in the next year, when do you think we'll get over this point of where like people will no longer take loans from traditional banks?
So yeah, so obviously there's a lot of confusion, and I think a lot of the FUD, or fear, uncertainty, and doubt, is created by people who are trying to bring down the crypto community, right? And say, oh, it's bad, it's not green, Bitcoin is horrible, you know, these guys are over leverage. But they themselves are calling the cattle black. I mean, they are the ones who have 20 times leverage. So let's go through the numbers, right? Very simple. A bank that is using fractional reserve, all banks use that, right? On average has $1 for every $20 that they lent out. So their book ratio, their ratio between assets and loans is 20 to 1, right? The leverage is 20 to 1. Because Celsius or DeFi is not, no CeFi or DeFi company has a banking license, we're not allowed to use fractional reserve. We're not allowed to do all these crazy leveraging that banks do. And that's why there is no platform. Like Aave, at best, gives you 75 cents on the dollar, meaning there is 0.75% to 1, 0.75 to 1, or 3/4 to 1, versus 20 to 1, right? So it's not even an order of magnitude better. It's almost 2 orders of magnitude better than the banks, right? So when you're thinking that crypto is not safe, you have to really compare it to what the alternative is trillions of dollars of outstanding debt that has nothing behind it, right? The emperor has no clothes here, right? And everybody's relying on the fact that the Fed or the ECB is going to bail them out if something bad really happens. Look, crypto went through 2 stress tests, 2 very, very extreme drawdowns, right? One on May of 2021 and one on March of 2020 when COVID started. And both of those were over 50% drawdowns, in which the Fed didn't interfere. I didn't hear, you know, the Fed chairman or Janet Yellen jump up and say, okay, we have to save DeFi, please, you know, let's go to the Senate and ask for $10 trillion to bail out the DeFi or CeFi or whatever, right? So the community, because we don't have leverage, managed to have, again, Celsius had 0 counterparty liquidations. You know, we had margin calls, we issued thousands of margin calls, but no one defaulted, right? And despite a 50+% drawdown. So it's very important to understand that we withstood the stress test. And just a few years ago, right, 3 years ago, 10 years after the 2008 collapse, banks, tier 1 banks, still did not pass the Fed's stress test or the FDIC stress test. That's how bad that leverage is. So when you hear these things, you have to really ask yourself, okay, who's saying it? Who's saying that DeFi is not safe? Who's saying that CeFi is not safe? Are they the same people that are 20 to 1 leverage? Why don't you go and clean up your own house first before you come and try to tell us what to do?
That's a great segment I'm going to extract from this interview. The main theme is like, yeah, regulate and hold your own industry, traditional finance, to a higher standard before coming to ours and trying to enforce laws that might not even be applicable, right? Like in their system, what is it? Only 250, up to 250,000 is only guaranteed. And then after that, it's not. But then in DeFi on chain, can actually guarantee some of these things. And I think even last time when I interviewed you, one thing we talked about was just, we did talk about inflation and yield, but you know, what I've been seeing recently is, for example, the growth of the USDC stable coins, other stable coins. So where we are right now in the industry, do you think that, like, what impact do you think the growth of stable coins will have? Is it more about the applications, or do you think it's going to be more about the saving products and people are going to get in that way?
Yeah, so I think we peaked at like 140 billion in stable coins. Now we're just under 100, and in total, right? In total, but the important thing is that we're almost too big to fail, right? We're almost big enough where the Fed and other institutions are going to have to treat us the same way they treat themselves, right? And if there's enough assets in DeFi or enough assets in stable coins, because we have yield and they don't have yield, right? It's still negative rates in most of Europe, right? And negative rates are probably coming to the United States soon. Because of all of that, more and more money is going to find its way to stable coins, because now stable coins are yielding. I remember when Celsius started paying rates, I think we started with 4%. And then we went all the way to 12%. We paid as high as 12%. Now it's 8.8. People thought we were crazy. People were like, you cannot pay this amount of money. What are you talking about? Now Coinbase is offering 4%. You know, Circle is offering 5%, right? Everybody's offering something because they're seeing so much leaving their coffers that they have to do something to stop this migration. Now, banks are seeing the same thing, and their first reaction is not to join the party. Their first reaction is to say, Bitcoin is bad, Bitcoin is not green, stable coins should be regulated, these guys are taking too much risk, this and that, and so on and so on. But I think sooner or later, you're going to see banks join the party, and they're all going to have to do DeFi and CeFi. And we look forward to working with all these banks. After all, there's a lot of good banks. It's not like everybody's a bad bank. So we just have to figure out, okay, who is going to join the party and who's going to stay on the other side and have a sour face and keep telling us how we ruined the Wall Street party, where you could just make money and not do anything, right? Like like JP Morgan has a franchise. They don't really have to do anything. They just make 60 billion a year, not doing anything, right? Just charging their customers fees.
Yeah, I mean, it's either join or be disintermediated for some of these banks. And you know, banks like Wells Fargo, I think they're no longer even offering loans, right? They just took that out of their business for various regulatory, legal reasons. But
well, also look, the last thing banks innovated was the ATM machine. So when you haven't done anything in 30, 40, 50 years, I think the first ATM was 1970. So when you haven't done anything in 30 years or 50 years, you know, like your customers are basically getting antsy and saying, wait a second, you know, why am I still with you? Why am I paying? Why does it take 3 days to settle my account, or to move my shares, or to do a wire transfer? It takes 3 days to settle. And it's just stupid, right? We settle in less than 10 minutes on the blockchain. Globally, I can send money to anyone on the planet and settle in less than 10 minutes.
Seems like blockchain is the right technology to solve this interest problem and to solve this settlement problem for transactions. And there's it comes in many different waves, but I think everything we're talking about here today, you know, clearly savings, earning interest on your money is a big problem. And there's a battle right now, right? Custody of your funds drives the entire financial industry. But, you know, one thing I find interesting, I want to get your opinion on, is the concept of governance in DeFi, right? We see like a lot of these protocols are decentralized, but then you have governance, whoever owns majority of the tokens can drive votes and different things like that. Do you think there's any dangers in governance if traditional players get involved, and can they control these decentralized protocols through that way?
So look, the community got the taste of freedom, right? I mean, you can't take freedom back. So they had no rights. Like what I described, where at Celsius, you can see who earned what and how much we earn and deposit. Try to do that with your bank. Go to your bank and say, here's my check for $1,000. I want to know, what are you using it for? Who are you giving it to? What are you charging? How much of that money you made, I'm getting. and I want to see all the other clients in the bank and see what they're earning, right? That's what Celsius does every day. But no bank in the world will ever let you do that. So I think there's a disconnect between what you should see and what you are allowed to see. And now that the crypto community, the DeFi community, the CeFi community has tasted that freedom, they're not going to allow banks or other institutions to come in and take it away from them. They're just going to say, okay, you are controlling this protocol, you are centralizing this protocol, we're just going to move to another one. Anyone can fork in a second any of these protocols, launch it and say, I don't offer this control. On my platform, JP Morgan cannot buy 50% of the votes, right? So I think the days where we are basically held, like the bank tells you, these are the rules, you cannot break them. You break them, I'm going to shut down your account. All those days are gone. That's, again, they can put those suits back in the closet. We're not going to need them anymore.
I think that's a fair point. Like they cannot exhibit the same amount of control, even with capital. We can programmatically restrict them, so to speak, and they can't really buy the IP or buy the product. I mean, you still have mergers and acquisitions and different things like that, which was a little bit of my question as well. Like, what do you looking 6 months or 12 months into the future now? Do you think there'll be more mergers and acquisitions of where like a bank might try to buy a company that maybe created a DAO or a project or something like that?
Well, yeah. So look, I definitely think that banks cannot innovate quickly. Like, it's going to take them forever to understand and build something. So I think they're definitely going to be in a position where they have to acquire someone who has built the right systems and can basically scale and provide the services that the banks need. Again, I think the smaller banks are probably going to move faster and do this earlier. And the bigger banks are just going to be last to the parties, and they're going to pay much, much more because they're going to have to buy bigger entities, bigger companies that already aggregated these assets. Celsius with over 15 billion in assets, we're not a bank, but if we were a bank, we would rank in the top 100 banks in the United States if we were a bank, right? So it's not like we would be ranked as one of the largest hedge funds in the world with 15 billion in assets. So we're already at a certain, and we're not even 4 years old. I mean, we're just getting started, right? We have 1 million customers. Our goal is 100 million customers. So I think what's happening is that this migration is happening so fast, and in the beginning they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they try to shut you down, and then they buy you, right? So that's what the process that we're going through right now. Right now, they finished laughing at us, and they're trying to shut us down, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're talking to regulators, they're going to the courts, they're trying to create new laws to basically put the speed bumps in front of us. But the fundamental truth is that banks never appreciated their relationship with their customers, right? What does JP Morgan do better than anyone on the planet? They extract fees from the customers and they deliver them to their shareholders. Jamie Dimon gets paid hundreds of millions of dollars because he's exceptional at delivering that profit every quarter, like a clockwork, right? He delivers profit to the shareholders, a dividend every quarter, right? The new earnings, higher earnings, which is great for the shareholders, but it's not so great for the customers. So what this new decentralized version is all about is delivering all the value to the customers. And the pendulum is swinging from that max centralization, which is what JP Morgan represents. Too big to fail, largest bank in the world, super centralized, right? Trying to create their own blockchain. Only my friends are invited to use it. It's not an open standard. It's not open to counterparties, only to friends of the bank. And we're swinging from that to all fully decentralized. DeFi is on the other extreme, fully decentralized, right? So if you want to bridge those two worlds, you do need to have one leg in traditional finance and one leg in DeFi, right? You cannot just be pure DeFi because you have to bring all those trillions of dollars over the bridge. Somebody has to build a bridge and bring all that money over, right? If we can't bring that money over, then we will never scale in the decentralized world.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, the money transfer from traditional finance needs to occur as well. Otherwise, it's just going to get locked up there, and really the people that control the money, the power will stay with the same people. So I think it's excellent what you're doing. You're kind of giving them so many good incentives that it's hard for them to even say no. Like they might end up even borrowing from you guys, right, on the institutional side. What's the future of Celsius Network just in general? Would you ever turn it into kind of a DAO model, more input from like consumers who are holding the token? Do you have any plans for using the token for governance and different things like that, or do you just think that that doesn't work even in DeFi, right? Sometimes even the voting is centralized itself.
Right. Yeah, definitely. We've seen several examples where the community decided to do something and then they found a way not to implement it. So at Celsius, look, you can go to our Twitter feed and you will see every day we ask the community, okay, do you want us to add Dogecoin? 80% of the people voted against adding Dogecoin to Celsius, right? And we had thousands of votes. I'm not talking about, it's not like 10 people responded, right? So there are a variety of ways to do governance, and the pure model where everybody with a token gets a vote, but the problem is that the founders or the VCs have a majority anyway. So who really decides on what to do? Is it the majority vote or it's the people with the most tokens? So at Celsius, we like one person, one vote. We like to hear on Twitter, you can actually do that, or on Reddit, you can do that very easily. There's very difficult to kind of lie or cheat around the system. It's public domain. Everybody gets to see who said what. So we like that much better. And we still, look, we have 8 different utilities for the Cell token. So it's not like the Cell token is only used for governance. I think a lot of these projects have a token and they pretend that it's for governance, but it's really not used for governance. And that's their legal argument for why they have a token in the first place. At Celsius, the token allows you to earn more yield and it gives you a discount on your loans. So it has very clear utility. Yes, it has some governance utility, but that's not the main purpose of the token. And I think, again, we've delivered on the promise of what the token does. So I'm not sure that adding this governance point, I mean, show us customers who continuously are frustrated or complain about Celsius. We have hundreds of positive reviews, thousands of positive reviews of people saying, thank you, right? For helping us out, for leading us to financial freedom, for showing us that our money can also work for us. It's not just we have to work for the money can work for us, right? And bringing back yield, something that a whole generation didn't even know was possible, right? So all those things are what I measure success at. And people say, well, governance, look at it, but what does it really mean, right? What does it do? So I think our model is probably a better model than some of these guys who are fully decentralized.
That's great. It sounds like you already kind of did your governance to even enable governance. And if you don't need that, I don't think every protocol needs that. Sometimes it's even bad. And I think, yeah, it's always good to get the collective energy of the crypto community and see what there's demand for. So as we kind of end things off here, I know recently you were involved in our Coins podcast production. If you want to give a brief synopsis of just how was your experience with that?
Well, it was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize an amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things. So it's definitely, a very exciting to participate and share ideas and so on. I do want to add one more thing to the previous thing we talked about, because Celsius also retained control, meaning the founding team still retains control in Celsius. And what happens to a lot of projects, especially when they raise several rounds of funding, is that the VCs or the investors retain control, and then they dictate what has to happen. They want to maximize shareholder value, not necessarily maximize the community and its interaction. You can see that if you read our white paper from 2017 and you look at what we're doing right now, you will see it's 100% what we promised. We have not changed a single part of what we either promised we're going to do, or how the service is going to work, or who's going to get most of the benefit. So I think it's a very important piece, because unfortunately I'm seeing more and more of these projects, doesn't matter if they're centralized or decentralized, they have a governance or no, they're a DAO or not a DAO. You're seeing them kind of copying the Wall Street theme of creating the most value, then dumping on the community, and then moving on and doing something else, right? And really, the community is the one that's getting hurt. The community has to find a new home. And that's why we committed to really to the long term, and to unbanking the banked and bank the unbanked. That's really the mission of Celsius.
Yeah, 100%. And, I think you're one of the great representations of just what crypto and blockchain is about, because of the ethos that you and your company hold so truly. And every time we talk, you always bring up, your pillars, your ethos. But I think to end things off, maybe just tell us like your top one or two ethos that you keep very true to you, whether it's you or within Celsius, anything that we can look forward to, and how can people connect with you and Celsius?
Sure. So I have a bunch of them. So let's see if you're probably going to cut me off. One is to be true to yourself. Again, you need someone to love, something to do, and something to look forward to. Do good, then do well, in that order. Again, unbank yourself, bank the unbank, unbank the banked, right? Like we talked about before. Always try to do, find something to do where your talents can exceed your ambitions, right? So it's about finding what is your really inner talent, and then allowing your ambition to fill up your dreams.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's a great way to end things off. And yeah, how can people get in touch with you or learn more about Celsius, if you want to give any last shout out?
Sure, yeah. So I'm on Twitter at Mashinsky, my last name, Mashinsky. I do a weekly show on YouTube. So come to Celsius Network on YouTube and watch our episodes. I mean, we have thousands of videos there with content, educational stuff. The website is celsius.network. And if you want to try the app, it's available on Apple and the Play Store and Android. Just search for Celsius Network, give it a try. We don't charge any fees. We'll even pay you to take your money out. So you'll have 0 fees to try the service. We create yield, you get most of it. That's all we do. And we do it better than anybody else.
Well, folks, you heard it here directly from Alex. Thank you for your great perspectives and telling us, all your great updates you're coming out with. I had a great time speaking with you as always, Alex. And yeah, I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thanks for having me. And again, I want to thank you for the time and effort you and your team are putting to educate the community and bring new people into crypto. Doing God's work here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And we couldn't do it without all of our great guests here. So thank you, Alex. And I'll let you all tune back in to Reimagine 2021 version 10. We're bringing you many more interviews with founders, latest news. So stay tuned and check out our YouTube library. We have over 500 interviews right now. And I hope you all have a great time in crypto and continue building. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji. My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Pell.
Roger Vayer, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, howdy! Crazy Melmo here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Node or full node. Any computer connected to the blockchain network is referred to as a node. A full node is a computer that can fully validate transactions and download the entire data of a specific blockchain. In contrast, a lightweight or light node does not download all pieces of a blockchain's data and uses a different validation process. I wish my daddy had used a different validation process. Things might have turned out a whole lot different for me.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so they go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1,000,000 coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like whip from a squad on the block. Can't wait, I hold alive. Chat rooms we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's Moldavite. Going to the stars cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins cause I'm overhyped. We can't get take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzled. Now I'm going for hikes. Had my mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodl to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021, version 10. So this is our 10th event, our 10th edition anniversary. We've been doing these virtual conference events for about a year now. And our main goal is to spread education, cover the latest founders and innovators building in the space, and yeah, bringing you the latest news. I'm your host, Roshan Marachkar from the Mousebelt team, and I'm very excited to bring you here a new guest. So with me here today, I have Han Kao, who is the CEO at Sanctor Capital. So Han, welcome to the Reimagine 2021 show. And I think, just to get started, it would be great to hear about how did you get into the crypto space, and how have the past couple months been for you and your team?
Yeah, thanks, Roshan. Pleasure to be here. It's very exciting. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun today. So I got into crypto initially in 2013 for the first time when I was running an online ticketing company, and we were facing some of the challenges around payments and finality of payments, where we were kind of batching credit card orders and laying out for tickets, and basically we saw a lot of risks involved in us being that middle layer between the consumers, the ticket buyers, and essentially the ticket producers or the event producers, and that was our first touch. And I had looked into Bitcoin for a little bit. I thought it was really interesting as an emerging idea or technology at the time, but it was, we peel back a few layers and we just realized it was just not feasible to get people to understand how to set up wallets and whatnot. And so that was my first touch. Just kind of had that in the back of my mind, and been kind of watching it tangentially, but didn't really get into crypto deeply until 2000 and I believe it was end of 2016, early 17. At that time, I was coming off of an acquisition, and I spent the year being the chief product officer for a large media company out in Southeast Asia. And I had a good amount of time on my hands, and I started kind of diving into crypto, and I got into Ethereum, and I said, wow, this is just insane. This is gonna change the world. And so then I started discovering ICOs, and that really got me really interested, because I started seeing all these insane ideas, some of which are still insane today, but some of which those same insane ideas ended up playing out into becoming top DeFi projects. And so from there, during that time, there was a lot of projects launching and raising, and it was quite hard to differentiate between which ones were real, which ones were going to make it, and which were just kind of fly-by-night ideas, and even which ones were outright scams. And so I put together, at that time, the best thinking at the moment was, oh, well, let me start a fund, and let me try to invest in these projects on a scalable level. And so I put together a little investment team, and we started building internal memos of these different investments at the time. And we sooner or later started seeing that the investment memos and the stories that my analysts were telling me were quite different, drastically different than the stories that the founders were telling, and what crypto media at the time was promoting and also emphasizing. And we were like, well, it's remarkably interesting how different these stories are. So why don't we just start sharing these stories, sharing these investment memos? And we started doing that. We started sharing what we called ICO reviews. And that kind of got a lot of great early traction. And we started rating different fundamental elements of the project. But one aspect that we realized that a lot of investors at the time were, one big factor that everyone was missing was the technology, the merit of the technology, what the teams were actually building, whether or not they had something, whether or not they was just all smoke and mirrors. And so in very soon after we started doing these ICO reviews, I came across a person by the name of Andre Cronje, and at the time I was working with a project called OneChain, and someone had pointed me to a code review that he released about OneChain, and it was a scathing code review, and I said, oh wow, and I read through it and I was like, wow, this guy really has a really deep understanding of the inner makings of blockchain technologies, and so I read through all his other code reviews, and they were spot on, and they really told things from a very objective point of view, on the quality of the code, the people that were building it, and what that says about the people that were building it. And so I reached out to Andre and I said, hey, we do these ICO reviews and ratings. We're not able to get insight on the technological layers of we're able to do these team analysis and the SWOT analysis, basic fundamental analysis, but we can't really get insight into the technology aspect of things. And I said, would you be interested in producing code reviews and working with Crypto Briefing on helping to share this information and allowing other investors transparency and insight into the technical merits of these projects? And so he said, yeah, let's do it. And so what we started doing is we started releasing our ICO reviews, and we combined them with these code reviews. And that just kind of took off. People really, really loved that. People started really regarding these reviews seriously. And soon from there, we ended up having a lot of investors, institutional investors, reach out to us asking us for consulting services, for more reviews, for different reviews, for more projects, and we were just kind of constrained and this was probably the last thing I wanted to do as a business. I was just coming off another media company, and it's not fun running a media company. It's very, very hard. There's no glory in it. It's a lot of long hours. And I thought hard, and I said, do I want to? I had to make a decision. Do I want to continue my plan of being a VC, or do I want to pause on that and build out this media company with that gave people more insights on these different projects? And so from there, we decided to basically put a pause on the fund. And, we kind of saw that there was maybe like a 1 to 2 year window where there can be we can actually make it, build an upstart crypto media company that was honest, objective, and gave a deeper analysis into what was going on beyond these, top 3, 4 coins that everybody all the media was talking about, but nobody else really had the resources. So that was kind of the start of Crypto Briefing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that story here with us today. I think it's really important because rarely is it the case that most of the technology and innovation in the crypto and blockchain space that just comes out of a vacuum. There's always reasons and different steps. So what can you tell me from what you saw before to now in terms of how important is the role of media in general now? Do you think the space has been more matured, or because the space is so driven by retail users? So how do you sort of think about the importance of that now?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a really loaded question. There was a lot of and that's a great question, and that's kind of why Crypto Briefing exists today. What we saw was a huge problem. What we saw was just a misalignment of incentives amongst crypto media, and we saw a lack of regulation, a lack of recourse, things that traditional financial media would never dare do. We saw crypto media doing back in the day, right? And so I say back in the day as if it's a long time ago, but that was just 3 years ago. So as a journalist, as a publisher, you have a fiduciary responsibility to your readers. However, the financial incentives of a crypto media company does not allow for that, and does not actually motivate you to align with your readers. Essentially, your readers are your product, and your traditional way of making money from a media company is through advertising, right? And so we all know that today. And at the core has to be an understanding and a desire to actually do good and be a good actor. And that can be selfish. You know, the way we saw it was that, well, if the entire market never matured beyond this, you know, let's push our own bags kind of mentality, and it continue moving on that way, then this industry would die off pretty quickly. It would be written off as a scam rather quickly. And we started seeing that happen in 2018, right? But if you believe in the long term of blockchain and its ability to change the world and allow the world to work differently, then and you feel that you can be aligned on the potential gains in that way, even on a selfish level, then if you can build out a team of journalists and reporters and researchers that also believe in that long-term game, and then you can start, you know, you can basically build a media company with those values and that type of alignment. And that was one thing that meant a lot to us when we hired people. And we never did any op-eds. We never did contributed stories, and that probably hurt us a lot when it came to traffic, because, you know, the more articles you put out as a media company, the more traffic you get. But we just couldn't control it. We couldn't really understand these contributing writers deep enough to understand what their real incentives and motivations are. It required a really deep understanding of the person's character for us to be able to trust what they were writing on our behalf, and on behalf of the brand. So that meant a lot to us, and we spent a lot of time and a lot of money, and probably moved a lot slower than other media publications, because these were the things that were important to us.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think those are all really great points, especially about aligned incentives that people talk about in crypto so much, that, you know, crypto and blockchain is supposed to realign some of these incentives to encourage people to act in good faith, right? And I think a lot of the systems are designed in that way, where you don't get rewarded for being a bad actor. It's more costly or computationally expensive, different things like that. But yeah, I just think in general, it's interesting how media is still pretty important to the space, as far as, like, you know, the technology is really great, but without awareness and also education, it's quite tough. So what are some of the things, have you seen any differences with, I guess, the way founders are building, you know, compared to the last bear market to now? Like, what are some of the important foundations that you think, like, that are different for someone who's a founder in crypto compared to the traditional ecosystem?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think the bar, it's a really good question, because the bar is just set so much higher. You know, in 2017, 18, if you had a white paper, you had a crazy idea, everybody wanted to make an investment into the next Bitcoin or next Ethereum, and that was your story, right? That was your big carrot, you know, you're on the stick, and that's what got people to invest into these awful. Some of these projects are just awful and unrealistic, and the bar is just set so high today. And as a founder today, you've got to really have a deep understanding of the domain of which you're operating in, and you've got to be able to prove that. You know, you can't just kind of have a year of crypto investing experience and be able to come out and say and raise, you know, $10 million or at that time, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars on an idea. You've got to show that you've got skin in the game, and you put in your time, and you really understand that particular subsector and the problem that you're looking to solve really, really intimately. And you've got to have a little bit of traction. You got to have, you've got to start, you have to have the ability to prove that you've got the beginnings of a product that will be used and adopted. And, you know, and you know, because you're competing with investors that are thinking, well, do I just invest in the top, let's say, DeFi winners or NFT platforms that are probably going to get me 10x over the next 10 years anyway, versus investing in something that may never get traction for maybe a potential 50x or something like that, right? And so most investors these days, unless they have, they have a very, very speculative nature, would rather invest in something that's proven and will get them that 10x. 10x is a lot in traditional, in investment markets, right? And so the bar is just set so much higher these days, and founders are and their proposed solutions are scrutinized so much more so, and there's just more data, there's more information, there's more research available now, and investors have just gotten a little bit smarter. And every wave that you see, you're going to have a new generation of investors come in and lose a little bit of money because they made some really bad, expensive mistakes, and then they'll learn these mistakes and they'll start being able to respond accordingly with their future investment decisions. And so I think we're at that point with that last bull run has really educated a lot of investors, and they are looking at everything with a much keener eye.
Definitely. The structures, the financial structures are quite interesting, like you said, compared to the last bear market. I think a lot of VCs learned a hard lesson of not wanting to accept just any random tokens that they didn't have control of, really, because the projects had control of it, or even just a free market, where we see things like Uniswap and different tokens right now, similar models. And now we have things like governance and so on. So what do you think is really the metrics to look out for? After this, I want to learn a little bit more about what you're building now, which is Sanctor Capital and the program that you guys are starting. But just from your point of view, what are some of the important metrics that you think VCs are going to look for? Would you look at the network, the number of users, or does things like intellectual property, does it even matter if everything is open source, so to speak, now?
Yeah, so I think some of the top, on a very, very high level, you're looking at TVL, right? Total value locked. But that's not a very accurate, metric, as it kind of fluctuates quite significantly with the rest of the, with the value of the assets being locked. And so you kind of need to look at things relative to each other, and kind of constantly compare things relative to what is successful in this market today. I think it's a real sign of maturity that things like revenue that a project is generating is starting to become a metric that we can actually even begin to look at, because in 2018, 17, it didn't really matter. It was just all ideas, and how big can this thing be? But now you can actually see and understand whether or not a project or a company is able to throw off revenue. And I think revenue, the ability, is probably one of the number one proxies of value creation. Does someone value does the market value your project or protocol enough to part with their tokens or their crypto in order to use your project? And of course, if you take a step back further from there, it's users, right? Users are the very beginning of what could potentially be revenue extraction or value creation further on, later on down the line. And then if you take a step even further from that, kind of starts with traffic, right? If you've got no traffic, and you're a consumer facing app, then what are you? You're still just an idea that's yet to be proven. So these are kind of some of the ways that we try to look at initial early traction, and it's got to make sense, right? Like, is there a big enough problem? Is it a problem? Is it, have they done their customer development? Have they done the customer surveys and asked their users if this is really a problem? Is it a vitamin, or is it a painkiller, right? Is it a problem what people are actually really concerned about and would actually change their behavior over, or is it just kind of like, it's nice to have, and maybe I'll take my vitamins one day, maybe I won't. And so we try to kind of bucket our potential, thoughts on each opportunity by looking at it through these lenses.
Definitely, those are all important metrics, and for those of you watching, you should pay attention to this, because it's vastly different from like traditional VC, traditional startups. Some things are the same, things like revenue, but other things are quite different. You have projects that can get total value locked, like insane numbers compared to traditional finance, where that would take many years. But now I have a few other questions on DeFi and different things like that. But I definitely want to learn more about Sanctor Capital. I know you guys recently launched last month. So tell us a little bit about why you're launching now, kind of your thesis and your framework for the founders out there.
Yeah, for sure. So with Sanctor Capital, it's kind of it's an extension, or it's kind of a it's following along the same thesis as we had with Crypto Briefing, right? And so we started off Crypto Briefing with the thesis of we wanted to bring attention. We wanted to bring attention to the good projects and make the bad ones go away, so people stop investing into awful projects, and the capital flows into the good projects, the ones that are supported and being built by good actors and good founders and strong founders that are missionary. And the overall thesis behind the overall mission behind Sanctor Capital is to invest in missionary founders. And I think John Doerr from Kleiner Perkins makes a really significant distinction between mercenary founders and missionary founders. Mercenary founders are founders that are short-term focused. They're prioritize financial wealth, aristocracy and glamour over creating long-term value. They prioritize financial statements over value statements. And so we're looking to back missionary founders, and it's extremely challenging. Most crypto founders are first-time founders. And, I've been an entrepreneur for about 20 years, and it is not easy being a founder, let alone a crypto founder, where you are building in a space oftentimes in which you have no control over the success or outcome, or you have much less control, because a lot of that is dictated by the ebbs and flows in the market. And even with Crypto Briefing, we nearly went out of business in 2020. And that 2020 was a very, very hard year for us. In Q1 of 2020, we were at the end of our runway. We had 2 to 3 months of runway left, and I basically went to all the senior, our senior execs and say, hey, we've got to cut. We got to make, cut payroll. We need to start conserving. And this bear market was not, showing any signs of turning around. And we lost a lot of, good chunk of our management and our team. And we had to rebuild from scratch and basically understand that whatever we were rebuilding may not matter in 2 to 3 months. And it was very fortunate for us. We got very, very lucky that that the world turned around. I mean, unfortunately, COVID happened, but this triggered a series of events around the world that allowed the world to start looking at the world that we live in very differently, and rethink about what truths that they had assumed to be truths are and reconsider whether or not they really are what they have been represented to them all their life. And being able to manage your own psyche and your team's psyche throughout these kinds of events, it was probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And I've I'm a 20-year veteran in as an entrepreneur, and I can't imagine what it's like for a lot of first-time founders working in live markets where, as a private company, we don't have a valuation until we go public or we get acquired. But you are constantly being evaluated by the market and judged by the market based on your token price. And so you're startups, but you're a public company at the same time. And so, when we started Sancta Capital, we wanted to do something differently. First of all, let me just kind of preface that with, I wanted to take a step back from full-on operating. I'm tired. It's been a long journey. I've learned a lot of hard lessons, and I wanted to take a step back, but I wanted to be able to share my lessons and our team's lessons, and apply them and share them with the first-time founders or any of the founders that we're backing, and help them navigate some of these really difficult challenges and problems that face that are unique to crypto founders, that maybe are different from the traditional challenges of being just a startup founder. But at the same time, the way a fund is structured, the individual members of a fund, the managers, are not really incentivized on the short term when it comes to KPIs to support founders. They're set up to deploy, analyze, evaluate, and deploy. And so founder support is kind of a it's something that's completely kicked to the curb and forgotten, especially during bull markets where everyone's so busy. It's just about deployment, and you're judged based on how much money you deploy. And so we wanted to create a different type of fund, where we not only were we bringing in only high value investors, but we were setting it up in a way where we can scale our support to the founders that we were investing in, and that's kind of where this Y Combinator mentorship model kind of came into play. And we said, well, what if we surrounded ourselves with all strong founders, people that want to give back to the community, want to give back to the next generation of crypto founders, and lent their support, and we structured it in a way where they were incentivized to support these founders and guide them through these difficult times, and so that's what we did. And so we just launched our first cohort last week, and we're basically looking to launch one new cohort, but not kind of be we don't want to be a factory. We don't want to be launching cohorts of 10 or 20 at a time. We're looking to do 3 or 4 every 2 months, and almost be their partners and their an extension of their team, where we can help them in a more intimate level and really be able to dedicate our resources. And we've got about 30 strong mentors right now committed to supporting these early stage candidates in our accelerator, and we want to make sure that they really succeed in achieving their mission and their goals.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to speak to you here today, and I think someone like yourself, a veteran, you've been through a variety of crypto stories. Like, this is definitely the right model for crypto, because just cutting a check and then walking away is not going to breed success. And it's a very collaborative industry as well. Even here, we're chatting today virtually. People are always connecting with each other. And I think that's also an interesting thing. There's not always competition vertically across all the sectors. Sometimes another startup that you're competing with is building on the same chain. So like the other things, you're competing with community and other aspects, but it's not really like the traditional world where you have to build, one person's infrastructure alone may give you like a competitive moat. So I thought that was interesting as well. Yeah, really excited about your mentor program. And for everyone listening, for all the founders out there who have projects, I definitely encourage you all to get in touch with Sanctuary Capital, because mentorship is honestly underutilized in the space. We need more of that. I think we need like smaller VC funds that are providing more mentorship than really large funds where like the people just get lost and are thought of as products. It's quite tough. What can you tell me about like some of the maybe interesting like verticals or sectors that you're interested in, like just for people applying or getting in touch? Like, are you more interested in finance right now, the future of finance, like uncollateralized loans, infrastructure, or is it just everything, including consumer apps and stuff like NFTs?
Yeah, we're opportunists across the board, but we're big believers in a multi-chain universe. So scalability, interoperability, we think are going to be big themes in the next few years, and continue to be big themes. I think we're seeing layer 2 projects playing an even more integral role in as competitions between blockchain build up. So we're very excited to see life exist outside of Ethereum, on BSC or Solana or Flow. We think there's a lot more improvement that can be had with cross-chain communications, and that needs to be a lot more efficient. And we want to see more developments there, and as the stack increases, we're going to see more data. As the stack increases across different chains, across different layers, we're going to need to see more tools for visualization and management of this data. We're going to need to see more DAO tools. We're going to see more DAO infrastructure management, right? So payments, management of payroll for DAOs, treasury management. We're very excited to. We actually have one project in our recent cohort that's working on that, and where of course DeFi, in the emergence of DeFi and TradFi. We're starting to see a little bit of the beginning days of that, right? We see Compound starting to cater to institutionals, and Aave will soon follow suit. And MakerDAO has a vote for. I can't remember what they just it was treasuries, or they basically started integrating traditional assets into their vaults, and yeah, so I think and NFTs, I think NFTs kind of just went through the same ICO boom as we saw with crypto in 2017-18, and that was kind of like the first big hype. But I think it'll take time. It'll take a lot of time for people to understand what an NFT is and peel back the layers of where the value is, and and have usage and utility as a technology. And so I think the emergence of NFTs with art and collectibles is just kind of the tip of the iceberg, and we're seeing that draw down by 80% or so now, right? But and that's kind of like why I'm kind of comparing that to the 2018 days. But I think the real value curve is going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years as we see NFTs get utilized in games and gaming and metaverses, and I think that's when you think about how we how we spent our money as Gen Ys or Gen Z, Gen X's, and the millennials, that's continuing to shift towards the digital economy, right? And so people value experiences, people value digital, and so it's easier, it's faster, it's more convenient, it's more efficient, and so I think some of the boomers maybe a lost cause. We need to wait until the millennials and the Gen Zers start coming to the capacity where they can really start understanding how to utilize these NFTs in their daily lives, and for those applications and for those products to be there for them when that time comes. And I think that's very exciting for us as well. And so NFT infrastructure plays as our big portion of our thesis. Yeah. These are just some of the things. Could probably talk to you for days about this.
Yeah, no, that's really exciting, and I think technology rarely stays stagnant. So I think this was a great way to end this segment off. And lastly, I want to give you a chance to tell people how can they connect with you, your team, any websites, and maybe even apply to be part of Sanctuary Capital.
Yeah, absolutely. We're out there. We're everywhere. You can, there's a form on our website at sancta.com. You can tell us a little bit about what you guys are working on. We're happy to get on a call with you. My Twitter handle at Hankao, HANKAO. Send me a DM, and I'm pretty responsive to anything that comes in. And so, yeah, we everything for us starts with a conversation. We may not support right away, but we're always very quick to respond and engage in an initial conversation, understand what you're working on, what your mission is, and how you plan on executing on that mission, and most importantly, how we can help you. It doesn't make sense for us to engage in projects where we can't bring value. Otherwise, we're just dead weight, and so we never want to be dead weight. And so it's important that there's a good fit. But yeah, reach out to us. We're always open to start a conversation.
Well, folks, you heard it here first from Han, and yeah, wishing you luck at Sanctuary Capital. Looking forward to having you back maybe in a couple months and see
Absolutely.
your progress. Thank you so much for being here today.
Would love to. This has been so much fun, Roshan. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Han. And for the rest of you, stay tuned. We're bringing you more interviews from founders, innovators in the space, the latest news, as always on Reimagine 2021. Stay tuned for the rest of version 10. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji. My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So There's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed how it's used. The technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ha! It is I, Grey Tail the Old and wise, yes. I am here to give you another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Hashing, the process by which you mine Bitcoin or similar cryptocurrency by trying to solve the mathematical problem within it using cryptographic hash functions. Sounds like magic to me.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hey, this is Chris Hart. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Civic, and I'm happy to be part of the Reimagine conference. Thanks for having me.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and our 10th edition of our conference. Super excited. We've been hosting these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in this space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We seek to educate, everybody that's tuning into the Reimagine conference on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So super excited for today's discussion. I have Chris Hart, COO of Civic, been with the team for a few years. Chris, thank you for taking time out of your day. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Awesome. So, this is our 1 year anniversary. This is our 10th edition. And everybody has had a cool journey into blockchain, how they fell down the rabbit hole. I don't think you've been on before, so this is kind of appropriate question for me to ask because we do have, other guests that come on all the time. We try to keep it fresh. But what was your journey, man, getting into either coming across Bitcoin or what led you into crypto blockchain?
Yeah, I think I'm probably like a lot of other people in that Bitcoin was sort of the entry. For me, it was, I had a couple of friends who kept talking about Bitcoin. They were like, man, you really got to check this out. Like, it's amazing. And I would ask them, well, what do you have to do to actually, get Bitcoin? And they would describe a very, multi-step process. You go here, you get a wallet, you do this. Maybe you go through like some KYC, you're going to hold up your identity document. It seemed incredibly interesting, but at the same time daunting at the time. And I took a pass, to be honest. I took a pass, probably the first couple of times my friends talked to me about it. And then finally, it was one of those earworms, right? It gets in your head. It just kept coming back and back. I said, I got to try this out. And I came from IT, so I was thinking, man, maybe I want to set up like a mining rig. That sounds really interesting. That could be a good way in. But instead, I just went, I bought Bitcoin. I got my first purchase. And right about the same time, I got introduced to Vinny Lingham, who's one of our co-founders and CEO. And from there, it was like 0 to 80 in like 3 seconds. I was just like drinking through the fire hose. And it's been a journey ever since,
No, that's great. That's how everybody kind of, has similar stories of when they came across it, didn't quite get it, or was against it, or just needed more time. And then all of a sudden it kind of just clicks at some point. So what is it to you now that you've been in the industry? Like, we have a lot of projects, we have a lot of leaders, we have people with different backgrounds, whether they're developer, whether they're kind of marketing aspect or, some kind of, different role within the blockchain industry, and everybody thinks it's evolved over time. Their thoughts, and matured. What is it to you now in terms of like blockchain's impact, or is it Bitcoin's impact? What does it mean now?
I think I went through a couple different thought processes as I got deeper into it, and I kind of take it all the way back from when I used to work in IT, and I would think about the tech stack as I was building server farms, and I would think about the communications protocols and how data would get from one place to the other, TCP/IP protocol, and all these different transmission layers that were used to actually aggregate and get information across the transom so that real world activities could get done, and how ubiquitous that became. So I think for me it was really like unpacking two different things. One was, how do we take the cryptocurrency aspect of what's going on blockchain and the actual technology that cryptocurrency rides on top of, and describe and really understand the potential of those two different ecosystems in really different ways, and in ways that we can maximize the potential of both of those. And so for me, it was, wow, okay, so cryptocurrency is really cool. Store of value, all that good stuff. Notwithstanding, like when I was getting started, people were talking about Mt. Gox and all the different, hacks and vulnerabilities. And there was a lot to be sort of like nervous and sketchy about a little bit in the early days. But really, like for me, the really interesting thing was twofold. It was the underlying technology and the general ledger itself, and the ability to take information, store it on a chain immutably, in a decentralized way, And obviously, Bitcoin is the most distributed network in the world at the moment. And so, that's a great way to introduce a new community of technologists to what this technology really is. But I think it's only really now where people start to look at NFTs and think about, hey, could I put like the deed to my house on the blockchain? And what about like I want LeBron's like slam dunk? Like, how does that work for me? Where people start to actually pick their heads up and go, but how does that play into like VR? And how do I buy like virtual lands? Like, could I do that? And yeah, it started with CryptoKitties, but now I think people are really realizing and waking up to the potential, including institutions, which they wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole for a long time, right? It was, you guys figure it out, do the hard work, and maybe we'll come in at the end and reap some of that benefit.
That's kind of a cool perspective, like coming from IT, understanding like the protocol layer, Web 2.0 and kind of, but blockchain really is a buzzword, right? The distributed systems, the encryption, the servers and all that, serverless and the way communications. I mean, that's obviously been around for decades. And now we've, it's kind of come to this point in terms of putting it all together. And now we're, just at the forefront or infancy of like, how do we use this? What are the use cases? So how do you, which is kind of cool. Like, you understood all those protocols. How do you see what we call protocols today or, networks in terms of blockchain? Everybody keeps referencing blockchain as the new internet, right. Referencing like TCP like in the past of these references. Like, how do you kind of explain it or how do you see it unfolding or, how do you relate it to blockchain and to those, earlier days of the internet?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's really about the distributed nature of the ledger and then the technology to actually write things to chain. And whether that be, proof of stake or proof of work or, the Bitcoin network or Lightning or, whatever that is, what's really happening, some people have started to call Web 3.0 and really how the future of the way we do things is going to get done. And I kind of think of, these server farms that are sitting and powering things like Azure or AWS or any of the other services that really provide data center capability. And if you take that model, like people didn't used to believe in that model, by the way.
No.
Back in the early days, it was, you want a server farm? You go build it, right?
Yeah,
you're going to rent rack space. You're going to put all these servers in. You're going to stand it up, pay for power, all that stuff. Along comes AWS and they say, hey, we've got a better way. You don't have to do that. And it lowered all these barriers to entry, right? Which was amazing and really drove a lot of the Web 1.0 innovation. And some of the Web 2.0 companies, have really gone crazy with it and really stood up impressive and amazing businesses. But I think what's really interesting is what's coming next, which I agree, Web 3.0, I think will be driven by blockchain. And to some extent by certain applications of, crypto technology. And what's going to be, I think, the same as what we saw before, but different, is it's also enabling all these companies to take Lego blocks and put them together in new and creative and innovative ways. Just like you said, well, if I don't have to build a data center, maybe I can focus on my core business instead. And I can grab things that are open source that are provided by and built by a community of like-minded people that believe in distributed technology, and I can drop that into my project, and it accelerates my innovation curve much faster than I would otherwise. And so it's sort of that democratization of access to tooling, to infrastructure. For us at Civic, that was really interesting because we said we want to bring identity to the party, and we thought that was a really innovative thing to do. Now it turned out we were super early on the identity train, and it wasn't ready. Like people, institutions, and projects weren't quite sure, what to do with it or like how it would fit in. But what we're seeing right now is now the markets are starting to catch up. Now that tailwind is happening, and it's coming from regulatory authorities, but it's also coming from just a need to have these elements and not wanting to recreate the wheel.
So let's get into Civic a little bit. I'll wrap it in here.
Yeah.
What is Civic? You guys have been around for years. You've been obviously with the team for quite a long time. Maybe you could start off before you get into Civic. Like, how did that conversation go with Vinny? He's been a leader, an influencer, and obviously you connected with him. And was that kind of your intro into Civic shortly after, or?
Yeah, exactly. I spoke to Vinny and I spoke to John Smith, who is our other co-founder. And, I think the interesting window for me that Vinny brought to it, besides, being an amazing, pretty dynamic guy, was, he came from South Africa, right? And John came from South Africa as well. And, he grew up as a minority during apartheid South Africa. And when we got together, one of the things that was really inspirational for me and sort of set me on the path of being interested in what Civic was doing was this idea that everybody should be able to have an identity, and that identity should be something that's portable, that you can carry with you. And that identity should not necessarily be something that is hard to get or that locks you out of certain experiences because you're not able to get it. And right now, with the centralized ability of regimes, and governments to be able to allow people to have identity or not, or revoke documents, it becomes, I think, really hard, especially for populations maybe who don't even have identity documents, right? We talked about refugee camps. I remember Vinny and I were talking about, well, there's all these people who, are currently undocumented. Maybe they had to flee their homes. They left all their documents and belongings behind. Now they arrive in this place where they're trying to get services or immigration status or what have you, and they're unable to do so. And what about these people? Like, how are we dealing with these situations as a society? And how does it reflect on us as technologists if we're not prepared to throw our hat in the ring to try and move the ball forward so that we can improve the experience of people who don't have maybe the benefits that some of us are fortunate enough to be afforded with just because of where we were born. So, we talked about voting, we talked about identity as just something that should be a human right. And that's what drew me to Civic.
No, that's great. And I think we underestimate some of those things, right? Especially being in developed worlds, developed regions, countries. There's there's 7 billion people and like half are unbanked, and we'll touch on that in a little bit. But yeah, the refugees, individuals. And so what are it makes just total sense. Like, I feel like now's the time, and this should have probably been done like a long time ago. We shouldn't even, like, when you ask somebody where their birth certificate is or their social security card, they always say it's like at my parents' house or something. Everybody has the same answer. Like, I don't know, it's at my mom's, she's saving it for me. So what are some of the challenges? And maybe I'll try and be specific. Like, is it you could probably touch on it, but is it technical? Is it politics? Is there fear in terms of like governments embracing this thing for whatever reasons? And I'll let you kind of lead the way, but it just sounds like a no-brainer, right? Like, this should be on chain. Yep. But maybe we didn't have this global computer, right? That would, can everything's siloed. Like you said, we go to one country, they got their own, everybody has their own systems. Even in California, we have our own systems where you go to the DMV, doesn't even talk to whatever, the other offices that you're trying to, the finance department or whatever. But so I'll let you break it down. But yeah, what are some of the challenges here? Because it just seems like it makes total sense. This thing should have been adopted like years ago, and like they should just be investing in this type of innovation.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, some places are investing in this kind of innovation, particularly in Eastern Europe and some other places that are issuing national identity cards, like in India with the Aadhaar card, for example. But, I think it's a combination of things, and we'll get maybe the political one out of the way up front, which is part of it's a matter of control. I think and it's institutions wanting to be able to exert control on populations. And that can take a variety of forms. It can take the form of access to goods and services. It can take the form of control over ingress or egress, ability to move freely, either inside a country or external to a country. But let's take the most sort of like even-handed or sort of generous assumption here that countries that want to implement this technology, and I think there are a lot of them, have faced obstacles, and I think they really fall into a couple of camps. One is technical, i.e., they have either technical challenges getting populations to adopt the technology, or they have regulatory regimes set up where there are things like GDPR, where there are very stringent benchmarks that need to be met in order to enable sharing of data under certain conditions and circumstances. And so without a blockchain type solution, sometimes that can become very hard. And what happens ultimately is you create honeypots of data, because what you're telling companies, and by the way, California has CCPA, which is GDPR by another name for California, and other states are adopting those things too. What they're effectively telling companies is, you can ingest all this personal information from people and store it internally in this giant database. And please try not to get hacked. We know how that goes, right? I mean, whether it's going way back, Equifax, but I mean, turn on the news any day, and if you have an alert through any credit agency, you probably get pinged all the time. Like, my stuff's on the dark web. Everybody's stuff is on the dark web, right? So I think technical is part of it. And then how do you balance the implementation of a technology like blockchain with the needs and the rights of individuals for privacy? And that's been something that I think has really been hashed out over the past probably 10 years, yes, but probably more seriously in the last 5 years. And that's with standard setting organizations looking at, finally, I think, culminating in a DID standard. So a decentralized identity standard, which sort of gives some rules of the road and some commonality on how things should be approached and ways that identity companies can adopt those. So now I think the technology, I won't say it's an excuse, but the technology hurdles, largely have been overcome. So I think there's less reason not to adopt this. And then there's just interoperability, right? Look what's going on with COVID passes right now, right? This was something that we looked at briefly and just saw that it was going to be a very, very challenging thing to address. But I mean, you see each country is sort of coming up with their own pass. New York City, in fact, has its own pass just for New York City. You end up with, do you have the Pfizer or the Moderna? Oh, I got my CVS pass. And if you want to travel internationally or get on a cruise ship or whatever, there's this lack of sort of standard that leads, I think, to fragmentation. And that actually devalues the entire ecosystem, right? Once you say, oh, you got your vaccine, but we don't trust your method of delivering that information to us, that we can actually trust you as a verifiable attestation partner that we're willing to accept, that sort of makes the whole system a little bit questionable and less valuable. So having a standard, very important, having the technology, very important, and then being able to implement that at a scale that makes sense, either through people wanting to participate in things like DeFi, like the crypto economies, like purchasing Bitcoin, or from really government mandates saying, hey, we're going to have a digital ID card system, and we want that to be on chain, and then being able to tap into that.
So what does Civic provide? What are some of the solutions? We have everybody tuning in right now to learn about, well, from your perspectives and insights, right, on the identity front, and what that bleeds into and what that touches across industries, verticals, government, or public or private sector, even to just little things that we'll get into, which like, not little things, but like DeFi, right? Even in the tech scene, there's identity challenges that we're all trying to solve. So what does Civic provide? What have you guys been working on the last few years? And what are some of the solutions if somebody's watching right now and we're talking about identity, what have you guys done or built?
Yeah. So a couple of things. I'll start with maybe the more traditional stuff, and then get into the newer stuff at the end. So, we started in 2017 providing KYC for other crypto projects. A lot of them at that time were doing things like ICOs and onboarding their customers to participate in little ecosystems, whatever those might be. And so it's a matter of onboarding the individual. So we'll go through and we'll do a 3D face map of the individual. We'll match it to an identity document. So that could be a driver's license, passport, national ID card. We do a facial verification between a short video selfie and that 3D clip and the document itself. We do fraud detection on the document, looking for things like holograms and watermarks and different things like that. We're covering about almost 200 countries and about 4,500 documents. So we actually will do that document verification, the liveness verification, we call it, because we're proving it's a person and not a picture of somebody from online with an identity document. And once you go through that verification, we do things like email address and phone number, that's like the baseline stuff. You create this construct, which is your identity, and those attestations of identity, not the data itself, not your personal information, but an attestation of that information is stored on the blockchain. And what's really interesting there is now you have a scenario where you can start to extract value from having that identity in a variety of different ways. And you can start to challenge the dominance of some of the systems that are out there today, like OAuth. So if you look at every website you go to now, I don't know how many login options you see, but log in with Facebook, log in with Google, log in with LinkedIn. Like what I actually saw log in with YouTube today. I was like, what is that? That's a new one for me. Yeah. So those are traditional OAuth type setups, right? So it's a three-party system: yourself, the website that you're logging into, and then that third party. And I think people have become very accustomed to that, less so maybe in the EU, but certainly in the US and APAC, because it's a matter of convenience, right? Oh, okay, I don't have to go get a new password and user ID. For me, that's easy. I'm just going to log in. But the privacy that you give up is buried in the terms and conditions. And what you don't realize necessarily is by linking your Facebook account to this website, you enable a bidirectional flow of data that actually, taken together, can compromise your privacy in some pretty substantial ways. And a lot of the manifestations of that are very benign, right? You might get targeted for ads and suddenly everything, tennis shoes are following you around the web or like whatever it is. But ultimately, I mean, we look at things like, the Pegasus program and compromise security, and you start to think, okay, but if there's this worldwide matrix of identity data, and all these data points ultimately can be correlated in ways that we don't really understand, and it's big data, AI algorithms that are sort of scraping through, and then decisions are going to get made on the basis of that information. That creates a very echo chamber type scenario, much like what we saw in this last couple of elections, where you reinforce something enough, that's all you see, and so that's your world. So if we can disconnect and disaggregate some of these identity elements and instead say, why don't I just log in with my identity that I own and allow me to just say, I want to consume this service, but that doesn't give you entree into my entire life and everything that I'm doing, and sharing on Facebook and whatever. So that was one aspect. And we've been really, I think, positive on where that can go. It's starting, I think, to see a little bit more traction, some of it regulatory push. But we've also learned a ton. Like, if things are hard, people just don't want to do them, right? It's like, it's like one more click. And so it's really a lot about like interfacing with users and meeting people where they are. And I think we're getting much better at that. So that's one aspect.
Can you relate that to, and we say this, I say it a lot, kind of like Web 2.0 and 3.0, and what you just discussed. When I want people to understand what we mean, I guess what Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 is. The 2.0 is your Googles, your Facebooks. We're giving up our info. When we talk about 3.0, we're talking about decentralized applications where Civic is providing a solution where you are in control, and like the convenience that we're all accustomed to for the last 25 years has really made it easy for us to kind of get around the internet, But yeah, I mean, we all notice all these ads come up. You talk about something one day and boom, it's populated, in your browser like the next day. And so I think for those watching or learning about what blockchain crypto is, or when you hear us talk about Web 2.0, it's really, we give up our information so easily and it's readily available. And what Chris is talking about is kind of managing that flow of self-sovereign identity, owning our data, owning our data, but controlling our data. We should be able to give up what we want. And that's what we talk about when we discuss Web 3.0. And he's been elaborating on that in terms of OAuth and like how all these websites work. And we don't notice it. And it's gotten so easy now that, this new wave of decentralization from centralization, which is Web 2.0, is taking that back a little bit, right? Am I?
Yeah. I think that's, you nailed it. I mean, what I think people are going to start to recognize is there are viable and in many ways superior alternatives that are either in market today or coming to market that will allow them the ability to take care of their private data and their personal information in a way that up till now has been very, very difficult to do. So, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, right? Especially with the Web 2.0 companies. Congress or local regulators will say to these companies, hey, you really need to disclose to users what data you're harvesting and give them the ability to opt out of those situations and give a ton of transparency. And then, what you find is, settings get buried like 18 screens deep, and like they're a little bit hard to figure out like what happens if I toggle this thing, or like how do I protect my data? It becomes like, it's like a 10-hour-a-week job, just managing your Facebook settings or whatever. I assume there are people out there who are like Sherpas at this and can like nail it easily, but that kind of thing where it's the default is you're exposed and the default is you're being monetized. Yeah, I think is going away. And we looked at things like the Brave browser and what Brendan's doing over there, and other companies that are saying, well, no, like what if we flip that paradigm, and rather than making the user the product, we actually provide a service and then allow them to consume products. And for us, I think that was the big aha several years ago, back 2016, 17 when I joined, and implementing that has kind of been the work of a ton of talented engineers all around the world and people who really believe in what we're doing at Civic to try and get to the point where we can provide it for simple things like login. We can provide it for kind of fun use cases like beer vending machines, for example, which I can tell you more about that if you're interested. And we can provide it for like.
That sounds cool. I mean, yeah, you could touch on that because, there are like concerns, or people have brought it up, like, why do I need to show my ID, all my information to purchase X, Y, and Z, or, alcohol, but other avenues too. So yeah, talk about this vending machine. I guess that's kind of like pretty sweet.
Yeah. I mean, when you asked me what my rabbit hole moment was, I almost told this story because I had already joined Civic though, so I didn't think it was totally fair, but I'll tell this story. So we went to Money 2020, and I think it was early 2018 in New York. And we wanted to make a splash about identity, but that's hard. That's hard to do. How do you make a splash about identity? How do you really transmit to people or let people understand what it is you're doing in a way that grabs their attention? And so we had this idea that what if we had a beer vending machine that in a zero knowledge proof way could establish that you were 21, but it didn't share any of your information. None of your information was going to, Anheuser-Busch or the person who owns the vending machine or whatever. Wouldn't that be cool? And so we got pretty excited internally. And again, it turns out we were early on this, but now it's actually happening in market, which is pretty cool. But at the time, so we had this vending machine, and they had us over in one of those side halls at Money 2020. So we were, buried. In fact, I think it was the dining hall. So they were very bullish on our solution, right? They were like, hey, you guys go in the dining hall. We'll kind of like stick it in the corner, see how it goes. And on the first day, we started hearing people talking about it in the hallways, and the thing just got mobbed. There was like 100 people clustered around trying to prove their identity, get the beer just to experience it, right?
Yeah.
And so the organizers of Money 2020, they were like, hey, it's way too many people in that area, not good at all. They pulled the machine out overnight, put in the main hallway, set up a table so we could onboard people in. And I remember I just walked out of one of the sessions and around the corner, and there was a line of 50 people deep, just waiting to get a beer out of a vending machine. But it's sort of a metaphor, right? It's I don't have to give up who I am to get a thing that I want or that I need or whatever. It could be medication, right? I mean, we're talking to vendors in Africa about how they distribute HIV/AIDS vaccine or medications, and that's a target for criminals. And how can you establish identity, but in a private way where you're not sharing a lot of data, a lot of sensitivity around personal information. But for me, that was another aha moment. And now we've got vending machines rolling out around North America. We're going to announce a pretty cool partnership in Las Vegas in the next few weeks that I can't say too much about, but it'll be really cool. And it's just a metaphor for that, right? It's getting people to understand, oh, wait, so I could do a thing I could never do before, and I could still have my personal information confidential, and it gets me something that I could never do. Like, that's cool. And for us, like, that's what blockchain is. That's what identity done correctly on chain can deliver. And it's for a whole bunch of other use cases like DeFi or whatever.
And would you say that you guys are matured in terms of the tech is there? Now we just need to get the adoption, buy-in from government regulated. I mean, it's complicated, but have you guys tackled, the technical aspects to deliver something that we can start using on a production level?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, right. It's ready to go, and it's out there in market. We've been actually working even with other big companies, like we have a partnership with Johnson Controls, which is part of Tyco Johnson Controls for access management. And the irony was we launched our office entry product right when COVID hit, and nobody would go to the office. But basically, like, think about it. If you're a salesperson and you're in Manhattan and you've got 10 sales calls, every office building you go to, you go get in that line to get to the front of the desk, to show your ID document, to get your badge, go through the turnstile. But if you've been invited, why couldn't you just have your Civic app and scan a QR code and just go through? Yeah. And so that, that's something that's a real world application of that. And then for DeFi, part of getting to the point where we're ready for prime time actually was getting over to Solana. Yeah. Solana as a chain creates the opportunity to serve mass adoption at scale. And where we were, I think Ethereum is awesome and, so much utility, and there are side chains springing up that can do a whole bunch of stuff. And the smart contracting stuff is sort of amazing, right? It's a great sandbox, but we found for scale, Solana is a great partner for us. And so part of our infrastructure move over the last year, we kind of took advantage of this COVID period of time to get everything migrated over to Solana so that scale would not be an issue. And now we've done that.
And let's talk about that a little bit from a blockchain standpoint. We have viewers that are looking at what is a blockchain? Why are there so many blockchains? Their niche, right? What were the pros and cons, right? So you guys from the early days have decided to develop on Ethereum. That was it's still a major player, but there are some hurdles and challenges. Can you kind of elaborate on there in terms of how that affect, as you guys have grown and delivering more and you've had to evolve on, the technology front in terms of supporting your guys' platform. What were some of the challenges that you faced in terms from the Ethereum side?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think, Ethereum is an amazing sort of microcosm for developing projects. And, the smart contracting capability is sort of without equal in many ways still. And a lot of projects are choosing to develop there and now taking advantage of opportunities to use side chains and settle back to the main chain only if and when necessary, right, for their particular use case. I mean, for us, I think what we found was there's a lot of unpredictability. And when you're trying to build a business that is high volume and fairly low margin, that level of unpredictability creates a lot of issues. So you can imagine if you're standing in front of a beer machine and your objective is to get a beer, and you need to go through an identity verification, and we can get in the queue, but it's going to cost us $10 maybe in Ethereum gas fees to get that written to the chain, and also it may take several minutes. It's just not fit for purpose. So, I think some of the most innovative work that's happening now is really on the backs of the giants, who built EVM, Ethereum Virtual Machine, who built Ethereum, who built Bitcoin. And, now it's about, okay, well, how do we really get adoption and mass adoption? And how do we get to a point where we're not bottlenecking what are deemed essential aspects of delivering a service in a way that people will actually adopt, right? Because you can have the coolest thing in the world, but if it doesn't actually get the job done in a time frame that people will tolerate, then you're not going anywhere. So for us, that was the calculus there. It's not easy to move, but I think it's worthwhile.
And Solana, why the move to Solana? The solid team. That was actually kind of one of on the VC side, one of our arms. That was one of my first projects that I had to research. I had to research.
Oh, really?
End of 20 is kind of funny. And then I interviewed Anatoly a couple months ago, so I told him about it. So what was the solid team? They've been pumping through, delivering for quite some time. And I'm assuming those are some of the reasons, right? I'm sure you did a due diligence on a multitude of chains, but it seemed like Solana was a choice.
I mean, for us, our solution is going to be cross-chain no matter what.
Yeah.
And delivery of this solution will go to wherever there are projects, whether they be DApps or other projects that need identity. That identity Lego is really going to be cross-chain. But, I think what we saw was for the back-end infrastructure that's driving, the identity verification and the place where we want to kind of make our big bet to go live at scale, that was on Solana. And why Solana? I mean, the team's unbelievable, yes. The back-end can handle 50,000 transactions per second, right? So, I mean, that's on par and better than, Visa, MasterCard networks, right? So, and the cost, it's 0.00001 cents, per transaction, as opposed to you could be in the tens of dollars and unexpectedly go to $100, right, on something, depending on what your speed needs are on Ethereum. I will say there are a lot of other chains that are trying to solve this problem as well, whether that be Polkadot or Casper or Algorand that are interesting and have great tech, and they're different spins on solving the same set of issues. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, and I don't view it as kind of a zero-sum game, though. I think we're so early in adoption of this technology that it's really about creating multiple opportunities and venues for projects to grow, and suitability. Again, on one chain, it might be like 50,000 transactions a second is essential, but there's a lot of projects for whom that's not the case, right?
Totally.
Where that speed maybe is overkill, or maybe there are other attributes that are going to be more important, for their particular project. But yeah, we like Solana a lot.
Yeah, and you did touch on that in terms of what technology suits your application, your DApp, your project, whatever the case is, because you're right, not every project or idea or concept needs right. that max capacity or whatever, right? You just kind of need something that works, which kind of ties into like community and resources available and support within kind of that ecosystem. that kind of ties it all together to make your decision on where to develop on. So you're a big believer in interoperability, and you think a lot of these chains will, come across each other, bridges and stuff.
I think they're going to have to. I mean, it's absolutely already happening. You're starting to see even crypto tokens moving chain to chain through wormholes and different ways to get value or assets represented on different chains that maybe are more fit for purpose. So interoperability, I think those chains and dApps that sort of adopt that principle are going to be far better off in the long run, because if you think about some of the historic examples of go it alone type mentalities or zero sum game, you think about like whatever, going way back, like VHS tapes even, and beta, and it was like, hey, we're going to fight it out, or Blu-ray and whatever wasn't Blu-ray, because like Blu-ray went right. So it was like very centralized bodies with very commercialized interests with a very narrow focus, fighting for market share. That was the dynamic. And I think we have to pull back from that dynamic and realize what's happening now with blockchain is much more about transforming a lot of institutions in ways that business gets done, commerce gets done, information gets shared and stored. It's a much broader agenda than just a very narrow commercial interest. And so to kind of lock in one ecosystem, ultimately, I think hampers growth and it's not long-term viable.
Totally. And on the regulation side, obviously this is super ingrained with a lot of government bodies and different agencies and FinCEN and all of these government regulatories. Do you guys work closely with them? They're on board. Are they providing a sandbox? How's the relationship there?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a number of bodies that we're associated with that interact with regulators on a pretty regular basis. So the Digital Chamber of Commerce, for example, here in the U.S., we're very, very attuned to identity requirements and regulations worldwide, and we're paying a lot of attention to what's going on in the financial services sector as it moves, at least in part, to much more of a decentralized model. And there's this sort of uneasy alliance right now that I think ultimately is starting to get much more formalized as you start to see what's happening with the FATF, AML, D6 coming out, what CFTC is saying, what the regulators here in the US are talking about in terms of regulating VASPs and what is a VASP. So, it's always a little bit, the innovators sprint forward and then the regulators kind of take a minute to digest, and they say, okay, well, let's talk about the things that are getting delivered here that are net beneficial to the population base who we're tasked to serve and protect, right? These are public service organizations. They're not out there trying to like ruin people's lives. They're actually trying to protect people from losing their life savings. They're trying to make sure appropriate disclosures happen about risky assets. There's a whole host of things I think that are really good in terms of what gets delivered through deliberative bodies like that. At the same time, it's important not to quash the innovation that's coming out of these ecosystems, and to make sure you kind of incorporate those good things, but still allow for the innovation to happen with a recognition that there is the ability for them to shut stuff down. So all of the protestations to the contrary by like the communities that say, well, we're just going to like run and go do our things. Okay, but you're going to end up on a FATF, gray list, or you're going to end up with a sanction or a letter from the SEC or whatever. So part of our role at Civic, I think, is to, as early innovators in this space, is to say, how do we marry this new technology, which really can enable broad-based adoption of transformative financial services products in a way that is still going to have a compliant result that regulators and bodies who are tasked with making sure, terrorists aren't getting funded and people aren't being thrown out on the street as their house gets sold from under them. There's a marriage there that can happen, and we're really interested in being at the forefront of that, and that's going to really be the next chapter of Civic as we move forward.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's a collaborative effort. And there's been talks, right, even on the token side, the security side, the utility side of tokens and crypto. Not only that, the pace of innovation happens so fast, and I feel like they've I don't know, they've straddled a little bit, and which makes sense. I mean, everybody's trying to figure it out, and everybody's kind of strategizing and forecasting, and that kind of stunts a little bit in terms of not knowing and a little hesitation to kind of innovate in one way or another. But all in all, like, I think a lot of this stuff is inevitable, and I think teams like yourself are obviously like adding and contributing like to the industry, and not only that, to society, right? Like I mentioned at the beginning, blockchain, we underestimate like the impact it's going to have. Not to say that it's going to save the world, but it's going to be part of the stack. It's going to be another tool that we're going to leverage along with AI and ML and AR, VR, and whatever, all the technologies that come out. But no, I think you guys have been in the space for quite some time doing your thing. And I think we're running up on time here, but we appreciate kind of your insights and perspectives on not only what Civic's goals and objectives are, but you brought in the discussion into like how all this is going to play out in various countries, for various people, for various regions. And one last thing on the identity front, like that's going to like contribute to a lot of these regions in terms of increased economic like contribution, right? Like being able to, if they're going to have identities, like this is going to go towards the unbanked. And people talk about the unbanked in crypto, like overall, but it's not just like you can't just unbank them. Like they need identities, and they need, and that's what you guys are tackling. And that's kind of the first step. Everybody has a smartphone, but the identity effort you guys have, been tackling and have been, trying to get us across the finish line, and you have, and all the use cases that you guys, have battle tested and are ready for production. That's great. Where can people learn more about Civic, about, the use cases and the partnerships and everything that you guys are doing?
Yeah. So I would direct people to civic.com. And for those developers and DApp developers and people who are wondering about open source, we have sort of a nonprofit 501c4 called Identity. Identity.com is the domain, probably pretty easy to remember. If you want to check out, our open source library, because, to your point, part of the ethos, I think, that's so amazing about the community is really sharing toys, right? Hey, we built this thing. We'd love to see it in somebody's project, and contributing in a way that really moves the ball forward meaningfully in a variety of different areas. So check out Civic, check out identity.com. Look out for some press releases and things coming in Q3 and Q4. And we're really fired up and really appreciate the opportunity to speak with Reimagine. And thanks, Adam, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome. No, we do this every month. So we'd love to have, if not you, like somebody else on the team. We've been fortunate to have these discussions with executives and management like yourself, but other roles that, blockchain plays into, whether it's marketing, business development, and getting everybody's thoughts, and everybody has their own views. And it's just so interesting, right? Everybody's trying to figure it out. And then in this short period of time, feels like many years. In crypto, like 3-4 years feels like forever. And I still have to read every day to like keep up with what's going on. But we'd love to have Civic back, man. Appreciate your time. Everybody check out Civic. They're doing a lot of stuff, and they have been for quite a while. So we hope to have you back and talk to you again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed this discussion with Chris Hart, COO over at Civic. Tune into the Reimagine. This will be on YouTube as well, so you feel free to watch this for free. So again, everybody have a good one, and we'll see you again. Bye, Chris.
Bye.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey, how you doing? It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Fork. A fork creates alternate versions of the blockchain, and then the split blockchain runs simultaneously on different parts of the network. A hard fork renders prior invalid transactions valid, and vice versa. A soft fork renders previously valid transactions invalid, but not the inverse. And that's it. Now I got no more forks to give.
Just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Hi, Adam. It's great to be on with the Reimagine conference, and happy to be here. I'm Stephen Pear, co-founder and CEO of BitPay. We're looking forward to the conversation.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. Super excited. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We're providing development support to a growing number of projects in the space, as well as education within the Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals across our platform, including Reimagine, is simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So I'm super excited today. Enough of me talking. Great guest, great company, great leader in this space. Happy to get into it. Stephen Pear, CEO and co-founder of BitPay. How you doing? Welcome to the conference. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for having me, Adam. I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. So we were kind of chatting a little bit before, and you know, it's kind of a real treat, really, when we're talking with somebody that's been in the space in some capacity for quite some time. And what I mean by that is kind of on the technical front, the engineering front. In terms of how blockchain is compiled, like what it is, how it works out. So before we get into BitPay and all that, talk to me about, you understand cryptography, you understand kind of the mechanisms. What were your thoughts? And people may not know this, but this has been attempted, this Bitcoin concept, this use case for blockchain, this killer app, really. But in the 90s, you saw some attempts. What were your thoughts when you were reading these things and kind of understanding the attempt at what, you know, in the 90s, like David Chaum and his team, what they were trying to do?
Yeah, well, I guess David Chaum and you know, DigiCash was what got me really interested in this area, specifically around the application of cryptography to the use case of payments. And you know, I was a big fan of DigiCash. I never worked there or anything, but you know, my roommates at the time will tell you I couldn't stop talking about it, and just totally fascinated by it. And I think leading up to that, it was my fascination with like PGP and what was going on with Phil Zimmerman, you know, and really advanced cryptography. And just, I guess as a kid, I loved the concept of cryptography and the idea that you can, you know, write something, encrypt it, send it across the world to somebody else, and they can decrypt it, and it can't be intercepted in between. And I just thought that was really cool, you know, and it's kind of like the little kid that gets excited about the decoder ring in A Christmas Story, if you ever watched that movie. But just my interest in PGP, strong cryptography, what was going on politically with Phil Zimmerman, and you know, that whole story, which I won't go too much into, but it's really fascinating. And then DigiCash came out and was really trying to apply cryptography to create secure payment systems. And what David Chaum did there was really exciting. And you know, DigiCash was, I would characterize it as the world's first cryptographic payment system.
For sure.
And they got some good early traction. They had some bank partners and whatnot, but ultimately it wasn't a decentralized system. Ultimately, they failed as a company and went bankrupt, and the project went away with it, right? And so I think that got a lot of people thinking, how can you create a true protocol for payments, an internet protocol for payments that doesn't depend on like one centralized company to run it and to clear those transactions? And so I was very fascinated. Most of my career was in telecom, but I kept looking for projects that were doing something in this area, including like Ripple, not the Ripple that we know today, but the project that came before the company. And that for a little while caught my attention. And there were a lot of exciting developments in sort of the late 90s and early 2000s. So exciting in the sense that they generated media buzz, like Second Life. I don't know if you remember that platform, and this 3D world, and it had a currency called Linden dollars. But it was ultimately a centralized ledger system. It wasn't anything interesting from a computer science perspective.
So you bring up kind of the centralization and decentralization aspect in these terms for DigiCash and some of these other projects and companies. Did they fail in terms of because in the end they were just competing with legacy systems, and it just not enough oomph to get them over from an innovation standpoint. Now you're just kind of competing in the payment space. Is that because you bring up centralized, the centralization of it, which wasn't maybe unique, but some of the concepts of the cryptography, right? The pieces that we're formulating were obviously fascinating, but in the end, it wasn't enough to like tackle, the existing payment and rails and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you had to have something like Bitcoin and something decentralized like that to succeed at creating, a new novel kind of payment infrastructure.
Yeah.
In the case of, every company that's attempted this, and there's also like eGold, and eGold had for a while there, it was looking like eGold was going to dominate internet payments. People forget the history there, but they had legal issues and whatnot that came about. But but it was also a centralized system. PayPal's a system, and I think ultimately, there needed to be something like DigiCash that would survive even when companies failed, to get the traction that they needed. Going from 0 to 1, as Peter Thiel kind of describes it. And they just don't achieve that sort of liftoff momentum. And having an internet protocol that can survive on its own without the need of a corporate sponsor, as it would be, I think was key to Bitcoin's success, certainly. But I think really necessary to do something truly novel and innovative around payments on the internet. And otherwise we're stuck just kind of building on top of existing rails and existing monetary systems that predate the internet and really weren't designed with the modern internet and the modern threat environment on the internet in mind. So,
and you bring up a lot of good things in terms of what the internet was used for, kind of the timeline that took for it to take off. Obviously now the internet is where it is today. We build on top of it. We can put up websites pretty quick. You don't have to, there's applications to help and assist in ramping up and scaling. A lot of these things were back in the day. You had to, build it out from scratch and code. Do you see blockchain at the moment kind of in that little spot in terms of protocols and infrastructure being developed for us to kind of streamline innovation and development, like even further, like to the masses?
Oh, absolutely. And it's still extremely early because we haven't even scratched the surface in terms of applying this technology to practically everything we do in our lives.
Totally.
It's funny, I won't date myself, but kind of started writing code in the 1970s now. And having seen the internet and all these different innovations come about and how long they took and how long it took for not just the innovation to happen, but then for it to get adopted and utilized. People forget that. I remember when I went to college, at Georgia Tech, thinking how cool was it that Georgia Tech was connected to this thing called the internet, and that I had a real like internet email address. It wasn't like this AOL or CompuServe thing. It was actually on the real internet, and I could send an email to somebody at another university, for example. And I remember telling all my friends, this is going to be the future of communications. Everybody's going to everybody. And then I realized I didn't know anybody else that had an email address. But sure enough, you could see the future, and I see the same thing with Bitcoin and blockchains. Same thing with the web browser. I remember later in college, somebody in one of my classes saying, we're going to build an application around Mosaic, and this is going to be the future of building applications. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is just a tool to render a document on, in graphical form. But then, after you dig into it a little bit, you realize, oh yeah, this is going to be huge. And, that was probably in 92 or 93, long before the web really took off in 95. But I see a lot of very similar things. In fact, I would say, Bitcoin and the blockchain and crypto industry is maybe much bigger than those. It's just the energy and the excitement and all the different projects that are going on, all the innovation that's happening. It's hard for somebody like me who's been doing this for 10 years now with Bitcoin to keep on, to stay on top of the developments. It's moving so fast.
Yeah, and I want to touch on a couple things that we'll come back to in a little bit. Talking about your email and being able to communicate with nobody on the other side. It's kind of the same problem which BitPay was kind of born out of, was I have Bitcoin. I always said Bitcoin. How do I transact with Bitcoin, right? In like 2010, 11. And we'll get into that with kind of the solution you guys are providing. But yeah, same kind of thought process or where we're at in time in the blockchain space as you were in the internet, of trying to leverage the tech and how do we use that tech, and we need to build it. And that's how you guys, eventually got started. So what about like from the early 2000s to Bitcoin? Did you think Bitcoin was going to come out, or maybe not Bitcoin specifically, but do you think the iterations, I was thinking about this, all the iterations, which is kind of standard, your Facebooks, all these attempts, right, had started years before. Nobody thought about Facebook, but there were these social platforms, MySpaces and these other ones, in the early 2000s that eventually led to Facebook being born. And I see Bitcoin was on that same trajectory. Iterations didn't work. You don't want to be the first or the last, right? And here we are. But in between kind of the late 90s to when, Bitcoin was launched through Satoshi, did people kind of give up this attempt? Did you think it was going to get over the hurdle?
I had kind of given up. I'm like, well, we're just never going to figure this out, right? You're always going to need somebody to clear payments on the internet. And, I was like, going from DigiCash in the early 1990s, that failing and sort of not seeing a lot happening, just through the late 90s and early 2000s. It just, I had pretty almost given up and just kind of stopped looking and stopped tinkering. And, I had one point with the Ripple project I mentioned earlier, had tried to build a version of Ripple, but, which the idea behind Ripple was, it wasn't a new currency, but it was keeping track and ledgers of who owes other people what, and then finding pathways through the network to resolve those debt that people owed each other. And so I even tried, writing a version of that wasn't, the big problem I saw with that was it was kind of working, but it was all like on one server and not decentralized at all. But yeah, I had kind of given up, that maybe there just wasn't a way to do it. And you're always going to need that PayPal or Federal Reserve or something like that sitting in the middle of these transactions to ultimately clear them. I also got simultaneously very fascinated about the history of monetary systems and central banking and how that came about. And of course, all the conspiracy theories around that were fun and entertaining, and sometimes very upsetting, but that also just sort of grabbed my interest and kind of kept me just sort of in the background, while my career was going on, interested in this topic area. And Bitcoin came along, and I'd heard about it when it first launched on a Slashdot post or something, but the headline was like, run some software and generate money on your computer. And my economics brain told me that there's no way that can work. What's to stop people just, creating money at will, right? And it wasn't until a couple of years later, like late 2010 or so, that that's when I read the Satoshi white paper. Bitcoin was starting to rise in value. And I'm like, maybe this would be worth my time sitting down and studying. And then when I read the Satoshi white paper, it was, you come across these innovations as a computer scientist where it's like somebody just writes something and it clicks and it just makes total sense. And it's clear, it's concise. It's not like a 20-page PhD dissertation. It's just clear, to the point. This is how we should do it. And you read it and it's like, oh, why didn't we think of this 20 years ago? It seems so simple now. But that's the way, the Satoshi white paper was for me.
Which kind of leads into my next question. You kind of talked about a little bit, like what made Bitcoin work in terms of, these were all proven concepts. The technology had been tested, years before, decades before. It's all just come full circle. But what do you think it was that made Bitcoin work from your lens, from your eyes?
Well, I wasn't sure it would work when I first got into it. And I dug into the code and actually did as a software developer, the code was kind of a mess. And my first instinct was to clean it all up and organize the project. And so I did that for a couple of months. But that actually was good because I kind of learned the code and convinced myself that it actually did what it was advertised to do, and it would work. But I think it was taking a lot of proven concepts off the shelf, elliptic curve cryptography, SHA-256 hashing, and putting it together. And I think the key observation or the key innovation there was connecting money to energy, and specifically the proof of work aspect of it. I think that I'm really fascinated by the relationship of money and energy, and so I think the concept that you need to utilize energy to create a platform that's it's utilizing consuming energy in the present to create a platform that defers consumption and hence energy usage into the future, which to me there's a certain Zen quality about that. But I think, I just think pulling together a lot of proven concepts and thinking about the incentive structures, the game theory in it, was what made it ultimately work, whereas previous attempts at it were missing one piece or another to the puzzle.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It touches a lot of aspects of concepts, of ideas, and a lot of it have been tested, proven right in some way, shape, or form, and it all comes together. Are you worried about the energy aspects? Not to go too much derailed into like energy so much, but I know you mind, which is kind of cool. I feel like many.
That whole story in and of itself, getting into mining, I miss those days. I loved mining for Bitcoin.
There's been a lot of individuals like yourself and leaders in the space that were like, I just wanted to try this thing out, build my own rig, XYZ. I got burned out, or it didn't make sense, whatever the case is. But to have some skin in the game, to kind of see how it operates, many kind of Bitcoin hodlers and holders and believers started that way, if not just buying it out of interest of understanding the concept, but actually knowing how to build a rig and getting into it. Real quick before we get into the money, are you worried about the energy this whole sustainability, making sure that we're not burning too much energy? Do you see any? I feel like it allows us to search for other renewables, other energy sources to keep this thing running.
No, I'm not concerned about that at all. I think market forces will find the exact right price to pay for a secure transaction in a blockchain. Ultimately, Bitcoin, as the block reward diminishes over time, miners have to earn all of their revenue from a fee attached to a transaction. And then the question is, how much are you willing to spend to put a transaction into the Bitcoin blockchain? How important is it for you to have that level of security that it provides? And there are applications that are going to need that level of security and will pay a very high price to get that transaction in that blockchain because they need the security. And for other applications, buying a cup of coffee may be either it's a layer 2 like Lightning, or it's another blockchain where it's not as secure, but it also doesn't need to be as secure, and you don't need to pay that high price for inclusion in that chain. I think the market will decide those things, and so ultimately, the energy consumption of Bitcoin is going to be very much tied to, the amount of the price that somebody's willing to pay to put a transaction into that blockchain, and get that level of security. On top of that, it is changing the economics of renewables. Probably 5-6 years ago, I don't remember exactly when it was, like 2013 or 14. There was a conference in San Jose, like the first big Bitcoin conference. And somebody came up to me in that conference and said, I'm interested. He was interested in mining because it was a data center that could be turned off. I'm like, what do you mean? That was an interesting observation that I was curious about. And I asked him more about it. He said, yeah, what I want to do is I want to put mining rigs inside of a container and be able to move that container wherever there's excess energy. So think about a wind farm that has excess wind is blowing really strong and they don't have anything to do with that electricity. They could mine Bitcoin with it and earn revenue with that extra electricity. And that changes the economics of the renewables, right? It makes it more economically viable to run a wind farm if you can do that, or excess capacity coming through a dam, or excess, or a natural. Another example he gave is a natural gas well. It's not a renewable, but it's a natural gas well that doesn't have right of way to pipe that gas somewhere. They can just put mining rigs on top of the well and operate those and make money off of that. And so I think it really does improve the economics of renewables, and then solar power as well, same thing. And I think people are, miners are always seeking the most cost-effective sources of energy, of electricity, and so I think they're.
And I guess that doesn't necessarily mean cheaper. It means, you're right, accessibility to energy.
Yeah.
Not only traditional energy pathways for cheaper, but like you said, other sources that we're all exploring anyway to kind of keep these rigs going.
Yeah, but the final one important point to all of that is that the production of energy is going to be is always decentralized, right? Because the sun shines on all parts of the planet, right? As long as the planet's rotating, we're going to get energy everywhere, and it's really just about becoming more and more efficient at converting that solar energy into electricity. And so when you think about solar panels and what companies like Tesla are doing and trying to drive that, the adoption of solar power, energy itself is becoming, or the production of energy is becoming more and more decentralized. I mean, if you think about if everyone put solar panels on their roofs, then that's very decentralized. And I think it really fits well with what you want to achieve with a system like Bitcoin, which is decentralization, and where it's a protocol that everybody can choose to participate in, but nobody controls it, right? There's not one person with their finger on the button controlling it.
Do you know when a lot of these massive mining operations started popping up? Like, you were in early, you've been following for a long time. And this is like, you won't spend too much time on it at all, but just curious, right? Like now they're going IPOs, right? Like a lot of these are businesses, companies, public companies. When was it and then everybody that I've talked to was running it down in the basement, trying to keep it cool, doing their thing, running around.
Been there.
Yeah, exactly. So when did like these operations start popping up, like these massive centers, facilities?
So when I got started with it, we were still using GPUs and graphics cards, and it was just starting to move to FPGAs. And then you started seeing some early companies start working on the ASICs and the customized hardware. And I think really right about that time when it started to become hardware optimized and the capital requirements raised, grew quite a bit from that. And it became really a race to get the next latest generation as the hardware caught up to Moore's law. I think right about that time, early 2011, maybe late 2011, was when you started to see people forming companies to do mining. And then you started to see mining pools. Those started right around early 2011 as well. Wow. So people can no longer mine solo. And, it would take, they might have enough power to maybe find a block once every month or something. And so, and that was longer than the 2-week adjustment period. And so you might start mining, and if you got lucky, you found something, but it may be a month or 2 months before you found a block. And so that necessitated people pooling their resources and creating these mining pools. And those were businesses as well. So that's, I think with the mining pools, with the move toward hardware optimized mining, that's when it started to become, dominated by professional businesses, right? As opposed to the hobbyists running mining equipment in the basement.
Yeah.
But I go back to that, if you see what China's done, and we should all thank the Chinese Communist Party for decentralizing the mining in China.
Totally.
They're breaking up a monopoly over there, doing a favor to all of us consumers. But if you look at that, where's all that mining equipment going to go? Maybe some of it's destroyed. A lot of it's probably going to get sold off. Some of it moved to subsidiaries that are overseas. Some of it I hear is coming to Texas and in the U.S. But I bet a lot of that goes back into people's basements too. and somebody could probably do something really innovative by creating a company designed to help a person and subsidize a person getting the hardware and running it in their basement and tying in, sort of like mining pool. Mining pools would obviously be an important part of that, but just financing the acquisition and doing a revenue share with people that want to run mining equipment in their home, or their maybe they got some type of a warehouse or something like that they have access to. But I think you might see kind of a lot of the actual mining return to, or become more decentralized in the future.
Yeah,
it may not be, scalable to try and put everything in these big, giant data centers.
Yeah. I think Argo blockchain kind of started that way as a mining or software as a service or mining, anyways. Now they're full blown into it, IPO'd, and it's kind of cool.
And this stuff already exists. I've been out of mining for so long. I haven't stayed on top of the latest innovations from business model perspectives.
Yeah. I don't know too much about it, but it's definitely enough to talk about it. But it's definitely interesting. It's kind of cool. Years later, we have these big ass facilities and people operating. But are you still reading do you still read white papers?
When there's a good one and somebody tells me I need to read one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of out there though. So
yeah, exactly. I know it's kind of tough. And the other thing, so going back to 2011, where were you living? Were you in the West Coast or where you're at now?
No, I've always been from the Atlanta area. So I spent a little bit of time in San Francisco, but my family's here. And so I've always, in some ways starting BitPay was me creating the job that I wanted. As a computer scientist and software engineer, it's it's difficult to not get sucked into that Bay Area, San Francisco ecosystem. But even in 2011, there was Silicon Valley had no interest really in Bitcoin either at that time. So not only, and so Bitcoin caught my interest. I was at a point in my career where I really wanted to go back and either join a small company or, as it happened, start one. And this is really the fourth startup I've been a part of. And so in many ways, I just had to, if I wanted to work with Bitcoin, I had no choice. I had to start a company to do it because there was nobody that was going to hire me to do it at that time.
Did you go to a lot of, and the reason why I was asking where you were located, were you going to meetups, conferences? Obviously it's pretty small. So I've been hosting meetups for a few years, right? And I feel like I was, late to the game in I came across it in 2013. I was working for the bank and and didn't really go down the rabbit hole until I went to grad school a year later. And then I remember my friends in class at that time were, you hear to this Ethereum, you hear about XRP, Ripple, Coinbase. I'm like, no, anyways, it's crazy how time kind of blurred that. And then before you know it, I'm in it and then I'm working in it. And it's, I wish I wasn't so busy back then, or maybe even the price of 2K was a little scaring me, right? Because I think I had seen it go. Well, you've seen it too, go from hundreds to thousands to back down, and you just never know what's going to happen. But were you going to meetups and conferences, and do you recall or meeting anybody that made it? Right, as started a company now.
I mean, the first conference that Tony and I went to was in 2011. In New York, and there was about 50 people there, and I think it was August of 2011.
Yeah.
But Gavin Andreessen was there. He gave a talk. I could rattle off.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are still very involved. John was there.
For sure.
And then Eric Voorhees designed BitPay's original logo. He was a graphic. I think he charged us $65 or something, and we paid him in Bitcoin for it. So
that's awesome.
So he went to the conference as well. And then, there's just so many. There's some people that have kind of retired. They've they struggled. They maybe had a business, tried to get it, didn't work, and then they're like, well, the Bitcoin price is just gonna.
What was the sentiment? What was the sentiment at these? These. I mean, you're talking about OGs, including yourself, like super excited, unsure. The lay of the land was you guys were building something from scratch, and like things have got shut. You're always worried about compliance regulation, but everybody you just named off like had a vision and kind of executed in some way, or did they have?
Yeah, I mean, it was exciting. I remember and fun. I remember Gavin was working at the time on pay to script hash and how are we going to do multi-signature transactions and I remember a group of people there at that conference just kind of getting in a room trying to figure out what the best path forward is. And Luke Jr. had one idea, another person had another idea. It was a lot of fun. I think the sentiment I would say was we're not sure where this is going to go, but it's kind of fun while we're doing it.
For sure.
Yeah.
Which kind of is going to lead me into BitPay now. You guys have one of the earliest companies to start implementing infrastructure, right? I'm curious. Well, first of all, explain to my audience what BitPay is, and then I have some questions in terms of like some other follow-up questions. But where are you at now? You're CEO of BitPay. What is BitPay?
So BitPay is a payments platform. So our basic thought back in 2011 was let's build a platform that a business could talk to, much like they talk to a credit card processor, and be able to allow their customers to pay, initially in Bitcoin, but now many other forms of crypto. And, just really present an API to them that was very familiar and worked like what they were accustomed to. And then we would talk to the Bitcoin network and deal with all the, intricacies of interacting with the blockchain. And we would give those businesses the option to get their payments settled in whatever currency they prefer. That could be Bitcoin, or it could be dollars, could be euros, whatever they prefer. And really focusing on the entire life cycle of a payment. So it's not just about the initial payment, but it's also how do you handle currency conversions? How do you handle refunds? If you think a business is processing thousands of transactions a day, they need tools to manage all of that and to then be able to reconcile those payments. So there's a lot to it that maybe somebody just making a payment doesn't really appreciate. So we're really focused on any type of payment that has a heavy workflow component to it. And then we support a lot of different, formats of payment, both in-person payments as well as e-commerce, email billing, or something as simple as putting a button on your website for a donation. We have a lot of tools that support all those different types of scenarios for a payment. And then we also have the BitPay wallet. We didn't initially have a wallet. We originally wanted to partner with wallets, and we still do want to partner with wallets, but work with them to innovate on that end-to-end payment experience from when the consumer initiates the payment to when the business is receiving settlement for that payment, and everything in between, make it a great experience end to end. But we were having a lot of difficulty getting development roadmaps aligned with different wallets, and they had different priorities than we did. And then we also had our own operational needs. Our wallet is great at multi-sig transactions, and we built it from the ground up with a security mindset, and so we needed to manage our own operational funds as well. And so we built CoPay initially, and then later launched the BitPay wallet. And we can go to a customer like Microsoft or AT&T and show them a great, phenomenal, seamless end-to-end payment experience. It starts with our wallet and ends with the customer getting settled and being able to do all those things, managing currency conversions and refunds and so on. So that's really, the bread and butter of what we do. We also do the inverse, which is payouts, and something we launched early this year or late last year was BitPay Send. So it allows a company to distribute funds to thousands of endpoints if they want. And use cases for that are companies that need to pay like affiliate fees, or a company doing payroll. They want their employees to be able to get a portion of their paycheck in crypto. So we're excited about that product as well. but yeah, we're essentially a service provider that enables companies to allow their customers to pay in crypto.
And we talked about this at the intro when you were first using your email. Needing somebody, to send, communicate with somebody else, and same thing in the crypto or Bitcoin in 2011 when you guys launched. It's like we have all these Bitcoins, we need to spend them, buy them, transact, and that wasn't there. And I feel like BitPay brought some credibility a little bit, to Bitcoin in terms of being able to use it, leverage it for everybody. And one thing that's interesting is like, so do you see Bitcoin as a transactional? Well, all of our ideas and thoughts have evolved, over the last, many years. But is it transactional to you? I feel like, how do you see people, like, do you think they want to spend their Bitcoin? I know you guys are providing the service to transact in it. What do you see? How do you see people like hodling, spending it? Like, where do you fall, I guess, in terms of what the future looks like for Bitcoin? Like, you gonna store it and hold it, or try and spend it?
Well, I feel like the dominant use case for Bitcoin is as a store of value. Yeah. It is for the person that wants to put value in the most secure platform and hodl. But people do eventually want to spend. And sometimes I joke that you're not a true hodler if you have anything else to spend but Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's the only thing you have, then you have to spend it to eat. Yeah. So at some point you do want to spend it. And we see that on the platform. Bitcoin, the average transaction value for Bitcoin transaction versus everything else is about double what most of the other chains and currencies are. Oh, wow. And so people, when they do transact in Bitcoin, it's for higher amounts. Sometimes they're buying, exotic cars and yachts and things like that. But other times it's, paying rent or doing more, normal things, I guess. But it's usually in higher amounts. And we also have like the MasterCard that allows somebody to, maybe if they don't want to do every payment using Bitcoin or crypto, or they don't want to track their gains and losses every time they buy something, they can convert a larger amount every so often, infrequently, from Bitcoin into dollars on their MasterCard and spend it wherever MasterCard's accepted. You can also do pretty much the same thing with the stable coins that we support. So you can convert your Bitcoin into USDC and then spend it, spend USDC on smaller value transactions or more frequently. And that way you have fewer of those big, those transactions you got to track for, capital gains and tax purposes that, at least in the US, we have to do.
And how do you see some of the benefits on the merchant side? Like, are they doing it as a marketing play to accept, drive new customers, new clientele, or they just see it as an alternative method that people can come spend, whatever currency they have, fiat or crypto?
Yeah, merchants, if you ask them what they would like their customers to be able to pay in, they would say their answer would typically be everything.
Everything, yeah.
Whatever the customer wants to pay with. Of course, there are practical constraints to that. The merchant has to integrate with different payment methods, and if they sign up with BitPay, we've got a very good selection of different currencies that we support now. Yes, I think BitPay is unique as a company amongst payment processors in general. I'm not talking about just crypto payment processors, but I think we're unique in the sense that we partner with our customer and help raise awareness about their products and services among people that have crypto. And that is valuable to them. When we go and tell them that 30 or 40% of the people that pay with crypto are going to be new customers, that's powerful to them. They like the low fees, they like the no chargebacks, they like all the properties of the payment, but the really powerful selling points for us are that they're going to get new customers and new revenue, and it's incremental new customers, new revenue. It may be 1-2% of their checkout to start with, but as soon as we sign up that customer, our goal is to grow that to 5 or 10% of their checkout. And once you get above 3 to 5% share of checkout, then you're a sticky payment method. You're an important payment method for that merchant, and that's really what our goals are when we sign up our customers. Is make that.
Yeah,
and when we do things like launch we just launched Litecoin last week. We went to Newegg and decided to do some promotions with Newegg to help raise awareness about Newegg among the Litecoin users and get them excited about it. And so that's the kind of thing we'll do in partnership with our merchant customers to really just drive new revenue for them.
That's good. You're collaborating, you're partnering, you're providing a value add to integrate.
Compared to a traditional like Visa, MasterCard payment processor who says, here's the API, have at it.
Yeah.
We really are incentivized to help drive meaningful revenue and new customers to that merchant.
How difficult was it to set all this up so early on? I remember being at the bank and I remember when I was just learning about crypto early, and sure enough, like this crypto company came in, and we were setting up bank accounts and trying to get them business accounts. And I think we were able to get by, but there was some hesitation of receiving wires and deposits of it being held, frozen, shut down. And not only that, like regulation compliance, going back to me talking about credibility, I think like Bitcoin, the uneasiness or the perception of whatever scams, frauds, right? This dark world. And then to couple that with a service that wasn't following regulation compliance, like probably wasn't going to help anybody like to get adoption or understand, educate on the Bitcoin side. And I feel like you guys went the right way to navigate, not to say that it was easy or it was all there. I'm sure you had to figure out, how to get through it. But yeah, what was that journey like to kick off such an early crypto company and then have all of these standard operational needs and executing that to grow the company? Because there were years later, there were still companies being shut down and trying to figure it out and X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. So getting bank accounts, keeping bank accounts has been a struggle for most companies in our industry. I think today it's not as big of a problem as it was, but you have to take compliance and regulations seriously. You can't just be have the mindset that you're just gonna whatever kind of thing. You have to take it seriously and treat it with and put the resources behind it that a bank
you're still in the centralized world.
Yeah,
you can't just be like anti this, anti that. In the centralized world, you'll be shut down pretty quick.
I suppose until there's decentralized government of some kind. So you go to a bank and they want it. They have a lot of expectations on that front, and you have to meet those expectations. In our case, usually the reaction from our banking partners is that we're head and shoulders above even the traditional like money services businesses that they deal with, and so we had to be. You're always walking into that conversation with all the skepticism that you were alluding to there, and so you have to be complete and thorough in your regulatory compliance programs. The regulations are not perfect, but they, for the most part, are reasonable and well-intentioned. And there are criminals out there, and we're not trying to build BitPay to, we don't want criminals abusing the software that we've been writing for 10 years. It's like we didn't build this to enable criminals. And so it's important to us, that, and sometimes, the regulations don't go far enough in certain respects in terms of risk mitigation and whatnot. So we sometimes will go above and beyond what regulations strictly require, just because it's important to protect our business. And we have to. Certainly on the cybersecurity front, we go above and beyond what the regulations require, just because it's a matter of life or death for a crypto company. When somebody hacks into your systems and steals Bitcoin, there's no bank you can go to and get that money back, right? It's gone.
Yeah.
It's not coming back. So.
No, yeah, and I forget who it was or where I read it in terms of like the adoption of driving a car back in the day, right? where regulations and the government got involved a little bit to put up stop signs and street lights, and then people started driving more, right? It was safer,
Yeah.
facilitate amongst that, and similar situation, right? Like we need some regulation, clarity, some guidance, not to stump innovation or shut it all down, because that doesn't do anything, but to kind of guide everybody in this kind of new emerging tech. A few more questions. Go ahead.
And you also, and you also have to be careful though that the regulations aren't being motivated, or new proposed regulations aren't being motivated by competitive industries. And
Yep.
They want to squash the innovation, right? So we have to be vigilant against that. And I'm not just saying us in the industry, but I'm saying the regulators and the politicians as well.
Exactly. Well, we're starting to see a lot of some support, some open dialogue, right, and across the board on some of the news channels and all that, which is good. Couple more questions here, and we'll kind of wrap this up. But I think you were trading back in the day, some options and stuff like that. Like, how do you see? Do you follow any, like, maybe DeFi at a high level, but decentralized option trading platforms? Like, does any of that interest you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at a BitPay payment, we give the buyer a 15-minute window of time to complete the transaction, and that locks in the exchange rate for that period of time. So that's really like a put option, right?
Yeah.
Like a micro put option. So all the way back in 2011, we were thinking, maybe a robust options market would be a great way to deal with this need to be able to lock in an exchange rate and give somebody an opportunity, a few minutes of time to be able to scan a QR code and complete that transaction. So yes, we've been trying to do things that would encourage the development of these markets, partnering with some of the early options platforms and then over time just trying to use them, see how mature they are. The markets are still pretty thinly traded though, and not all that useful practically speaking to us today, but I think that they'll become more so in the future.
Yeah. And to what degree is BitPay decentralized or centralized? Like, non-custodial, non-custodial, or, to what degree on the back end, front end?
The BitPay app is non-custodial. So your keys are in the app, and we support, as I mentioned earlier, multi-sig transactions. So if you want multi-device security, you can set up a shared wallet between multiple devices. So you got to go sign all of them. And then, and we're trying to create a consistent user experience for that, from Bitcoin to Ethereum to all the different tokens that do support multi-sig transactions. But that can also be shared wallets too. So within BitPay, we use shared wallets between people. So multiple people that are required to sign off on transactions to move funds between different parts of the company. But yeah, so the BitPay app is decentralized in the sense that, we're not storing people's keys. And that was by design. I mean, we didn't want to be a custodial provider way back in 2011. And that subjected us to an additional set of consumer protection regulations as well. And so we've always been very much about, not your keys, not your coins kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
We're complete believers in that. The app is facilitated by server side infrastructure to be able to query balances and things like that. But we've actually designed the app so that people can download and run that server infrastructure themselves and point their app at a different server if they choose to, and they want the privacy and the security of that. But by default, when you install the app on the app stores, it's pointing at BitPay servers for that to be able to query the state of your wallets and whatnot. BitPay itself is a centralized service. We have a pretty conventional architecture, but we're trying to think of ways we can decentralize everything that BitPay does, like the whole operation. And I'm really encouraging the team to figure out ways that we can do more of, what we do on a public blockchain as opposed to in our own database. Because I do think ultimately that even what we do becomes decentralized. So I like to think of it in terms of how do you convert BitPay, the traditionally formed corporation, into BitPay, the blockchain. And I don't know that we'll ever get there, but we're going to try.
It's a process, though. You're totally right. The Coinbases of the world, people are against it, but hey, we got to and you too, right? You have this service that we're so used to, or, from the Web 2.0 side, traditional side, that's how you get users. It's a transition, and nobody goes full decentralization right off the bat. Like that's like giving a kid with keys, to go. And I think the process is in place, and the infrastructure that you guys have, and you understand you come from the background, so you understand the land of how do we get there. At the moment, I think this direction to get people onboarded was needed, right? How do we iterate and operate with the browser, the wallet, getting used to the cumbersome kind of aspects of Bitcoin and blockchain, and you guys streamlining that to onboard, the masses. That's how we'll get more adoption.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I was going to say I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, we'll kind of wrap it up here. One other question. We've talked about Bitcoin this whole time. What about Ethereum? Do you follow other networks and other protocols? You're bullish. You like kind of the innovation, right, of these different layer ones that have come out, iteration, or what is it, like next generation blockchains? You super excited about some of these that have rolled out?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think a blockchain is a new kind of database technology, and it's going to disrupt all kinds of industries. Just go look at Ticketmaster blockchain. Go search the web on that, right? And you'll find tons of blockchains trying to disrupt Ticketmaster, which is a centralized database. It'd be great if Ticketmaster at some point, and Ticketmaster is not the only example. Twitter, Facebook, everything will eventually be recast in a blockchain. Even Jack Dorsey's working on figuring out how you convert Twitter into a blockchain, right? Yeah. But just search. People are trying to figure this out. People are trying to figure out how to do what traditional companies like a Ticketmaster does as a blockchain. And I know there's sort of the Bitcoin maximalist camp, and I agree that Bitcoin is a great store of value. It's the most secure blockchain in the world. And if you're going to hold value for a long period of time in a blockchain, that's the one to do it in. But there are all kinds of other use cases that this technology could benefit. And I think that having new blockchains with their own token, let's say you're going to create a ticketing blockchain. I mean, you might do that on Ethereum, but if you did it on your own blockchain with a new token used for the fees, and that blockchain gets adoption, then that token is going to go up in value. It's going to be a great investment as people start to use that blockchain, and just like Bitcoin was, right? And so I think there is room in this world for lots of blockchains that are tackling different use cases, and they're kind of purpose built for those use cases. I think you could do a Ticketmaster-like thing on Ethereum, but there's all kinds of other use cases that are there. And so if I make an investment in Ethereum, but I really want exposure to disrupting Ticketmaster, then that investment in Ethereum is sort of diluted. You don't have as much concentrated exposure to that one use case that you want to go disrupt. So as an investor, I want to see these kind of Ticketmaster type replacement blockchains. Yeah. But then there's the research questions that we talked about earlier, which is how do you secure them? Do they need to have their own token, or do you link it to another blockchain? Do you have a unique mining algorithm? Do you do proof of work or proof of stake? Lots of questions. I don't think I know all the answers yet.
Yeah. And Ticketmaster did attempt to do a integrate blockchain, right? I think in the past.
Maybe they did. I don't know.
I think they did.
It came up in a conversation, and I used it as an example. I was saying, I wonder if there are any blockchains trying to do that. They're like a dozen or two.
Well, no, I think they looked at it and they integrated it, but then I think the lead architect went to like DYDX or something.
Oh,
he already moved on. He moved out of Ticketmaster, but I remember.
Well, for a company like Ticketmaster, if you did, I mean, they're in a great position to make that transition themselves because they have all the business relationships, right? Yep. And what they can do is put a blockchain in there and then say, rather than selling tokens to that blockchain, they should be mining it or validating it and earning the tokens themselves and inviting other people to participate in that. And rather than selling the tokens, they're actually buying the tokens and bringing them onto the balance sheet of the company. And then they can start moving more and more of what the company does in terms of their technology and their data over into that blockchain. And then the company's going to benefit, their shareholders are going to benefit because that token goes up in value. So a company like Ticketmaster is actually in an ideal position to be able to help this transition to a blockchain infrastructure happen. Right? You know, if we have all these connections and relationships with e-commerce systems and point of sale systems and different wallets, you know, have great support. And we support over 80 wallets on our platform. Then we'll be in a great position to convert ourselves into a blockchain, you know, if we figure out.
I got to follow up with them and invite them back.
Yeah.
Cool, man. I know we've gone way over our time here. You know, it's been a pleasure. Hopefully it wasn't too bad for you. Where can people learn more about BitPay?
BitPay.com. Very easy, or search for it in the App Store.
Awesome. So I have Stephen Perry here, CEO of BitPay and co-founder. It's been a real pleasure. We hope to, you know, your team has supported us in the past. It's great to have you on for the first time, but we appreciate, you know, you guys coming on and speaking. You know, we've gone through 10 events and you guys have been participating on a few of them. So we thank you there. We have a lot of viewers here that are tuning in, from industry professionals to students, developers, investors, all the above. And, you know, we try to provide as much content, not only within our crypto bubble, but outside of our crypto bubble as much as we can to help them understand like what we're all building here, what the purpose is, because the tech's complicated, but the use cases aren't, right? The way that we operate in our life, blockchain technology is going to, you know, be part of that stack somehow, some way, and we may or may not know it. And that's kind of the end goal. So, Stephen, thank you for joining. For all of you watching Reimagine, hopefully you had a good time. Feel free to catch this if you missed this, most of it on YouTube for free. We hope to have you back, and have a good one, Stephen. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Adam. It was great to be on.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji. My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, hey there, baby. It's me, Elvis Presley. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Airdrop. An airdrop is a method of distributing cryptocurrency in which market participants do not need to exchange their existing assets for a new one, but rather receive it as if it were free money raining from the clouds. Recipients get their airdrops based on some prerequisite factors, such as holding a parallel cryptocurrency, baby. That sounds so good. I think I'm gonna name my next album Airdrop. Oh.
thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mouthbelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary event. We've been doing virtual conference events for the past year now, bringing you the latest in innovation, founders, and leaders in the space. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'll be your host for this event, and I'm very excited to bring you guys a returning guest and someone that's very important to the space. With me here today with Paulo Arduino, who's the CTO at Tether and Bitfinex. Paulo, welcome back to the show. And everyone always hears about Tether all the time, but rarely do they get to hear from people directly. So, do you want to tell us just a little bit about yourself, and then we can go into other topics?
Thank you very much, Roshan, for having me today and having invited me in your show. So I'm Paulo Arduino. I'm CTO at Tether and Bitfinex. And my career started when I was really young as a developer, as a coder. I started coding when I was just 8 years old. And then I kept exploring computers, networks, and it was clearly my passion. After that, when I was around 14, I started developing games, video games, and then I went to the Genoa University of Computer Science, where I graduated. I started working on one really cool military project. After that, I decided that I wanted to start learning about finance and understanding how financial systems are built. So I first moved to Switzerland and then to London to build my own startup that was meant to develop a cloud service for hedge funds and portfolio managers. So that was a really interesting experience because I learned all the things that I actually didn't like about the technology behind the financial systems. That was around 2013, 14. In my career at that point, I had to deal on a daily basis with really outdated technologies that all the hedge funds that were my clients were using to trying to reconcile numbers coming from custodians, from banks, from trading venues, and so on. Was really painful. And at the same time, I was in 2013. I was reading about Bitcoin. And I felt in love with the idea. I felt in love with the idea of having this really new technology that could first of all, solve the problems that I was facing on a day-to-day basis, right? Because again, one of my problems was trying to reconcile numbers across tens of different venues, and it was consuming most of my day, most of my time. And building softwares around that, building systems around that was quite complicated. And Bitcoin has this property, being based on blockchain, that everything is consistent. So everything is transparent, is consistent, and you can hardly make mistakes. So that's actually the beauty of it. So you can imagine how, if the entire world would be based on the same technology that Bitcoin is based on, so blockchain, then we would have systems that would be more efficient, transparent, but also easy to maintain, and more and cheaper to maintain. So I was first looking at Bitcoin from that angle, but also, and after just a few months reading the white paper and playing with Bitcoin, I will start thinking of all the potential of the things that could be done with Bitcoin as a currency. So how it could really trying to bring finance to the unbanked, how we could actually solve many issues, or broaden the boundaries of financial inclusion. And of course, I didn't have all the answers back then. Then in 2014, I took my chances when I became when I met in London Giancarlo, Bitfinex and Tether CFO. He was working mainly, well, Tether was just started and Bitfinex was already live since 2 years. And they had some technical difficulties to keep up with the demand, because already in 2014 the Bitcoin space was growing like crazy, and Bitfinex was one of the main platforms, is still today, but at that time was already one of the most established platforms, so they couldn't really easily cope with the demand. So I was brought into as an external part-time contractor to trying to improve the matching engine. The matching engine is the core part of any trading system, is the thing that has to be fastest, really fast and extremely precise. You don't want any error happening in the matching engine. So given my expertise in terms of scalable applications and parallel computing, I was able to improve the matching engine in Bitfinex. And then I started to look at the other piece of the infrastructure. In 2016, then I became the CTO after the hack that was in mid 2016. At that time, I took everything in my hands. I decided to reshape and rebuild the platform from scratch. All the services, not the matching engine was really working well at that point, but all the services were completely rewritten. And then in 2017, I became the CTO of Tether as well, where I'm still now dealing mainly and taking care of the security aspects and evaluating new blockchains, and also I'm also the guy that writes a lot on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I love your kind of hacker mentality and mindset, and thanks for sharing kind of your past and how you kind of got to where you are right now. And I think it's great that people are wanting to learn more about kind of the underpinnings of crypto, Tether being one of them. So, crypto, we've had another bull run in the past year. Can you kind of explain what effect has that had on Tether, and how does Tether, help promote social and financial freedom?
Sure. So in 2020 was the 12th, 13th of March, if I'm not wrong. There was a huge crash in financial markets. Was the time when COVID really started striking hard across the globe, and both financial markets, traditional financial markets, and crypto markets went down almost 50%. Bitcoin went from 7K to 4K, 30.9K in really a matter of a few hours. That point really, in my opinion, has marked the new bull run, if you want to call it. So we have seen from that moment a renewed and huge new interest, especially new interest from hedge funds, from institutionals into Bitcoin especially. So we have seen from that moment, from March, April 2020 till today, a growth of Tether from around $4 billion till $62 billion. That is almost 3,000% in growth. That's astonishing. Is if you ask me, is much more than what I expected. Is because we are humbled by this type of growth, and we still, if just at the beginning of this year in 2021, we were around 20 billion. So we had anyway 30x growth since the beginning of this year. I think that Tether has a really pivotal role in the Bitcoin and crypto industry because is called by many the backbone of this industry. Is what really allows faster trading across different venues. Is traded, the volume, Tether volume today is around $50 billion across the entire crypto industry and on all, if you sum all the volumes made on all crypto exchanges. So is an astonishing figure. And it's also the third cryptocurrency by market cap. So yeah, it has been unbelievable for us. It's been an unbelievable growth, and we are humbled. And I believe that we will see even more growth in the future because we have many things we are working on that are extremely exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Stable coins are kind of the underpinning of crypto. Everyone is realizing now, and I think it's not talked about enough. So, can you tell us, what are some of the applications like remittances and even micropayments that you see Tether and maybe other stable coins disrupting that maybe hasn't happened yet?
So yeah, stable coins were born in with Tether. Actually, Tether was the first stable coin that created this entire industry in 2014. So it was born with a really simple use case: how to make crypto trading efficient. Back then, markets were extremely inefficient. So, and especially arbitrage across exchanges was completely inefficient. So sometimes you were seeing spreads from one exchange to another of 20, 30%. The reason was that moving dollars across different venues and trading venues was extremely difficult and slow. Sometimes it could take 1 day, 5 days, and your arbitrage opportunity was gone. Tether was the super simple idea of Tether was, okay, how we can bring the same technology that is powering the brilliant, this brilliant Bitcoin cryptocurrency, how we can use the same technology to move the dollars, right? At the same speed, with the same guarantees, with the same transparency. And Tether was born in that way. We looked around and we saw that the OmniLayer was the perfect choice at the time in terms of blockchain. Was a blockchain that was allowing to create your own assets. So Tether idea was simple. You wire $100 and you get 100 Tethers. From then, this idea grew into serving multiple exchanges. In 2017, we have seen the first big uptake of Tether across Binance, OLB, OKX, Poloniex, and then eventually Kraken. This year, Coinbase and Bitstamp. So we can say that the crypto exchanges are probably 98% tethered. But crypto exchange is just one single use case because there is the rest of the world out there. The rest of the world is made by people that use on a daily basis many other services, right? They use Maps, they use Zoom to make video calls. They send money home to their families. They are borrowing funds. They are borrowing money. They are doing so many diverse things that they are not only a small portion of the world is crypto trading. Now, Tether real use case is starting already. It has started last year when we started looking around and see how we could really use Tether as a way to broaden the boundaries of the financial inclusion, because stable coins are something that everyone can understand more easily than many cryptocurrencies, because they maintain a stable value. So you look at your portfolio and you see the same value over and over. It does not change with the variation on the price. So they are the perfect entry point for the retail and many people, and for all the traditional use cases that would expect, like e-commerces. E-commerces are a great example. Now, the entire e-commerce space is driven by the payment systems of in the commerce space are driven by debit and credit cards. And actually, debit and credit cards are hitting really badly all merchants, because you have fees up to 3%, while with Tether and stablecoins in general, fees are just mining fees, the blockchain fees, but Tether is not charging any transactional fee. And at the same time offers much more transparency, because everything is on a blockchain, is more efficient, and you can even have programmable money. So that's a different order of magnitude than debit and credit card system. And then you have remittances. The remittances companies are hitting even more people that are just willing to send some money back to home. And Tether really will completely wipe out those 5-7% commissions that are just crazy. And at the same time, the of course in parallel, you will see that actually Tether, and in general cryptocurrency, but Tether I believe has a really big role in this, can really bring bank to the unbanked. So financial services to people that actually are not in this moment able to open a bank account because they don't have maybe enough money, they don't meet the limits of the banks. And Tether, while having a really strong KYC/AML system and processes, is also a much more offer a solution that is more efficient, is cheaper to maintain, is based on a technology that was just born. Does not have all these really old legacy of financial technology to carry on as the traditional systems. So yeah, I believe that the future of Tether and stablecoins and crypto in general is to broaden financial access, to make it more efficient, more transparent, and it's happening.
Definitely. And yeah, those are great points on, the benefits of stablecoin. And yeah, I'm glad you expanded on the more use cases of Tether as well, because I think many people think of crypto as kind of a volatile asset. So one of my, follow-up questions was, so do you think, going forward in the future that there will actually be companies like TradeFi, traditional finance companies that are going to hold Tether reserves, or do you think there'll be more growth in DeFi and people using Tether as kind of a reserve there for a lot of these pools?
Tether growth in the DeFi space has been already quite impressive. You can see that Tether is one of the top two stable coins used in DeFi space, alongside with the USDC. Also is one of the two projects that is generating more gas fees on Ethereum alone. And Tether is a part and has been issued on many different blockchains. We can think about Liquid, Solana, EOS, OmniLayer, Tron, of course, and is growing its number of blockchains by the month. So I would say that the DeFi case has been already not completed, but well owned by Tether. But also is important for us to look outside of the DeFi space. As I said before, there is a world of possibilities, a world of opportunities outside the the crypto only. And we are seeing actually many funds, many even banks and financial institutions that are comfortable and happy to keep Tether in their balance sheet. So I foresee this as a way for Tether to grow even more, and for financial institutions instead is a way to have access to a really deep liquidity, to be able to interact with the new financial world that is growing, that is DeFi, but in general crypto. When I talk to certain financial institutions, they are really interested to use Tether as a way to also provide a payment layer for their customers. So I think that we will see more and more of this type of adoption in the next year or so.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that a bit more. And yeah, something I was thinking about too, based on what you said, is the concept of transparency. So how can we use Tether to maybe improve some of the governments or things like the Fed, where they're just printing unlimited dollars, it seems, and no one can seem to keep track. So yeah, how do you see a world in where we can track every dollar? Like, what are the immediate benefits and maybe some risk as well?
So Tether was able this year to obtain an attestation of reserves. The attestation was obtained with working with Moore Kaiman, that is part of Moore Global, that is one of the top 10 accounting firms in this world. The attestation shows that all Tether tokens are backed by reserves. And that's really an important point to make. So the attestation is done on a quarterly basis. And moreover, Tether went one step further and provided a breakdown of reserves to show how the portfolio backing these Tether tokens is made of. And the next step that was already announced by our general counsel is to work on a full audit. So actually, we're already working on that and is months away. So in this way, you prove that all the Tether tokens that you issue are backed by reserve. So this is the level of transparency that our users, but in general, crypto users expect. And I believe all the users in general, all the users also of the traditional financial system should expect in terms of transparency. You have a certain backing from one side, and on the other side, you can issue X amount of tokens or dollars or any currency. That is, I believe, one really important aspect of transparency. And we have demonstrated in many ways that Tether is a leader in this process, is a leader in providing transparency, in setting the bar higher for the stablecoin industry. Of course, it's important also that we have to understand that with transparency also we have to remember that the privacy of people is also important. So it's important to respect the privacy of people, because it's important that when people buy things online and so on, they shouldn't feel like their every single move is tracked by everyone, right? So it's important to research, and to talk with also regulators. So research from a pure technical point of view, but also talk with regulators to make sure that from one side we can keep the level of transparency that is needed to make to make the users comfortable. But on the other side, we need to make sure that we can at the same time respect users' privacy. So these are two things: transparency and privacy feel like sometimes the opposite, but they are not. And I believe that there is those are two really important concepts that we have to keep in mind and work on the technological level, as I said, and with regulators to create a strong fundamental for the entire stablecoin, but crypto industry in general as it evolves and serves many more users in the future.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I think a lot of new people coming into the space, those are all things they worry about, which is, security and privacy. Sometimes people say Bitcoin is completely private, but then as you learn more about it, you learn that, not completely, there are limitations as well. but I kind of want to get into a little bit of your personal experience, like what it takes to run Bitfinex and something like Tether as well, be a part of that. So can you tell us a little bit more about what are the different technologies, and like how much of your daily I guess your daily business are you dealing with more like the crypto side of things, and how much is it still like traditional stuff for like clearing houses and stuff like that?
So my day is quite vary. So I'm the CTO, so I try to reserve as much time as I can to develop, because it's the thing that I love. So personally, I keep developing the machine engine and a few other critical parts of the platform. But it's also true that we have an outstanding team. It is not that big. Our development team is made by brilliant minds, brilliant developers that produce extremely solid and solid and high quality code. Right. When I hire someone, I always tell them the only thing that you need to do is there are two things that are critical to me. First of all, you have to respect others people's money. So you have to our users trust us with their funds. So you have to have full respect of that. Second, your code has to resist to the wrath of God. So for any reason, it should never crash. It has to be perfect. Take more time, take more, ask for help, ask for more eyes, but that's what we want. It has to resist to high volatility. It has to resist to sudden increase of our user base. So that's how we protect our users. And of course, it has to be secure. So given the fact that we were able over time to reach a really high quality team, I spend half of my day in coding, and the rest of my day is dealing with business, and also business that is divided with dealing with legal and regulation as well. I think it's important that the entire technical and business departments that I'm leading are all aware of all the regulatory aspects, because in the end, then these solutions have to pass through a technological, or all these processes that are requested needs to pass through a technical process. So we, for example, developed our own KYC and ML platform in Bitfinex and Tether that is outstanding. Is one of the most comprehensive pieces of software that you will find in this industry, but also I believe in the broader financial industry. We decided to develop our own KYC ML infrastructure because, first of all, we wanted to keep our customer information safe. We wanted to be in control of that entire information base. So only if you you internalize everything, you can be 100% sure of everything that is happening. So this is a good example of the things that I'm leading internally to make sure that we can provide a trustworthy service to our customers. As I said, I love coding a lot. So the trading engine is still my baby, and I'm not letting it go because I can express myself in terms of scalability, performance, squeezing the last 10 microseconds from a process is something that I love. And yes, business is still part of my department. So we hired and we have a really great business development team that is seeking, of course, the partnerships and is seeking growth in the crypto space, but at the same time is also seeking to go outside the crypto space, as we discussed before. And we launched Bitfinex Pay. So their role is to look how these products can fit use cases outside of the crypto space. And then, of course, talking with legal and the compliance is part of my day-to-day job, because first of all, I have to be aware of all the requirements, and also I can give my feedback on how things are changing, so that we can be always proactive when changes are required.
Yeah, that was an interesting little inside look. Yeah, I'm sure your department and you specifically, the rate at which you're innovating and moving forward is definitely faster than the SEC and all their regulations they're trying to impose. So that was also one of my questions as well. When people like Gary Gensler from the SEC, he's trying to bring down new regulations. What role do you think you and just other people in the crypto space, collective companies, like what role do you think you all have, and what is your response to some of the things like this? Like, do you actually think regulate, can it actually help and catch up with the technology?
I think that is important to maintain an open dialogue. So regulators are interested to maintain the safety of the finances of the broader customer base of financial services. And at the same time, they might not have a full overview of the technology that have been created since 2008 on a daily basis. And it's important that this dialogue goes back and forth, because regulations are good for the growth and establishing this industry as a wider industry that can serve billions of people. At the same time, it's important that regulators are listening to us, that we build this industry from the ground up, so that they can learn the challenges that we had, and they learn how this technology works, so they can proper adjust regulations to still protect, of course, the customer's interest, and also give to the companies like Tether and Bitfinex clear guidelines on that can be used to grow even farther in this industry, but in the broader financial industry. So as I said, this is part of the daily discussions that I'm having with the legal and compliance team. So I see that I think that this is an important moment. We were expecting that regulators would take deeper look into DeFi, into stablecoins, crypto in general, and we are ready. We are ready. We are here. We have always a positive and open discussion with the regulators.
Yeah, I think that's a good healthy mentality to have, because although they might not even understand all of the technologies present, there's still underlying safety precautions and different things like that. Just in general, what do you think was what's been the most significant development just in the crypto space, you think, in 2021?
So I think that well, first of all, I'm glad to see Taproot for Bitcoin going live, and also I'm really excited to see Lightning Network as one of the most prominent projects that is finally having a lot of traction this year. With Bitfinex, we were early supporters of Lightning Network, so we added it as a deposit and withdrawal mechanism for Bitfinex. With Tether, we are investigating how we can use the same, let's say, transport layer of Lightning Network to also transport digital assets or digital tokens like Tether. So you could say that Tether is actively seeking on how to issue Tether on top of Lightning Network. I believe that is one of the most interesting things that hopefully will happen by the end of this year or beginning of next year. In general, I would say that of course, we are seeing also a big uptake in DeFi. We have seen many projects having big success. Also, new blockchains have been trying to challenge Ethereum dominance. So I think that competition have been a little bit more fierce this year, or well, starting from probably later last year and all this year have been a little bit fierce on DeFi and blockchains, new blockchains, and it's all good for definitely for innovation. Of course, as you well know, in my heart there is Bitcoin like network, but I can see that the entire industry is growing at a crazy pace.
Yeah, I don't think that's talked about enough, how the growth of the Lightning Network and other cryptocurrencies trying to also utilize the Lightning Network, it's definitely gonna, bring down fees and different things like that for sure. And also, kind of going back to the talk on stable coins, for the people out there that are not in crypto or they're still skeptical, can you explain the difference between the current inflation they're experiencing and the very low yields in the traditional finance system, and how a lot of stable coins in DeFi are able to achieve high yields like trustlessly?
As we have all seen since 2020, when COVID struck after March, April, we have seen the central banks really start issuing a lot of money, so printing money in terms of trillions and trillions of dollars. And that, of course, is having effects that are already being visible now in the housing market, for example, but also in the actual power that people's salary have in terms of buying goods. So I think that just to connect to what we said before, I believe that the transparency of our industry in general, of stable coins, but also Bitcoin and so on, allows first of all allows the customers, the users, to understand, dissect, review the actual backing, the actual proof of reserves of the assets that they're using. And this gives a level of trust that is that was not there before, that was not achievable before. And what we are seeing now in as a trending financial product in DeFi is lending. So when you have assets, you can lend these assets on certain DeFi protocols. We can think about Cream, for example, or Aave, that allow you to put some funds, a part of your funds, in a pool, and that can be these funds can be lent out to maybe a 4%, 8%, 7% yield. That really creates a free market for borrowers and lenders. And the reason why there are these such a high yields when the dollar, when the euro have either zero or quite zero yields or negative yields is that there since let's say the liquidity in the crypto space is quite contained still. When borrowers can borrow from these lending markets and to try to use these borrowed funds to take advantage of certain market conditions or certain high volatility moments, and so they are happy to pay up to maybe 4, 5, 7, up to 10% sometime of interest in order to have access to high liquidity and extremely efficient lending markets. And on the other side, they can use these funds, as I was saying before, to exploit certain market conditions with projected return that is, of course, much higher than the interest that they're that are going to pay. So this is, but the beauty of it is that it's a transparent process, can be reviewed. The majority of these lending pools are on Ethereum. You go on Etherscan, and you can see all this happening in real time. So of course, we cannot say that is 100% safe, in the sense that sometimes we have seen, certain projects not acting in good faith, or there were some bugs that caused people losing their money. So it's transparent in the good way, in the sense that the entire process is out there. The code that powers these lending platforms is out there. So people that can review the code that is powering in these platforms, and they can also understand the risks that they might incur in using these platforms. And again, this is something that is at an order of magnitude above to what we are used in financial markets, in traditional financial markets, when the 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 kind of the banking system, the lending and borrowing systems are like a black box for many. So I think that this is a great innovation that crypto is bringing to the world, and I believe that we are going to see it. Of course, we are seeing regulations to step in a little bit, but also is something that in in the proper way can be brought and serve billions of people, because this, you can imagine how this type of projects, this type of transparent lending borrowing mechanism will give access to financial services to many people that in this moment are unbanked, but they all can use a wallet on their phone. They of course have to do that, follow the regulations. They have to do, KYC, AML, and so on. Fine, that's great. That has something that has to come into fruition anyway. But at the same time, the entry barrier is much lower than bank accounts, and that is really important. That is one of the meanings of our industry.
Yeah, I mean, look, every other data attribute we're using right now, social media, we store everything with centralized providers. I see DeFi and everything you just covered as kind of like an open source bank. I think the financial part is the last thing that people just haven't moved to trust it in a more decentralized way. But also when we're talking about the future, do you think, like, how much of the future of commerce do you think will happen on chain, and how much will it be kind of like a synthetic asset? And what will stay the same, do you think, with TradeFi?
So I think that the future of commerce will be with stable coins and some probably Bitcoin. Stable coins, again, in my opinion, are a little bit easier to understand for the broader retail user base. I think that, of course, is important when it comes to, if you think about solving micropayments for the entire e-commerce space. Of course, you cannot use easily Ethereum, right? Because Ethereum is too slow for that. But also all the existing blockchains, layer one blockchains, are not fast enough to solve that the scalability problem that would come to life if all the commerces suddenly would use blockchains. So I think that that's why I'm excited by Lightning Network, because you can use, and you will be able to use soon, because again, Tether is working on this specific problem. You will be able to use both Bitcoin and stablecoins through Lightning Network in a peer-to-peer fashion. So you don't need a central, let's say, one single blockchain that records everything. You can open channels between the end user and e-commerce and send payment back and forth. They are, of course, secured by the Bitcoin network, because Lightning Network is secured by the Bitcoin network, but also is layered two, right? It does not have the load on the layer one as all the other payment protocols that are just relying on layer one do. So that's why I'm excited about it, and that's what I think it will be the main use case for online commerce and micropayments, because it's peer-to-peer, it's is also privacy oriented, and is extremely fast. Of course, you can do hundreds of transactions per second, and extremely scalable, and again, is secured by the biggest blockchain that is available in this moment, that is Bitcoin, that is worth $700 billion, and was worth more than $1 trillion just a few months ago. So this is definitely happening. I'm glad and I'm really happy to see that both Tether and Bitfinex are a big part of this movement of trying to bring Lightning Network to fruition and to explain it to people and to trying to talk and pitch this this opportunity to many other projects and service providers. I think this is where the world will land in terms, let's say, in 5 years from now, in terms of online payments.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see more online payments, and I think, you know, especially with the COVID world we're still living in, I think we're going to see a lot more digital payments. Companies like Amazon and others, you know, there's been rumors, nothing solidifying yet, but I think it'll definitely come out. And yeah, kind of going back to, I guess, talking about custody a bit as well, like, you know, right now with traditional finance, I would say many companies, they don't have stellar businesses, but they simply are making margins off things like remittances and just, you know, the custody of people's money, right? Just charging service fees. So do you think that business models like that will survive kind of this next wave of crypto where, you know, either someone like Tether is custodying it and it's transparent, or even users are custodying it themselves? So like, do you think custody legacy huge businesses will survive? And if so, like, what will they need to change, kind of?
So I'm a big Bitcoin proponent. So first of all, for me, it is one of the beautiful things of this industry is people taking control of their own wealth. So as a person that is leading one of the biggest cryptocurrency exchanges that takes in custody tens of billions of dollars, one of the things that is important anyway in terms of education for our users is that it's great to use trusted exchanges like Bitfinex to custody your own money. But at the same time, it's important that you understand the philosophy behind our entire space. The philosophy is that you can use services fine, but the key thing is that you have to learn how to protect your own wealth. So how you keep control and how you, and that comes with understanding how the concept of private keys work. Unfortunately, it's not a trivial thing to understand for the many yet. But there are definitely ways through user experience that projects can improve in order to teach to the user how to, generate a wallet, keep the seed in a safe way, and then keep control their own wealth. Then, of course, part of it can be spent for online commerce, can be sent to cryptocurrency exchanges to trade, and other, for example, lending services, fine. But I think that is important also, consider myself an OG. I coming from, the early times of this industry. I see how it's important that, of course, the more this industry will grow, we don't lose its original philosophy. So I see that, most of the projects that we do involve people and that we are working on this moment involve creating non-custodial wallets, non-custodial user experiences, because that's something that we want to push our users for. Then, of course, we have our custodial services like Bitfinex that offer a great and really extremely secure way of custodying your assets. And I believe that banks should, and the traditional financial institutions should learn from our experience on how to properly protect these new digital assets, because they are used to their closed financial system where the assets could be, there are still numbers on databases, right? But custodying assets on behalf of their clients is in their world, in the traditional world, is much, in my opinion, is much easier than custodying all the digital assets and digital tokens that are available now in crypto. The reason is, of course, if, for example, you make a mistake and you send 100 Bitcoin to a random address, there is no way back. So having this additional is more is this fresh wave of developers and technologies into banks is extremely important, because they need to understand how much potential there is in crypto and in custodying digital assets, but also at the same time, they need to understand how to do it properly. There are companies, there are people that have now a decade of experience in this. So there is a lot to learn. There is a lot of literature already. And I believe that they will have to adapt, because crypto is here. It will just eat the entire world, in my opinion. It will not go away. It will become the new traditional finance, because that's where we're going.
Yep, they better, they better like learn with all the new happenings in the space, or kind of get disintermediated. I think, as you said, great point. As more people start to get more educated on how their money structure works right now, I think they'll start to understand why these yields exist and how they sort of exist in the traditional finance world, except they just never have access to it because the banks are keeping most of it, right?
Exactly.
And yeah, so kind of like my last few questions here. What is your, continuing on this, importance of education? What is your advice for entrepreneurs and new builders in the space? Any particular areas they should focus on, and what should they be careful of?
So this is a great point. So one of the most important things for me is that is education, right? I come from part of my life in the, especially after graduation, I took care of research and trying always to produce content to help educate other developers in my case. But education is one of the most critical things that need to happen in our industry when we are when we are talking to retail, but also entrepreneurs and so on, because we are dealing with wealth, we are dealing with people money. So we have to be extremely respectful, and we have to educate them. We have to take the time to educate them. So, but on the other side, it's important that who is approaching this industry is not seeing this industry as a way to become richer or to become wealthier faster. That is not what this is about. There is a joke that many people say, I'm in for the technology. And actually, it's true. You should be in first for the technology and for the philosophy, because this industry was created with Bitcoin. That was a way to give back financial control to people. That has to be respected. That has to be understood. Of course, then you can, if at the moment you start learning more and more about this industry, there are ways, there is so much potential. There are ways you can find to of course to improve your position in terms of wealth. That's great. I mean, there is with DeFi, with Bitcoin itself, with providing new services on top of Bitcoin. There are all ways that you can put your entrepreneurial skills to service, and then you can build great businesses. But all comes with time, all comes with learning and the passion and interest for the fundamentals and for the philosophy. So I would say first learn, because there are also, we are reading this every single day. There are always scams. There are there are risks of hacks and so on. So if you don't take your time to learn, you are just putting your money and your time at risk. And that's the most dangerous thing that you can do. Instead, if you start understanding how things work, what you can trust and what you cannot trust, and the entire concept of don't trust, verify, then you will have a great success in crypto.
Yeah, that's right. You shouldn't trust, you should try to verify everything. And that's a great, again, like you said, philosophy and spirit of our place. And yeah, specifically, does Tether have any like small incubation or acceleration models where, you're supporting things like, startup derivative projects or anything like that?
Definitely, we have recently invested in many different interesting projects. We have formed two joint ventures that are going towards building retail products. that are not crypto-centric, but actual retail products of decentralized, privacy-protecting versions of tools that people use in their day-to-day life. So I'm extremely excited about that. But also we are investing and in startups. We are giving grants for things that we believe are important. We are providing some funding to Lightning Network related projects, as I said before, to try to bring assets, digital assets issuance on Lightning Network. So I'm always excited for technology and for projects that are aligned with our vision and we can invest in.
Awesome. Yeah, it's great to hear you guys are supporting startups. And my last two questions, what makes you the most optimistic right now for the future of crypto?
So I think that one of the really interesting things that I have seen is, this entire China banning mining thing really, again, has shown how Bitcoin is solid, right? It's mining started moving from China that had at some point up to 50% of the entire mining power, and now is getting distributed across the world in different jurisdictions, in different locations. And that's great. Is yet another proof of how solid Bitcoin is, right? So this makes me feel good, right? I wake up in the morning and say, okay, I have some assets in Bitcoin. I'm safe. No one will ever take that away from me because there are so many miners now. The mining is so strong and is so strong, is so diverse and so on that it makes this. It's basically what is keeping up is on its shoulder this entire industry. So that is what makes me optimistic. Is yet another proof, right? Sometimes after a while, you need a refresher, right? You need something to happen to see that this sector is strong. So I would, if I have to name one thing, that would be.
Yeah, actually, I love that kind of unique view. A lot of people saw it as a negative, but you're totally right. I mean, Bitcoin has been a part of the resistance movement for so long, and it's just awesome to see even in the decentralized world that it's still surviving. And yeah, I think there's a lot of great initiatives going on, and of course, you were a part of our Coins podcast exciting media initiative. If you just want to talk a little bit about, how was your experience with that?
Well, my experience was great, right? So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to put it in front of camera, well shaved, and trying to educate people, but more. Well, I didn't mean to sound cocky, but in general, trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests in the show, so I cannot wait to see that because it was really fun for me, and sure that was fun for many others that I talked to, and will definitely help to bring stories of passion, stories of great minds, not mine, but many that you had in the show to the broader audience. So thank you very much for having done that.
Yeah, thank you, Paulo, for you and everyone else being a part of it. That's really what made it possible. And yeah, I had a great time talking to you here today. There's been a lot of news about Tether, more people getting educated. So lastly, how can people either reach you or even learn more about Tether if you have any resources you want to shout out?
Sure. I mean, you can follow myself on Twitter at Paolo Ardoino. I'm the guy that posts a lot of memes and sometimes talks about patch. But then you can follow Tether TO on Twitter and Bitfinex at Bitfinex on Twitter, and also you can of course visit Tether.to website or Bitfinex.com website. And thank you very much, Roshan, to have had a meet again today.
Definitely. Thank you, Paulo. And for the rest of you that are still watching, stay tuned. We're bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine 2021 version 10. Check out our full YouTube library. We've done over 500 interviews now. And, thanks for the whole community for watching and being a part of this Reimagine project. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji. My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing. The timing was so perfect to sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed how it's used. The technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ooh, hey, well, hello there. Lord Squattington here of the Royal Society of Big Feet with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DAO, also known as the Digital Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Alternatively, the first known example of a DAO was named the DAO. The DAO served as a form of investor-directed venture capital fund, which sought to provide enterprises with new decentralized business models, Ethereum-based. The DAO's code was open source. The organization set the record for the most crowd-funded project in 2016. However, those funds were partially stolen by hackers. The hack caused an Ethereum hard fork, which led to the creation of Ethereum Classic.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of a dollar can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special edition of our virtual blockchain conference series. This is our 10th anniversary event. We've been able to do this almost every month or every other month since May 2020. So 10 times now, we've been bringing you community and education and this conference virtually while everyone's stuck at home. And we're just glad to have built the following that we have and have the opportunity to talk to so many amazing guests. So without any further ado, I am pleased to introduce you to our next guest, Frida Sai. She's the co-founder and partner at Spirax. It's a new blockchain platform that connects you with modern money. Welcome, Frida. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you, Ashley? That's a really smooth intro.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. So before we dive into some of the exciting grant programs you're working on with this platform, let's introduce people to Spirax. So you'll be originally launching on the Ethereum network, but you are actually building your own blockchain. Can you tell viewers more about what Spirax does? Why is it different from other blockchains? And what are some of the offerings that your platform has?
Yeah. So Spirax was founded in late 2019, and originally we built nothing but a layer one. It's called BDLS as consensus protocol. However, after we're hitting a few walls, trying to get some investment, we realized that layer one was not the only answer to our vision, which is to onboard 1 million users to the DeFi-verse or just to the crypto-verse, because you cannot facilitate that much of a mass adoption. So we onboarded very talented researchers and also stablecoin designers, and together we roll out our own hybrid stablecoin. It's called USDS. And after that, we still figure we need something more of a tool to connect that directly with the general mass. So we promoted, we developed our own mobile app. It's called Spark Play, which will be rebranded into Spark in the upcoming 2 months. And Spark already, according to our website, as you can see, has already welcomed 1.5 million downloads. It currently has over 550K active users to use the app right now. And we're very confident it will be the portal for people to not only onboard to our DeFi-verse, but also to the general crypto ecosystem. So that would be the overall plan. However, we're also developing our own layer one, as Ashley mentioned earlier, that it's not like a direct competitor to Ethereum. That's not how we vision. We vision the future blockchain verse will be multi-chain. It's all about interoperability. So even though our BDLS's consensus protocol can reach the finalization in 3 rounds in comparison to other protocols like Hotstuff or Libra, which might require 7 rounds to achieve the linear authenticator complexity, we pretty much double the efficiency, but we still picture the future will be interoperable. So that is the overall rundown of Sprex.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you see a lot of blockchain protocols lately have been working on this ability to either wrap tokens or communicate with other blockchains. So I think interoperability is the future and a smart direction that you all are going. Why did you all think it was important to have a stable coin right away for onboarding the next million users to DeFi? Congratulations, by the way, on 1.5 million downloads, hundreds of thousands of active users. I think you're well on your way to getting people involved. Why is focusing on stablecoins and this DeFi platform?
Yeah, so from a macro level, I think it has become a little manifest that fiat currencies, which are the government issued paper money like USD, RMB, euros, have some unnecessary fictions like inflation, international remittance fees, government shutdowns, financial infrastructure blackouts, and more. So stablecoins are trying to solve these challenges by offering the best of both worlds, which is the global instant secure private payments of cryptocurrencies and the price stability of major fiat currencies. However, after extensive amount of research, we feel that existing stablecoins, though the liquidity is higher and higher, but they are inadequately designed, that there a lot room to be improved. So it means that either they cannot be scaled to meet the demand, or they require a huge degree of technical expertise to use, or they might be centralized stablecoin, which means there's a subject to government regulations and censorship. So that is why we're thinking about we want to dive into this blue sea and see we can develop a stablecoin to answer all that questions. Yeah. Is there a second question? Sorry.
Yes, just your DeFi platform and what you're trying to do with that.
Oh, the mobile app?
Yeah.
Yes. So my vision was that I always compare what we are doing in DeFi right now versus how internet got developed decades ago. That at the beginning, nobody knew what that was. People were super susceptible, but everybody now use Safari, use Chrome, use Google, all kind of browsers. Still, people are not aware how these browsers work, but you know it's good for you because you can search whatever you want on the internet and get the information you need. That is what I want to see with our platforms, that you don't necessarily need to understand the intricacy behind all these technical problems. You just need to know that by adopting this app, you can directly benefit by using some DeFi protocols, lending and borrowing, synthetic assets options, and all that. You can directly earn passive income. That is the key, that once people can get their financial lives instantly elevated by using these DeFi products, they will know that this is the future. And however, the challenge right now is the user interface, because DeFi is extremely complicated, but we are confident to simplify the user experience and make it as smooth as possible.
Absolutely. I think that's so important. And I hear from people all the time on the show who, see the problem in the blockchain space as this barrier to entry for people using these products. They're very difficult to use. And that the future of blockchain is that it's going to become like the internet, like our smartphones, like all these apps and websites where we don't know how the cryptography that's being used to secure our bank websites when we see a little lock icon come on, but we trust and we just know that they work and we're able to realize the benefits of it. So that's really awesome.
I think people are, I'm sorry to cut you out.
Go for it.
No, it's just I'm confident, super confident that the general masses have been infiltrated by the crypto related knowledge enough at this moment. They're ready to adopt a certain interface to actually get involved with this industry. It's just nobody so far has done it a good job to make it as simple as possible. So I think that is where we can come in to be the leader of the mobile front of the crypto world.
Absolutely. So that's what you've accomplished so far. What do you see on the roadmap for maybe like the next year?
For the roadmap, so first of all, we are gonna onboard some fiat services onto our mobile app. We already secure a deal with OnRamper to offer, like I mentioned, fiat services, and then we will start integrating DeFi protocols on our platform. So to begin with, people will interact with our own stablecoin, our own synthetic assets, and then they can start to seamlessly trade between fiat and cryptos. And lastly, you can consider our platform like an aggregator of all kind of DeFi protocols. That will be the roadmap.
Awesome. Let's slow down a little bit and talk about you. Co-founder of this new company. You have an interesting background. As you may know, we have a university program. So any students who are tuning in, really encourage you to both head over to our YouTube channel, Reimagine 2020, check out more of our interviews there, learn about this space, hit that subscribe button, but also mousefelt.university, where we've engaged with students from 100 universities in 24 countries. And I always like to ask people, how did you get into crypto? You have a pretty extensive background in journalism. Was this a big career change for you? How did you make that change? How did you get interested in crypto in the first place? And do you have any advice for students looking to do the same?
Yeah, so as a journalist in the past, I not only focus on social news, political news, also had extensive exposure to fintech news. So that is when I get to know about artificial intelligence, smart retail, drones, gene testing, all the fascinating rising fintech related topics. And that is how I got involved with crypto news. And I made friends with a lot of CoinDesk editors, reporters, and we just chat about this industry all the time. But that was like in 2017 and 18. I was still very determined to be like a traditional journalist with a little bit data skill. So I got admitted to Columbia Journalism School, majoring in data journalism. So I never envisioned myself to be a commander of coding. I just think this is the future. I need to at least have a sense of what it feels like. So I graduated from that program, but in the meantime, I always have this feeling. So I'm a person who always followed her guts. So 2 years ago, I know coding programming will be the future. That is why I chose data journalism, this program. And also at the same time, I figure blockchain cryptocurrencies will be the hype for the next decade. And through friends of the friends, I got connected with Joe Yu at UCLA. He majored in computer science and philosophy, and he was working on this consensus protocol. So together, I had this vision. We can talk about this later, like how Sprex come into life. I had this vision of decentralized finance, and he got the technology. So we together just naturally started to brainstorm how we can make this into reality. So that is basically how Sprex was born, and that is how I got into crypto. If any advice for university students or even high school students who are interested in crypto, I would say just go for it. This is pretty much the best age to get involved. Young people are needed more than ever. As long as you're passionate about, you are actively involving in liquidity mining, in investing yourself, I would say you could be a great asset. You would be a great talent addition to any promising crypto startup.
Awesome. Tell us more about how Spirix was born. That's interesting. You had this very, smart student who was doing computer science and philosophy and had the tech, and you had the passion and the understanding from journalism and getting to know so many people at CoinDesk and just teaching yourself about this, that you guys decided to start a company.
So I was working in Kenya for a bit in 2018. uh 2018, and as a volunteer for animal welfare. And I became friends with a lot of local workers who are not from Kenya but who migrated to Kenya to work and then to send remnants to their home countries for their families. And I was there with them at local bank branches and to witness how painful all the transactions could be, how anxious, because it's not just about my parents shipping some pocket money to me overseas. It's about they shipping some the money they've been saving for years back to their family. Their family been counting on their entire family. So it's a very, very stressful moment to witness, and it could take days or even weeks. So I figured this is not supposed to be the case. We can totally simplify this process as much as possible. But back then I was just a journalist. All I could do was just to write a story and waiting for someone who was more capable to undig it and to uncover it to see what they can change about it. But the first time in my life, I feel like I would like to be the changer myself. So that is how I got this idea that I would like to elevate all these barriers in a banking system. Even though I'm not a finance major, I'm not a tech major, but I just have a really abstract idea of removing some unnecessary boundaries set by central entities. Yeah. But that being said, I do want to disclaim that Sprex is not like 100% want to be decentralized. We are in a line with a lot of Ethereum community mission that we would like to be rid of a lot of intermediaries as much as possible. But I think compliance is a really interesting topic to explore too. It's not all about fighting against the regulations. I think there is a possibility for crypto projects and regulators to walk hand in hand.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of, breaking down barriers, we were introduced because you are working on some awesome initiatives to give back to the community as well, and specifically investing in female entrepreneurs. And would love to tell our viewers more about that program, especially any female founders watching who might want to apply for the grant program.
Yeah, that is something that I'm also very passionate about. The grant program is called Lifted. It was initiated by the January 2021, so at the very beginning of this year. And the program ran through the entire year. It's composed of 4 phases. Each phase will last a quarter, so that's how it is composed of the entire year. We concluded the first phase featuring NFT with Polygon Games. Second phase featuring stablecoins building on the infrastructure with Oasis network. And this phase will be blockchain at universities. That is why we got connected with Mousebelt, try to reach as many eligible applicants as much as possible. And the last phase will be interoperability. And this phase, I think we're going to collab with Defense. It's a security protocol, and also BAN, Blockchain Education Network, University of Michigan, University of Tufts University, I think Blockchain Acceleration Foundation, and a few others. The reason that I founded this initiative is that I'm glad, Ashley, you are a woman too, that there are certain barriers for us to succeed in a professional setting, especially in the fintech industry, that only women can share. Try not to sound like a very hothead feminist here, but some really subtle barriers is I find it reluctant to share on the stage in the public area, but I'm pretty sure it's something that a lot of women have experienced the same, that you feel like it's very hard to voice yourself in a male-dominated industry. I think, unfortunately, it became this way not only because of this industry is male dominated, but also because this entire society is still male dominated, very male dominated. So women are not, I would say a lot of the women are not encouraged to share their opinions, to be assertive, to claim their leadership. So this is the landscape. I don't even wish to change, to revolutionize within my lifetime. I'm a very practical person, so I think the most direct help I can provide with women like me is financial help and also mentorship. So that is why I think Lifted is different from other grant programs.
That's so awesome. Yes, I totally agree. I think that from a young age, women and men show an equal interest in science and technology, and it's just not as encouraged for young women. So that kind of falls away. So you see less and less them, pursuing these careers. And then when they do, they're then in the minority and may feel uncomfortable speaking up. There's often issues just in group settings, being able to have your voice heard or have people not take credit for your ideas, things like that. So it can be really overwhelming, but I think a positive thing about the crypto space is that there is so many awesome women out there educating each other and lifting each other up. Love that it's called Lifted. And at the end of the day, you can see all these problems in the world, and like you did with the remittances in other countries, or like we see, like, there's like not really any other women in this room. When you go to a crypto meetup, you can identify these problems and you can talk about them. And then there's a point where I said, okay, well, what are you going to do about it? And I think it's great that you guys are giving back to the community and wanting to invest and encourage women to be founders and to get involved in blockchain. Talk some more about the specifics of the grant. So you're hoping to have projects for this quarter that are focused on university activities or coming from university students, or both. I know it's really open-ended, but just any more information and the that you can provide our viewers so that they can get excited and inspired to apply.
Yeah. So before getting to that, I know probably a lot of men are listening in, tuning in. Please don't walk away. I know you might figure this female grant program has nothing to do with your business. It's just a women talk, but actually that's not a case at all. The only criteria is that we require at least one woman in the leadership board if it's a team. So it is totally welcome for men to collab with a woman as long as there's one woman on the leadership board. The theme for this phase will be more about tokenomics. So we encourage some DAO-related academic research, decentralized autonomous organization. We're still figuring out how we can add a mobile integration element in this grant, in this phase, but more details will be tailored together with our co-host. And the grants will go all the way up to 15K. Not only one winner necessarily will be picked. It's all up to the situation. For instance, if we find two equally competitive applications, the two can be the winners to split the grants equally. Yeah, that will be the case. And all the application will be live on our website very soon, and I'll update with our community as soon as it's live.
Excellent. And so this is anywhere from like $5,000 to $15,000 that someone could get, and you're mostly hoping to see people who are doing research in DAOs, or who might be able to build a mobile app. But there might even potentially be room for people who are working on media or educational projects as well, right?
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Awesome. So really open-ended, basically anything that you're doing to try to work in the blockchain space, elevate the blockchain space, educate about the blockchain space. If you've got a woman on your leadership team, check out the SpearX Lifted grant program.
Yeah,
really excellent.
Follow us on Twitter. We'll pretty much sync up all the latest developments there.
Well, just to round out the segment, as it's our 10th anniversary after a year of kind of doing this virtual blockchain series, maybe a little bit of backwards looking, forward looking, just your experience in the blockchain space. You've talked a bit about what SpearX has accomplished so far and what your plans are for the next year, but what about the blockchain industry? What do you think the biggest developments have been so far this year, and what do you see coming in the future, maybe a year out?
I think I've been mostly excited about the Ethereum upgrade, the London hard fork. Not sure. I'm not very technical. I'm still waiting for a lot of interpretations, a lot of YouTube tutorials from a lot of influencers or from other newsletters I've been following to help us guide about the implication of this upgrade to see how it's going to revolutionize the layer 1. And also I'm extremely excited about layer 2, that even though that this EIP 1559 was a super success, I still find layer 2 will be extremely essential in the future landscape deployment. So I'm excited about that. And also I think NFT can be a great platform to actually introduce people to the DeFi-verse. I think it's a really seamless connection between people who are into art, who are passionate about making passive income, to get involved into the crypto industry, and how they can get further exposure to other products.
Absolutely. Well, for anyone just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series, and this is our 10th anniversary event. We've been talking to Frida Tsai, co-founder at SpearX. Frida, where can people find you, and who do you most want to hear from?
You can find me on Twitter. I'm mostly on Twitter all the time. Also, you can find my teammates, Zach, Alec. Us three are probably the most active ones on Twitter from SpearX. Sorry, the second question?
Who do you most want to hear from?
Who do I start with?
Most want to hear from.
Oh, from this podcast? It would be nice you can interview Laura Shin. I'm not sure she has the bandwidth, but she herself is a podcaster. She also runs a newsletter. So I think it's going to be super cool if a podcaster can interview another podcaster.
Oh yeah, we've definitely got to get her on. Well, thank you so much again, Frida, for joining us, and everybody watching, stay tuned for more.
Thank you, Ashley.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vayer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Greetings! Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Interplanetary File System! A decentralized file storage and referencing system for the Ethereum blockchain. IPFS is an open source protocol that enables storing and sharing hypermedia, text, audio, visual, in a distributed manner without relying on a single point of failure. This distributed file system enables applications to run faster, safer, and more transparently. And as a starship captain, I know a good interplanetary file system when I see one.
Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Greetings, Reimagine. My name is Nathan Millard. I'm based here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm the CEO of G3 Partners. Thank you very much, Adam and team, for inviting me on today.
Hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our one-year anniversary and our 10th edition of our conference. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in this space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. It's been 12 months of craziness, but we're happy to be here to kind of talk to our guests and have them participate. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or provide development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebelt University program. Our main objectives and goals as a company, and not only as a company, but with Reimagine, this conference that we're hosting, it's easy. It's to increase adoption, use cases, and real-world applications, and educate you that's tuning in to watch this. So enough of me talking. We're very fortunate to have a community partner of Mousebelt for the Icon community. So we're glad to have Nathan Millard, CEO of G3 Partners. Thank you for taking time out of your day, Nathan. How you doing?
Thank you very much. Yeah, doing great. Thanks for having me on.
And where are you calling from? I'm based out of San Francisco. Where are you at?
We're on the other side of the pond. We're over in Seoul. I'm from the UK, but been based here for about 10 years now.
Nice. And we'll get into Seoul. A lot of things happening over there. We'd love to get your perspectives on kind of the tech scene there, the blockchain scene, the crypto scene, and we'll touch on that. But before that, we've had, over 500 speakers come through here, and everybody has a unique journey, fell down the rabbit hole of some sort. What's kind of your path into blockchain?
Right. So starts back in 2013, actually. quite a while ago. We selected a company called Corbit. The name might be familiar to some people, which was one of the first Bitcoin exchanges here in South Korea. And we selected them for a program to bring Korean entrepreneurs to the US, to San Francisco, to showcase for investors. And Corbit was one of the teams that we selected. Honestly, we had no idea what the CEO was talking about, but he sounded really smart, and we thought there must be something here. So we took him over to San Francisco. He ended up raising a seed round in San Francisco, and Corbit was acquired for $80 million 2 or 3 years ago. Wow. So that was my first foray. I was not invested in Corbit, so I did not make a return. Then I bought around $20 worth of Bitcoin in a Bitcoin ATM in Seoul in around 2015. I spent $10 of that 20 on a beer that evening, and lost the rest with a phone. And then we supported Icon back in 2017, and that was really my first true introduction to the space. And we've been working consistently with Icon since around 2017. And I guess somewhat embarrassingly, I bought my first Bitcoin really just in the last few months, just as the market was tanking.
Yep.
So lost a bit, but I've got into the space a bit now, and I understand that this is a downtrend and things will pick back up again. So not too hard hit by the losses, and looking forward to the recovery.
Awesome. I know everybody has kind of the ups and downs. I too came in at around, or I didn't come in, but 2013 is when I came across Bitcoin. I was at the bank, and I didn't quite catch on until like a few years later. Before we get into G3 and kind of like the blockchain scene, the communities that we're involved in, like you're in tech, but what does like now that you're in Bitcoin or you just bought some Bitcoin, like what are your thoughts on blockchain, like or Bitcoin? And obviously you've seen other tech, so like is it impactful? Like, do you see it making a difference? Like, what are your thoughts? You know, we've chatted with many people that come from various backgrounds. I was doing an interview today, and he thought, you know, if it's not tangible, like you don't own it, and you know, all these kind of, you know, misconceptions or perspectives on kind of what crypto and blockchain really is. Well, what are your thoughts, I guess, on like blockchain or crypto in general?
Sure. So even though I just recently bought my first crypto, I've been interested in blockchain as a technology for quite a while, going back to, you know, before we even started working with Icon.
Yeah.
And I'm not a technologist. I'm not an engineer, so I can't, you know, talk on a deep level about the tech. But
me too.
I do believe what a lot of people say, that, you know, blockchain could have a similar impact on the world, the way we do things, that the internet had. I really do believe this. And, you know, blockchain and crypto has been around now for over a decade. It's beaten many of the naysayers up to this point. You know, brand new technologies take time to adopt. It takes time for engineers to figure out what the use cases really are. And so I really do see a bright future for blockchain, and it's really positive to see major institutions beginning to take it seriously, beginning to see some genuine use cases. You know, you're seeing increased interest from members of the public, and I think it's a fascinating scene, and I'm looking forward to being a part of it developing in the future as well.
Do you see any kind of trends between kind of the other tech companies that you've been involved with or have worked with in some capacity to what you see kind of in the blockchain space, like some of the startups or the founders, like, you know, any similarities and kind of the two, I call it emerging techs, depending on the period of time, right?
So I guess a lot of the trends that you're seeing in the general tech scene are playing across into blockchain as well. There's obviously a huge amount of development in fintech generally, not just crypto. We're working with a company here in Korea that is one of the fastest growing fintech companies in Korea. And I think in some ways they have a very similar ethos. They want to simplify the banking system, if not replace it. They want to provide valuable financial services to people in the developing world. And I had a chat with their CEO just quite recently, and he was saying that for many of their younger users now, their company is these people's first interaction with finance. They're not going to a bank account to open a bank account. They're not getting insurance in person. They're doing it on a mobile application. And so that's kind of more traditional fintech in the tech space. But I think a lot of those trends obviously carry across into blockchain. There's major drives towards increasing efficiency, transparency in things with AI, for example, which has obvious similarities in the blockchain space as well. So yeah, absolutely. I think crypto and blockchain kind of plays in its own area a little bit. There are certainly differences between blockchain and the rest of the tech market, but there's also crossovers for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just went into the bank the other day, and yeah, it's pretty quiet. I used to work at the bank, so just probably in this short period of time of 5 years since I've been out, and being in tech, I just see that the pace of innovation, it just moves so quick, right? Like I haven't been to the bank. I was at the bank and I was all like annoyed already, just standing in line and like there's two people, and I forget what I need to do, something simple, but I had to go in like very rarely. So it's kind of interesting. So what does how do you feel about like this decentralization and centralization? We're talking about fintech, we're talking about mobile, and now we're kind of getting into with this blockchain scene, this peer-to-peer thing, being able to transfer value, using your mobile phone, kind of what do they say, like self-sovereign, like your own bank and identity. Where do you lie in terms of like decentralization versus centralization and like operating in one of these spheres, or are you in the middle? Are you like full on?
I suppose quick answer is that I guess that I'm somewhere in the middle. I think that it's all well and good to think that people can have absolute sovereignty and operate entirely as their own island, but in reality we're all part of a society. And I think that I think that society at some level needs to be governed by rules to protect everyone. And if that means that some people can't become multi-billionaires, well, so be it. I think that, and I think the balance at the moment actually isn't that far off. The blockchain, the crypto scene has developed extremely rapidly, with fairly limited, involvement from governments and such. But I think that there comes a time when mass adoption happens where there will have to be regulations to protect people and make sure that the individual blockchain companies don't run away with things and become rulers in their own way. I think it's good that there's fairly limited regulations right now. It allows the scene to develop quickly, but in the future, I think like anything else, there will be regulations that will be needed to control things.
For sure. And let's kind of get into G3, right? We kind of you just told us about your path, your journey into blockchain, kind of in the tech scene. You're out there in Seoul. What is G3 Partners, and what do you guys do? What are some of your goals?
Sure. So I guess the story of G3 starts a little before I founded G3. I got involved in the tech scene here in Seoul in about 2012. And for about 2.5 years, I was the most active blogger about the local tech and startup scene in English. And that was an amazing opportunity to meet entrepreneurs, interview them, write about what they're doing, their stories, how they got into entrepreneurship themselves. And it was very inspiring. And I guess at a certain point, I felt that beyond just writing their stories and helping them promote what they're doing through media, and also we organize big events as well. I wanted to get more involved in the day-to-day operations, and the area where I could add some value was in content and marketing. And so I founded G3 Partners in 2015, basically to help growth stage startups take their first steps internationally. So we help companies with content and marketing. We do a lot of websites, marketing brochures, help them, identify customers overseas and connect with them, help companies with international fundraising, etc. So yeah, we've been in operation now for about 6.5 years. Most of our clients are based here in Korea, and we're helping them with international expansion. But we've also worked with a large number of companies from Western Europe and the US, especially, take their first steps in Asia. And you mentioned trends a few minutes ago. I think obviously a trend that is having an impact on tech is Asia. I kind of ended up here a bit by accident, but I think that there's so much happening here. There's so much opportunity. And I feel really quite lucky to be here in the middle of it, here in Seoul as well.
What are some of those strategies? We might have some entrepreneurs like looking here, and not to give like advice or anything, but it's kind of cool. You were you're assisting startups to come out of Asia, go international. What are some of the things, we might have projects right now, tuning in, listening, our community, your community as well. Give us some insight on like what that looks like. Like, obviously it depends on the product, but is it very difficult? Is it pretty easy with globalization, technology? Is it easier to kind of penetrate other markets? Like, just curious to know.
No, it's not. It's not easy. I often tell people, I often tell entrepreneurs who come and speak to us, who have grand ambitions of launching globally, whatever that means.
Yeah.
And I tell them, you know how difficult it was to establish your company and launch your product in your own country.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to do that in another country. And you're telling me you're going to launch globally. So what, you're going to do this 150 times simultaneously? So I think, simple answer, international expansion is not easy at all.
Yeah.
And I think, there's so many reasons to why that is, but I think entrepreneurs underestimate the complexity of it. They underestimate the cost. Even simple things like if you want to go and speak to your customer here in Korea, you jump into a taxi and you're in their office in an hour.
Yeah. Wow.
If your customer is in San Francisco, it's not quite that easy.
Yeah.
And then if you've got one customer in San Francisco and one in Berlin, suddenly it becomes totally unmanageable. So I would tell startups, a lot of what we do is actually market research. To help companies identify which of all of the nations in the world is the one or the one or two that really does make sense for them now. We help them to identify who their potential customers and partners are in those markets. And in some cases, it's a different profile of person or organization than in their home market. We help companies figure out or answer some really important questions up front before they dive in and start doing advertising.
For sure.
Yeah.
Just from your experience, like I was always like, can you talk anything, just like a minute or two, on kind of emerging markets, frontier markets, various markets? Like, you've been in this, you've been in the game for quite some time. So like, do you see any trends there? not to say that it's easier, but there's more regions now maybe to target, or more geographically, that there's more opportunity because of X, Y, and Z, just from market research that you've seen, or your team?
Sure. Yeah, for sure. So I can talk a little bit about Asia, and I would imagine that other emerging markets are somewhat similar. So yeah, I wouldn't say that emerging markets are necessarily easier.
Yeah.
But I would say that the opportunities are much bigger. Entrepreneurs should be trying to solve a problem. And when you've got lots of big problems to solve, there's obviously lots of big opportunities. I can give you an example of this fintech company that we've worked with here in Korea. They have just expanded into Vietnam. And there's a huge percentage of the population in Vietnam that doesn't have a bank account. So, if you're in the West and you're opening up a bank, you have to compete with every other bank.
Yeah.
If you're going into a market that does well, they have banks, but a large portion of the population doesn't have a bank account. What can you do to give these people a bank account? And the way that this company in Korea did it, their market entry strategy in Korea was peer-to-peer payments.
Yeah,
that made sense. In Vietnam, it's actually financial rewards for doing exercise. Now, if you're getting a financial reward, where are you going to put the money if you don't have a bank account? So, okay, well, we'll give you some money to do some exercise, and we'll give you a bank account as well. And
Nice.
and you can download it from the App Store.
Yeah.
And so that was their market entry strategy in Vietnam. So and the way that they obviously the initial product they launched in Korea versus Vietnam was very different, but the goal was the same. The goal was to provide high quality financial services that made sense to the local population, and it's going very well. So for companies looking to do something similar to launch in new markets, really take an open mind. If you want to launch in Vietnam, you have to go to Vietnam and see what the problems are, and see what you might need to do to modify your product slightly for that local market. Don't make assumptions that just because your product works in the US or the UK, that us sophisticated people use it, so they must see value in it as well. That's not true necessarily. So understanding what the problems are and trying to come up with a solution that really matches the local conditions.
No, it's not a one size fits all, and you're gonna have to adapt and evolve or innovate, kind of like where your target market is, who your audience is, and those are for those tuning in, those are kind of important aspects of product market fit and like understanding your user base, because the little tweaks and adjustments can go a long way. So no, that's cool. Thank you for that.
Tell the difference between success and failure. It's simple as that. I mean, I've seen so many companies in the last 10 years, huge companies, like Uber, Airbnb, lots of big companies that have really struggled because they didn't provide a high quality service that was fit for the local market. And it doesn't mean creating something totally new, that would be silly, but modifying to fit local conditions, really important.
And to talk about like specifically, you've been in Seoul now for a long time. What's that scene like there, kind of in your region? Obviously, you've been there for a while. You just mentioned it's pretty active. You started out talking to a lot of startups, and now you've moved on. What are you seeing there? And not only in tech, but is crypto growing there? There's a lot of potential growth. I know some projects and some teams, some investors that are in Seoul as well. But would like to get your thoughts.
So Korea is still quite undervalued, unknown, unheard of a little bit, which I think is a bit unfortunate. Now things are changing, but when a lot of people think of Asia, they think of China, Japan, maybe India, Singapore. Korea is not usually in the top 3. But Korea has produced the biggest smartphone maker in the world, Samsung. Korea has produced over the last few years, I think the current count is 10 or 11 unicorns, which places Korea, I think, 5th or 6th in the world. So ahead of some other much bigger, more established markets. You might be aware that Korea's answer to Amazon went public on the New York Stock Exchange just a month or so ago at $100 billion valuation, wow, which is the second biggest US IPO from Asia since Alibaba.
Wow.
So, yeah, and this fintech company that I'm talking about, they're worth $7.5 billion now. It's a 6-year-old company. So I think, yeah, Korea, no one knows this.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that I'm trying to change, because I think Korea deserves to be known. There's a lot happening here. Now I've obviously been talking about the tech scene, but also in crypto. There's a lot happening in blockchain. I mentioned Corbit, one of the first Bitcoin exchanges founded back in 2012, 2013. Icon is one of the bigger projects here. And some of the bigger companies also have quite big crypto projects now. Naver and Kakao, which may be unknown names, but Naver is basically Korea's Google and Kakao is basically Korea's Facebook.
Wow.
And they've got fairly big, high-profile crypto blockchain projects. I'm honestly not sure what the situation is right now, but at one stage, perhaps back in 2017, 2018, there and thereabouts, Korean investors, or there was more, I think Korea was ranked 2nd or 3rd in the world in terms of crypto investment volume.
Yeah.
So, for that first major bull run, a lot of that money came from Korea, which is interesting.
Did they ban it? Did they ban it at one point and now they kind of released that ban? They lifted it? Is that right or no?
I don't think anyone knows.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone knows. And a lot of people, there was a lot of activity, 3-4 years ago in the space. And a lot of people saw Korea as one of the leaders in some aspects of blockchain and crypto, perhaps mostly the trading side. But there was a hope at the time that the Korean government would see this as a big opportunity to really establish Korea as the leader, and they missed it.
Yeah.
They didn't want to stick their neck out and, embrace it. I think that many governments around the world, have been waiting for someone else to make a move. So, yeah, it's difficult to know what the exact regulatory situation is in Korea as it is anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
But crypto trading is happening. Blockchain is, it's not illegal. There's not a big clampdown.
Yeah.
And the Korean government is watching the space, and I'm sure that they'll move when someone else does.
When you market a blockchain crypto company, is it any different than any other company, or is it kind of just case by case, and you're really just marketing a solution to a problem, regardless of what it is? Is there a difference in messaging? Is it a different profile, younger generation, more education? How do you guys play that, I guess, from the crypto side and just from a general side, or there might not be any discrepancies there?
So I think there's two sides of the story. There's the fundraising side, and then there's the side where you're marketing to try to get people to use the product or service. Now, a lot of the marketing work that we've done was actually around the time when we were working with Icon back in 2017, 2018. And most of those efforts were around fundraising for projects. And raising money in the crypto scene, I mean, looking back on it now, it was a bit nuts.
That's that ICO craze.
It was exactly the ICO craze, with airdrops and rewards and, companies raising tens of millions on, who knows what. Now, not to say that it was bad or good, but that, in terms of marketing, it was totally different. It was exciting. It was terribly interesting. And you had to adjust almost month by month. One month airdrops are, the rage, and, getting 1 million Telegram group subscribers was one of the key KPI. And the next month, everyone decided, no, that's a rubbish idea. So yeah, really, really interesting. In terms of marketing for blockchain projects, for customer acquisition, it's also different because, a lot of blockchain companies are still figuring that out. They're still working on the use cases, the commercialization of the technologies they've developed. And, that's also true for Icon. Icon has some reasonably, solid cases now in Korea. Some decent contracts and engagements with local big businesses like banks, but also the Korean government. So, that it's good to see things develop. And I'm sure in time, marketing for blockchain and crypto will be somewhat similar to the rest of the tech market.
And so you're the CEO of G3 Partners, but you're also part of the Iconist team. What I think it's like a critical kind of component kind of to the Icon community, what you guys do. Can you talk a little bit about, and you brought it up too, like you were part of Icon the last few years. You guys are a P-Rep? You were.
We were. It didn't work out so well for us.
For sure. No, that's kind of it's its own world in terms of maintenance, operations, marketing. It's kind of somebody else had like, hey, you want to run a node or validator? I was like, what was involved? Before we get involved elsewhere. It's a lot of work, but you guys play like a critical component. You ironically, you interviewed us. Your team interviewed us like in the early days. Late 2017, early 2018. We were just a dev team at that time. We were doing a few things, but we were working on one of the first dApps, I believe, integrating smart contracts for on the Icon network, which was kind of cool. But can you talk a little bit about the Iconist and what you guys do and what are the goals there?
Yeah, of course. So this leads nicely from your last question about how to do marketing. A lot of companies had great ICOs and then disappeared.
Yeah.
And communicate. When people have given you their hard-earned cash, the least you can do is tell them what you're doing.
Exactly.
So, Icon, like many other projects, had this issue that they needed to be more communicative with their community. And so, we'd help them with their ICO, and it seemed like a fairly natural step to establish the Iconist as, I guess, an official news channel and communication service for the Icon community is basically what it was.
Yeah.
And so our goal was to, be fairly impartial, and just tell people what Icon is doing, what they're working on, what their progress is, also commenting on things like local regulations that could have an impact on Icon and the price of ICX. Really just a communication channel. And beyond informing people who are invested in Icon in some way, like you, we're also very keen to expand awareness of blockchain and crypto generally. I think at the root, both of those things are good things, regardless of what some people say. And I think they deserve, the public deserves to know what's happening in the space so that they have an opportunity to engage as and when it makes sense for them. So, and that's also our core mission as we've restarted the Iconist within the last month. Again, to communicate with the existing community and hopefully raise awareness beyond the icon community and who knows, maybe beyond the blockchain space.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we're here to support your guys' team. We extended this invite, and we obviously going to have you back for a few more events as we kind of roll these things out. But yeah, I mean, I think, and I've asked this kind of in all my interviews in terms of like the community, right? Especially in blockchain, it's pretty strong, engaging participation. Would you say like throughout tech, like blockchain is more community driven than kind of any other space like the AI or machine learning or just tech, fintech in general? Like I feel in blockchain, the marketing aspect of whether it be articles, whether it be, Telegram channels, Discord groups, like there's so much engagement. And when you think of coders and hackers and engineers that are behind the computers, they may be like quiet, but they are pretty loud on the internet.
Right. It's an interesting question. And it's not one that I've been asked before or one that I've considered, but I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I was just been trying to think if there's any other industry or company.
Yeah.
There isn't. I mean,
no.
Who really goes on to Facebook and likes, the company that makes their jeans or their trainers, or, but if you're involved in or supporting a blockchain company, it's incredible, the community spirit around some of these projects. So yeah, it's totally different, and yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's one way that people are, I guess one reason people are so engaged is because they have invested in these companies. So, there is that element. People want to know what's happening with their money, of course. But I think beyond that, people in the space, there's a lot of passion. There's a lot of people working really hard to bring these opportunities to the mainstream. And, that kind of passion and enthusiasm, it draws people in. So
you made me think actually too of why the correlation of maybe not completely, but the democratization of being able to get into these token projects. Like you said, the community is really engaged. It can make you or break you, really. And there's a lot of, you're held accountable. And you brought it up too a few years ago, like raising off of white papers, plagiarism, scams, frauds. And that was one of the reasons why we started our accelerator incubator program, was to like provide hands-on support for teams that were actually trying to build the tech, trying to deliver a product, trying to stick to roadmaps and the milestones, right?
Yeah.
But you brought up a good point too, that maybe there's a lot more people because you're able to get in at a more favorable, you can buy the tokens, right? Anybody can buy the tokens. Yeah. Anybody can invest, and you have some skin in the game. You're definitely going to want to know, where's your blogs, your tweets, your updates, your insights? Are you delivering? Are you under delivering and whatnot? So that's kind of an interesting point of why maybe it's so engaging with active participation, even on governance or DAOs. People voting on rules and changes. And I just got we just got like a proposal to kind of review. But you bring up a point there that I never really thought about, is that there's a lot more people on the masses that have some skin in the game, and marketing plays an important factor to know what's going on, because a lot of the supporters or community will definitely move on if you're not providing content or whatever the case is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's very interesting. The whole ICO craze was a bit crazy, and I think probably, I mean, that's maybe somewhere where some level of regulation, could be a good thing, because you don't want people to lose their house over a project. The scammers should be put in jail, but if you're a genuine project as well, you can't always influence the price of your coin, and it's not fair for you or for the investor if they lose their house on your project. I think it's good to have some level of control. But yeah, it's really interesting that anyone can get involved in these projects, and maybe the power of the masses, the power of the crowd will help to push the scene forward as well. Sure. For teams, having these people, asking them what's going on and perhaps offering support, it's good overall.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of just to circle back with my original question was, the Iconists and what you guys are doing. And
sorry. Yeah.
I was just saying, glad to have you guys back, putting out articles. It's a great website, great informational stuff, educational stuff. And you guys do quite a few things with good interviews and a good team. A couple more questions here before we wrap it up. Like, you're talking about fintech a little bit. Are you following anything in DeFi? Fintech and DeFi, like kind of this new landscape. Do you follow anything in that sector? Not directly, but how do you feel about DeFi, I guess? And we're talking about fintech. We're talking about, the unbanked. And I think a lot of us underestimate how many people are unbanked and how difficult it is to get credit and all the things that we kind of not take for granted, but are accustomed to having in developed worlds and regions. What's your take on DeFi, since you kind of work within fintech projects and stuff like that in other countries?
Sure. So again, there's, I think with anything related to blockchain and crypto, there's always two sides to the story. And I think overall, overwhelmingly, most ideas are good ideas as long as the implementation is done in the right way. But in terms of DeFi, I mean, countries are adopting cryptocurrencies now. Major institutions are accepting them, cryptocurrency as payment. Banks are buying in. I think there's probably going to be a tipping point when the banks realize that, hang on a minute, we need to work with crypto, otherwise we're going to be stamped out. And who knows when that point will come? Maybe it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But it seems like we're on that road, and I think that's going to be an improvement for everyone. Crypto is becoming genuinely a store of value, and I think people are beginning to understand why that is, even though the price is so volatile. Some of the benefits of DeFi is dramatic improvements in the delivery of financial services, improvements in transparency, reductions in cost, simpler, cheaper supply chains within the finance industry. And again, all of these things are good, and it's difficult to come up with an argument for why we should stick with the status quo.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting space. It's something that I'm still also very new to.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I'm a little late to the crypto market, but then if you look at the grand scheme of things, 10 years from now, I probably will feel like I got in pretty early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all perspective.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, you brought up some of these, regions, right, where they have a cell phone and, better connection than I do here in San Francisco.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting to kind of see, what's going to happen coming up. And lastly, NFTs. Are you a believer in NFTs? That's kind of been the boom the last few months. We had a conference about that about 2 months ago. There's a lot of kind of ways to think about it, perspectives and opinions on it. Does it make sense? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But like, have you thought about it much, or is that something kind of not on the radar?
I'm aware of NFTs. I'm aware of the boom. I'm aware of the crazy money that's being won and lost, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not terribly familiar with it. It's probably something that I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know enough for right now, to be honest.
Me too. It depends. It depends on who you talk to and all that. But it just goes to show, like, technology, right, is a disruptor in many aspects, and will continue on. And engineers and developers, will find use cases, and we're still at kind of the infancy of what this is going to result in. Nobody, imagined Ubers or Airbnbs or Facebooks in the early 90s. The time will tell. But
I think something else as well. There's nothing wrong with coming up ideas that don't work.
Yeah. For sure.
I think it's great that there's. It seems like there's a new trend in the blockchain space every few months, and sure. If some of these trends fail, doesn't matter. It's pushing the industry forward. If you don't know what doesn't work, it's going to be a lot harder to figure out what is going to work. And most of the great tech companies, probably all of them, have made tons of mistakes along the way to success, and they're successful because they're willing to take risks and try crazy ideas. And if some of those fall along the wayside, it's not a problem. So with NFTs, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. If it doesn't work out, they'll figure out something else that does.
And I think, like, going back to that statement you said, the risk and the failures, and like you said, the failures that do happen just gives opportunity for the other projects that are coming around to not do that and evolve and, like, tweak some things. And I feel like that's what's going on in blockchain in general, whether that's like the consensus, mechanism and the tokenomics, right, is just kind of being built off of what worked, what hasn't worked over the last, 3, 4, or 5 years.
Yeah. It's, I sometimes argue with people that there's actually no such thing as a failure in this broad technology industry. Maybe a project doesn't work out, doesn't get commercialized. Maybe a startup doesn't work out, but if people learn something from that experience and take that learning forward, they're going to be a more knowledgeable, better equipped person in the future. And for startups that don't work out, those founders will have invaluable experience that they can take forward in their careers. So, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up here, Nathan. It's been a real pleasure to have your team kind of work with us. You wrote up some articles about us a couple weeks ago, just kind of about our communities and the interviews and highlighting some core team, core members of Icon, and it's been real great. And I see us obviously partnering along the lines. Where can people learn more about G3 and the Iconists?
Sure. So for G3, it's g3partners.asia is our website. We're on Facebook. We don't do so much on Facebook, but if people want to reach me directly, it's Nathan at g3partners.asia. The Iconist is the icon.ist.
Nice.
So, and again, we've just relaunched the Iconist. We are in the process of updating the website. We're still on course to get the new site launched by the end of the month. I'm pushing our designers like a slave driver to get that done on time.
Yeah.
So that will be upgraded very soon. And we really do encourage people to get in touch. We're on Twitter is our main one for the Iconist, so you can reach us there. Email address will also be on the website. But we really do encourage people to get in touch. We're always on the lookout for good stories. So if there's P-reps that want to talk about what they're doing, or others involved in the Icon community, we'd love to hear from them. And others who feel like they'd like to get involved in the blockchain discussion, give us a shout.
Awesome. Well, appreciate it. I know we've kind of gone a little over here. Everybody tuning in, this is Nathan Millard, CEO of G3 Partners, and one of the core members of the Iconists for the Icon community. We appreciate your time, Nathan. We hope to have, if not you back, somebody else on your team to share their insights, their journeys, just like we did today. And so we hope, we'll talk again soon. Everybody, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. We hope you enjoyed this discussion, and we'll talk again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey there! I am Maurice the Cow, and I'm here with an utter crypto vocabulary lesson, okay? Brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Non-fungible token, NFT. Fungibility refers to an object's ability to be exchanged for another. For example, an individual dollar is considered fungible, as we can trade dollars with one another. Artwork is usually deemed non-fungible, as paintings, sculptures, or masterpieces are likely to be unequal in quality or value. A non-fungible token is a type of token that is a unique digital asset and has no equal token. This is in contrast to cryptocurrencies like Ether that are fungible in nature. And that's no bull.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Tom Howard, BD and Growth at PowerTrade. Tom, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Yona.
Well, and it's always a pleasure to speak to industry insiders like yourself. But can you first start off by giving us a little background, kind of how you got into blockchain?
Yeah, sure. I think like most people, I probably early in 2012, I saw this thing called magical internet money floating around Reddit and the internet. And I was like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. So I tried to mine a bit of it, mine some Bitcoin on my desktop at the time. And, I left it running for about a day. It made about 1 penny. So I was like, oh, this is not that magical after all. So I ended up deleting it and regretting that ever since. But yeah, I really kind of it was something I watched here and there over the years. And then in 2017, Ethereum finally had this use case that was really working and it was really starting to take off. And it was something that was really of interest to me at the time, which is venture financing and in particular, angel investing. So that really got me interested in Ethereum. I had just sold a company of mine at the time and was looking to make a few angel investments, and the ICO concept was very, very intriguing. So really early 2017, I really went headfirst into it, and I've just been addicted to crypto ever since. So yeah, that's kind of how it got started.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. You came in, kind of from the VC world. Now, one, I'm sure that even though your Bitcoin miner was only mining a penny at the time, I imagine that penny is worth a little bit more at this point.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, exactly.
But that wallet was deleted, so burned.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure you've done quite well since then. I mean, listen, if we're looking, and especially if we're looking at it from the VC angle, it seems like the numbers are just going higher and higher. If we're looking at just token prices, if you would have told me anyone, a mere couple of years ago that 30,000, is a bear market, they would call you crazy. And right now, people only kind of looking at the token prices. But if someone's coming from kind of the VC angel investing side of things, I mean, we're seeing astronomical numbers. Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX exchange just got valued at, I think it was 18 billion the other day with a $900 million funding round. OpenSea just did a 100 million funding round. When you're looking at the crypto market and the blockchain space from kind of a fundraising and VC point of view, are we at an all-time high?
Yeah, it's a good question. So if you're looking from a VC perspective, you're looking for the technologies that are going to completely change the world. And you don't know whether, that will happen for sure or not. But if you think there's some probability of it happening, then you place bets accordingly. So if you think, all right, there's a 20% chance that crypto completely replaces the world financial system, well, that's a massive, massive market. That's all of money, right? So the upside of being right on that is very, very high. And so if you want to make sure that you capture that opportunity, then, and you think that will happen, the companies in this space are poised for massive growth. They're actually right at the beginning of their trajectory. So I think the valuations make sense given that people are pricing in the potential growth for this. And it may or may not happen. That's the nature of venture capital. It might not happen and it all goes to zero. But that's why you place bets in different theses and and you kind of spread your capital into different areas. But yeah, I think what we're looking at now is kind of the acceptance of, all right, this is going to be around for the long term. This has kind of been accepted. It's not just a flash in the pan anymore. It's got a 10-year plus history. People are really taking it seriously now, and so it's time for serious money to come in and serious talent to come in and make this space more mature.
Mm-hmm. And the blockchain space represents a very unique investment for investors, VCs, angels, otherwise, not only because of the potential to potentially, like you said, that's all of money and really make a huge return. But when it comes to traditional, let's say, traditional software investments, and an investor is investing in there, there's an inherent IP there. There's an inherent IP that is protected. But when it comes to the blockchain space, a lot of times, a lot of the projects are open source. Just look at sushi. They could just be copied, boom, and then, uni, and they could be copied, become a sushi overnight. So when you're investing in the blockchain space, how does it differ? How much you have to take into account, equity plays versus, all right, a token is kind of the only way I'm going to protect my investment here. How do you approach that as an investor?
Yeah, so I think it's a question of value capture and moats. So in a startup, you have to solve a problem for a hard problem for a large enough amount of people. That's like the first step of a startup. But then the second step is actually capturing the value that you've created, right? So if you create some tool that does some amazing things for a lot of people, but you don't have any way to capture value, then your startup's not going to be worth anything. And so a lot of building a startup in the traditional space is actually figuring out the best way to capture that value in a way that's not not extractive from your users and your ecosystem, but in a way that's win-win-win for the ecosystem. So this is a problem that every startup faces, and now this is in crypto with these open source smart contracts, DeFi, and DAOs. We're kind of exploring this in a completely different way. And so when we look at, I think the Sushi Uniswap thing is a really great example, because Uniswap just existed and it provided value and there was no token and it just did its thing. But users didn't really have any reason to have loyalty to Uniswap, right? And they had no reason to help grow that ecosystem. And so Sushi was like, hey, what you've done is great. We're going to take that and add a token to it so that the community actually has a sense of ownership and has loyalty and is incentivized to make the tech better, make the product better, and grow the ecosystem. And Uniswap quickly realized, okay, that token is actually the moat. That token is what gives the community that sense of ownership and keeps your community engaged and keeps them around. And now we're seeing really interesting things with both in Sushi and Uniswap, very, very interesting things in the governance areas of those ecosystems that, if there was no kind of DAO there that was governing those smart contracts, the community would not at all be that engaged into what's happening with that technology. So, yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's a completely new way of not only creating a new moat via community, but also a new way of kind of capturing the value of the community.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's very important, like you said, when we're speaking about these decentralized exchanges and kind of DeFi overall, very important to make the community feel a part of it. We're interested in kind of traditional finance that this does not exist. The board members do not care, whether their members feel like a community, even maybe if the PR department says otherwise. But when you're talking about this space, and it seems like in DeFi is very important, does centralized exchanges still play a role and have a place even after we're seeing the success of DEXs? Are there things that centralized exchanges can do and could provide value to their clients that just DEXs aren't there yet?
Yeah, I think so. There's a couple of things. So one, building decentralized technologies is a lot harder than building them the centralized way. It takes a lot longer, and it's really difficult to iterate on them. So I kind of see, on one hand, centralized products basically can offer interesting things in the crypto space much faster and bring it to market and kind of make these markets for it before the decentralized counterparts become available. So we're kind of doing that with power trade, with options. I don't think the technology right now is available to have a proper decentralized options market, which is why we've created a centralized options exchange that is kind of at the level of sophistication that you'd find in the traditional space that we kind of are lacking in crypto right now. But we, as a centralized exchange, we have a goal of becoming decentralized over time as the technology matures and we can decentralize different components. We actually started off with decentralizing our insurance fund. So our insurance fund is actually a DAO. It's a kind of the DAO is an insurance fund as a service for exchanges. So I think there's just kind of that technology. It's the path to getting there. It's path dependent. So I think as the technology matures, we're kind of going to have a delay, a lag with the decentralized tech. The other part of that is user experience. So, if we want to take this to the mainstream, not everyone wants to have self-custody of their funds. That's kind of a scary prospect. Like, oh, I've got my life savings on this like piece of paper, and if I lose it, then all my money is gone and my life savings are gone, right? And that is not really an ideal experience for everyone. And yeah, there's solutions to solve that, but there's a kind of a long road for education there. And really, I think there's a large segment of the market that would like to just say, hey, isn't there a service that can just do this for me and handle this for me? And so I think where we're actually going to go with this is this, there's the CDFI meme was kind of made tongue in cheek, but I think it's actually where we're going, where, we have DeFi markets and centralized custodians are interacting with the DeFi markets and providing that as a kind of endpoint to the masses. So I kind of look at what we're doing with power trade is where this kind of we're kind of a gateway to a larger audience that is just not yet comfortable with the full custodial user experience.
Yeah, and you mentioned that it's way easier to at least the beginning to implement new features and things like that in a centralized manner rather than decentralized. And you guys recently introduced span margin trading. What exactly does that mean for an unsophisticated trader? What is a span margin trading?
Yeah, so span margin, it's also known as portfolio margin. So in crypto right now, most exchanges are what we call simple margin. They just kind of take, all right, you're going to go long Bitcoin, choose your leverage, and that's how much collateral that you need to put up for that position. With span margin, it becomes very important, especially when you're trading options, because the way that options pay off is kind of very dependent on the fluctuations of the market. So with span margin, you take, all right, you've got 5 options positions, a perps position, a futures position, and you kind of take that whole portfolio at once and you shock it up and down. Like, what's the worst that could happen? And if you have an options position that offsets your perps position, well, actually the worst that can happen is like not that much. So then your margin requirement for that is much, much smaller, right? And so this is how it works in the traditional options market. If you're trading on a brokerage in stocks, this is kind of expected. It's kind of the standard. But because the options market in crypto is pretty nascent, there's not really that many venues that offer span margin, and so it's not really that accessible yet. It's not kind of a very widely used thing yet. So we just offered that. One of the benefits on power trade is that we have very low minimums, so you can actually trade with less than $1 trading options. It's something you can't get in the stock markets either. And so yeah, you'll have span margin. You can trade different options, futures, perps with much lower collateral requirements, which means you can do more with your money.
Well, I mean, and it seems a little shocking that it took so long to get to the crypto space. I mean, because it seems like it's a more educated and efficient risk system, or you shouldn't have to put up more collateral if the numbers don't dictate so. And so it seems kind of crazy that up until now this hasn't existed. Other types of products or features that the traditional finance market that has developed over hundreds of years and has become more and more efficient, taking out the human factor, but it has become more and more efficient. Are there any of these other features that crypto doesn't have yet that institutional traders are really looking for and waiting for?
Yeah, I think, in the options space itself, there's a lot of kind of, you have your your vanilla calls and puts, but then you can construct these different strategies. So you can basically construct insurance on various scenarios using options and other derivatives. And there's things like interest rate swaps and credit default swaps, and kind of other things like that, where or like a volatility index, different ways that you can trade and hedge yourself within these